98. The Artificial Full Moon. Su-Yes Golden Great Ape Form. Chapter 1. Su-Yi chuckled softly regardless of the timeline. Vegeta was perpetually insufferable, and to speak candidly, rather egotistical. Young man, you ought to show a modicum of respect towards those of greater age. With a swift motion, Su-Yi delivered a resounding slap, a mere display of his physical prowess intended to subdue Vegeta. Yet, with his strength, even such an act was sufficient to leave Vegeta reeling. Ah! Vegeta cried out in distress, encountering for the first time such a brazen individual who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. In truth, he should consider himself fortunate that Su-Yi, recalling the Vegeta from another timeline, refrained from unleashing his full might. Had he done so, with his power, he could have effortlessly struck Vegeta down. Vegeta, it would be prudent to limit your words. Goku cast a stern glance at Vegeta. Given Su-Yi's current strength, the two of them together would stand little chance. Not to mention that Su-Yi stood right before them, making fusion an impossibility. Oomph. Vegeta, having been slammed to the ground, snorted disdainfully, realizing that the oppressive force had diminished significantly, allowing him to rise slowly. He acknowledged that this nameless Saiyan possessed formidable power, yet he firmly believed that his own future was limitless. One day, he, Vegeta, would undoubtedly lead the Saiyan race to the pinnacle of the universe, becoming the foremost race. Sir, may I inquire why we cannot transform into your state? Goku, ever polite, hovered before Su-Yi, extending a hand to massage his shoulders. Vegeta, observing from the side, scoffed at Goku's demeanor, his disdain palpable. Yet, despite his scorn, he couldn't help but listen intently, curiosity piqued by the question. Because your world and my world exist in different timelines. Su-Yi did not shy away from revealing the truth. I am a Saiyan from another timeline. Does this clarify your doubts? The reality, however, was not entirely so. While this was a contributing factor, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was the Dragon Ball GT universe. Although acknowledged by that old man, it was ultimately not crafted by him. To put it bluntly, fan fiction will always remain fan fiction. Just as in Su-Yi's primary timeline, Goku and his companions could only progress step by step along the canonical storyline. In this timeline, Goku and his allies would have to gradually ascend from Super Saiyan 4 to 5, 6, and 7. Moreover, from a power perspective, the laws governing strength in each world diverged significantly. As for why Su-Yi could do so, it was quite simply an anomaly, having transcended this world. What? There are other worlds besides this one? Goku and Vegeta expressed their astonishment. Such a concept was utterly unfathomable to them. In your world, following Super Saiyan 3, one attains Super Saiyan 4. Although the increase in battle power may not surpass that of Super Saiyan Blue, the difference is marginal. Su-Yi continued, glancing skyward, where the daylight obscured the moon. Nevertheless, he could effortlessly create an artificial full moon from the system shop. Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing those words, Goku and Vegeta trembled with excitement, their exhilaration unmistakable. Sir, do you know how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Goku inquired eagerly. Vegeta, keenly listening, understood that this knowledge could be pivotal in surpassing Kakarot. Indeed, I do. Su-Yi promptly exchanged for an artificial full moon from the system shop and tossed it into the sky, casually stating, "Do not merely gaze at the moon, watch closely as I transform. This is an invaluable opportunity for you to observe." With that, Su-Yi gestured to push Goku and Vegeta aside and looked up at the artificial full moon. In that instant, his dark pupils ignited with a crimson glow, and as his body expanded slightly, his pupils transformed entirely into red. What? Hearing Su-Yi's words, both Vegeta and Goku dared not look at the full moon, their faces paling at the prospect of him shifting into the Great Ape form. With Su-Yi's power, should he transform into a rampaging Great Ape, it would spell utter devastation for the entire planet. Kakarot, what should we do? This individual clearly does not possess the royal bloodline of the Saiyan race. Thus, he cannot control his primal instincts. Before Vegeta could finish, Su-Yi had already fully transformed into the Great Ape form. But to their astonishment, Unlike their brown Great Ape forms, he had transformed into a golden Great Ape. What is happening? Why is his Great Ape form golden? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Beats me. Vegeta was equally astonished. Since their transformations into Super Saiyans, they had never reverted to the Great Ape form. Thus they were unaware that any Saiyan capable of becoming a Super Saiyan could likewise transform into a golden Great Ape. Roar! A ferocious roar erupted, the air thick with an overwhelming aura. It's over. Vegeta glanced over, witnessing the golden Great Ape Suyi strike the void with tremendous force, causing fissures to tear through the air. Oh my goodness! Just how terrifying is this individual? Is such raw physical power truly possible? Goku stood dumbfounded, having never witnessed such destructive force generated solely by physical might. At that moment, Suyi, now a cold and imposing figure, cast a glance at Goku and Vegeta below before slowly descending to their level, crouching before them. As the two prepared to transform into Super Saiyans to defend themselves, Suyi's golden Great Ape grinned widely, and before their astonished eyes, a blinding light erupted. Why has he suddenly shrunk? Goku looked up in bewilderment, astonished. 99. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Suyi's intentions. Roar. The final roar echoed through the sky as Suyi completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the entire process appearing remarkably seamless. He sensed the might of Super Saiyan 4, which indeed amplified his strength tenfold, for this form was fundamentally an extension of the Great Ape transformation. A tenfold increase in Great Ape strength naturally translated to the same for Super Saiyan 4. However, that was not the crux of his thoughts. What truly occupied Suyi's mind was whether he could advance further from Super Saiyan 4 and attain the divine realm. He regained his sanity and even diminished in size. Vegeta was utterly flabbergasted. He had initially believed Suyi incapable of controlling his instincts. But here he was not only in control, but having achieved a transformation. Is this what Super Saiyan 4 entails? Goku soared into the sky, his voice tinged with awe. Indeed, this is the subsequent evolutionary transformation following Super Saiyan 3 in your timeline. Suyi affirmed with a nod. Now his body was cloaked in a vibrant red fur, exuding an impressive aura, and a long, thick red tail swayed behind him. With a flick of his tail, through the air, bolts of lightning crackled forth. The sheer destructive potential of that tail was undeniably formidable. Absolutely incredible, Goku exclaimed, circling around Suyi, his face alight with excitement. Vegeta approached slowly, his expression fluctuating between admiration and skepticism. Even he, a staunch perfectionist, could not help but marvel at the transformation in his Super Saiyan 4. Sir, may I inquire how you achieved your golden Great Ape transformation? Vegeta, eager to grow stronger, approached Suyi with utmost respect. Suyi regarded him with a contemplative gaze before responding. You likely have not transformed into the Great Ape form since you became capable of turning Super Saiyan. Have you? Indeed, both replied in unison. Oh, that makes sense. After attaining the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, reverting to the Great Ape form allows one to achieve the golden Great Ape form. Suyi explained, casting a glance at Vegeta before continuing. However, Vegeta, possessing Royal Saiyan blood grants you the ability to transform into the Great Ape without losing your sanity, which will greatly facilitate your transformation. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly inquired, if that is the case, may I transform into the Great Ape form right now? Naturally, the prospect of surpassing Goku to reach Super Saiyan 4 first filled Vegeta with exhilaration. There's no need to rush. If you lack the ability to master the power of Super Saiyan 4, then transforming into a golden Great Ape will not enable you to attain Super Saiyan 4, Suyi said, waving his hand dismissively. He glanced at Vegeta and noticed that his tail had long been severed. He added, if possible, it would be best to allow your tail to regenerate. The Saiyan tail is the source of evolution for the Saiyans of your timeline. I understand, Vegeta replied, casting a glance at Goku, who had reverted to his childhood form, complete with a newly grown tail. It seemed he could no longer afford to sever his own tail in the future. Su-Yi felt the surging power within him compared to the strength of Super Saiyan Blue. The power of Super Saiyan 4 was far purer, as it was fundamentally based on the Great Ape transformation. Wait a moment. A tantalizing thought struck Su-Yi. In this world, he could transform without limitation Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, and even Super Saiyan 7. With this notion, a fervor ignited within him. System, will I still be able to access the Dragon Ball GT world in the future? Su-Yi asked eagerly. Indeed, host, the system replied. Excellent. Su-Yi's eyes gleamed as he glanced at Goku and Vegeta, stating, having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, I believe it is time for me to return to my own timeline. Farewell, and I hope that by the next time we meet, you'll have both attained the realm of Super Saiyan 4. With that, a spatial tunnel suddenly materialized before him. He waved goodbye to the two and stepped directly into the tunnel. Will they follow me? Inside the spatial tunnel, Su-Yi glanced back, wondering if Goku and Vegeta's curiosity would compel them to enter the tunnel after him. Rest assured, host, no one but you can traverse the barrier between these two timelines. The system's melodious voice reassured him, prompting Su-Yi to mentally give a thumbs up. With such a formidable system, he had no reason to worry about his rise to power. Before long, Su-Yi emerged from the spatial tunnel, finding himself back in his training chamber. A quick glance at the time revealed that only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. How intriguing. One could say that this Dragon Ball GT world serves as my own time chamber, Su-Yi mused. I recall you mentioning that time in the Dragon Ball GT world elapses at a rate of 1 year for every day in the primary timeline. Thus, if I were to remain in the GT world for several decades, only a few days would pass in the primary timeline. Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, the system fell silent for a moment. System? System? Su-Yi called out twice. Beep. The host's reasoning is sound. After some contemplation, the system recognizes this as a bug. Therefore, starting today, if the host enters the Dragon Ball GT world, the maximum duration of stay shall be limited to 1 month. Exceeding this limit will prevent re-entry into the Dragon Ball GT world for 1 year in the primary timeline. The system chimed once before delivering this statement. I would like to inquire, can you transform into a human form and appear before me? Rest assured, I promise not to harm you. Furthermore, since I have pointed out this bug, is there no form of compensation? Su-Yi's lips twitched slightly. He realized he had been rather audacious in bringing this issue to the system's attention. Host, there is no need to feel distressed. Allow me to address your inquiries. First, the system cannot transform into a human form. Secondly, in response to your mention of the bug, the system shall provide you with a compensation package. The system maintained its sweet tone. Upon hearing about the compensation package, Su-Yi felt considerably better. After all, he possessed a time chamber, so he did not particularly yearn to have unlimited access to the Dragon Ball GT world for extended periods. Beep. The compensation package has been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Host. The system's notification sounded. All right. Su-Yi nodded, but did not immediately inspect the contents of the compensation package. Instead, he wished to test whether he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 in the primary timeline. Quickly, Su-Yi set up a magical array to prevent his energy from leaking. When he first entered the realm of the divine, the system had warned him that someone was spying on him, so he had to remain vigilant now. Having successfully transformed in the Dragon Ball GT world already, Su-Yi no longer needed a fabricated full moon to become a golden Great Ape before achieving Super Saiyan 4. With a fierce roar, he began to undergo a transformation, initially displaying various ape-like features, before ultimately reverting to a humanoid form. Excellent! The main temporal realm allows for transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Se nodded and smiled, as this was indeed splendid news. Next, he pondered whether it would be possible to incorporate his own divine state atop Super Saiyan 4. 817 system, do you believe there is any likelihood in this notion? Su-Yi inquired of the system. While the system could not ascertain the potential for others, it confidently asserted, in your case, I believe there are infinite possibilities. Haha, thank you. Su-Yi laughed heartily, considering this a validation and encouragement. With the system's unwavering belief in boundless possibilities, he too was convinced that he could achieve an unprecedented realm. He speculated that when he truly attained this state, His strength would not merely rival that of Beerus, but would at least allow for a fair contest. Continuing his training, Suyi ceased to focus on merely augmenting his combat power. Instead, he began to contemplate how he might evolve into a Super Saiyan God Blue on top of his Super Saiyan 4 form. Though this idea seemed fantastical, he was eager to try. With the existence of the time chamber, he had ample time to embrace failure, that he was confident that eventually he would discover a breakthrough and continue to advance. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed in the main temporal realm. During this time, Su had also ventured into the Dragon Ball GT world, where he was astonished to find that upon reuniting with Son Goku and Vegeta, the two had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This revelation indeed surprised him. However, upon reflection, he realized that the time flow in the Dragon Ball GT world was significantly faster than that of the main temporal realm, which made it seem more reasonable. Even though he had spent a year in the Dragon Ball GT realm, it corresponded to merely a single day in the main realm. This was due to his presence, which accelerated the passage of time. Without him, the time flow in Dragon Ball GT, while somewhat rapid, would not be nearly as swift. Stepping out of the training room, Suye's combat power had stabilized at 5 trillion, equivalent to 5 mega. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1 yielded 250 trillion, or 250 mega. For Super Saiyan 2, it was 500 trillion, and so forth, with Super Saiyan 3 resulting in a 4-fold increase in battle power. As of now, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he possessed a staggering 20 trillion in strength. In his Super Saiyan God Blue form, his power soared to 28 trillion. This level of strength was truly terrifying. However, in the world of Dragon Ball Super, combat power was generally measured in quadrillions. His 28 trillion strength converted to quadrillions amounted to only 2.8 quadrillion. If Suyi recalled correctly, Beerus' combat power was approximately 10 quadrillion, while Whis' was around 15 quadrillion. Thus, by this calculation, Suye's strength was not so distant from theirs after all. Daddy, Daddy. Just as he exited the training room, Su Liuli rushed over excitedly. This little girl delighted in sprinting to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, her legs clinging to him. He had mentioned to her on numerous occasions that as she grew older, she should be more mindful of decorum to avoid gossip. Yet each time, she would respond, "Whoever gossips, I will beat them up." What's wrong with the daughter hugging her father? What could Suyi do about it? Why are you so happy? He asked, ruffling her hair with a smile. I can transform into Super Saiyan 3 now, she exclaimed with great excitement. But after transforming, I look too ugly. Lily doesn't like it. Haha. If you don't like it, then don't transform, Suyi chuckled, embracing her as they made their way toward the inner courtyard of their home. But what if we encounter danger and I don't transform? Little Liuli pouted adorably, prompting another laugh from Suyi that if you don't transform, Daddy will protect you. Hee, then Liuli will stay right by Daddy's side. Muah, love you, Daddy. Liuli beamed, leaning in to peck Suyi on the cheek before joyfully jumping out his arms, running off while waving back at him. This little girl truly resembled the mischievous nature of Bulma in her youth. Suyi shook his head, chuckling softly, then took a step forward, utilizing instant transmission to arrive at a location in mere moments. This was an untamed field where Son Goku was currently tilling the land in farming attire. Goku, I have something to discuss with you, Suyi called out. Ha! It's Brother Suyi, Son Goku exclaimed, stopping his work and flying out of the machine with a smile that in a few months, a deity should arrive on Earth. During this time, everyone must train diligently. Suyi stated, at this stage, Goku and the others possess considerable strength, even surpassing their counterparts in the original storyline. However, Suyi feared the butterfly effect, if Beerus were not as amiable towards Goku's group as depicted in the original narrative. It could spell disaster for them. Is this deity very powerful? Goku's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, currently his strength surpasses mine. Suyi affirmed, the early stages of the Dragon Ball Super storyline, he aimed to refrain from intervening as long as he had not fully surpassed the God of Destruction. Beerus, the rationale was simple. He needed to stabilize and develop gradually before taking action. While Beerus was indeed powerful, the true might lay in his destructive energy and the supremacy of Whis and the Grand Priest. In summary, the approach must be steady. If it cannot be steady, then it must be dealt with. Beerus awakens, Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Goku's expression turned one of astonishment as he perceived Su Ye's strength to be an insurmountable terror. Now, the prospect of an even mightier being, presumably a deity, emerging left him in disbelief. It is unimaginable what kind of terrifying existence could surpass Brother Su Yi. Goku marveled in a WTO this. Su Yi merely smiled lightly and replied, "It won't be long before your strength reaches this level as well." If the original storyline were to unfold, Goku, the so-called Hanging King, would likely gather several Saiyans energy to ascend to the Super Saiyan God Red form upon Beerus' arrival. This form would be equivalent to around 60% of Beerus' strength. In terms of combat power, Goku's Super Saiyan God Red would boast an impressive 6 quadrillion. After all, the unutilized destructive energy of Beerus amounted to around 10 quadrillion. It was evident that Goku, whose current power had yet to reach 1 quadrillion, could achieve such an astounding level with just the Super Saiyan God Red transformation, proving that his title as the Hanging King was indeed well-deserved. Work hard! Work hard! Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported away from Earth. In response, Su Yi cast a glance at the unfinished fields and the machinery left behind, shaking his head and laughing softly. It was easy to imagine that when Wukong returned, he would likely face a scolding from Chi-Chi. After notifying Wukong about the impending arrival of Beerus, Su Yi proceeded to inform Vegeta and the others, prompting everyone to intensify their training efforts. As for Su Yi himself, he tirelessly experimented each day to see if he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue on top of Super Saiyan 4, finding great joy in the endeavor. The first month swiftly passed, and Su Ye's combat power in Super Saiyan Blue reached a staggering 3 trillion. The second month also flew by, during which he began to grasp the ability to briefly enter the divine state while in Super Saiyan 4, with his combat power estimated at around 4.5 trillion. Before long, by the third month, Su Yi had accomplished approximately 50% mastery of this state. He could now stabilize this form for half an hour without regression. And his combat power had exceeded that of Super Saiyan Red Wukong in the original story, reaching 7 trillion. This meant that his strength had achieved 70% of Beerus' power without utilizing destructive energy. Quite impressive, indeed, to reach such heights in merely 3 months. Although he had the advantage of the time chamber, it was still a testament to his own training accomplishments. Su Yi was immensely satisfied with his progress over these 3 months. Calculating carefully, he realized that there was at most 1 month left before Beerus would arrive on Earth. At that moment, Beerus had likely awakened and was dreaming of the Super Saiyan God. System, open the time-space tunnel. I wish to venture into the Dragon Ball GT world. Su Yi prepared to explore the Dragon Ball GT realm, curious if he could master Super Saiyan 5 with the combination of Super Saiyan 4 and 50% of the divine state. He was uncertain, but thought that attempting it might yield answers. Su Yi entered the time-space tunnel leading to the Dragon Ball GT world, elsewhere in the universe, outside a planet engulfed in explosions. The god of destruction, Beerus, watched the spectacle with a detached expression, his hands clasped behind his back. Despite being somewhat of a buzzkill, the brilliant explosion of the planet is truly mesmerizing, he remarked. Beside him stood his teacher and attendant, Whis, who inquired, "Do you not find it a pity about the dinosaur meat from earlier?" "Not at all," Beerus chuckled lightly, pausing momentarily. "What do you mean?" Whis raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, the forceful explosion of the planet reminds me of the name of that individual from my dream, a warrior unlike any other, extraordinarily powerful," Beerus exclaimed with excitement. "What was that warrior's name?" Whis asked. Intrigued, what was it again?" Beerus tilted his head, seemingly forgetting the name. "Super something, perhaps?" He shook his head, deep in thought. "Super Saiyan?" Whis' eyes narrowed, recalling the small individual he sensed on Earth who had recently entered the divine state. He is a Saiyan and can transform into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, could it be that he is the Super Saiyan God? "Yes." "Whis, how did you know it was the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus clapped his hands in excitement upon hearing Whis' uncertain tone. "His name is indeed the Super Saiyan God. However, since he is a god, that complicates matters. There is no rank of Super Saiyan God within the 7th universe," Whis replied. "I see. But this Super Saiyan God must be related to the Saiyans, right?" "Oh, it seems that Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza," Beerus recalled. "The destruction of that planet was indeed carried out at your command before you awoke," Whis nodded. I see. Yes, I found him quite displeasing. Particularly that King Vegeta fellow. Well, I can't be bothered with him now. But does that mean the Saiyan race has been eradicated along with Planet Vegeta? Beerus yawned lazily, waving his hand dismissively. No, there are still some Saiyans who survived on other planets, Whis explained. Very well, but where exactly is this Super Saiyan God? Beerus was eager to learn about the strength of the opponent from his dream. At that moment, Whis's eyes narrowed as he speculated that the young individual on Earth might very well be Beerus's dream opponent. If that's the case, I believe I know where the Super Saiyan God is. You know? Beerus was taken aback. Yes, Whis smiled and nodded. Where? On Earth. Meanwhile, on a small island on Earth within the Dragon Ball GT world, Suyi transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and then rapidly elevated his energy. Swiftly combining the divine state with Super Saiyan 4 at that moment. His combat power surged not merely by a factor of 1 or 2, but multiplied by 5, quickly escalating to at least 20 times his previous strength. He did not calculate his combat power precisely, but Suyi understood that it had reached a little over 7 trillion. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger. Suyi roared, unleashing his full power, with his energy exploding forth. His physique began to expand under the combined state of Super Saiyan 4 and 50% of the divine state. In no time, not only did his body undergo a transformation, but the fur on him shifted from red to nearly half white, while the flames surrounding him gradually transitioned from blue to silvery white. What is this? Suyi gazed down at himself, his body now resembling a massive form akin to a great ape, yet significantly shorter in stature. Upon closer inspection, he appeared as a humanoid, ape-like figure. Such incredible power! Suyi marveled, touching his face before conjuring a mirror in the void before him, in the reflection. His hair cascaded down to his waist, a striking blend of red and silver. A peculiar combination, yet it looked undeniably cool. Moreover, his facial features had changed. Unlike his previous handsome appearance, he now bore a more ape-like visage. After a couple more glances, Suyi noticed that his left pupil was red, while his right pupil was silver. Is this my exclusive Super Saiyan 5? Suyi swayed his tail, the tip being silver while the rest remained red. Indistinguishable from the red tail of Super Saiyan 4. In this state, his combat power had soared close to 8 trillion. No, this shouldn't be classified as Super Saiyan 5. At most, Suyi murmured, it can only be considered a half-formed state. Or perhaps not even that. Merely an experimental form of Super Saiyan 5. He examined his appearance once more, contemplating that perhaps when his hair, fur, tail, and the flames surrounding him all transformed into a silvery hue, that would represent the true Super Saiyan 5. He eagerly anticipated what level of combat power this Super Saiyan 5 might attain. Suyi broke into a wide smile, overwhelmed with joy. Soon, he regained his composure, dispelling the surrounding magic formations before utilizing instantaneous movement to arrive at a nearby city, where he sought out a restaurant to dine. The two worlds were, after all, part of the same anime universe, and thus the currency remained consistent. Suyi encountered no issues affording his meal. After finishing his feast, he found his stomach satisfied, yet his wallet considerably lighter. Consequently, Suyi returned to his own temporal realm. Upon his return, he sensed a formidable presence sweeping across the earth. This is a technique only a deity could possess. It seems a god has just surveyed the planet. The grave expression adorned Suyi's face. For if there are benevolent deities in the cosmos, there must also exist malevolent ones. As for a god like Beerus, one might say he embodies a dual nature, acting according to whim. Could it be Beerus? Or perhaps Whis? Suyi pondered. If one of these two was indeed present, it would be evident that the Saiyans on Earth had attracted their attention. Or could it be that the earlier scrutiny was from Whis or Beerus themselves? With this thought, Suyi chuckled nonchalantly. His current strength was equivalent to 80% of Beerus's, and with a bit more stability, it was conceivable that he might soon match him in power. There was no rush, before Whis and Beerus arrived on Earth. They would likely seek out some delicacies to satiate their appetites. Therefore, within the month, he must achieve a preliminary mastery of the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Suyi narrowed his eyes. His current unrefined state was akin to a fusion between the worlds of Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT. In a sense, he was comparable to a super warrior resulting from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. The days ahead promised to be rather monotonous, as Suyi spent the majority of the month within the time chamber. In essence, he had undergone several years of training. Notably, he had completed the initial transformation into his own version of Super Saiyan 5, and he had mastered it with remarkable precision. This was splendid news, albeit with one caveat. This transformation could only be sustained for 10 minutes. What could be accomplished in 10 minutes? To an ordinary person, it might only be enough time to take a quick break or scroll through their phone. Yet for Suyi, in this preliminary Super Saiyan 5 state, he could effortlessly pummel Beerus several times over without resorting to destructive energy. In that form, he possessed a staggering battle power of 12 trillion. Merely mastering this transformation granted him such extraordinary strength. Just imagine the magnitude of power he would wield upon achieving perfect mastery. Suyi chuckled, for although he could only transform for a brief 10 minutes, during that time, Beerus would likely find it difficult to withstand even a few of his strikes. Meanwhile, on the planet where North Kai resided, he was observing Beerus and Whis with a face full of terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Goku, along with a gigantic gorilla and a tiny ant, hid nearby, watching Beerus and Whis. While Goku displayed curiosity, the gorilla and tiny ant were drenched in cold sweat. Utterly terrified, I asked that the god of destruction, Beerus. After a moment of curiosity, Goku turned his serious gaze towards Whis, recalling Suye's earlier warning about a god arriving on Earth. Could this be the powerful deity Suye had mentioned? Shh, keep your voice down, or we'll be discovered, the tiny ant exclaimed, drenched in sweat. I know. Goku replied with a grin, peering back at Whis. His expression growing more solemn that moment. North Kai hesitantly approached Beerus, who had emerged from behind Whis, and said, "Honorable Lord Beerus, it has been a long time. Welcome to my planet." "Indeed, it has been a while." "North Kai," Beerus replied, acknowledging him with a nod. "Huh." Goku's eyes widened in surprise as he finally laid eyes on Beerus, exclaiming, "So that's the god of destruction, Beerus?" Just then, Beerus noticed Goku peeking out, and their eyes met. A mysterious smile crept across Beerus's lips as he murmured, "A Saiyan?" "Ah." Seeing Beerus' attention shift to Goku, North Kai's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly positioned himself in front of Beerus. Nervously chuckling, "Lord Beerus, I'm preparing food for you right now." "Step aside," Beerus said coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at North Kai. Just as North Kai was about to speak again, Beerus raised a finger towards him, prompting North Kai to slowly step aside, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "You come here," Beerus beckoned Goku with a finger. Goku pointed to himself, then glanced at the now vanished tiny ant and gorilla before meeting Beerus' gaze. "Saying me?" "Yes, you Saiyan," Beerus confirmed with a nod. Goku scratched his head, slowly stepping forward, and noticing North Kai giving him frantic signals, he grinned sheepishly and jumped in front of Beerus, politely bowing. "Hello, Lord Beerus." Beerus rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the Saiyan before him, then turned to Whis and inquired, "Is this fellow a Super Saiyan God?" "No," Whis replied with a cheerful shake of his head. "Super Saiyan God?" Goku's eyes lit up at the mention, recalling that Suyi had begun to step into the realm of divinity. Could this Super Saiyan God be Suyi, his elder brother? "Do you know the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus asked, intrigued by Goku's sudden excitement, but he should be aware. Goku grinned broadly. "Is he on your planet?" Beerus remarked, as Whis had informed him that the Super Saiyan God resided on Earth. Had he not come to meet an old friend, he would have gone straight to Earth. "Yes, my brother Suyi has indeed begun to step into the realm of divinity. He is incredibly powerful," Goku exclaimed with admiration, adding, "All of my skills were taught to me by my brother Suyi." "Oh." Beerus' interest was piqued as he scrutinized Goku further, nodding, "I've heard that you Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans. Show me as you command, Lord Beerus." Goku responded swiftly, then added, "But may I spar with you?" "Lord Beerus?" "Goku." North Kai's face paled in shock, urgently reprimanding, "Lord Beerus' power is beyond your reach. You cannot hope to contend with him. But I'm really curious to see just how strong someone is that even my brother Suyi considers a formidable opponent." Goku lamented, scratching his head in frustration. "Well, He is quite a fool to wish to witness my strength, Beerus chuckled. Very well. I shall let you see my power. Ah, thank you, Lord Beerus, Goku exclaimed, quickly bowing again before hopping aside. Clenching his fists and shouting, "Here I go!" As Goku's aura surged, Beerus raised an eyebrow. Lord Beerus, this is Super Saiyan 1, Goku announced, golden flames enveloping him as his hair transformed to a golden hue. Beerus responded with mild surprise, casually waving his hand. Here I go. This is Super Saiyan 2. Once again, Sun Wukong let out a furious roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. This level of power was somewhat mediocre. Beerus stifled a yawn, barely lifting his eyelids. Haha, indeed, Lord Beerus is as nonchalant as ever to ha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, unleashing one final roar as he ascended to Super Saiyan 3, his strongest form to date. While on Earth, Sui had previously offered them some insights on how to ascend to the realm of gods, but regrettably, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were temporarily unable to master it. This was getting interesting. Beerus observed the Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. A smile breaking across his face that a 400-fold increase in power was certainly impressive. However, in Beerus's eyes, Wukong still appeared feeble. Well, your strength is passable, so I shall merely use a finger. Beerus stepped forward, his left hand casually resting behind his back, while his right hand extended a single finger, coolly regarding Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong was indignant and declared, I will exert every ounce of my strength to force you to use your second finger. Lord Beerus, ha! Sun Wukong roared, clenching his fist and charging at Beerus. Run. Everyone flee. The North Kai, witnessing the impending battle, hurriedly darted toward a nearby building, peeking out cautiously. Ha! Sun Wukong launched a flurry of punches at Beerus. Yet they were effortlessly evaded. Is that all you've got? Beerus chuckled. Behold my Kamehameha! Sun Wukong shouted, instantly teleporting and unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. Impressive power. No wonder you were able to defeat Frieza. Soon, as the smoke from the explosions dissipated, Beerus emerged unscathed, nodding at the Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. Saiyans are indeed a formidable race. It seems they were previously unaware of how to harness their true potential. Sun Wukong's energy surged once more, crackling with electric intensity as his power grew even stronger. Whoosh! Sun Wukong charged forward, shouting in fury while delivering a barrage of punches and kicks towards Beerus. In response, Beerus merely utilized a single finger to effortlessly counter each attack. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Sun Wukong became, each punch more potent than the last. Ultimately, after delivering 100 strikes, his momentum peaked, and he unleashed the Kyoken against Beerus. Boom! This punch's force caused Beerus, who had only been using a finger to defend, to stagger back several steps. Oh my! At that moment, Whis' eyes widened in astonishment. Sun Wukong's assault intensified. Even Beerus, relying solely on one finger, began to feel the strain, shock coursing through him. It was important to note that he was utilizing nearly half of his own power. Just how formidable was Beerus at half of his strength? 10 trillion equaled 1 quadrillion. This was merely 1/10. Half of that equated to 5 trillion or 50 trillion in combat prowess. And this Saiyan had managed to reach combat power that approached the level of ordinary gods. How could this not astonish Beerus? 104 Beerus arrives on Earth, encountering Sui for the first time. Terrifying, Wukong's strength is indeed formidable. The North Kai exclaimed in disbelief, well aware that Lord Beerus was not fighting seriously, yet still highlighting the sheer terror of Sun Wukong's combat abilities. Thank you for revealing to me the true might of the Saiyans. It is evident that the Super Saiyan God must also be extraordinarily powerful. In the arena, Beerus and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, the former sporting a smile as he slowly approached, casually stating, however, I must impart an important lesson. The Destroyer Gods are exceedingly fearsome. Boom! Beerus extended his hand, lightly flicking Sun Wukong's forehead, causing him to be propelled backwards. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! In an instant, Beerus was behind Sun Wukong, lifting a finger to gently press down on a shoulder as though a celestial body were bearing down. Sun Wukong instantly lost all combat capability, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Wukong. The North Kai rushed over, followed closely by the gorilla and the little ant that we must depart with. Let's head to Earth and witness the true power of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus gradually descended from the sky, hands clasped behind him, stating impassively, "Very well, Lord Beerus." Whis approached with his staff, a subtle smile gracing his face before lightly tapping the ground with his staff. Bam! A dazzling light flashed. And in an instant, the two vanished. Meanwhile, over an ocean on Earth, a yacht glided serenely across the water. So he was hosting a banquet with Bulma and others, celebrating his wedding anniversary with Bulma and Jinhu Xiao. Feel free to eat whatever you desire. Do not hold back. Bulma and Jinhu Xiao were cheerfully attending to Chi-Chi, Lilu, and Vegeta, their faces alight with J-O-Y-A-T that moment. Vegeta suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Vegeta. It is I, the North Kai. Vegeta rose from his beach chair, impatience evident in his demeanor. What do you want? Vegeta. Listen quietly until I finish. Otherwise, Earth may face destruction. The North Kai said firmly. Spit out. Vegeta replied, still visibly annoyed. Lord Beerus, the Destroyer God, is about to arrive on Earth. You must inform Mr. Sui to avoid being overly aggressive. This Lord possesses tremendous power, and do remember to prepare some delicacies. The North Kai's words left Vegeta in shock, causing him to leap from his beach chair, exclaiming, What? Who, the Destroyer God Beerus? Indeed, it is the very Destroyer God Beerus. The North Kai emphasized gravely that in any case. You must not provoke him, or the consequences will be dire. I understand. Vegeta bowed his head, memories flooding back of when his father, King Vegeta, had once hosted the Destroyer God Beerus. He could still vividly recall the moment when, in Beerus's presence, his father was trampled underfoot. The Destroyer God, Beerus. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. As time ticked by. Several minutes passed since the North Kai's warning. Vegeta approached the yacht's railing, deep in thought about how to deal with the formidable Destroyer God Beerus. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure flashed past him. Vegeta quickly turned, but found no one there. Was that just my imagination? He murmured softly, eyes narrowing. Whoosh! Again, another figure darted away. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his teeth, scanning the surroundings yet seeing no one. While he internally cursed his misfortune, a figure silently approached from behind, a finger inching closer to him. Bam! Vegeta panicked, fleeing the spot in haste. Beerus's laughter echoed, prompting Vegeta to turn around, his expression shifting dramatically. Lord Beerus! Vegeta hurriedly bowed in respect. Prince Vegeta, I remember you well. Beerus chuckled lightly, slowly advancing towards him. Gulp. As Beerus strolled about, Vegeta swallowed hard several times at Vegeta, is that you? At that moment, Vegeta's wife, Uru, suddenly appeared, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Beerus and Whis. Who are these two gentlemen? Uru, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Iruru responded, puzzled as she noticed the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Her curiosity piqued. Just as she was about to speak, Whis interjected with a smile. This lovely lady, we are friends of Vegeta. We happen to be passing by Earth, and thought we would pay him a visit. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Iruru exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. She was well aware of Vegeta's temperament. Having even one friend was a stroke of luck, and now, miraculously, there were two. This filled her with immense delight. Thank you. Beerus turned to Whis, nodding appreciatively. Today marks our friend's wedding anniversary, and we are hosting a gathering with a plethora of delectable dishes. As you are from another planet, I dare say you have yet to experience our earthly delights. Follow me. Iruru, brimming with enthusiasm, led Beerus and Whis away from the enclosed area towards the yacht. Meanwhile, Vegeta, drenched in perspiration, watched their departing figures with shaky legs. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly made his way towards the center of the yacht. At the same time, Sui, who had just exited the training room on the yacht, was taken aback upon spotting Beerus and Whis on the small stage at the center. In that instant, Beerus and Whis also directed their gaze towards him. Whis appeared calm, his expression gentle, while Beerus narrowed his eyes. Scrutinizing C.S., a god of destruction, he possessed a keen sense for recognizing dangerous individuals that in the entirety of the seventh universe. He had never encountered anyone who elicited such a feeling, until now, which left him both solemn and astonished. Whis, he addressed, is this individual the god of Super Saiyan? Beerus inquired in a low tone. It seems so, Whis replied hesitantly. With Whis's reminder, Beerus felt a twinge of apprehension. Although Whis could sense Sui's formidable presence, he could not definitively ascertain whether he was indeed the Super Saiyan God from Beerus's dreams. Are you the Sui spoken of by son, Goku? Beerus asked, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Sui with indifference. Indeed, Sui replied, equally aloof, unperturbed by Beerus's presence. With a combat power surpassing Beerus by a staggering margin, he could effortlessly dispatch the fearsome god of destruction multiple times over. Observing Sui's demeanor, Beerus's eyes narrowed further. Whis, on the other hand, wore an amused expression, having never witnessed anyone in the seventh universe dare to treat Beerus with such indifference. Oh, you know who I am? Beerus's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. God of destruction, Beerus, Sui said, leisurely moving about, stifling a yawn with his hand before calmly taking a seat on a stool that I am quite easygoing, if you choose to respond coldly. I shall reciprocate in kind. Were it not for Beerus's scrutinizing gaze and frosty demeanor, Sui would not have been so forthright. As the saying goes, if stability cannot be maintained, one must strike. Whis undoubtedly possessed greater strength. Yet Sui understood that the angel would never intervene unless absolutely necessary. How could a god of destruction fail to overpower those within his jurisdiction? Such a situation would render him unworthy of the title. Thus, should an angel act out of personal interest, even their father, the grand priest, would be powerless to intervene. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and witnessing this, Bulma and the others realized that these two individuals were not merely Vegeta's friends. They had evidently come to provoke trouble. Hey, I care not who you are. Let me tell you this. If you're not friends, I kindly ask you to leave. If you're friends, Bulma, will naturally treat you to the most exquisite delicacies this world has to offer. Bulma stepped forward, glaring coldly at Beerus and Whis. Noticing Bulma's fury, Sui blinked, amused. Well, is this a case of a husband and wife standing together? With a smirk, Sui shook his head and promptly approached Bulma. As a man, he could not allow any possibility of harm to come to his woman. Beerus was indeed very courteous towards ladies. However, it did not imply that he would remain polite if slightly provoked. Lord Beerus, which do you consider more important, delectable food or your pride? Whis chuckled softly, offering a subtle reminder. This man appears quite formidable in my eyes. I advise you to think carefully. Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment. He had sensed Sui's extreme danger, but now, with Whis's warning, he felt compelled to reconsider, murmuring, is this fellow truly that powerful? Indeed. Whis smiled slightly before gracefully approaching Bulma, bowing elegantly. Beautiful lady, we are not foes. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. Upon hearing this, Bulma shot Whis a skeptical glance, then turned to observe Beerus, who was now looking elsewhere, before tugging at Sui's arm and whispering, Darling, what should we do? Sui turned back, gently tapping her forehead with his hand, and replied with a smile, What else is there to say? Instruct the staff to prepare the finest delicacies for Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis. Understood. Bulma grinned before turning to leave, with a collective sigh of relief. The others felt assured that the situation would not escalate further. Whis exchanged a knowing glance with Sui, and they both nodded in silent acknowledgement. Then Sui glanced at Beerus, who continued to fixate on him. Their eyes met, and Sui scoffed before turning his head away that, oh, how delightfully proud. Sui chuckled inwardly, shaking his head. Just then, Vegeta rushed over, drenched in sweat, and upon seeing that Beerus was not displeased, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Sui, this is Lord Beerus, and this is... Vegeta began to introduce, but awkwardness crept in as he hesitated when it came to Whis, for he did not know his name. I am Whis, the attendant of Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a warm smile directed at Vegeta. Sui recognized his name, but remained curious about how he had learned of his own. Mr. Sui, may I have a word with you? There is something of great importance I must discuss. Vegeta glanced at Beerus, whose expression remained inscrutable, before pulling Sui aside. "What is it?" Sui inquired, puzzled. "That is the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. His power is terrifying, and if he is provoked, he could obliterate the planet. We must be cautious not to anger him," Vegeta cautioned in a hushed tone. "Did I understand?" Sui replied with a calm nod. "I'm relieved you comprehend, Mr. Sui." Vegeta exhaled, fearing that Sui might not grasp the gravity of the situation and provoke the calamity that was Beerus, which could spell disaster for Earth. Before long, servants began to bring forth an array of exquisite dishes. Beerus and Whis, drawn by the tantalizing aromas, eagerly approached and commenced a feast. Meanwhile, Sui, Bulma, and Lazuli engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by bouts of laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As time passed, and the meal drew to a close, Son Goku finally returned from the North Kai's planet. "Sui, brother, did anything happen?" Upon Sun Wukong's return, he cast a wary glance at Beerus, then hastily approached Su Yi and whispered a question. "Is everything all right?" Su Yi smiled and replied, "This time, Beerus has come seeking the Super Saiyan God." "Super Saiyan God?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, then exclaimed, "But didn't you, Brother Su Yi, already attain that level?" "Indeed, but you too shall reach that realm swiftly," Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. After all, Sun Wukong was someone he had watched grow since childhood. If there were any benefits to be had, he would naturally think of him first. This occasion presented an opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan God in its crimson form, and he was determined to secure that for Sun Wukong. Thus, he had no intention of confronting Beerus just yet. "Me? I can reach that level quickly too?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at himself. Incredulous, is Su Yi also transforming into a Super Saiyan God? Su Yi nodded, offering no further explanation, anticipating that Beerus would soon be unable to restrain himself from inquiring. True to his expectation, within 5 minutes, Beerus and Whis approached. "Are you the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus inquired, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Su Yi. "No." Su Yi shook his head, pointing to Sun Wukong as he spoke. "However, he has the potential to become a Super Saiyan God." Beerus glanced at Sun Wukong, recalling the profound impression left by his Super Saiyan 3 form. Yet, to truly elevate him to the status of a Super Saiyan God, one must question how long that would take it. "Do you doubt his capabilities?" Su Yi asked with a gentle smile, gathering Vegeta and the others. In truth, the Super Saiyan God is a rather unique state. The transformation itself is quite simple. It merely requires 5 Saiyans, each with a pure heart, to channel their energy into another Saiyan who possesses a similar virtue. At Su Ye's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Beerus glanced at Whis, whose expression mirrored surprise. Evidently, he too was unaware of this secret. 1, 2, 3, 4, and with me, we have 5 individuals. Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Son Goten, and myself. We are perfectly assembled. Come, let us demonstrate the might of the Super Saiyan God to Lord Beerus. Su Yi chuckled. "Does Vegeta truly possess a pure heart?" At that moment, Krillin interjected with a smirk. Swish, swish, swish. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. They were all aware of how he had been manipulated by Babidi, revealing the darker inclinations lurking within him. "Hey, why look at me like that?" Vegeta retorted, clearly displeased at the implication that he lacked virtue. Enough. Everyone position yourself around Wukong." Su Yi laughed heartily, directing everyone to stand in place. Before long, 5 individuals joined hands and formed a circle around Sun Wukong. Under Su Yi's guidance, they quickly transformed into Super Saiyans. The combined aura of the 6 Super Saiyans was so formidable that Krillin and the others turned pale, particularly at the overwhelming presence emanating from Su Yi, which nearly elicited a gasp from Beerus. Having witnessed Sun Wukong's various transformations and the corresponding surges in his combat prowess, Beerus now understood the terrifying strength of Su. If the battle power of a Super Saiyan 1 could escalate to such daunting heights, what might await with Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, or even the potential emergence of Super Saiyan 4? Pondering this, Beerus focused intently on Su Yi, realizing he truly could not decipher this man. At that moment, radiant golden light erupted, and Sun Wukong began to hover in midair, Kakarot, do you sense anything? Vegeta inquired impatiently. Well, I haven't experienced Godhood before, so I'm not quite sure, Sun Wukong replied to Vegeta, then turned to Su Yi, who had entered the divine realm months prior. Brother Su Yi, can you sense my transformation? Indeed, your aura is significantly stronger than before. Moreover, Vegeta, you must have noticed that his aura is becoming increasingly subtle. Correct? This signifies his approach to godhood. Mortals cannot perceive the presence of a deity. Su Yi articulated, organizing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others sensed it as well, astonished to find that Sun Wukong's aura was indeed becoming more elusive with the passage of time. Soon, the six ascended into the sky. At this juncture, all eyes were drawn to the heavens, where the ocean shimmered with a resplendent golden radiance. Boom! The golden light flickered, soon accompanied by a dazzling blue glow. Everyone fixated their gaze on the six individuals, while Krillin and the others wore expressions of eager anticipation. It seemed something extraordinary was about to unfold. Beerus and Whis floated in the air, engaged in quiet discourse. Yes, I can sense a divine presence, Whis nodded, his face revealing astonishment. It's raining. At that moment, rain began to fall from the sky, prompting exclamations from Bulma and the others. Why is it hailing here? Master Roshi and Oolong cried out simultaneously, standing together. Just then, the weather shifted once more, transforming into snowfall. Sui looked up at the sky, where a brilliant ray of golden light descended upon Sun Wukong, followed by a surge of red light. Most individuals were momentarily blinded, except for Su, Beerus, and Whis, who could see clearly. Sun Wukong's body was undergoing a profound transformation, and a divine presence radiated from him. As the blinding red light gradually receded, just when everyone assumed the transformation was concluding, an even more resplendent golden light illuminated the sky. This time, the light did not shine upon Sun Wukong, but rather upon Su Yi. Not only were Beerus and Whis rendered speechless, but even Piccolo and the others were left in stunned silence. What is happening? Su Yi was equally astonished, confused as to why he too was being enveloped in golden light. Moreover, his body began to undergo a similar transformation. Although the light descending upon him was golden, a red luminescent membrane enveloped his form. Pop! Like the sound of a bottle cap being removed, the red membrane around both Su Yi and Sun Wukong suddenly shattered. Kakarot! Vegeta called out softly, gazing at Sun Wukong with an indescribable expression. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Moreover, why are two Super Saiyan Gods emerging simultaneously? Beerus's expression fluctuated between curiosity and concern. Lord Beerus. To my knowledge, Sui entered the divine realm several months ago, Whis remarked, his gaze shifting. What? This fellow attained divine status months ago? Beerus's face displayed astonishment. If that were true, then after a few months, he had received blessings and ascended another level. Contemplating this, a deep-seated unease began to arise within him. The sheer strength he possessed prior had already led Whis to declare him a formidable opponent. Now, with yet another ascension, he was surely even less of a match. Whis, who exactly is this individual? Beerus furrowed his brow and inquired. Logically speaking, a being of such formidable strength ought to possess a certain level of notoriety. Yet he was certain this was the first time he had encountered or even heard of such an individual. Lord Beerus, he is a Saiyan, Whis replied. Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis. He was indeed aware that Su Yi was a Saiyan, but could a Saiyan truly be that powerful? He found it hard to believe. My Lord Beerus, there was likewise a powerful Saiyan in ancient times. Whis smiled faintly. According to ancient texts, that Saiyan's strength was extraordinarily formidable. To what extent, I do not know. I only know that my father held him in the highest regard. What? Beerus exclaimed in shock. Fully aware of Whis's father, if even that individual regarded the ancient Saiyan with such reverence, how immensely powerful could he have been? This fellow might very well be a direct descendant of that ancient Saiyan of great might. Whis chuckled softly. Boom! Two powerful presences erupted in the arena, emanating from Su Yi and Sun Wukong. I could see that moment. Both possessed crimson hair and eyes, their faces slightly leaner than before, their auras subtle and elusive. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong with fervent intensity. He yearned to reach such heights, or perhaps he was even more eager to command such overwhelming strength. What immense power! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the energy surge within him, exclaiming in awe. Indeed, this power is remarkably pure. Su Yi nodded, having sensed the crimson energy of the Super Saiyan God. It may not have been as potent as the blue energy, yet it exuded a greater purity. That, however, was not the crux of the matter. The key question was why he too had transformed into a Super Saiyan God of crimson hue. System, why have I also transformed into a Super Saiyan God of crimson? Su Yi inquired within his mind, and a moment of silence ensued. The system offered no response. Clearly, it was either unaware or reluctant to divulge the information. Beerus and Whis descended from the skies to stand before Sun Wukong and Su Yi. My Lord Beerus, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Sun Wukong greeted politely and bowed. You wish to spar with me once more? Beerus discerned Sun Wukong's intentions and replied coolly that I hope to witness the greater strength of my Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong declared, his fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. Beerus glanced at Su Yi, noticing his impassive expression. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Thank you, my Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Then soared into the sky. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back and ascended slowly as well. The two locked eyes in midair, Beerus smiling. It seems you are indeed eager to test your mettle. Now, let me see the power of the Super Saiyan God. As he spoke, his gaze briefly fell upon Su Yi, intrigued to assess this individual's strength as well. After all, aside from the angel race, his power was of the utmost caliber. The solitude of invincibility was a sensation he had experienced for countless years. If he could encounter a worthy adversary this time, he would be delighted to experience it. Hearing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong assumed an aggressive stance, a confident smile gracing his face. Having never felt such potent power before, he was confident he could contend with the god of destruction. Beerus, here I come. Sun Wukong charged at Beerus, but since it was his first time wielding such formidable strength, he inadvertently shot past Beerus. This power feels as though it does not belong to my body. Sun Wukong expressed incredulously. Ha! Beerus chuckled, slowly turning around, and, in an instant, arriving behind the still astonished Sun Wukong, extending a finger to press down on his shoulder. Bang! My Lord Beerus, using the same technique twice is not acceptable. Sun Wukong spun around and punched Beerus's finger, grinning. Not bad, Beerus nodded in appreciation, stepping back slightly. Thank you for your praise, my Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, growing serious. Here I come. With a roar, Sun Wukong initiated the battle. On the yacht, Su Yi and the others looked up at the sky, observing that Beerus and Sun Wukong were evenly matched, making it difficult to discern who held the upper hand. That cockroach. Vegeta gritted his teeth, inwardly raging. You must defeat that Beerus. What does Su Yi think? Whis approached Su Yi, asking softly to Su Yi, with his red hair and eyes, glanced at Whis, pondering for a moment. Was Whis inquiring about the battle between Beerus and Wukong, or my current transformation into Super Saiyan God of Crimson? Super Saiyan God of Crimson. Whis was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened, as if recalling something. In that case, I indeed remember you can also transform into the blue Super Saiyan God. Correct. Su Yi nodded, not concealing anything, then let out a powerful shout. Releasing an overwhelming aura, a blue light erupted as his hair shifted from red to blue, the surrounding flames intermingling blue and red. Reminiscent of Sun Wukong's blue Super Saiyan form from the anime in his past life, when unleashing the Kaioken in this state, his power approached an astounding 10 trillion, even more formidable than before. He speculated that if he were to utilize this state combined with an initial transformation into Super Saiyan 5, his combat power could potentially exceed the previous 12 trillion by an additional 0. 7. He conjectured it might reach a combat power of 14 trillion. This cannot be your ultimate combat form, can it? Was speculated. Su Yi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further and gaze towards the sky that moment. Sensing Su Ye's immense power, Beerus inadvertently became distracted during the battle, allowing Sun Wukong to gain the upper hand. This fellow possesses remarkable strength. I truly wish to engage him in combat. Beerus's gaze flickered. A surge of excitement for a worthy opponent swelling within him. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God state was indeed a formidable rival. Beerus immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, commencing his battle with Sun Wukong. Su Yi versus Beerus. Whis recognized the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. It was evident just how terrifying Beerus's combat prowess was when he displayed even a hint of seriousness. Despite Sun Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan God with a power level reaching 6 trillion. He was still no match for Beerus. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. According to the original narrative, Sun Wukong could have held out a while longer. However, with Su Ye's presence as an unpredictable variable, Beerus, now invigorated and eager for a challenge, quickly dispatched Sun Wukong. Su, how about we have a bout? Beerus's gaze burned intensely as he looked at Su Yi from above the yacht. Very well. Su Yi nodded, preparing to engage in battle with Beerus without transforming in his preliminary Super Saiyan 5 state. After all, with the earlier transformation into Super Saiyan God of Crimson, his power was already exceedingly close to 10 trillion. While there was some disparity between his nearly 10 trillion and Beerus's full 10 trillion power, Su Yi remained confident that he could at least avoid defeat. Yes, Su Yi transformed into Super Saiyan God of Blue. His crimson eyes and the surrounding flames intertwined in blue and red, his aura exuding a tremendous, powerful essence, causing Beerus's excitement to intensify. Come on, this place is far from sufficient for our battle. Let us engage in a fierce duel across the cosmos. Beerus erupted into laughter, preparing to soar beyond the confines of the universe. However, Su Yi called out to him just in time, and then expended 100,000 exchange points to summon a magical array, which he waved into existence, enveloping an expanse of several thousand miles. Within this vast arena, you and I shall engage in battle without restraint that I wish to witness the full extent of your power. Su Yi said with a slight smile that it was truly astonishing. This young lad must surely be a descendant of the ancient Saiyans, for such extraordinary abilities could not emerge from mere mortals. Whis, observing the spatial intensity surrounding them, displayed a look of he recalled the numerous tales he had heard from his father about that legendary figure, and now, witnessing the unfolding events, his childhood memories came flooding back. Soon, Su Yi and Beerus ascended into the sky, with the entire yacht safeguarded by Whis. Any attack below his power would be rendered utterly ineffective, in a manner akin to Su Ye's magical array. This provided a protective barrier. Please, after you. The two exchanged bows mid-air, a gesture of respect reserved for those of great strength. Both Su Yi and Beerus stood at the pinnacle of power within the 7th universe. This duel was not a fight to the death, but rather a spirited contest of skill. The battle commenced in earnest. Those aboard the yacht looked up, captivated by this exhilarating showdown that was impossible to miss. The two began with hand-to-hand combat, their speed so extraordinary that the onlookers could scarcely follow their movements, it's too fast. Even I struggle to comprehend the scale of this battle, Goku remarked. Shaking his head, transformed into Super Saiyan God, his power surged, the divine energy coursing through him, granting him a combat strength of at least 3 trillion, possibly even 3.5 trillion. Yet despite his formidable might, he still could not discern the precise actions of the two combatants above. The caliber of their confrontation was beyond comprehension. Vegeta, overhearing Goku, scoffed and chose a seat, deciding it best to wait for the battle's conclusion since the details were lost on him. Nonetheless, the periodic glances he cast upward and the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed his restless anticipation. Draw! At that moment, after a flurry of physical exchanges, Su Yi reached into the void and summoned a sword, shimmering with a mesmerizing hue of red and blue. The 6 Paths Divine Sword? This is the ultimate technique of that ancient Saiyan. As my father informed me, Whis gasped at the sight of the sword in Su Ye's hand. Previously, he had only harbored a 50% suspicion that Su Yi was a descendant of that ancient Saiyan. However, witnessing this signature technique confirmed his lineage without a doubt. This young man, Su-Yi, was indeed the scion of that formidable race. Whis' eyes were filled with trepidation. A being of non-divine origin reaching such divine heights, and even surpassing them, was truly frightening. The Saiyan race was undeniably formidable, yet it was a pity that the other Saions had been obliterated. If only this man, Su-Yi, had led them, the Saiyan race could have dominated the seventh universe. Moreover, in other universes, few races could rival theirs. If you recalled correctly, the sixth universe was a parallel universe to the seventh, sharing a fraternal bond, and thus also possessed Saions. Perhaps he could inform Beerus to keep an eye on this race. A myriad of thoughts surged in Whis' mind at that moment. Eye in the sky. The battle neared its conclusion. While it appeared that both fighters were evenly matched, they both understood that Su-Ye's strength was marginally inferior to Beerus's. Yet Beerus did not underestimate Su-Ye's prowess. That a man who could evoke a sense of danger at 163 could hardly be deemed weaker than himself. I thoroughly enjoyed this fight, Beerus said, halting his assault, his imposing aura dissipating as he smiled at Su-Yi. This battle did not yield a victor or a vanquished. It had been a thoroughly exhilarating experience. Su-Yi reciprocated the smile, recognizing this as one of the most satisfying battles he had ever engaged in, as prior opponents had often failed to challenge him adequately. Descending back to the yacht, Whis approached with a smile. Lord Beerus must be feeling quite famished. Upon hearing this, Beerus paused momentarily, then, noticing the glimmer in Whis' eyes, realized he had something to convey. Yes, I'm quite hungry, he nodded and turned to Su-Yi. Whis and I shall take our leave for now, but I shall visit again soon. Farewell, Mr. Su-Yi. With a flick of his staff, Whis and Beerus transformed into a golden light, soaring into the heavens, vanishing from sight. 109, the third phase, that shall be the Ultra Instinct technique. Following Beerus's departure, the interruption had momentarily distracted everyone from the ongoing gathering. Goku, you've grown immensely powerful. We must strive to train harder. Piccolo and the others began to depart, unwilling to fall too far behind. They prepared for rigorous training, not necessarily to match Goku's strength, but to avoid being left in the dust. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, casting a glance at Goku before departing with Ale and Trunks. Before long, only Goku's family and Su-Ye's family remained on the yacht. Goku, your power has become formidable, yet you must not let it inflate your ego. Diligent training is still essential. Su-Yi advised. That I understand, Goku replied, having heard Su-Yi's most frequent counsel throughout his life. Training is akin to rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. Very well. Soon you may have the opportunity to learn from Whis, Su-Yi suggested. Although Whis is Lord Beerus's attendant, in essence, he is also Beerus' mentor. Training under him will surely impart a wealth of knowledge. Huh? Goku's eyes widened in surprise. He had assumed that Beerus was the most powerful being, only to learn that Whis was his teacher. If it were feasible to train under Whis, they would undoubtedly gain not only extensive knowledge, but also invaluable experience. This legacy of teaching would provide their descendants with an exemplary guide, ensuring they would have no concerns regarding training. However, this prospect seemed daunting. Goku hesitated, pondering how such a being would find the time to instruct them. Beerus has a fondness for gourmet cuisine, and so does Whis. Thus, you can entice Whis to train you with Earth's delicacies, Su-Yi suggested with a smile. All right, Goku's eyes lit up. If this were indeed achievable, his power would likely surge even further, with Beerus's visit to Earth concluded. Not only did Goku and the others begin their training, but Su-Yi also committed himself to rigorous practice. Before long, a week had swiftly passed. Following Su-Ye's guidance, Goku and Vegeta utilized Earth's culinary delights, successfully persuading Whis to commence their training. One day, Su-Yi entered the training chamber and activated the time-space tunnel to enter the Dragon Ball GT world. It had been 2 months since his last visit. Inquiring about the timeline of the Dragon Ball GT world, he learned from his system that half a year had elapsed since his previous entry. Half a year, Su-Yi mused. The last time he visited, Goku and Vegeta had already attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4, their strength having escalated dramatically. Now, 6 months later, he wondered how much stronger they had become. Upon reaching this thought, Su-Yi revealed a smile and closed his eyes, seeking the presence of Sun Wukong. Soon, He detected his aura atop the Baozi mountain. Utilizing instant transmission, Su Yi discovered that Sun Wukong was not alone. He was instructing Sun Wutian and Xiao Fong, Wukong's granddaughter, on how to control their chi da. "Brother Su Yi, you've arrived," Sun Wukong exclaimed, having grown accustomed to Su Ye's mysterious appearances and disappearances. "Indeed," Su Yi replied with a gentle nod. Sun Wukong had returned to his adult form, resembling the Wukong of the main timeline, albeit appearing somewhat older. Nevertheless, this version of Wukong was more than sufficient. "Today, I am here to demonstrate my Super Saiyan 5. While it may not be particularly applicable to your future transformations, observing it can only be beneficial. Su Yi continued, acknowledging that the Saiyans of this world could not transcend the realm of Super Saiyan God, thus rendering them incapable of mastering his unique Super Saiyan 5. That, however, witnessing it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he had been contemplating whether he could advance further to achieve Super Saiyan 5, yet he felt he still fell short. Not to mention Super Saiyan 5, even the realm beyond Super Saiyan 4 from the previous Dragon Ball GT anime, was beyond his grasp. "Indeed, Super Saiyan 5, Su Yi affirmed, then let out a roar, first transforming into Super Saiyan 4, subsequently enhancing it with the divine state. Eventually, silvery flames flickered around him, and his eyes, previously one red and one silver, now shone with a uniform silver hue. His once long, mixed silver and red hair, along with his silver and red fur and tail, had transformed to a singular silver color. At this moment, he had not merely gained a preliminary mastery over his exclusive Super Saiyan 5, but had also entered its second stage. This transformation was a result of the divine blessing he had received just a week prior in the main timeline, which had bestowed divine power within him. Without this divine force, Su Yi would likely have been unable to fully merge the realms of Super Saiyan 4 and the divine state. Achieving the current stage of Super Saiyan 5's second phase, he was enveloped in a radiant silver divine light. In other words, he had attained a preliminary form of the White God. However, unlike the appearance of the Super Saiyan 5 White God from the fan-made anime of his past life, Su Ye's form was uniquely his own. The subsequent third stage of Super Saiyan 5 would entail complete mastery over this transformation. And at that point, with further cultivation in the divine state, he would attain the free extreme technique. Su Yi murmured softly, lifting his gaze to find Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian, and Xiao Fong staring at him in bewilderment, prompting him to smile. "Behold, this is my Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian, and Xiao Fong were left utterly stunned. Had Su Yi's Super Saiyan 5 not manifested before them, they would have found it impossible to believe in the existence of such a formidable being. "You are exceedingly powerful, Brother Su. Why, in your presence, I can only feel my insignificance, and I dare not look at you for too long." Sun Wukong chuckled wryly. This was not mere flattery. He truly felt unworthy to gaze upon Su Yi, let alone glean any precious experience for advancing to Super Saiyan 5. What is going on? Su Yi pondered, sensing something amiss. While his current strength was indeed formidable, Sun Wukong was not weak either. He found it somewhat normal for Sun Wutian and Xiao Fong to feel this way, but for someone as powerful as Sun Wukong to experience such a sensation struck him as unusual. It was as if there was a natural, bloodline-based oppression at play. "You are a king, while I am but an ordinary man," Sun Wukong vividly illustrated, causing Su Yi to furrow his brow. Could it be that his current state had awakened an ancestral bloodline? One that could impose bloodline suppression on other Saiyans. With this thought, Su Yi inquired within, "System, was my earlier speculation correct? From a certain perspective, host, your bloodline does not represent a retrogressive phenomenon. You are a progenitor of your own lineage. In terms of bloodline purity, you are indeed an ancestor of the Saiyans. As such, ancestorship naturally allows you to exert bloodline suppression over ordinary Saiyans," the system replied after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's gaze flickered, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This meant his assumption was not mistaken. Furthermore, his future achievements would undoubtedly transcend those of ordinary Saiyans as an ancestor. He possessed his own bloodline power, not one inherited from another. Therefore, not only would he not be suppressed by others, but his potential for growth had transformed from limited to utterly boundless. Excellent. It seems I must steadfastly pursue this path and carve out my own Saiyan way. A joyful smile graced Su Ye's face, both externally and within his heart. Wukong, in light of this, the journey to mastering Super Saiyan 5 will require your own training to achieve the transformation. Su Yi declared that moment. An epiphany struck him as he recalled the progression requirements for Super Saiyan 5 from the fan-made Dragon Ball comics of his past life, that in addition to possessing immense strength, one must also adeptly manage their emotions to enhance their power. It was evident from Super Saiyan 4 that a Saiyan who perfectly controlled their emotions would wield tremendous strength. With this thought in mind, Sui naturally shared his insights regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. From conceptual standpoint, Dragon Ball GT belonged to the realm of fan-made Dragon Ball narratives, and he surmised that the settings of Dragon Ball AF could also be carried forward. Soon, after Sun Wukong absorbed the information Su Yi imparted, Su Yi prepared to take his leave. "Brother Su Yi, wait. I have one more question for you," Sun Wukong suddenly called out. "Speak," Su Yi replied without haste, knowing that Sun Wukong would convey his inquiries in due time. "How strong is the me from your timeline?" Sun Wukong asked with intense fervor in his eyes. Su Yi chuckled, understanding the intent behind his question. "At this stage, he surpasses you, hence you must train harder." "All right," Sun Wukong's eyes brimmed with determination. "In the future, it is possible that you may encounter him in battle. So, you understand my meaning." Before entering the time tunnel, Su Yi offered a final reminder. Observing the joy on Sun Wukong's face, he too smiled as he stepped into the time tunnel. On Earth, in the West capital, at Su Ye's residence, a month had elapsed since his return from the Dragon Ball GT world. Judging by the timeline, he surmised that Frieza would soon be resurrected and would once again plot his revenge. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura, causing a faint smile to form on his lips. "Oh, just as I thought of you, you've arrived." Frieza, indeed. The aura Su Yi detected belonged to the resurrected Frieza, accompanied by a formidable array of minions. Such a scenario would have been impossible for the Z warriors to handle in times past. However, in the present, times had progressed, and so had humanity. Not only would Gohan, who had completely forsaken scholarly pursuits for martial prowess, but even Krillin could effortlessly eliminate Frieza's minions in the original narrative. This period marked Frieza's golden form, placing him in a balanced confrontation with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. He reflected on the formidable strength of Frieza and couldn't help but remark that the power dynamics in this segment of Dragon Ball Super were utterly implausible. In his previous life, there were countless critiques where any individual seemed capable of exchanging blows with Super Saiyan Blue. However, to Su Yi, it was clear that anime remained just that, anime, while the current situation was very much reality. The disparity in power was too great. Unless one deliberately held back, there was no hope for victory. Without further contemplation, Su Yi instantaneously teleported to a small island. As he sensed his surroundings, he suddenly recalled that this was the very site where Frieza had first sought revenge, only to be dispatched by future Trunks. This fellow had indeed chosen a rather remarkable location. Su Yi chuckled as he spotted a massive spaceship hovering above, surrounded by a multitude of Frieza's henchmen in midair. On the other side, Piccolo and the others wore expressions of grave concern as they gazed upon Frieza, who stood at the center, flanked by his minions. In an instant, Su Yi appeared before them. Su Yi. Uncle Su Yi. The tension on Piccolo and the others' faces eased significantly at the sight of Su Yi, clearly indicating that apart from Goku and Vegeta, he was their greatest source of reassurance. At that moment, Frieza in the sky revealed a smile, gazing down at Su Yi and the others with an air of indifference. What a gathering of old acquaintances. Gohan, and that Namekian as well as you. Su Yi. Frieza, you truly are blissfully unaware of your own peril. Su Yi chuckled, having just been informed by the system that Golden Frieza's combat power was merely 50 trillion. To think that such a level of strength could lead one to believe themselves invincible was, to be honest, quite amusing. Ha ha! Do you think I'm still the Frieza of old? Frieza burst into laughter, slowly rising from his seat, hands planted firmly on his hips as he coldly regarded Suyi. He then raised a finger, declaring, "It would take but a single finger to eliminate you wretches." "Oh," Suyi replied nonchalantly, stepping forward to stand directly before Frieza, whose face contorted in shock. Suyi grinned and said, "Repeat that last statement. You." Frieza's complexion shifted as he prepared to retreat. Yet before Suyi, retreat was not an option. Suyi reached out, seizing Frieza by the throat and lifting him slowly, his voice chillingly cold. "Repeat that last statement for me." Frieza struggled to utter a word, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Bang! With a slight flicker of his eyelids, Suyi's hand trembled slightly, unleashing an energy blast from his palm. Frieza didn't even have the chance to scream before he was obliterated on the spot. "Is that all?" Suyi shook his head, summoning flames from his palm to incinerate Frieza's remains completely. He then turned to the army of Frieza's subordinates, stating indifferently, "Foolish beings who consider themselves invincible, thinking victory is assured without understanding the strength of their foes. Death is merely the price of your ignorance." Upon finishing his words, Suyi waved his hand, and a torrent of energy blasts rained down from the heavens. As the slaughter commenced, anguished cries echoed continuously. Suyi remained unfazed, while Piccolo and the others watched in sheer terror. "These are all lives," Gohan exclaimed. "Uncle Suyi, your bloodlust seems rather intense today." As Suyi approached, Gohan managed a bitter smile. "I simply cannot tolerate the incessant ramblings of such worthless beings," Suyi replied, stifling a yawn lazily. Upon hearing this response, the others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting wry smiles. They had anticipated a grand battle, only to witness a massacre so simple it was almost absurd. Meanwhile, as Suyi and the others departed the small island, in the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, Kampa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6, and the Angel Vados had arrived at Beerus's sacred tree. Kampa, with his purple skin, appeared dejected and hunched over. "Vados, do you truly believe that Beerus would agree to a friendly competition with us?" Kampa asked in a hushed tone. "Lord Kampa, considering Beerus's character, it is unlikely he would acquiesce," Vados replied with a chuckle. "Damn it, why can't we find a last Super Dragon Ball?" Kampa ground his teeth in frustration. As Beerus's twin brother, he had a fondness for exquisite cuisine. Having long savored the delicacies of Universe 6, he traversed to Universe 7 in search of the Super Dragon Balls to procure the world's finest food. Vados smiled softly, choosing not to respond to tea that moment. In the central area of the sacred tree, within Beerus's palace, Beerus, clad in pajamas, slowly rose from his bed, his expression cold. "That irritating fellow here." "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Vados replied, stifling a laugh. "Humph." Beerus smirked coldly, stepping forward and radiating a bright light. Once the light faded, he was dressed in his usual attire. "Inform Goku and Vegeta to come out and greet our guests," Beerus commanded, hands clasped behind his back as he exited the palace. Soon, Beerus confronted Kampa and Vados, who were leisurely approaching. "Kampa, what brings you here?" Beerus glared icily at Kampa. "What business is it of yours?" "Actually, I'm here to discuss a matter with you," Kampa retorted, then quickly recollected his purpose for visiting, adding, "I propose a martial arts tournament between our two universes." "Haha. Kampa, are you joking?" Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, and he erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Kampa's expression darkened, coldly stating, "Let me tell you, Beerus, if it weren't for my inability to locate the last Super Dragon Ball hidden in your Universe 7, I wouldn't." "Lord Kampa," Vados interrupted with a cough, lightly tapping her staff against the ground as a reminder. "Oh." Vados's gaze flickered, casting a knowing glance at her brother, a smile playing on her lips. "Kampa!" Beerus's expression suddenly darkened as he fixed his gaze on the sweating Kampa, coldly saying, "So, you have indeed just come from Universe 7? "Yes. How could it not be? Ask Vados if you don't believe me." Kampa wiped the sweat from his brow, diverting his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Beerus. "Humph." Beerus merely smiled coldly, fully aware of Kampa's temperament. After a moment of contemplation, he said evenly, "Speak plainly, and reveal your true intentions for this tournament. Do not attempt to deceive me. You know my nature." Kampa's face broke into a smile as he eagerly declared, It's quite simple. If our Universe 6 emerges victorious, you must assist me in locating the last Super Dragon Ball hidden in your Universe 7. And if you lose, Goku suddenly interjected. With that statement, all eyes turned towards Goku. The gaze of Kampa won, the gaze of Eidos won, even Vegeta glanced at Goku with a look of pity, unaware of the gravity of his words. Goku appeared utterly bewildered. Well said. What if your 6th universe were to lose? As Kampa prepared to unleash his wrath, Beerus suddenly burst into laughter. The tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Lose? Upon hearing this, Kampa grinned widely, casting a glance at Beerus with confidence. It is utterly impossible for us to lose. You likely have not witnessed the strength of my 6th universe. I ask you, if you lose. What then? Beerus interjected, extending his hand to interrupt the self-assured Kampa, his eyes narrowing as he inquired with a smirk. If my 6th universe were to lose, do as you please. Kampa was just about to make a bold proclamation when Beerus cleared his throat a couple of times, softly reminding him, Lord Kampa, one must not speak so confidently. Upon hearing Beerus's caution, Kampa's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to retort. However, after a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head and solemnly declared, If you win, how about I hand over the 6 Super Dragon Balls I painstakingly gathered? Upon this statement, Beerus's gaze flickered, and he exchanged a knowing look with Whis, who happened to glance in his direction. Before clapping his hands and laughing, Excellent. I hope you won to shed tears when you lose. Ha! Kampa scoffed, giving Beerus a knowing glance before stating, In 3 days, I will bring the 7 strongest fighters from the 6th universe to the 7th. Whis, let us depart. With that, after Whis tapped his staff against the ground, a brilliant light enveloped the two, and they vanished from sight. 7 of them. You say? Beerus chuckled mockingly, considering that if it were not a one-on-one format, that Mr. Sui could undoubtedly face them all with ease. In any case, Kampa, prepare to weep. A day later, at the home of Sui in West City to Mr. Sui. Here is the situation. Could you possibly assist in curbing this fellow's arrogance? Beerus inquired politely, as he recognized Sui as a being of comparable strength. Engaging in such a minor contest seemed beneath him, yet he remained concerned that Kampa might have summoned formidable opponents. Thus he sought Sui's aid first. A tournament. Sui was taken aback by this news, considering that Frieza had only recently perished, and yet a new twist in the tale had emerged so swiftly. Indeed, could you spare some time to participate? Beerus asked earnestly. With Beerus's amiable demeanor and their prior camaraderie, Sui found himself favorably inclined towards him. After pondering for a moment, he nodded with a smile. Very well, but I shall be the last to take the stage that if Goku and the others prove inadequate, I shall intervene. Being well-versed in the original storyline, he anticipated that this tournament would ultimately culminate in a victory for the 7th universe. Viewing it merely as an appetizer, the true feast awaited in the subsequent tournament organized by the Omni King, which would be the main event at that time. The narrative of Dragon Ball Super would also be nearing its conclusion. While Sui was unaware of the events that would follow, having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe before the subsequent plot developments, he remained unperturbed. He had faith in his abilities and anticipated rapid growth. In his eyes, the Omni King's might did not lie in raw combat prowess, but rather in his unparalleled status and the powers he wielded. Not an issue at all, upon hearing Sui's agreement. Beerus was elated. In 2 days, I shall come to retrieve you. All right, Sui replied with a nod. Beerus and Whis then took their leave, while Sui contemplated how he would spend the next 2 days honing, or rather, sparring with Goku and the others. They should now be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, their strength having increased significantly. Resolved in his plan, Sui swiftly summoned Goku and the others to his home and granted them access to a time chamber with a 100-fold flow rate. Over the course of 2 days, enhanced by the 100-fold acceleration, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan enjoyed a fruitful experience equivalent to 200 days of training. When the time arrived, Whis and Beerus appeared as promised, escorting Sui and his companions to an unnamed planet within the 7th universe. Upon arrival, they beheld a desolate, uninhabited expanse, with even the air feeling thin. This was the fringe of the 7th universe, surrounded by uninhabited celestial bodies, which cheerfully explained to the awestruck Goku and his friends Will the planet where we compete also have such thin air? Goku inquired. That is simply not possible. Without air, you would be unable to breathe. Not only would you struggle to exert your full strength, but mere survival would become exceedingly difficult. Whis replied with a smile. As they conversed, the group swiftly approached the nameless planet. Before they could land, Sui's gaze was drawn to the numerous Super Dragon Balls orbiting the planet, compelling him to fixate on their grandeur. These Super Dragon Balls are truly massive, Krillin exclaimed in awe. As they marveled, the group landed. Beerus, are these the strongest among the seventh universe? Kampa swaggered toward them, with Vados following closely, her eyes on Sui, flashing a hint of surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. Ah! Beerus dismissed him, offering only a cold smile before turning to Whis. Whis, construct the arena for the tournament, and do set up the audience stands as well. Upon hearing Beerus's directive, Kampa relayed the same to Vados. Understood, Lord Kampa. Of course, Lord Beerus. Vados replied respectfully. Both Whis and Vados raised their hands and pointed into the void, causing ripples to materialize before them, gradually expanding outward. Before long, a colossal arena emerged in the clearing, complete with spectator stands on either side, adorned with images of Beerus and Kampa prominently displayed. Lord Beerus, what do you think? Whis inquired with a smile and a bow. Excellent, truly splendid, Beerus praised, clapping his hands in approval. Casting a glance at Kampa, who was silently seething with resentment, before huffing lightly and leading Sui and the others to their seats in the seventh universe's section. Now, for the first match, we invite each universe's god of destruction to send forth their champion. Whis and Vados announced, assuming the role of referees, their voices resonating throughout the arena, that I shall step forward. A large, yellow-skinned bear clad in a red vest soared from the sixth universe's audience to the stage. Crossing his arms with an air of confidence, his gaze sweeping over Sui and his companions, a subtle smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Sui recognized him immediately. Bardamo, this fellow's combat prowess may not be exceptionally formidable, yet his resilience is undeniably impressive. This is evident from how even Goku, in his normal state, could not inflict any harm upon him in my previous life. Who shall represent us? Beerus glanced at Bardamo, unperturbed, as he considered this level of opponent to be merely a minor distraction. That I shall take on this challenge, Goku declared, brimming with fighting spirit as he gazed at Bardamo on the stage. After 2 days of rigorous training in the time chamber, he could no longer contain his eagerness. With his declaration, he ascended to the stage, exchanging smiles with Bardamo, who regarded him with a hint of contempt. A Saiyan? I did not expect the seventh universe to harbor a Saiyan. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong as a Saiyan, Bardamo's disdain deepened. That in the sixth universe, the Saiyan race is regarded as commonplace, with individuals displaying varying degrees of combat prowess, some formidable, others woefully inadequate. In Bardamo's eyes, which are accustomed to perceiving strength, Sun Wukong naturally fell into the latter category of the feeble Dodo. There are Saiyans in your sixth universe as well. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with interest. The Saiyans of the seventh universe are few, and the prospect of meeting others from the sixth universe intrigue him. Well then, let us adopt the appropriate stance for the arena. Come forth, let me witness the might of the Saiyans from your seventh universe. Bardamo, eager to dispense with pleasantries, beckoned to Sun Wukong with a casual gesture. All right, but do be cautious, Sun Wukong roared, currently in a state of normal power-up, charging towards Bardamo. The two clashed, engaging in close combat. Your strength is pitiful, Bardamo remarked, effortlessly fending off Sun Wukong's attacks, even taking the liberty to critique his power. It appears that the inhabitants of the sixth universe are indeed quite formidable. After taking a few steps back, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a fierce roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. What is this? Gabe, can your Saiyans transform as well? At that moment, everyone from the sixth universe was taken aback. They had never witnessed a transformation among the Saiyans. Particularly not in Gabe. I'm not sure. We've never seen anyone capable of transforming, and this gentleman's strength has just surged tremendously. Gabe scratched his head, equally astonished as he beheld Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 1 form. That is Super Saiyan, Upon transformation, one gains a 50-fold increase in combat power, Bardoss chimed in, elucidating the prowess of this race, suggesting that the Saiyans in the sixth universe might also possess the ability to transform. Super Saiyan, a 50-fold enhancement in combat power. Most importantly, our Saiyans can transform as well, Gabe exclaimed, elated at Bardoss's revelation that it is universally acknowledged that in any realm, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong prey upon the weak. Strength is forever a reflection of one's status. Many Saiyans in the sixth universe struggle to afford even basic sustenance, a testament to their relative weakness as a race, and if they were truly powerful. How could even such a simple matter as obtaining food pose a challenge? Bardoss, do you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Gabe inquired, eyes gleaming as he observed son Wukong gradually gaining the upper hand against Bardomo. Bardoss, upon hearing the question, cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "That is something you must comprehend on your own, that I can assist you the first time, but I cannot do so again." Gabe fell silent, bowing respectfully to Bardoss. This was indeed sound advice. Should he miraculously transform once, mastering a second time would likely prove elusive. Thus, it would be wiser to strive for personal understanding. Yet, if he could achieve such mastery, he ought to have surpassed his limits long ago. Sighing internally, Gabe hoped to one day inquire about the transformation techniques from that gentleman in the arena, hoping he might share them, considering their shared Saiyan heritage. Just then, Bardomo was sent flying from the arena by the transformed Super Saiyan son Wukong. The first match goes to the seventh universe. The voices of Whis and Bardoss resonated throughout the arena. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances. The former exuded confidence, while the latter clenched his teeth in frustration, turning back with a fierce demeanor. Who will step up next? I refuse to lose another round. Hearing this, the remaining participants exchanged glances, pondering for a time before a figure resembling Frieza stepped forward. "Oh ho ho ho. Since you all seem hesitant, allow me to take the stage." Frost chuckled sinisterly as he flew onto the arena. The Frieza of the sixth universe has made his entrance. He should be a formidable opponent. Son Wukong's eyes lit up upon seeing Frost, and he wore a grave expression that in a show of respect. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, WH. At this moment, Kampa's expression changed dramatically. A Saiyan possesses the aura of a god. Moreover, it seems he has already made initial strides into the divine realm. Bardoss, am I misperceiving? Kampa turned to Bardoss, exclaiming in astonishment that no, Lord Kampa. This Saiyan from the seventh universe has indeed stepped into the divine realm. Bardoss replied with a smile that my heavens. Kampa was even more astonished, glancing towards Beerus, sensing his smug demeanor, which irked him. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone on his side, which brought him a measure of calm. Even if you have someone who has initially entered the divine realm. The strength of my own fighter here is not to be underestimated. Beerus, I will not allow you to win. Kampa chuckled coldly to himself. What a display. The might of the seventh universe, Frost remarked, sensing son Wukong's energy, displaying a hint of astonishment on his face. However, he quickly masked it, approaching son Wukong with a smile. Son Wukong was puzzled. This fellow was not following the expected script. It is truly an honor to engage in battle with a warrior of your caliber. Hello, I am Frost, not your so-called Frieza of the sixth universe. I look forward to your guidance. Frost extended his hand, engaging in courteous dialogue with son Wukong. Son Wukong blinked, then extended his hand to shake Frost's. Smiling, I look forward to your goo. Before he could finish, Frost's expression suddenly darkened, revealing a sinister demeanor as he exerted force on son Wukong's hand. Oh ho 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 ho. The Saiyan of the seventh universe. Your intellect is indeed comparable to that of the Saiyans from the sixth universe. Pathetically foolish. Frost burst into laughter as an energy sphere materialized in his other hand, growing larger before he unleashed it towards son Wukong. Boom! The impact struck son Wukong, sending him hurtling out of the arena, causing his Super Saiyan Blue state to revert to normal midair. Oh ho 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 ho! Frost's laughter echoed throughout the arena as he strode towards the fallen son Wukong. Wukong, you fool! In the audience, Beerus slapped his forehead in exasperation, shaking his head in disappointment at son Wukong's carelessness. This how it ends? The spectators, including Krillin, sighed in dismay. Meanwhile, Vegeta crossed his arms, observing indifferently. Should son Wukong truly lose like this, he would not be worthy of being his rival. You truly are just like Frieza, Frost remarked as he approached the downed son Wukong, extending a finger towards him. However, son Wukong slowly rose from the ground, rubbing his head and looking at Frost with a bemused expression. Frost smirked coldly, a brilliant light appearing at his fingertip. Boom! An energy blast erupted forth. That's not going to work, son Wukong chuckled, his casual demeanor suddenly sharpening as he deftly dodged Frost's energy blast. Roaring fiercely as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue once more, delivering a powerful punch at Frost. Boom! With a single strike, he sent Frost flying out of the arena. The rapid turn of events left the audience from the Sixth Universe momentarily stunned. What overwhelming power! Especially Gaby, whose face was now a canvas of shock. He had never imagined that as a Saiyan, he could possess such formidable power. He was determined to learn the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gaby's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Mastering the transformation would undoubtedly benefit the Saiyan race of their Sixth Universe. In the second match, the Seventh Universe emerged victorious. The voices of Whis and Bardoss resonated in the ears of everyone present. Oh yeah, the audience from the Seventh Universe, including Krillin, Oolong, Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, and Trunks, erupted with excitement. This the level of the experts from your Sixth Universe. Compa, Beerus remarked smugly, casting a derisive glance at Compa, his voice deliberately amplified for all to hear. Kompa's expression darkened immediately. If it weren't for the pre-established rules, he would have descended to reclaim his honor. It's your turn now. The others are as good as absent, Compa muttered sullenly. Lord Compa. They must have the necessary experience, Bardoss suggested softly. Your secret weapon. It must embody the essence of a hidden ace. Compa shot her a sidelong glance, pondering for a moment before turning to the eager Gaby. Waving him off. Go on. I have no expectations of these weaklings. Besides, who would have thought that the naive Goku I saw in Beerus's realm could be this powerful? The third match officially commenced. As Gaby stepped onto the stage, the voices of Whis and Bardoss echoed once more. Greetings, esteemed Scion of the Seventh Universe. Gaby bowed politely to Goku. Hello. Goku recognized Gaby immediately, acknowledging him as a Scion from the Sixth Universe. My aim is not to fight you, but rather to seek your guidance on how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gaby gazed earnestly at Goku. There no one in your Sixth Universe who can transform? Goku inquired, taken aback. Logically, the Scions of their Seventh Universe had reached the stage of Super Saiyan God. It was astonishing that their rival universe was unaware of the transformation method. Not at all. If it weren't for coming here for this tournament, I might not have even known our Saiyan lineage could transform, Gaby lamented. Well then, let me enlighten you. However, you must first engage me in battle. Goku proposed, eager to gauge the strength of the Sixth Universe's Science. Gaby hesitated. If Goku did not transform, he might have a chance, but once he transformed, with a 50-fold increase in power, how could he possibly resist? Sensing Gaby's apprehension, Goku returned to his normal state, smiling gently. Come on, attack me. Seeing Goku revert to his normal form, Gaby bowed deeply before charging at him. Gaby exerted all his strength against Goku, who appeared unfazed and composed, occasionally offering feedback and engaging Gaby in conversation. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Sui cast a casual glance at the stage. This was typically Vegeta's role, yet it was now unfolding with Goku, clearly illustrating the existence of a butterfly effect. Boom! Just as in the original tale, where Vegeta intentionally provoked Gaby, Goku deliberately incited Gaby, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged forth. Gaby had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, the ace of the Sixth Universe. Goku is in peril. Upon witnessing Gaby's transformation, Goku's face lit up with excitement. Gaby, you are now incredibly powerful. Thank you, Mr. Goku. Without your guidance, I would not have succeeded in my transformation. Gaby expressed his gratitude, bowing once more. No need for thanks. Now, let us have a proper match. Goku laughed heartily, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. His power was equally terrifying. In this state, he could effortlessly defeat Gaby. However, out of consideration for Gaby's initial mastery of Super Saiyan, he intentionally held back, providing the young Saiyan with a training partner. The innate talent of the Saiyan race was formidable in both the 7th and 6th universes. After a few moments of combat, Gaby had completely grasped the Super Saiyan 1 transformation, becoming more stable and powerful than before. Minutes later, with a Kamehameha wave from Goku, Gaby was sent flying off the stage. The third match concluded with victory for the 7th universe. The voices of Whis and Bardos rang out again. Beerus couldn't contain his laughter. Humph. It's your turn. Teach that Saiyan from the 7th universe a lesson. Compa, irritated by Beerus's presence, refused to glance in his direction. Finding his voice and grotesque visage utterly nauseating, but a man rose from the audience, slowly ascending to the stage. The fourth match officially began. The voices of Whis and Bardos echoed once more. Sui squinted from the audience. There was no need to elaborate on Hit's strength, which was undeniably formidable. He checked Hit's combat power via the system. 8.8 trillion. This power was significantly greater than Goku's 8.2 trillion. The 6th universe's warrior was indeed powerful. This would be a challenging match for Goku. Sui chuckled, causing those nearby to furrow their brows in concern. If even Sui deemed this opponent formidable, he must be anything but ordinary. Even Vegeta found himself intrigued. Show me your utmost strength, Hit said coolly, fixating on Goku. Goku was momentarily taken aback, unsure of its intentions with such a statement. A slight smirk graced Hit's lips as he delivered a punch into the air. Bang! Although Hit struck only the air, Goku felt as though he had been struck squarely in the abdomen. Doubling over in pain, I said, unleash your strongest power. Otherwise, this will be dreadfully dull, Hit remarked, his expression unchanging and composed. This guy's speed is simply astonishing. The audience gasped in disbelief. Only Sui, Beerus, and Whis understood the intricacies of Hit's movements. The rest failed to perceive his actions. Yes, he is indeed fast. His strikes are nearly invisible. Vegeta remarked, furrowing his brow, having also failed to catch a glimpse of Hit's trajectory. Yet he sensed something amiss. Even the fastest individual should leave some trace of their movements. Yet this fighter seemed to defy logic. What on earth was going on? Vegeta was left perplexed. At that moment, Goku slammed his fist onto the arena. Rising slowly, and with a fierce roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Looks like he is serious now. Hit smiled faintly upon witnessing Goku's transformation. He took a step forward, his figure wavering momentarily before unleashing a straight punch toward Goku. Bang! Before Goku could react, he felt another punch land on his abdomen. Damn it! This guy's incredibly fast. Outside the arena, Piccolo clenched his teeth in frustration to know it wasn't merely due to the swiftness of the opponent. Sui began to elucidate. The individual from the 6th universe employs a technique known as flash time. Flash time. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Sui. Indeed, it is flash time. With a smile gracing his lips, Sui continued to explain. The universe is vast and filled with wonders. This flash time refers to the ability of certain individuals to momentarily leap through a minuscule fragment of time. In essence, this is what constitutes flash time. But what exactly does that entail? Clint, who was listening intently, voiced his confusion. You could regard it as the ability of this individual from the 6th universe to momentarily skip a brief interval of time without being detected. Sui pondered before responding. The duration of this time leap is approximately 0.1 seconds. I still don't quite comprehend. Clint, Oolong, Vegeta, and Piccolo expressed their bewilderment. What Mr. Sui means is that a master of flash time has the capability to freeze another's time for 0.1 seconds, Vados interjected, being equally adept in time manipulation. Precisely, Sui nodded in agreement. How terrifying, such a dreadful ability, Piccolo exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, shocked by the revelation. If he were to encounter such an individual, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of anxiety in battles between experts. Even a 0.1 second difference could yield vastly different outcomes. Goku's upcoming battle just became exceedingly challenging. Beerus sighed, speaking up. Beerus, where has your previous arrogance gone? At that moment, Kampa soared from the spectator's area of the sixth universe, grinning triumphantly as he made a face at Beerus. Humph! Beerus disregarded him, merely offering a cold smile. Did Kampa really believe his sixth universe had a trump card while his own seventh universe lacked one? Did he presume victory was guaranteed? Beerus silently thought to himself. Navi. Nevertheless, the more triumphant Kampa felt now, the more painful his downfall would be later. Beerus understood this principle well. Thus, he refrained from revealing that he too possessed a secret weapon. Allowing Kampa to bask in his hubris a little longer, Sui took the stage. It was an absolute and ruthless domination. In the previous anime, Son Goku entered the fray as a latecomer. Having gained some insight into Hit's flash time, and combined with his combat talent, he was able to contend. Now, however, he was the first to enter, and due to his unfamiliarity with the situation, he was utterly overwhelmed. The sixth universe emerged victorious in the fourth match, as Goku was thrown out of the ring by Hit. The voices of Vados and Beerus resonated throughout the arena. Ah, Beerus, your ace fighter is no match for my sixth universe's champion. How do you feel about that? Upon returning to his side, Kampa erupted in laughter upon seeing the match concluded in their favor. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. Once Sui steps in, you won't be so smug. Beerus remarked, casting a glance at the boastful Kampa, a cold smile forming within him. Vegeta, give Goku a Super Senzu Bean, I'll take the next match. Sui instructed Vegeta, who promptly soared towards the arena, causing others to believe he was preparing for the next round. However, the spectators' attention suddenly shifted as Sui inexplicably appeared on the stage. The fifth match officially begins. Vados and Beerus declared. Unleash your most formidable power, Sui said, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at Hit. Oh, Hit raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the seventh universe fighter's confidence. Yet, since this individual exuded such self-assurance, Hit felt compelled to dampen it. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a punch, but his body suddenly froze. Bang! Hit was struck in the abdomen by an unexpected blow, collapsing to the ground. Flash time. Sui also wields the technique of flash time. On the sixth universe's side, the formerly jubilant Kampa's expression gradually stiffened. Flash time is not an exclusive skill of Hit. This fighter from the seventh universe can also utilize flash time. Are you all right, my friend, for the sixth universe? Sui stepped forward, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake, ultimately converging into his singular form, now towering over Hit. Cough. Hit, crouching slightly, looked up at Sui, astonishment filling his eyes. Flash time is intrinsic to him. Sui's ability, he suspected, was not innate but perhaps a stolen skill. After all, in any universe, only those of their lineage could possess the ability of flash time. Shall I send you down, or will you comply and descend on your own? Hit's stubborn gaze prompted Sui to chuckle lightly. This individual's sole formidable ability was flash time, and facing someone equally adept rendered him powerless, devoid of any means of resistance. The truth is, Sui's use of flash time did not stem from mastery, but rather from a fleeting replication of the ability. Indeed, he bore the extraordinary capacity to temporarily replicate others' abilities. This peculiar skill was obtained from a diamond-level treasure chest he had opened days prior. Even destructive energy, once unleashed by Beerus, could be seized by Sui in mere moments, allowing him to wield it for a brief duration. Hit remained silent, begrudgingly gazing at Sui that he believed that had he been the first to strike, he would undoubtedly have had a chance. Sui observed Hit, a smirk gracing his lips as he produced a Super Senzu Bean, stating nonchalantly, I can sense your thoughts. Consume this Super Senzu Bean, and I will permit you to strike first. Upon hearing this, Hit's expression shifted, fluctuating between indecision and temptation. Hit, what are you hesitating for? Kampa bellowed from the audience. Heeding Kampa's outburst, Hit gritted his teeth and accepted the Super Senzu Bean from Sui's hand, swiftly consuming it. Given the circumstances, he had no doubt that Sui's words were genuine, and he did not hesitate for even a moment. Soon enough, having consumed the Super Senzu Bean, Hit regained his composure. Make your move. Sui retreated, smiling at Hit. He was overly confident, to the extent that he believed he could effortlessly counter any strike Hit aimed at him. Indeed, at this moment, Sui's power as an ordinary Super Saiyan Blue had reached an astounding combat prowess of 10 quintillion. Facing off against Hit's 8.8 quintillion. He was practically guaranteed victory without expending any effort. It is essential to understand that at this level of power, a mere 0.1 quintillion difference is a chasm between worlds, let alone Sui's advantage of a full 1.2 quintillion. Hit rose from the ground, launching a punch while simultaneously employing flash time to freeze Sui's time for 0.1 seconds. Bang! Sui staggered slightly as Hit's punch landed squarely on him. Ah, arrogant fool! You shall pay the price on the Sixth Universe's spectator side. Upon witnessing Sui being struck, Kampa's face broke into a chilling smile. Beerus, is this your ace? Ha! Just an arrogant fool. I expected more from him. Kampa couldn't resist flaunting his presence once more. Beerus merely cast him a sidelong glance, opting to ignore him. Regarding Su Ye's strength, he exuded a profound confidence, fully aware that he could never be defeated by anyone from the Sixth Universe. At that moment, on the battlefield, Hit gazed at Su Yi in astonishment, for he had never before encountered someone who could withstand his punch without faltering. Just how formidable is your physical resilience? Hit struck again, only to discover that Su Yi merely trembled slightly, unaffected otherwise, leaving Hit, who was acutely aware of his own power, utterly astonished. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength looks like. Upon finishing his statement, Su Yi clenched his fists and let out a fierce roar, as waves of silvery flames swirled around him. He had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Neither his physique nor his appearance had changed significantly from his usual self. The only distinction lay in the radiant silver aura that danced around him and his striking silver pupils. Sensing this potent aura, Vados, Beerus, Kampa, and Bardos, who were seated in the audience of the Sixth and Seventh Universes, stood up, squinting their eyes to observe Su Yi in the arena. Vados, Bardos, is it possible that this individual has made initial contact with that realm? Beerus and Kampa inquired simultaneously from their respective positions. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, Vados and Bardos responded in unison, and as the martial arts tournament concluded, the arrival of the Omni King was imminent. Yes, Lord Beerus. Yes, Lord Kampa. The voices of Vados and Bardos echoed in the ears of Beerus and Kampa, causing their hearts to skip a beat. This realm is one that many gods have yet to set foot in, and this Saiyan has already made preliminary contact with it. How immense must his power and potential be? Beerus, recognizing Su Ye's formidable abilities, found it somewhat reasonable that he had made initial contact with the Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Kampa, the god of destruction from the Sixth Universe, could not help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. As a god, being surpassed by a Saiyan was an unbearable humiliation that Su indeed, was a perplexing individual that on the Seventh Universe side, Beerus scrutinized Su Yi with a grave expression, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Lord Beerus, Su Yi is likely a descendant of the ancient Saiyan from Era 213 to Vados, suddenly interjected. Is there a connection? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, not immediately grasping the implication that if I am not mistaken, that ancient Saiyan was the very founder of Ultra Instinct. Vados smiled. Thus, as a descendant of that esteemed individual, Su Yi may possess unique skills that allow him to master Ultra Instinct with greater ease. What? Beerus was utterly astounded. He had previously considered Ultra Instinct to be a creation of Vados' father, the Grand Priest, but he had never imagined it originated from a Saiyan. However, this is merely my conjecture. After all, I have heard from my father that his Ultra Instinct was taught to him by this esteemed individual. Vados revealed another astonishing secret, leaving Beerus nearly speechless in shock. The potential of a Saiyan was indeed terrifying. Who could believe it? Who could even imagine it? Was this truly the nature of a divine race? Beerus could only bitterly smile, having already recognized the terrifying potential of the Saiyan race during the training days of Goku and Vegeta in the realm of the gods of destruction. Yet he never anticipated that the leaders of this race in ancient times would be so remarkably formidable. No, the divine race is born at its peak, its potential predetermined. The Saiyan race, however, is characterized by boundless potential from the moment of birth. Of course, it varies from individual to individual. Vados stated calmly. As someone from the angel race, he naturally understood this principle better. His strength of 15 quintillion had long been stagnant for countless years. In contrast, the Saiyans, whose potential was still evolving, truly embodied limitless potential. Beerus fell silent, gazing towards the arena. The extraordinary strength of Su Yi, who had made initial contact with Ultra Instinct, was palpable, appearing deceptively normal. Yet his combat power had soared beyond 10 quintillion, reaching an astonishing 11 quintillion. Do not underestimate this difference of 1 quintillion. Even with his full power, Beerus would likely be unable to withstand more than a few strikes from Su Yi at this moment. There was no suspense. Hit from the 6th universe was destined to be defeated. The outcome of the 5th match went to the 7th universe. The voices of Vados and Bardos resonated throughout the arena. And for a moment, no one from the 6th universe dared to utter a word. Defeated, Kampa gritted his teeth, his face a mask of unwillingness that it was not merely a loss in the match or the 6 Super Dragon Balls. But the humiliation of losing to Beerus was particularly irksome to him at this juncture. The match had effectively concluded. Hit cast a glance at Su Yi on the platform, clenched his teeth, and then flew to the audience section of the 6th universe. I no longer require the teleportation cube. Please let me go. Hit stated coolly, showing no respect befitting a god of destruction. Kampa, seated in the audience, narrowed his eyes, slowly raising his hand, and coldly remarked, "You certainly have a knack for humor." Hit-ha! I suspected as much. Hit replied indifferently, clenching his fist and casting a cold glare at Kampa. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a battle was on the verge of igniting. I expected you to be stronger. Instead, you are just a worthless fool. Kampa's palm gradually coalesced a sphere of light, speaking coldly. Sensing the imminent conflict, Kaba, a scion from the 6th universe, hurriedly rushed out, pleading, "Lord Kampa, please spare Hit. You too, just a piece of trash." Kampa roared, directing the sphere of light towards Kaba. Kaba was taken aback, instinctively stepping back several paces, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stared at the furious Kampa. "You lot are bringing shame upon me." What value is there in living in this world? Kampa's icy gaze swept over Bergamo and Frost, while he overlooked others who had not engaged in combat. Roaring, "I shall annihilate all of you." Just as Su Yi returned to the audience of the 7th universe, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he turned to observe the audience of the 6th universe. "Su Yi, the matter has concluded. There is no need for further involvement," Beerus remarked casually. "That is not the issue. The real concern is that a significant figure is about to arrive." That Su Yi cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, recalling that the rulers of all universes, the Omni King, were soon to make their entrance. Hearing Su Ye's words, Beerus was slightly taken aback. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, the Omni King is about to arrive." Vados, glancing quizzically at Su Yi, was puzzled by his knowledge, yet he still cautioned Beerus. "What? The Omni King?" Upon hearing this name, Beerus's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, in the audience of the 6th universe, Bardos pointed towards the arena, saying coolly, "Lord Kampa, look." "What?" Kampa turned to follow Bardos's finger, and upon seeing the 2 tall figures and 1 shorter figure on the platform, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Lord Beerus." On the 7th universe side, Vados gestured towards the platform, and Beerus also looked over, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "My heavens, so is it truly acceptable for us to sit here, looking down upon those below?" Vados said with a smile. "Yes, indeed." Beerus hurriedly stood up and flew down towards the arena, while Kampa from the 6th universe also panicked and flew down. Observing the other gods from both universes descending in alarm, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. The Omni King, despite his voice and appearance resembling that of a mere child. This seemingly innocuous figure was, in fact, the ruler of the 12 universes within the Dragon Ball world, wielding dominion over the lives and deaths of countless beings. Why is your status so esteemed? A warm welcome to the Omni King. At this moment, Beerus and Kampa, who had already flown to the arena ahead of time, deeply bowed before the Omni King, addressing him with utmost respect. The Omni King replied cheerfully, a faint smile gracing his face that, "It has been a long time since we last exchanged greetings, Your Excellency," was said with a smile while holding his staff, as a member of the angelic race. He did not exhibit the same level of reverence and trepidation as the gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa. When the Omni King maintained his crisp tone, that I trust you are in good health, Batos said with a beaming smile as he gazed at the Omni King. The Omni King responded, and suddenly, a presence entered his perception, prompting him to glance over. Simultaneously, Sui and the others from Universe 7 descended from the audience, and upon noticing the Omni King's gaze upon him, he was momentarily taken aback. Long time no see. Long time no see. To everyone's astonishment, the venerable Omni King excitedly waved his small hand at Sui, exclaiming joyfully, "Swish, swish, swish!" The guard beside the Omni King showed expressions of shock upon seeing Sui. Their once rigid postures suddenly bending slightly, their heads lowered respectfully. Witnessing the two guards of the Omni King display such reverence, Whis and Batos exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. How utterly astonishing! While others may not comprehend the strength of these two guards, they were well aware, thus far, the power of these two guards ranked among the top 15 terrifying entities in the entire multiverse. To receive such deference from beings of such formidable strength was undeniably shocking to Whis and Batos. "Brother Sui, is that little child waving at you?" Soon, as Sui and his companions descended from the heights, Sun Wukong, noticing the Omni King's exuberant demeanor, couldn't help but ask curiously. Upon hearing Sun Wukong refer to the immensely esteemed Omni King as a little child, Beerus's expression changed instantly, and he quickly rose, arriving in front of Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to slap him on the head. "Ouch! Lord Beerus, why did you hit me?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in pain, covering his head in bewilderment, utterly confused by Beerus's sudden aggression. However, Beerus had no time to heed his words and quickly bowed again to the Omni King, saying, "Your Excellency, please do not take offense. This fellow does not recognize you that if he has inadvertently caused any offense, I beg you to forgive him." Sun Wukong's eyes widened, just as he was about to retort, but Beerus turned back, glaring coldly at him. Admonishing silence, seeing Beerus genuinely angry, Sun Wukong shrank his neck, sensing something amiss, and promptly covered his mouth, ceasing further speech. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned closer to Sui, unable to resist whispering, "Brother Sui, who exactly is he?" Since the Omni King had just greeted Sui, Sun Wukong assumed this little child must be someone Sui knew. "He's the Omni King, the ruler of the 12 small universes within the entire multiverse," Sui explained. Before Sun Wukong could process this revelation, the Omni King had already bounced over to Sui, exclaiming, "Long time no see. Long time no see. Have you forgotten me?" The Omni King hopped with excitement, waving his small hand at Sui. Sui, taken aback, was at a loss, unable to recall any previous interaction with this Omni King. Moreover, the Omni King's demeanor was exceedingly friendly. This relationship seemed akin to that of a friend with this little fellow. In that moment, Sui honestly did not know how to respond. To engage in forced conversation would indeed be awkward, as he had no recollection of any past encounters with the Omni King. Yet not responding would inevitably place the Omni King in an uncomfortable position. At this stage, Sui's strength could rival that of a god of destruction, and with further training, he might even match the likes of Whis or Batos. However, surpassing those above him was still beyond his current capabilities. After all, even within the original storyline, the battle prowess of the Grand Minister and the Omni King's personal guards had never been disclosed. "You truly do not remember me," the Omni King said, noticing Sui's slightly bewildered expression. And he immediately looked disappointed. He scrutinized Sui closely, realizing he had indeed not mistaken his identity. "How vexing! I forgot to ask for your name," the Omni King lamented. "Oh dear, this is so frustrating." His melodious voice, combined with his forlorn expression, struck Sui as rather endearing. "I only know you as the Omni King." Sui coughed lightly, finally speaking up. "Omni King. But you used to call me a Quan." The Omni King's eyes widened in dismay. "This is so heartbreaking. We were such good friends." Thud! At the utterance of the Omni King's words, Beerus and Kampa were left utterly shocked, collapsing to the ground. Especially Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, whose mind was momentarily blank. It should be noted that he had previously harbored resentment towards Sui and even contemplated eliminating this detestable Saiyan. Now, how could he dare entertain such thoughts? Whis, who exactly is this individual? Batos's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having encountered numerous formidable characters, this was her first time witnessing someone whom the Omni King referred to as a friend. Sister, I must admit I am uncertain as well. Do you believe me? Whis sighed. Suddenly his gaze flickered, and he said in astonishment, I have always believed this gentleman to be a descendant of the legendary ancient Saiyan ancestor. What if? As Whis spoke, he abruptly covered his mouth, hesitating to continue. Batos's expression sharpened, understanding the implication of Whis's unfinished thought. What if? If this gentleman is indeed that legendary figure, does that not clarify the current situation? However, she quickly noticed a discrepancy. Despite Sui's strength being comparable to that of a god of destruction, he was still significantly weaker than their angelic kin, that a being capable of commanding reverence from even their father could not possibly be weaker than them. Could he? It remains unclear. Ultimately, we should refrain from further speculation, Batos advised, choosing not to elaborate further. They needed only to recognize that regardless of who Sui was, he was undoubtedly not someone they could provoke lightly. The Omni King intends to hold a martial arts tournament amidst a crisis from the future, so he felt quite helpless regarding the Omni King's attitude towards him. Ultimately, he could only use his temporary loss of memory as an excuse, which allowed the Omni King to temper his overly affectionate demeanor. Nevertheless, the little fellow's gaze towards Sui remained exceedingly warm. Beerus, Kappa. The Omni King suddenly turned to face the two, gazing at the sweat-drenched Beerus and Kappa. Yes, what may we do for you, Your Excellency? Beerus and Kappa trembled slightly, standing at attention in response to the Omni King's call. And oh, need to be so tense. The Omni King, seemingly in a much better mood upon seeing Sui, smiled brightly. Today, I wish to remind you of something. However, as I watched the battles unfold, I found it incredibly enjoyable, truly delightful. As he spoke, the Omni King clapped his hands joyfully, bouncing with glee. Yes, Beerus and Kappa exchanged glances before bowing respectfully. I hope to witness more spectacular battles, so why not gather the strongest fighters from across the universe for an exciting duel next time? The Omni King exclaimed excitedly. Huh. Upon hearing the Omni King's words, everyone stared wide-eyed. Really? Ha ha ha. I think that proposal is simply splendid. As the crowd pondered the reason behind the King of All's desire to host this martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong suddenly erupted with excitement. Whoosh! In that instant, numerous gazes shifted towards him. Sun Wukong. Beerus, startled by the unexpected interjection, felt his legs weaken as he turned to glare at Sun Wukong, coldly admonishing, Silence yourself at once. Do you not understand that calamity often arises from careless words? While speaking, Beerus gestured fervently with his eyes, hoping Sun Wukong would exhibit some wisdom and promptly cease his chatter, lest he invite dire misfortune upon himself. However, given Sun Wukong's emotional intelligence, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Observing Beerus's frantic gestures and blinking eyes, he scratched his head and asked, Lord Beerus, do your eyes have sand in them? Should I blow them for you? Ha! I used to do that for Chi-Chi when she got sand in her eyes. Shut your mouth. Upon noticing the slowly turning figure of the King of All, Beerus's face turned pale with horror. In a panic, he quickly prostrated himself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and stammered, Your Majesty, please do not take offense. I can swiftly expel this reckless scion from Universe 7. Beerus, the King of All's melodious voice, took on a slightly somber tone. Yes, Beerus's body quaked incessantly, his voice quavering. Who is he? The king pointed at Sun Wukong. Blinking inquisitively, Beerus slowly raised his head and followed the king's finger, confirming he is Sun Wukong, the scion of Universe 7. The scion, Sun Wukong. The king's eyes sparkled with interest, then shifted towards Sui, asking, Is this Sun Wukong the one you're referring to? Ha ha. Indeed, he seems to be quite an amusing fellow. Oh dear, I forgot you've lost your memory and no longer recall what you once told me. The king scratched his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Beerus, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly losing his composure as a storm of turmoil brewed within him. Who exactly is this Sui? Thank goodness I refrained from unleashing my temper upon these beings. Meanwhile, Xiangpa, who was also respectfully kneeling, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling immensely relieved for having suppressed his earlier frustration after losing the match. Otherwise, engaging in a dispute with these Universe 7 beings would have had unimaginable consequences. "Ah, I never expected Brother Sui had mentioned me to Lord All." Sun Wukong, seeing the king's amiable demeanor, hurriedly approached, squatted down, and clasped the king's hand, lifting him into the air. "Oh!" the king exclaimed joyfully. Witnessing this scene, Sui couldn't help but smile. Although he was unaware of the circumstances, he understood that the narrative was gradually progressing. Subsequently, the plot unfolded as per the original story, announcing the upcoming tournament and departing with his 2 attendants. 3 days later, on Earth, at Kame House, Sui and the others were enjoying barbecued meat. For him, moments of relaxation were sacred, and he adamantly refused to suppress his enjoyment. Moreover, being someone who relished lively company, he was not inclined to barbecue alone. That be by the way, Sui, just how much has your strength developed now? The old turtle hermit, having consumed a few bottles of beer, swayed his head, his hand resting on Sui's shoulder. Normally, he would not dare, but now, slightly tipsy, he felt a sense of euphoria. My strength, well, it's hard to say. Sui chuckled and shook his head, not because he was unwilling to share, but because it truly was difficult to quantify. If one were to claim he possessed a battle power of 10 trillion, he also had other transformations that could elevate him to 11 or 12 trillion. Conversely, if one stated he had a battle power of 12 trillion, incorporating a divine realm along with the Ultra Instinct technique would indeed augment his power. Thus, it was genuinely challenging to articulate. Suddenly, amidst the lively exchanges, a blinding light appeared in the sky, followed by the familiar sight of a time machine materializing in midair. A time machine? Sui looked up, momentarily stunned before a thought struck him. The current trajectory of the story seemed to indicate that the future world was in turmoil due to Black Goku and Zamasu's scheming. Setting aside his food, Sui soared towards the time machine, pressing against the outer glass to peer inside, where he saw future Trunks lying unconscious within. What is happening? In that fleeting moment, he sensed a familiar aura. After all, it was his son in peril, and shortly thereafter, Vegeta appeared out of nowhere. The future world had once again fallen into the clutches of evil. That moment, future Trunks, who had just ingested a Super Senzu Bean, slowly regained consciousness, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he spoke gravely. "Black Goku, since you are here, let us settle this." "Ah, it's future Trunks." At that instant, Sun Wukong, who had also instantaneously returned, approached future Trunks with a cheerful demeanor. Boom! Die! Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Trunks' expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that his mother, Bulma, had perished at the hands of the one bearing this face. In a fit of rage, he unleashed an energy blast towards Sun Wukong. "Trunks, what's wrong?" "It's me." Sun Wukong effortlessly dodged the energy blast, staring wide-eyed at him in disbelief. "Trunks, what in the world is happening?" Vegeta's brow furrowed deeply, as he was certain that Trunks had inherited his commendable genes, making it utterly implausible for him to attack Kakarot without provocation. Thus, it was evident that the enemy in the future world must be Kakarot himself. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta's expression changed, and he turned to Sun Wukong, addressing Trunks. "The disaster you speak of in the future world, it wouldn't be the doing of this Kakarot, would it?" Upon hearing this, not only did Trunks' expression shift, but Sun Wukong and the others also displayed astonishment. So he cast a curious glance at Vegeta, genuinely puzzled by his insight. Indeed, the disaster in the future world is caused by Uncle Goku, or rather, another version of Uncle Goku. Trunks, filled with dread, glanced at Sun Wukong, slowly rising from the capsule bed, apologizing to him before recounting the calamities of the future. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his teeth and roared in fury. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sun Wukong, too, was filled with rage. Although he was unaware that Black Goku was merely his own corpse from the future, he felt a deep discomfort at the thought of his visage being associated with evil. "Is that guy an android?" a calm Piccolo inquired. "Unclear. All I know is that his power is terrifying beyond measure. After training with Uncle Sui, my strength is not to be underestimated, yet against that guy I stand no chance." Trunks gritted his teeth, his expression one of indignation. He believed his strength sufficient to safeguard his homeland, only to find himself utterly powerless, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. Trunks remained composed. Although Vegeta was seething with rage, he managed to maintain his composure. He was no longer the impulsive individual he once was. The phrase "think twice before acting" was the best advice Sui had imparted, and it resonated deeply within him. "Dad, I can't hold back any longer. Mom sacrificed herself to buy me time against that guy. I hate it. I hate how weak I am." In a fit of inconsolable tears, he was engulfed by profound sorrow, pounding his chest and stomping his feet, consumed by regret over his own frailty. If only he possessed even a fraction, nay, a mere tenth, of Uncle Sui's strength, he would undoubtedly have been able to effortlessly protect those most dear to him. Witnessing such despair in his son, the father, Vegeta, felt an overwhelming pang of anguish within. He reached out, intending to comfort his son, who had buried his head in his arms and wept bitterly, but hesitated midway. Retracting his hand, his eyes narrowed, and he barked, "Trunks! Father!" Trunks looked up, bewildered, his face streaked with tears. "That I cannot ascertain whether I have imparted wisdom to you regarding the future," Vegeta began. "But since you are my son, bearing the bloodline of Vegeta, I must tell you this. A man does not shed tears lightly. And no matter how painful the circumstances, you must endure. Remember, you are now a man, and with that comes the responsibility of manhood." As he delivered this profound lesson, Trunks, Goku, and Piccolo were all struck by a sense of inexplicable emotion, while Sui felt an acute embarrassment at the awkwardness of the moment. The reason for his discomfort was clear. Months prior, he had pushed Vegeta to his limits, shattering the man's confidence, leading to an outburst of tears from this man of decades. Naturally, Sui felt a tinge of guilt and had subsequently offered a lengthy discourse on the virtues of resilience, words that Vegeta now echoed to Trunks. Thus, it was no wonder he felt utterly out of place, listening in. Clearing his throat, Sui noticed the emotional exchange between Vegeta and his son, along with Goku's sympathetic gestures, prompting him to take a few steps back. However, just as he did, his eyes narrowed in sudden realization. Someone was approaching. Goku, who had been comforting Trunks, suddenly stiffened, turning his gaze to a swirling vortex in the sky. From within emerged a man clad in black, wearing black pants and white shoes, his waist adorned with a red belt. Upon locking eyes with this figure, Goku inhaled sharply, despite having learned from Trunks that the evil entity from the future bore his exact likeness. Witnessing it firsthand left him momentarily stunned. Goku. The figure, Black Goku, scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Goku, eyes narrowing at him. Black Goku. Trunks, too, noticed the dark figure above, and his expression shifted dramatically. The emotional solace he had just found shattered instantly. With a thunderous roar, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, ready to launch himself at Black Goku, but Vegeta swiftly restrained him, urging him to remain calm and transform into Super Saiyan as well. This vendetta for his slain wife, one he could not avenge in the future, would now fall upon his present self. Black Goku, is it? Vegeta ascended into the sky, his gaze icy, regarding Black Goku as though he were nothing more than a lifeless shell. "I cannot slay Kakarot, but I can certainly eliminate one who is his mirror image. Since you have graced us with your presence today, you shall not leave," as Sui overheard Vegeta's grandiose words. He couldn't help but smirk slightly. That it seemed that the Vegeta of the Dragon Ball universe had begun to drift away from the proud Saiyan prince depicted in the original narrative. "Just you," Black Goku scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the ascending Vegeta. He had witnessed the might of a Super Saiyan, yet he was far from impressed, dismissing Vegeta entirely. Vegeta sneered coldly, unleashing a powerful energy blast from his palm before launching forward to engage in combat with Black Goku, who narrowly evaded the attack. After a brief skirmish, Black Goku realized he was at a disadvantage and contemplated retreat. As thoughts of escape crossed his mind, he glanced at the time machine below, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he conjured a dark energy sphere. Sui, quick on the uptake, pointed and shattered the black energy sphere before it could reach its target in the original tale. This adversary had obliterated the time machine, causing considerable delays for Goku and his companions. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Sui had been on high alert. What a close call! Trunks breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Sui's timely intervention. However, Black Goku, realizing his plans had been thwarted, shot a chilling glare at Sui just as an overwhelming force pulled him back into the swirling vortex from whence he came. What just happened? Piccolo and the others exchanged bewildered glances, feeling the absence of Black Goku's presence. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed, revealing the arrival of Beerus. He did not simply vanish. This is likely due to the time machine's temporal distortions reacting to the power of the time ring, bringing Black Goku into this era. Whis elaborated. However, the distortion is akin to a wound attempting to heal itself. Thus, the time ring forcibly returned Black Goku to the future. Listening to Whis's explanation, Beerus nodded sagely, but soon pondered aloud. So the time ring, perhaps this individual is a Kaishin, was confirmed with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. The others remained shrouded in confusion. But for Sui, clarity emerged that we must head to the future. With your strength, confronting Black Goku in his current state should pose no challenge, Sui stated matter-of-factly. Yet, amidst the presence of the god of destruction and Whis, one had to wonder if it was wise to discuss the delicate matter of time travel so openly. Glancing sideways, he observed Beerus and Whis engrossed in a debate over the tastiest delicacies on Earth, their casual demeanor hinting at their priorities. Let us depart. Sui was the first to board the time machine, followed closely by Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta. Return trip, Trunks exclaimed, activating the time machine. With a flash, the time machine shot into the sky, vanishing from sight. Whis, that Black Goku resembles Goku but possesses the traits of Kaishin, and I noticed he wore Patera earrings on his left ear. Correct? Beerus squinted at the sky. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis affirmed with a smile. Let us investigate, Beerus commanded. Understood, Whis replied, tapping his staff lightly against the ground, and both vanished in a flash of light. Meanwhile, Sui's group encountered a sudden disturbance that, oh no, we've encountered temporal turbulence. The time stream is distorting. Trunks exclaimed in alarm as the time machine jolted violently. What? Vegeta's expression shifted as he glanced ahead, witnessing debris swirling perilously close to the time machine. Just then, a powerful gust enveloped the time machine, causing it to spin uncontrollably, and in the chaos, everyone lost consciousness. Time passed, and Sui gradually regained awareness. My head aches, he murmured, rubbing his temples. Once he felt somewhat better, he surveyed his surroundings. System, where are we? After a brief pause, the system's melodic voice responded. Host, due to the effects of temporal distortion, you have arrived in the ancient era of the Dragon Ball world. Really? What did you say? Sui, upon hearing the system's words, experienced a momentary lapse in comprehension, due to the effects of time and space distortion. All right, I understand now. Sui interrupted the system, narrowing his eyes. He not only grasped his current predicament, but also comprehended why the Omni King recognized him and regarded him as a friend. It seemed that this was the reason. He had traversed to the ancient era of the Dragon Ball world and had made the acquaintance of the Omni King. So, can I return to my own era? Sui inquired solemnly. Yes, the system replied. Sui exhaled in relief, choosing not to ask how he could return, and instead soared into the sky to sense the planet he found himself on. It was utterly desolate. No, it was more than that. There were not even any living creatures present. This must be some uninhabited planet in the universe, though he was uncertain which universe it belonged to. Sui murmured softly, reassured by the variety of food available in his system's marketplace, which meant he need not fear starvation of a spaceship. I need a spaceship. Sui focused his thoughts on the system's marketplace and exchanged points for a spaceship. Embarking on his journey away from this desolate planet a month later, Sui randomly descended upon a planet. The system had detected life here, prompting the choice for landing. Hovering mid-air, Sui surveyed his surroundings. The mountains rolled endlessly, resembling a desolate wasteland. However, through his senses, he had already detected several life forms nearby. Whoosh! Utilizing instant transmission, he darted towards the location of these life forms. Soon, he arrived above their vicinity. With black skin and blue hair, the beings appeared rather peculiar. Hey, can you tell me which planet this is? Sui descended and positioned himself before them. His words were automatically translated by the system into the language of ancient times, alleviating his concerns about being misunderstood. Science. The expressions of these beings shifted dramatically upon seeing Suyi. They gazed up at the sky, and upon confirming the absence of a full moon, they collectively sighed in relief. What planet is this? Suyi continued to inquire, still somewhat astonished that they recognized him as a Saiyan. This is Planet Debudo. You must be a lost Saiyan. We're quite far from the planet you Scions inhabit. After exchanging glances, one of the beings stepped forward and politely bowed to Suyi. You have a map of cosmic navigation? Suyi asked again, as this small planet was too insignificant to yield much information. However, given that this was an ancient era, it was likely that many formidable individuals roamed this world. Upon hearing Suyi's question, the extraterrestrials exchanged looks. After a moment, the one who had initially spoken said, "Come with us to our village. Our clan leader is well-traveled and should possess the cosmic navigation map you seek." "All right," Suyi replied without hesitation, with the combat prowess of these local inhabitants barely reaching 100. They were akin to mere ants, and he naturally felt no fear of any ill intentions they might harbor. Before long, a group guided Suyi to a small village. He glanced around. He noticed the villagers staring at him with expressions of astonishment. This left Suyi slightly puzzled. Hadn't they claimed that the Saiyan planet was very far from theirs? Why, then, were they all aware of his identity? Shortly after, the group led him to a small courtyard. "Our clan leader is inside. Esteemed Saiyan, please follow me in." One of the locals invited Suyi and opened the door to the courtyard. Suyi observed the courtyard's layout, which was adorned with flourishing plants and a small patch of vegetables. "Please wait a moment. I will notify him," the local said before gently knocking on the door at the center of the courtyard. An aged voice responded, "Bring the guest in." The local respectfully acknowledged and ushered Suyi inside. Upon entering, Suyi was taken aback to see a green-skinned elder with 2 antennae, an elderly Namekian. "Keita, you may leave," the aged Namekian gestured to the guide. "Yes." Keita respectfully exited the room, closing the door behind him. "Greetings, esteemed Saiyan." The elder approached Suyi with a smile. "I would like to ask if you possess a map of cosmic navigation." Although Suyi was curious about how a Namekian came to be the clan leader here, he prioritized his inquiry. "I do." The elder nodded, maintaining a gentle smile. Throughout, Suyi watched him intently, awaiting further elaboration, that he was skeptical about receiving something without offering anything in return as expected. The elder continued, "However, I require something from you in exchange." "What do you need?" Suyi asked, furrowing his brow. "Something that will allow us to leave this planet." The elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he fixed his gaze on Suyi. "A spaceship?" Suyi was taken aback. "Indeed," the elder confirmed with a nod. "Simple." Suyi chuckled, as he had ample exchange points and knew acquiring a spaceship would not cost him much. He did not feel he was at a loss for trading it for a cosmic navigation map. The deal was struck, and, after leaving a spaceship behind, Suyi took the cosmic navigation map and prepared to depart. However, just before leaving, he suddenly asked the elder, "Which universe is this?" "The 7th universe," the elder replied with a faint smile. "Who is the god of destruction in this universe?" Suyi inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "The god of science, Lord Yamoshi." With a mix of emotions and reflections, Suyi departed from the planet, setting his course for the central planet of the 7th universe, Planet Sadala. This planet was the original home of the Scions, which they abandoned following an internal conflict that led to its destruction. They eventually migrated to Planet Plant. Ultimately, under the reign of King Vegeta, it was completely renamed Planet Vegeta, within the confines of a spaceship. Suyi practiced diligently in the training room. As he trained, his mind wandered in contemplation. According to the elder, the god of destruction of the 7th universe was the progenitor of the Scions, Yamoshi. Thus, it was only natural that the Scions held a prominent status in this universe. It was no wonder that his identity had been immediately recognized by those beings. Regrettably, the ancient history from his previous life had not provided clarity on this era, leaving him unaware of the circumstances of this time. Suyi sighed, shaking his head. If only he understood the trajectory of events in this ancient period, he would surely know how to proceed next. Fortunately, There were some clues available, at least offering him a path to pursue. By the way, system, how can I return to my era? Also, do the flow of time in both periods operate at the same speed? Suyi suddenly recalled something and halted his training, asking curiously if the time ratio was indeed the same. He would need to exert greater effort to find a way back to his era. Otherwise, after hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, would his wife, daughter, and friends not become mere dust? Suddenly, the planet Sadala erupted into chaos. Sixth update. Returning to the host, the system responded, currently, as you traverse the parallel dimensions of the past. The time prior to your journey will be frozen. Nice. Suyi chuckled upon hearing this reply. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation. A month later, on the planet Sadala, he retracted the spaceship into the system's space and surveyed his surroundings. The contrast between inhabited and uninhabited planets was indeed stark. At the very least, the greenery of Sadala was exceptional, and the air was remarkably fresh. As he strolled along, he encountered Saiyans and tourists from other planets. Though the latter walked with their heads bowed, lacking the courage to stand tall, this observation deepened Suyi's understanding of the Saiyans' esteemed reputation in this era. Soon, Suyi arrived at the city. Are you a Saiyan? Please present your Saiyan identification. At the city gate, as Suyi was about to enter, he was halted by Guard 25, who was stationed there. Suyi glanced at him and shook his head, saying, I possess no Saiyan identification, for I am a wandering Saiyan who has finally returned to my homeland. Suyi's eloquence was impressive. In mere moments, he spun a tale of a tragically wandering Saiyan that nearly brought the two guards to tears. You may enter. Remember, arrange for your Saiyan identification on Sadala, as it will provide you with significant conveniences. Live well, poor little one. The two guards waved goodbye as Suyi stepped into the city, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Suyi waved back and ventured into the heart of the city. System, can you sense the battle power of the strongest individual in this city? Suyi paused intermittently, engaging in conversation with the system. The individual with the highest battle power is you, the host, the system replied. Hearing this, Suyi chuckled lightly. The system was unexpectedly humorous at this moment. Who has the next highest battle power? Suyi clarified his inquiry. Beep, beep, beep. The system's voice resonated in Suyi's mind, and soon a message flooded his consciousness. Tech, the lord of this city, a superior warrior, possesses a battle power of 100,000. Suyi's lips twitched as he felt a twinge of disdain. It was rather absurd that the lord of the city only had a battle power of 100,000. If a more formidable foe were to invade, it would be quite dire. Realizing this, Suyi smacked his forehead, feeling foolish for such a thought. Clearly, the ancient god of destruction of the seventh universe was the Saiyan ancestor. Yamoshi in this period, who would dare invade the planet Sadala, aside from the most elite warriors. Boom! Boom! Just as Suyi dismissed his earlier thoughts, a series of explosions erupted nearby. What? Is my mouth still a harbinger of doom? Suyi was taken aback, turning to behold a massive Saiyan ape, its eyes ablaze with fury as it wreaked havoc upon the surrounding cityscape, unleashing energy blasts from its mouth. This was not an invasion, but rather an internal conflict. Suyi squinted. The battle power of this Saiyan ape exceeded 1 million. Connecting this with the previously mentioned battle power of the city's lord at 100,000, the conclusion became evident. A Saiyan transformed into a giant ape experienced a tenfold increase in battle power, indicating that this ape was indeed Tech, the lord of the city. Roar. The rampaging Tech, now in his giant ape form, continued to unleash chaos, his roars echoing throughout the city, plunging it into utter disarray. In an instant, countless lives were lost. Suyi observed the turmoil with indifference, harboring no intention of intervening as long as this giant ape. Tech remained wise enough not to provoke him. Suyi would not hinder his rampage. However, most giant ape Saiyans lacked rationality, and it was not long before Tech trampled his way towards Suyi. Roar! With his roar, shockwaves erupted from his mouth, truly seeking death. Suyi shook his head and extended a finger toward the colossal Tech, unleashing a key blast that swiftly dispatched him. The turmoil within the city came to an abrupt end. Yet simultaneously, similar upheavals erupted across all Saiyan cities on the planet Sadala. The lords had all transformed into giant apes, instigating chaos in their respective cities. Uncertain about the unfolding events, Suyi sought a place to pause and reflect. The trajectory of the upcoming plot was unclear, compelling him to proceed with caution. Perhaps I should venture to the heart of the planet Sadala to seek out the legendary Saiyan ancestor. Yamoshi. Moreover, he is likely to possess the Ultra Instinct technique. Perhaps a dialogue with him could refine my own mastery, Suyi pondered, ultimately making his decision. Before long, Suyi was on his way, soaring at high speed along Route 227. And soon he reached the planet Sadala. However, the chaos in the cities along the way kept him vigilant. Could it be? The uprising on the planet Sadala is unfolding as recorded in history. Suyi contemplated, his brow furrowed in thought, that he had perused the external histories of Dragon Ball, which stated that the instigator of this internal strife was none other than the Saiyan ancestor. Yamoshi. How could it have devolved into the hands of others? The victors write history, and the vanquished are branded as villains. The winners inscribe their legacies, and even the wicked may be celebrated as heroes. At this moment, the system's melodious voice echoed in Suye's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. So, this battle is destined for Yamoshi's defeat. With this thought, Suye's eyes narrowed, hesitating over whether to aid this Saiyan ancestor. Most crucially, he was highly covetous of the Ultra Instinct technique. Having spent a few months in this ancient era, his strength had surged to a battle power of 12.5 to 13 trillion, significantly surpassing his previous capabilities. That if he could master the Ultra Instinct technique, to what heights could his strength soar? It was unimaginable, too daunting to contemplate. 124. The ancestor of the Frozen Demon Clan. 7th update. In the central region of the planet Sadala, within a city, Suyi floated high above, coldly surveying the chaos below. A multitude of invaders, comprising Saiyans, demons, and divine beings, besieging the city. What a disappointment! The god of destruction Yamoshi of the 7th universe is far from the legendary might he is said to possess. Suye's gaze fixated on an arena at the city's center, where Yamoshi stood, indeed exuding formidable power, approximately 10 trillion. However, this level of strength was merely on par with Beerus, not the terrifying prowess of legends. Moreover, this individual lacked the ability to wield the Ultra Instinct technique. As expected, external histories were ultimately inscrutable to later generations. That Suyi stifled a yawn, his desire to engage with Yamoshi evaporating entirely. There's another Saiyan here. At this moment, Suyi caught the attention of a demon, who excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, "Swish, swish, swish!" Upon hearing the demon's call, many lesser beings turned their gaze toward him. A bunch of scum. Suyi extended his hand, grasping the air, and summoned a lightsaber, which was merely a manifestation of his ki. However, this action was purely to indulge his inner whims, as he found the gesture exceedingly cool. Suyi wielded a lightsaber, raising his hand to slice through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. This phenomenon bore resemblance to a ki blast, yet the sword energy emanating from Suyi was exponentially more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the hapless invaders below met their demise, as Suyi descended slowly. He flicked his lightsaber, causing it to dissolve into a cascade of luminous particles. With each step he took amidst the chaos of battle, his footsteps captured the attention of all. Soon after, the combatants resumed their clashes. Such is the nature of war. As Suyi surveyed his surroundings, he noted the corpses strewn about, each lifeless gaze reflecting a flicker of the will to survive. Alas, hope was all they had left. With every stride, the innate force of his Zai Ji Gong manifested around him, enveloping him in a radiant silvery aura that compelled the nearby combatants, both invaders and defenders, to cease their struggles. What a powerful being! No, this is a divine entity. Who is he? He appears to be a Saiyan. It remains uncertain whether he is a rebel Saiyan or one steadfast in his duty. Whispers of speculation arose. Yet Suyi seemed oblivious, advancing steadily toward the center of the city where a platform awaited him. There stood the progenitor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi. Not only him, but beside him was a man strikingly similar to the later Frieza. Yamoshi, Only the astute can survive to the end. S the god of destruction of the seventh universe. You eschew destruction in favor of creation. How could the higher-ups possibly condone such an act? The figure resembling Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon clan, bore a chilling smile, an aura of frost swirling around him. Huh. Cux, do you believe that your verbose musings can conceal your nefarious intentions? Yamoshi scoffed. Throughout his tenure as the god of destruction, he had never faced reproach from above until this unexpected invasion, which he perceived as Cux's bid to usurp his position in this era. The hierarchy was not as structured as in later times. Each god of destruction was appointed by the Omni King. The prevailing rule was barbaric. The mightiest would claim the title of god of destruction. Years prior, Cux had vied for the position against Yamoshi but had been cast out instead of executed due to Yamoshi's inherent kindness. Unexpectedly, Cux returned, emboldened by newfound strength, seeking vengeance. Ho ho ho. Cux laughed, his mirth eliciting an inexplicable irritation in Suyi, who found the laughter to be disconcertingly sardonic. He felt an urge to strike this and as footsteps echoed. Yamoshi turned his gaze toward the approaching Suyi, his eyes narrowing in recognition. What a formidable scion! Who is this individual? Yamoshi's heart raced. In comparison to Suyi, he felt woefully inadequate. Cux, also hearing the footsteps, slowly turned, only to find Suyi merely a step away. You are, he began, but before he could finish, a fist, aglow with silvery brilliance, connected with his face. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches landed squarely on Cux's nose. Delight surged through Suyi as he regarded the now broken nose of Cux. Ah, much better. Cux's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly from the unexpected assault. With a look that begged for another blow, Suyi obliged. Bang, aware of Cux's malevolent glare, Suyi raised an eyebrow and delivered another punch. This time, Cux anticipated the attack and dodged, but his abdomen met Suyi's kick, propelling him into a nearby structure with a resounding crash. What a foolish creature, Suyi remarked, shaking his head as he withdrew his leg and dusted off his pants. Turning his attention to Yamoshi with a friendly smile. Call me master, and I shall make you stronger. Just a minute prior, as Suyi ambled toward the platform, the sweet, melodic voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Task generated. Teach the Saiyan progenitor Yamoshi the first stage of Zizai Ji Gong. Task reward. Gain mastery over the second stage of Zizai Ji Gong. Accept or decline. What a ridiculous proposition. Who would be foolish enough to refuse such an opportunity? Thus, Suyi found himself smiling as he addressed Yamoshi. Yamoshi stared at Suyi, bewildered, and upon hearing the same query again, he finally responded. What can you teach me? Had it not been for Suyi's effortless defeat of Cux and the overwhelming aura he now radiated, Yamoshi might have thought this was a jest. I can make you stronger. Suyi replied with an amiable demeanor, radiating kindness. He was determined that Yamoshi would not refuse him. Even if it required a fight, he would ensure Yamoshi willingly learned Zizai Ji Gong. Be cautious. Yamoshi warned, preparing to speak, yet he suddenly noticed Cux stealthily approaching from behind Suyi, prompting a swift alert. Bang! Such debris is hardly worth my attention. Suyi raised his fist without even turning, and Cux, unable to halt his momentum, collided with Suyi's fist and was sent flying once more. Yamoshi's expression transformed, especially as he beheld the divine silvery light enveloping Suyi, resembling a deity. Once you become my disciple, you too shall attain such strength. In due time, a mere Cux will be inconsequential. A mere flick of the wrist will suffice. Suyi smiled, enticingly. Upon hearing this, Yamoshi's resolve solidified. Though he was unsure of Suyi's true intentions, he understood that if he did not grow stronger swiftly, he would inevitably face ruin. The victors are crowned kings, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. After years of being a god of destruction and a ruler, Yamoshi was not willing to be subjugated again. Very well, I shall become your disciple, that I hope you can truly make me stronger. Yamoshi declared, his expression shifting to one of determination. Suyi chuckled, just as Cux, having been knocked out twice, began to regain consciousness. This time, he dared not strike, realizing Suyi was not a foe he could challenge. Yamoshi, mark my words, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Cux spat defiantly, Preparing to depart, you require assistance in eliminating him. Suye's cold voice rang out, echoing ominously in Cux's ears, causing him to freeze in place. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and back. Moreover, what terrified him more was the realization that he could no longer move. "Master, no need. I shall deal with this myself," Yamoshi's cold voice interrupted. And Cux felt the oppressive weight lift. He quickly turned to glance at Suyi, no longer daring to utter threats, and hastily fled the scene. In the days that followed, Suyi commenced his teachings of Yamoshi. The art of Zizai Ji Gong is inherently a realm that cannot be imparted, requiring individual comprehension. However, who could have foreseen that Suyi possessed such an invincible advantage through the system? Days turned into weeks, and before long, 3 months had elapsed. During this time, Suyi diligently extracted his daily gifts and guided the hapless Yamoshi, who initially struggled to grasp even the basics in the first month. By the second month, Yamoshi had made some progress, and by the third month, he had mastered the first stage of Zizai Ji Gong entirely. Both Suyi and Yamoshi had invested considerable effort. On this particular day, having received a reward from the system, Suyi prepared to depart. "Teacher, you are also a Saiyan. Can't you stay?" Yamoshi implored, offering to relinquish the throne of the Saiyans to Suyi if necessary. "One day, when you seek greater power, you will choose to forsake these so-called positions," Suyi replied with a smile, shaking his head before boarding his spaceship and leaving. Another month passed, as Suyi drifted through the cosmos until he finally arrived at a planet. Guided by the system, he understood that this planet was crucial for mastering the third stage of Zizai Ji Gong. Over the course of this month, having thoroughly mastered the second stage, his power had reached an impressive 15 trillion. Do not underestimate this significant enhancement. With the perfect form of Super Saiyan 5, he could transform for 15 minutes in what he dubbed the Super Saiyan God first form. Indeed, this fusion of divine realms, Zizai Ji Gong, and the transformation into Super Saiyan 5 was what he referred to as the Super Saiyan God first form. In this state, he boasted a combat power of 17.2 trillion. He was uncertain whether this strength would classify him as a formidable expert in this ancient era. Yet it undoubtedly felt terrifying compared to his former self. By the way, system, I recall having 50 silver-level gift packs that I haven't opened yet. Right? Suyi casually strolled around the unknown planet, his thoughts drifting into the system. "Indeed, host," the system responded. "All right, please open all 50 of those silver-level gift packs for me. You did not harbor high hopes for these packs, especially after the previous 49 had yielded a plethora of disappointing items. Soon, as Suyi entered a city, the 50 silver gift packs were all opened. "Congratulations, host. You have received 200 super divine beans." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the dog-slaying staff technique X 1.50 notifications rang in Suye's mind, and apart from the second gift pack, only the last one piqued his interest. The second gift pack contained the dog-slaying staff technique, which, while not exceptionally powerful, was at least a somewhat renowned martial art. The final gift pack, however, was impressive, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Indeed, it was the legendary skill of the heroic Qiao Feng. Learn. He swiftly acquired both martial arts, soon achieving perfect mastery over them. 126 to claim today's gift pack. Master-level gift pack. However, Suyi had yet to discover anything beneficial on this planet, despite the system's claims of its potential. "System, where's the fortune you promised me on this planet?" After wandering for quite some time, he voiced his frustration. "Host, you have yet to claim today's daily gift pack. Would you like to do so?" The system interjected, ignoring Suye's complaint. Suyi was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed forgotten to claim today's gift pack. However, such a blatant hint was impossible to miss. "Wow, system, you're something else. From now on, I'll call you Shioer." Suyi laughed heartily in excitement. "The system rejects your naming request." The system replied, promptly delivering a gift pack to Suye's inventory. "Let me see what level of gift pack today is. Suyi muttered quietly, then focused his mind on entering the system's inventory space, where a brilliantly colored gift pack shimmered magnificently. "Wow, this one even has special effects," Suyi exclaimed, momentarily blinded by the dazzling light, which faded to reveal the description: the master-level daily gift pack. Immortal body, final stage. Zizai Ji Gong, third stage, 1 million exchange points. Among a plethora of items, only the first two caught his attention, the rest leaving him rather composed. Immortal body, final stage, non-lethal wounds heal instantly. Lethal injuries can be restored within 10 seconds, provided the soul remains intact. After reading the description of the immortal body's final stage, Suyi fell into a stupor. Goodness, this final stage of the immortal body is simply unfathomably amazing. After a prolonged moment, he finally snapped back to reality, swallowing hard and gasping in awe. The essence of this final stage could be summarized crudely. As long as your soul endures, your body remains eternally unyielding. So, does that mean I've become an indestructible little cockroach? Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. By all accounts, as long as your soul is not extinguished, you truly are indestructible, the system chimed in his mind. 666. So, system, does the system mall contain any soul-enhancing techniques that complement this immortal body? Su Yi praised, then quickly inquired. Host, please check the point requirement for the techniques in the first row of the system mall. The system replied. Farewell. Su Yi promptly dismissed the idea. The point requirement for the first row techniques were so extensive that his eyes blurred at the sheer number of zeros, with his current exchange points just breaking into the tens of millions. He set aside any thoughts of acquiring soul-enhancing techniques for now. Nevertheless, at this stage, combined with the immortal body, he should still be considered quite formidable. Su Yi whispered to himself before directly learning the immortal body's final stage. The system's greatest feature was its instant mastery, a quality that truly impressed Su Yi. Soon, he had mastered the immortal body and shifted his focus to the third stage of Zizai Ji Gong. Learn, without hesitation, he absorbed the knowledge, and the immense power surged within him. The divine realm combined with Super Saiyan 5 soon elevated his combat power from 18.2 trillion to an astonishing 22.8 trillion. Furthermore, he could maintain this transformation for an entire hour. This is fantastic. I can confidently say I'm now in the Super Saiyan God second form, but he pointed, and a mirror materialized before him. Gazing into it, he smiled with satisfaction. Compared to Super Saiyan God first form, his entire being radiated a much deeper silver flame. His eyes, tail, and hair, which were once merely of faint silver, now shone with a significantly richer hue. I'm truly formidable now. Su Yi could not help but exclaim, lamenting the unfortunate absence of a formidable figure capable of elucidating his current standing in terms of power. After lingering on this planet for approximately a week, Su Yi resumed his journey. Having previously acquired a master-level gift package, he had since received a plethora of silver-level packages, though most yielded merely trifles without any substantial rewards. Nonetheless, he felt content, for he had already mastered the ultimate stage of immortality and the third stage of the supreme freedom technique. Apart from enhancing his soul's level, he found little else to desire at the moment. Stuck in this era, he suddenly recalled a rather perplexing issue. Previously, he had posed 2 questions to the system, yet it had only answered one, leaving him to pursue his cultivation thereafter. The lingering question was how he could return to his own time. System, how can I return to my era? Su Yi inquired once more. After a brief pause, the system responded, as long as the host has the desire to return, you may do so. Do you wish to return to your own time now? Su Yi was taken aback by this response. Just as he was about to request the system to transport him back, he remembered the possibility of mastering the complete supreme freedom technique during his unintentional sojourn in this ancient period. After all, time held no constraints for him in this epoch. As long as he did not enter the era of his existence, there was no fear of encountering himself. Forget it. I shall not return just yet. I wish to see the Omni King. Su Yi recalled that the Omni King was acquainted with him, and perhaps the ultimate stage of the supreme freedom technique could manifest through this little being. With this thought, he prepared to head towards the location of the Omni King. However, upon inquiring the system, he was met with a revelation that left him utterly astonished. Host, this era is currently under the dominion of the Grand Omni King. The little Omni King is in a stage of growth. Upon hearing this news, several large question marks floated above Su Ye's head. How is this not akin to the Dragon Ball history he had searched on Baidu? Host, while this world is indeed that of the Dragon Ball anime, you must understand that it does not encompass all the narratives within it. The overarching plot may bear similarities, yet the backdrop may differ in subtle ways. Lastly, not everything on Baidu is true. Yes, Suyi silently scoffed at this. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He could not help but roll his eyes, but refrained from further comment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. In that case, I should definitely seek out the Omni King. Furthermore, the Grand Omni King has always been a mysterious figure. I am curious to witness the magnitude of his prowess. He acknowledged the gap between himself and these top-tier experts. Yet he believed this disparity could be gradually bridged. System, please inform me of the Omni King's location, Suyi inquired, not intending to confront the Omni King directly, but rather to find an opportunity to observe this legendary figure from a distance. Just as many Dragon Ball enthusiasts had speculated, the Omni King was indeed an awe-inspiring entity who governed 12 universes and countless lives. One could not help but wonder if there existed beings even more powerful than the Omni King. Hence, many had pondered the identity of the Omni King's father. Now that the system had confirmed the existence of such a being, Suyi was eager to uncover the truth. Curiosity killed the cat? No. Suyi was quite astute. In this age, as long as he desired, no one could bring about his demise, for he had the ability to return to his own era at will. Unless the Omni King were to eliminate him with a single stroke, no one could kill him. Host, you may drift through the universe for a few more months. The system teased, withholding direct information. Very well. Suyi understood the system's reluctance to divulge everything, recognizing that it must have its reasons. Thus, he did not dwell on the topic further, activating autopilot mode before retreating to the cultivation chamber to continue his training. It was somewhat disheartening that he could not employ the time chamber in this ancient epoch. Otherwise, he would have reveled in the experience. Nevertheless, even in just a few months, his combat power had surged at an astonishing rate. Presently, Suyi's Super Saiyan God second form could be maintained for an hour and a half, and in this state, his combat power had soared to 24 trillion. This marked a substantial increase of 1.2 trillion compared to the 22.8 trillion he had achieved a few months prior. One should not underestimate this increase. In a confrontation, he could effortlessly overwhelm his past self in an instant. Moreover, this 1.2 trillion boost was not something that could be easily matched by mere numbers. This journey through the ancient era had indeed proved to be an exceptional experience for Suyi. Whether in terms of power growth or the solitude he had endured for so long, his character had matured considerably. As Suyi emerged from the cultivation chamber and called out to inquire whether it was time yet, he was suddenly drawn to a cacophony of explosions resonating from outside his spacecraft. Upon gazing through the glass window of his spacecraft, he observed various races, including the Angel race, the Frozen Demon race, and the Namekian race engaged in battle beyond a distant planet. With his prior knowledge, Suyi understood that these beings were fighting in the stratosphere, where oxygen was not a concern. However, he was still astounded to see so many engage in combat beyond the stratosphere. This revelation caused his eyes to narrow. System, based on my current power, am I capable of surviving in the vacuum beyond the stratosphere? Suyi's strength had grown formidable, and he must not forget that in his own era, he had been recognized as a Super Saiyan God by the 7th universe, possessing divine power within him. Ordinary gods could not survive in space, but the system assured him, currently host, you're no longer bound by such limitations. So rest assured, sure enough, as Suyi had speculated, he was indeed free from those constraints. With a smile, he instantaneously teleported outside the spacecraft, attempting to breathe in the vacuum. However, instead of air, he inhaled a gust of energy that left him quite uncomfortable. Host, even if you do not breathe, you will not perish. There is no need to subject yourself to such discomfort. The system jested. Suy's expression darkened. He decided to heed the system's advice and refrain from breathing. At his current level, he had little to fear in terms of harm. The only concern was the possibility of the Omni King employing his erasure ability, which could eliminate him in an instant. Otherwise, as long as his soul remained intact, his body could swiftly reconstitute itself. Presently, only beings of the Omni King's caliber could wield such erasure capabilities. Even the destruction energy of a destroyer god would qualify as a form of erasure. However, the destruction energy from a destroyer god would pose no threat to Suyi, thus he had no reason to worry. Wait, who is that? The Dragon God Salama. Suyi retracted his spacecraft into the system's space and turned his gaze toward the source of the explosive sound. Upon seeing a golden body larger than a planet, his eyes widened in astonishment. This creature's size was truly staggering. After a moment of astonishment, Suyi could not help but exclaim. The dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls in the anime was already immense. Yet this Dragon God Salama's form dwarfed that dragon by a significant margin. It was undoubtedly larger by several times, if not more. Salam, how dare you betray the Grand Omni King? As Suyi stood in astonishment before the colossal figure of the Dragon God Salama, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the cosmos. Turning to behold the source of the sound, he saw a diminutive figure with bluish-green skin, flowing white hair cascading down their back, and a large light blue halo hovering above their head. Floating with arms crossed before the Dragon God Salama. Roar! The furious bellow erupted from the mouth of the Dragon God Salama, followed by a brilliant flash of golden light. Gradually, his massive form began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a being with golden skin, two golden antennae protruding from his forehead, and a pair of golden wings extending from his back. Karen, that old fool, is on the brink of death. He ought to relinquish the position of the Omni King. Why should his son continue to hold it? The Dragon God Salama was seething with rage. One of the three most formidable entities in the universe. He believed that once the Omni King perished and he ascended to power, he could reign supreme. However, this entire scenario had been thwarted by the son that the old man had brought back, as he intended to bequeath the position of Omni King to his offspring. Salama, your greed knows no bounds. The position of High Priest, second only to one, is already an exalted rank. Heed my words and fulfill your duties as High Priest. Assisting the young Omni King, Karen, who would later become the High Priest, wore a sorrowful expression as he sighed and counseled him. The two had been subordinates of the Omni King for many years and shared a cordial relationship. Thus, he did not wish to witness Salama's demise. Karen, spare me your words. My decision is resolute. Since he wishes for his son to ascend, I shall slay the child and see how he can install him. Suddenly, the Dragon God Salama erupted into laughter, pointing a finger into the void, creating ripples as a wailing infant in swaddling clothes came into view. Is it the Omni King of my era? Suyi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the infant. Astonishment etched across his face. No. Salama. The High Priest's complexion turned ashen upon seeing the infant in the void. He roared in fury, soaring towards the Dragon God Salama, desperate to prevent him from taking action against the young Omni King. System, what are the current battle powers of the Dragon God Salama and the High Priest? Suyi cast a glance at the two, feeling somewhat confounded by their capabilities. Battle power of the Dragon God Salama, 120 quintillion. Battle power of the High Priest, 100 quintillion. The system's voice resonated. 120 quintillion, 110 quintillion. Upon hearing this response, Suyi's eyes widened with shock as he regarded the two. Considering his own strength, it was not difficult to imagine the terrifying power possessed by these two individuals, both exceeding 100 quintillion. Karen, you are no match for me. It would be as easy as pie to eliminate you. Step aside. I shall ensure the death of that infant. As Suyi grappled with his shock, a roar from the Dragon God Salama echoed through the skies. Salama, your actions will lead to your annihilation by the Omni King. The High Priest had now positioned himself directly before Salama, fearing that he would strike down the young Omni King. Thus, he appealed to him with emotion and reason. Trust me, we have been friends for many years. If you spare the son of the Omni King, I will plead for your case with him. Foolish idiot. The Dragon God Salama scoffed. He is on the verge of death. What do I have to fear? Karen, if I were you, I would join the great Lord Salama in rebelling against that old man. The High Priest's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he hesitated before speaking. Salama, are you completely confident? Seeing the High Priest's response, Salama's eyes brightened as he laughed heartily. I have absolute confidence. That old fool is on the brink of death. Very well, I am willing to. Suddenly, the High Priest activated his instantaneous movement ability, appearing in the next breath at the location of the young Omni King, swiftly striking him away as Suyi's mouth opened in surprise. It seemed the high priest had been aware of his presence all along, as the direction in which the young Omni King had been sent was towards him. Ding! Task generated. Save the young Omni King. Educate the young Omni King. Task reward. Ultimate stage of the unfettered supreme technique. Accept or decline. As Suyi hesitated over whether to rescue the young Omni King, a prompt from his system rang in his mind. Accept! He was not foolish and promptly chose to accept. Immediately, he soared into the air, cradling the young Omni King in his arms. Meanwhile, the high priest, observing Suye's actions, displayed a relieved smile, exhaling deeply. Salama, while I may not be your equal, merely securing a chance for the future Omni King to survive is enough. Regarding Suyi, the high priest felt completely at ease. Being of the angelic race, his heart was pure, and he too could discern that Suyi was not malevolent. As the two clashed, Suyi, playfully engaging with the young Omni King in his arms, suddenly heard the voice of the high priest Karen in his ear. Sir of the Saiyan race, I entrust you with the care of this infant. Looking to the sky, Suyi noted that although Salama's power far surpassed that of the high priest, he was momentarily unable to subdue him. System, if we need to escape, which route is best? Suyi inquired, for with his immortal form and exceptional capabilities, he was not particularly worried about the dragon god Salama's attacks. However, the young Omni King was not necessarily equipped to withstand Salama's might. Host, there is no need for escape. The Omni King is rapidly approaching. The dragon god Salama will soon face judgment, the system replied. Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Many years ago, he had experience cradling Lioli, so this time, as he held the young Omni King, he remained composed. With a snap of his fingers, a small couch materialized in midair. With another snap, a small table laden with various delicacies appeared. Host, is it truly appropriate for you to indulge in such a whimsical manner? Settling into the couch, Suyi reclined with one leg crossed, cradling the young Omni King in one arm while munching on snacks with the other. As he observed the fierce battle between the dragon god Salama and the high priest above, the system's voice echoed in his mind, delayed and sarcastic. Isn't it you who has been collaborating without any communication? Suyi huffed dismissively. Admit it, system. The spirit of whimsy runs deep within you. Oh, of course, provided you possess a spirit. The system's retort cut sharply, prompting Suyi to glance back at the ongoing spectacle. The dragon god Salama had gained the upper hand over the high priest and was now fixing his gaze upon him. You, child of the Saiyan race now, immediately crush that infant in your arms. And I shall take you as my loyal hound. The dragon god Salama, having subdued the high priest beneath his feet, fixed a disdainful gaze upon Suyi, his voice icy as it resonated in his ears. Ah, how audacious! Suyi slowly rose to his feet, regarding the arrogant dragon god Salama with a cold stare. That I hope that when the Omni King arrives, you will still possess such arrogance, with the dragon god Salama's battle power at 120 quintillion. Suyi was not foolish enough to confront him directly. It would be utterly pointless. That old fool lies Bedardin, on the verge of death. How can he arrive? You will not kill him. Then I shall do so. And along with him, I will extinguish you. The dragon god Salama laughed uproariously, but as he extended his hand to unleash an attack aimed at Suyi and the young Omni King, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing this figure, Suyi raised an eyebrow, inwardly questioning system. Is this the Omni King? Yes. What is his battle power? Suyi continued to inquire. During this ancient era, within the 18 small universes, the Omni King's power is infinite. The system responded. The wind is too loud. I couldn't quite catch that. What did you just say? All right, I understand that a flicker of shock crossed Suye's eyes. An infinite concept? What does that even mean? In the 18 small universes under his dominion, the Omni King symbolizes invincibility. No one can stand against him. Salama, the voice of the Omni King was remarkably calm, his azure eyes fixated on the dragon god Salama, causing this formidable figure, ranked within the top 3 of the universe, to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. Impossible. Weren't you on the verge of death? Why? Why do you still stand before me? The dragon god Salama roared. Yet no amount of fury could conceal his quaking form and the beads of sweat cascading down his brow. There is nothing impossible. Salama, I have always been aware of your ambitions. Indeed, I am nearing death and anticipated your rebellion upon my demise. However, I did not foresee your audacity to this extent. The Omni King's voice remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any tumult. You are definitely not the Omni King. Absolutely not. The dragon god Salama bellowed, launching himself toward the Omni King in a fit of rage. Boom! The Omni King merely raised an eyelid to glance at him, and the powerful being, ranked at the forefront of the universe, was sent hurtling backward. Witnessing this scene, Sui inhaled sharply. He then began to critique, reasoning that such boundless combat prowess should have effortlessly vanquished the dragon god Salama with a mere glare, which seemed rather abnormal. Salama, your strength is commendable. Should you pledge your allegiance to my child, you may spare your life. The Omni King's voice resonated through the venue, devoid of any emotional undertones, reaching the ears of dragon god Salama, who, upon hearing this, erupted into maniacal laughter. Omni King, even if I perish, I shall drag your child down with me. The dragon god Salama's form began to swell, ultimately transforming into his true self, his roar reverberating with deafening intensity. I curse upon my own lifespan. The Omni King's child shall never grow, and his mind shall remain unhinged. I curse upon my own lifespan. The Omni King's child shall never grow, and his mind shall remain unhinged. The same incantation echoed throughout the universe tenfold, prompting a furious change in the Omni King's countenance as he thundered, seeking death. This ruler begrudged his own leniency. Had he eliminated this fiend at the first opportunity, his progeny would not suffer this curse. Old fool, I have deliberated and shall not allow this little one to perish, for in the future I shall personally end his life. The dragon god Salama shimmered with a golden radiance, dazzlingly brilliant. His voice echoed across the cosmos, resounding with deafening force. Boom! As a burst of golden light erupted, the dragon god Salama's form split into 7, each fragment soaring into 7 different universes. Curse you! The Omni King cast a furious glance at Sui, who cradled the small Omni King in his arms, his face contorted with rage as he observed a flicker of black light infiltrate the infant's body. Thus, the curse had taken effect. Swiftly, the Omni King reached Suye's side, his expression laden with sorrow as he looked at the small Omni King, who recognized his father and extended his hand, beaming with joy. Seeing this, the Omni King's guilt deepened as he bowed deeply to Suyi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Not at all. Suyi waved his hand, remaining nonchalant and not overly deferential despite the Omni King's status. Colin, the Omni King turned, his hand sweeping through the void, a beam of white light entering the severely injured high priest's body, who, a second later, returned to normal. Omni King. The high priest soared over, a look of self-reproach upon his face. I failed to protect the small Omni King. Please punish me, Omni King. No, you have done well enough. The Omni King's gaze flickered with a strange light as he declared, my time is short, and I shall require your assistance with him. Rest assured, Omni King. The high priest bowed respectfully. From this day forth, you are the high priest. Upon uttering these words, the Omni King turned back, casting a fond glance at the small Omni King in Suye's arms, ultimately looking at Suyi with a slight smile before transforming into a radiant orb of light that drifted into the infant's body. However, Suyi noticed a small portion of that light enter his own body. System, what is this? Suye's expression changed, fearing that the Omni King might be akin to an ancient monster from his previous life, capable of seizing a host to be reborn. This is the power of the laws of the universe. The system's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Power of the laws? Suyi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process this revelation. Indeed, such as the destructive energy of the god of destruction, the time manipulation and healing energies of the angelic race. These all belong to the power of the laws of the universe. The system elucidated the Omni King's prowess does not lie in his combat strength. In fact, one could argue he possesses none. What he wields is this power of law that governs these 18 universes. Upon hearing this, Suyi comprehended fully. So, I have acquired a fragment of the Omni King's power of law. Not merely a fragment. Host, you are now absolutely invincible within these small universes. Even the future Omni King cannot wield the power of law to erase you. The system was brimming with excitement. Calm down, calm down. Suyi forced himself to suppress his inner exhilaration, maintaining a composed demeanor. Upon reflection, this was but an external force, not a strength inherent to him. While he was invincible in these several small universes, it was akin to occupying the position of the Omni King. Yet what if there were other universes? Would he be confined to this existence forever? Merely a local tyrant? That was inconceivable. One must have dreams, as the saying goes in a movie from his past life. If one has no dreams, what is the difference from being a salted fish? Thus, the power of law could be utilized. However, cultivation must not be neglected in the following days to fulfill the task assigned by the system. Suyi became a mentor to the future Omni King. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. 3 years passed. In the blink of an eye. 3 years had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Suyi had mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyan God form at will. His combat strength soared to 40 trillion in this brief span. Achieving such power was nothing short of terrifying. The small Omni King had turned 3 years old and shared a remarkably close bond with Suyi. On this day, having received rewards from the system, Suyi quietly departed the ancient era, returning to his own time. Earth, West Capital, Suyi's home. He glanced at the time, which was still the day he embarked on his journey to the future world. System, is Goku and the others all right? Suyi inquired. They likely failed to traverse time and space and were bounced back. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Suyi nodded and utilized the power of law to sense the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and the others. Finding them on Kame House, whoosh. In an instant, Suyi arrived at Kame House in less than a breath's time. Brother Suyi, where have you been? Sun Wukong exclaimed upon seeing Suyi's sudden appearance. For Suyi, having spent several years in the ancient era, his main temporal world had only experienced a few seconds at most. I failed to traverse time and space. When I awoke, I was already back at my home. Suyi smiled, not divulging his journey to the ancient era or the powers he had acquired. Shall we continue our journey to the future world? Vegeta asked, his resolve to vanquish Black Goku unwavering, his wrath far from quelled. Will we still be affected by the time-space turbulence and be bounced back? Deju frowned and inquired. Not at all. Suyi revealed a smile, and under the perplexed gazes of the crowd, he extended a finger and made a gesture in the void. Immediately, a time-space tunnel manifested before everyone's eyes. What? Weiss, witnessing this time-space tunnel, displayed a look of profound shock, exclaiming in astonishment. Beerus, equally taken aback, felt an inexplicable dread as Suyi's display left him unsettled. This was no mere feat achievable by a deity. Even a master like Weiss would likely struggle to conjure a time-space tunnel with such ease. Let us proceed. Suyi took the lead and stepped into the time-space tunnel, followed by Sun Wukong and the others, exchanging glances before entering. Weiss and Beerus shared a knowing look before also stepping into the tunnel, eager to ascertain whether Suyi's power had indeed reached such formidable heights. Before long, the group emerged into the future world. Is this truly the future world? Piccolo and the others surveyed the desolate surroundings, their faces expressing astonishment. Indeed, this is the future world, Date affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this confirmation, Beerus and Weiss exchanged glances once more, their eyes turning to Suyi, both astonished and awed by the man's capabilities. Was he still an ordinary human? In the midst of everyone's astonishment, a tornado suddenly swept in, accompanied by crackling lightning erupting around it. All eyes turned skyward as a figure emerged from within the whirlwind. None other than Black Goku. Black Goku! Date glared at the dramatically appearing figure, gritting his teeth in fury. Trunks, along with Sun Wukong and so many others, Black Goku surveyed the crowd, finally locking his gaze on Beerus and Weiss, his brow arching in recognition. At that moment, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, unleashing his power as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, stepping forward and pointing a thumb at himself, declaring coolly, I shall tell you but one thing. You will ultimately perish at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Suyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Truth be told, the Dragon Ball world had established a rather predictable pattern. Whenever Vegeta was boasting, It signaled his transformation into Tragic Tower, ensuring he would either be defeated or knocked out. In the sky, Black Goku regarded Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form with an expressionless demeanor, appearing utterly unfazed. This demeanor did not go unnoticed by Tete, who narrowed his eyes, pondering. Why does this fellow seem as though he has encountered my father's Super Saiyan Blue before? Boom, boom, boom. At last, Black Goku displayed emotion and movement, clapping his hands and grinning as he remarked, "Impressive. Is this what it means for the Saiyan warrior race to don the aura of divinity?" Swish, as his words fell. Black Goku vanished from the sky, only to reappear before Vegeta in the next instant. "Vegeta, you've trained for quite some time, haven't you?" Black Goku taunted, his fingers delicately resting under Vegeta's chin, mocking, yet, in the end, "You remain merely human." Infuriating, Vegeta roared, launching a punch towards Black Goku. Too weak. Black Goku tilted his head, effortlessly dodging Vegeta's strike. Clang, clang, clang. Vegeta seethed with rage at having his punch evaded by Black Goku. After all, humans were ultimately just that, humans. Even cloaked in divine aura, they remained mere mortals. Black Goku's eyelids flickered as he brushed his left hand against the time ring on his right index finger, gazing at Vegeta with indifference. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's fury intensified. He roared once more and charged at Black Goku. "But I told you, you are too weak." Black Goku dodged Vegeta's attacks with ease, the smirk on his face igniting Vegeta's rage further. "Oh, your energy has grown somewhat stronger," Black Goku remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Not bad, not bad. You do possess a bit of prowess. But if you believe that transforming into Super Saiyan Blue makes you formidable, allow me to inform you that in my eyes, it is merely child's play." "Huh." With that proclamation, Black Goku soared into the sky, clenching his fists and unleashing a mighty roar. Crackle, crackle, as Black Goku's roar echoed. Bolts of lightning erupted around him. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. Could this being transform as well? Before long, Black Goku completed his transformation in the sky, his hair taking on a peach blossom hue, surrounded by swirling flames of the same color. His aura exuded an air of nobility that overshadowed Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue, as though he had truly ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan God. "How formidable is this power? Can you all feel it?" he bellowed with laughter. "This is the true Super Saiyan God. You mere mortals are but shrouded in divine aura, while I am the genuine deity." Black Goku laughed heartily, pointing at Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, declaring in my eyes, "You are all nothing but refuse, and now I shall bring an end to your lives." As his words fell, Black Goku raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast towards Vegeta. The ki blast struck Vegeta squarely, instantly robbing him of his fighting capability, reverting him from Super Saiyan Blue to his normal state, and rendering him unconscious. "That I told you. You are too weak. You are not worth me exerting my utmost power." Black Goku's strength was overwhelming, his confidence soaring as he glanced dismissively at Sun Wukong and the others, beckoning with a wave of his finger. "Come now, show me your true strength, so I may see whether you mortals cloaked in divine aura are stronger than I." The original deity, upon hearing Black Goku's words, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. "Whis, who exactly is this individual?" "I do not recall any deity resembling Sun Wukong," Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. But he pondered for a long while, but could not find an answer until suddenly a spark of realization illuminated his mind, and he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Could it be that this fellow is the very Sun Wukong himself?" Upon hearing Beerus's conjecture, Whis' brow furrowed as well that he glanced back at Black Goku, deep in thought, for Beerus's theory seemed rather implausible. Trunks had already stated that Sun Wukong had perished in this era. So, as this realization struck, a glimmer of insight flashed in Whis' eyes as he turned to Beerus, who met his gaze in that instant. Both their eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, as if they had both arrived at a conclusion. However, neither spoke further, redirecting their attention to the scene unfolding. Black Goku swiftly approached Vegeta, raising his fist, poised to strike, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just then, Sun Wukong, now transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, rushed forward, colliding fists with Black Goku's. The impact sent both warriors stumbling back several steps. Ah, as expected of Sun Wukong, your strength far surpasses that of Vegeta, Black Goku chuckled, applauding in admiration. Black Goku, Sun Wukong shouted, then awkwardly shifted his tone. You despicable fiend! You have injured Vegeta and dare to plot his demise. What concern is it of a lofty deity to slay mere humans? Black Goku laughed, his form gradually levitating as his aura grew even more imposing, the peach-colored flames around him swelling further. Ha! Sun Wukong was utterly enraged for this being displayed utter disregard for life. With a fierce roar, he surged skyward, ah-da-da-da-da. With all his might, Sun Wukong roared, relentlessly launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Black Wukong. In contrast, Black Wukong effortlessly countered Sun Wukong's attacks, the two engaging in a fierce exchange where neither appeared to dominate the other. Observing their intense confrontation, Suyi yawned, feeling a sense of profound boredom given his current strength. Such a level of combat seemed utterly trivial to him. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks, were captivated, their hearts racing with excitement. Go, Dad! Go, Uncle Sun Wukong! You must defeat this guy! Cheered a crowd, waving their fists towards the sky in support. Soon after, both fighters, having exchanged a powerful blow, were propelled backward over 100 meters. Came! They simultaneously placed their hands on their hips, striking a pose, and shouted in unison. This guy can use the Kamehameha wave. The revelation that Black Wukong could wield such power astonished everyone. Haim! As the final syllables echoed, dazzling blue energy spheres erupted from their palms. Witnessing this spectacle, Suye's interest was piqued. It is often said that challenging a member of the Sun family in a beam struggle leads to dire consequences. But what if both combatants were Sun Wukong himself? In no time, their Kamehameha waves collided, unleashing a brilliant light that dazzled the spectators. Ha! Sun Wukong bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with all his might. Compared to Sun Wukong's power, Black Wukong appeared unfazed, his expression remaining unchanged. With a thunderous roar, the two energy waves exploded in the center, sending dust swirling around before dissipating into nothingness. Such formidable strength. Acquiring your body was indeed a wise choice. Black Wukong laughed heartily. His words left the crowd in shock, while Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances. What did you say? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in disbelief. Are you implying that your current body is mine? Indeed, Black Wukong replied nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. How could you possibly take my body? Sun Wukong questioned, bewildered. Well, you're about to die. So, I have no qualms in revealing this. With my time-space rings, I can traverse dimensions at will and seek out the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill all my desires. Black Wukong's immense power, coupled with his immortality, rendered him unafraid of Whis and Beerus, and perhaps even they might struggle against him. The crowd was once again left in stunned silence, realizing this individual possessed such capabilities. Sun Wukong's face darkened as he activated the Kaioken 10 times, using his instant transmission to appear before Black Wukong in the blink of an eye. Black Wukong remained calm, effortlessly meeting his punches. Soon, the two were locked in combat once more. However, fueled by rage and the enhancement of the Kaioken, Sun Wukong clearly outmatched Black Wukong, leaving him unable to hold his ground. How infuriating! Being overpowered like this by a mere mortal is simply intolerable. Black Wukong seethed, his aura intensifying significantly. That moment, a laugh echoed through the sky. Hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Black Wukong halted their battle and turned towards the source of the sound. A figure with green skin and white hair, adorned with earrings, hovered in the air. Zamasu, you've finally arrived, Black Wukong exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Zamasu scrutinized the newcomer before narrowing his eyes and remarking to Beerus. It seems this individual is the malevolent puppeteer of this future world. Yes, I see, Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Wukong stepped back and could see that moment. Suyi intervened, calling out to Sun Wukong, fully aware that his current state could not endure much longer. Despite the Kaioken's impressive power, it exacted a heavy toll on the body, Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong turned back, his voice low. I wish to defeat this foe myself. While you speak, your energy is waning. If this continues, you will soon collapse, Suyi warned, ascending slowly. His intent was not to deny Sun Wukong a chance to defeat Zamasu, but rather to expedite the battle, as they were unlikely to prevail against him. Even if he fused with Vegeta, they would only form a weakened Gogeta, hardly a match for the fused Zamasu. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Sun Wukong fell silent, then sighed, reverting to his usual form to rest. He yearned to express that he possessed a Super Saiyan ability to continue fighting, but choosing to respect Su Ye's wishes, he opted to observe instead. Fortunately, Su Ye was exceptionally powerful, and perhaps he could learn a great deal by watching. As Su Ye took center stage, both Zamasu and Black Wukong focused their attention on him, eyes glinting with intrigue. Who are you? I can sense your strength, yet I've never encountered you before. They spoke in unison. Ah, Su Ye replied with a faint smile, perceiving ordinary humans as insignificant to Zamasu, who in his eyes was merely an ant, easily crushed with a mere step or a flick of his finger. Observing Su Ye's demeanor, Zamasu and Black Wukong narrowed their eyes, their expressions darkening as a sneer tugged at their lips. You believe yourself powerful. Allow me to enlighten you. In my eyes, you are nothing. Do you think this is my ultimate form? No. They echoed the same words, as if they were twins. Very well. Then fuse, Su Ye said nonchalantly, covering his mouth with a hand before waving dismissively, while others were oblivious to the fusion capability of Zamasu and Black Wukong. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, he was well aware. Their fusion indeed resulted in formidable power, but this strength was merely relative to individuals of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's caliber, in Su Ye's presence. It was likely that even Beerus and Whis could easily overpower them. However, while they might dominate, Zamasu's immortality would still pose a challenge for Beerus and Whis to eliminate him directly, as this world was not the primary timeline, and the God of Destruction's energy could not threaten its inhabitants. Quickly, Zamasu and Black Wukong performed the fusion using their earrings. Moments later, the newly formed Zamasu radiated a kaleidoscope of colors before transforming into a silvery figure, adorned with a divine halo, appearing extraordinarily sacred. This is my true form. Zamasu cackled maniacally, unleashing energy blasts towards Sun Wukong and the others while charging directly at Su Ye. Huh, he roared, a peach-colored blade manifesting in his right hand as he aimed it at Su Ye. Trash, Su Ye retorted coldly, casually raising a finger to point at the oncoming Zamasu, nonchalantly dismissing him. Boom! A gray-black orb of light erupted directly from his fingertips, subsequently crashing into Hamas, followed by the resounding explosion that birthed a mushroom cloud at the site. Moments later, the cloud dissipated, revealing a figure within. Not dead. The fact that he withstood Su Ye's strike without perishing struck him as somewhat peculiar, although he had not fully harnessed the power of the cosmic laws in that blow. It should have been sufficient to annihilate this individual with exactly 10 quintillion combat power. Ha! You cannot kill me! Bang! Zamasu gradually rose from the ground, casting a glance at Su Ye, and suddenly burst into laughter, speaking animatedly. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, his body abruptly exploded. Observing this, Su Ye chuckled softly. With his strength, even a casual strike would be far beyond what Zamasu could endure. Not to mention, he had infused some law power into his attack, utterly shattering Zamasu's very soul. The matter is resolved. Let us return. Having dealt with Zamasu, the impending crisis in the future world was naturally averted. And so Su Ye prepared to head back. Date rushed over, bowing deeply to Su Ye and expressing his gratitude. Now, let us train diligently. Su Ye patted Date's shoulder, and with a wave of his hand, a space-time tunnel materialized before him, whisking him back to the main time-space world. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others had revived the unconscious Vegeta by feeding him Super Senzu Beans. How infuriating! The proud Vegeta was certainly displeased. However, upon hearing that Sun Wukong was also no match for their adversary, his expression softened considerably. After a brief exchange, the group gradually entered the space-time tunnel, returning to the primary time-space realm. 132. Leisurely moments. The little girl's bikini. First update. When the group emerged from the space-time tunnel back in the primary time-space world, they found themselves on Kame House, where the already hungry Whis and Beerus proposed a barbecue once more. Naturally, this sparked yet another small gathering. Thanks to the delicious food, and perhaps also due to Suye's influence, Whis and Beerus had effectively integrated into the Z Warriors community. However, it would surely cost Beerus's pride to admit such integration. So the group maintained a semblance of respect befitting a destroyer in their interactions with him. Soon enough, the barbecue feast orchestrated by Su-Yi came to a close at it was past 10 o'clock at night when Su-Yi returned home to West City, only to be promptly intercepted by little Lioli. "Dad, where did you go today?" The little girl crossed her arms, her exquisite face brimming with an air of grievance. Hearing her words, Su-Yi cleared his throat and replied, "Today you had classes, so I didn't take you to Kame House. Besides, I engaged in a battle today, and it would have been pointless for a little girl who dislikes fighting to tag along." If one were to ask whether the invincible Su-Yi had anyone he feared, he would undoubtedly admit to an overwhelming fear of his own little girl. This fear, however, was not born of trepidation, but rather a form of indulgent affection. Or rather, one might say, pampering. Indeed, for after all these years, Su-Yi had only this precious daughter. How could he not cherish her? In truth, Lioli could gradually learn to enjoy fighting for her father's sake. Lioli mumbled softly, but her voice was so faint that even Su-Yi, who was right beside her, could hardly discern it. "What did you say?" Su-Yi inquired, puzzled. "Nothing." Lioli shyly glanced at her father, then playfully pecked his cheek before darting away. Watching his daughter's antics, Su-Yi shook his head and smiled, then returned to his room. At this moment, Bulma and the other three women were already fast asleep. Each of them had their own careers now and were busy every day. This made Su-Yi, who was either training or wandering about, feel somewhat guilty. After all, it had been nearly a week since the couple had shared any intimacy. "Darling girls, Daddy's back." Su-Yi shed his clothes and leaped onto the bed, calling out joyfully, "How annoying. Can you keep it down? You know I'm back, right? Honey, let me get you some hot water for a bath." Bulma, Zhan Xiao, and La Zili spoke in succession, prompting Su-Yi to burst into hearty laughter. He leaned closer to Zhan Xiao and planted a kiss on her cheek, saying, "Xiao, you're still so considerate of me. Today, Daddy will first pamper my darling Xiao." As he spoke, he glared at Bulma, who was clad in a lace black dress, and La Zili, who was nearly in a state of undress, scooping up the bashful Zhan Xiao and heading toward the bathroom. "Bah, who wants you to pamper me? Right, La Zili?" From behind, Bulma's voice expressed playful disdain as she addressed her good friend La Zili. Rustling, Bulma, not hearing La Zili's response, instead caught the sound of clothes being shed. Turning to look, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "La Zili, Bulma's sister, I'm going to accompany Daddy now." La Zili planted a kiss on Bulma's astonished face before hopping out of bed and sprinting toward the bathroom. "Damn it!" Bulma gritted her teeth. Hearing the delightful sounds emanating from the bathroom, her body involuntarily began to squirm, leaving her feeling quite flustered. What a wicked husband! A glimmer of dazed longing flickered in Bulma's eyes as she slowly rose from the bed and headed toward the bathroom as well. The next morning, Su-Yi awoke early. Reflecting on yesterday's events, he resolved to spend quality time with his three beloved wives and precious daughter. Naturally, since Bulma and the others had yet to rise. Su-Yi first engaged in some training. By noon, the family gathered together. "Today, let's all take a break. Lioli, where would you like to go?" Su-Yi scanned Bulma and the others before finally settling his gaze on his daughter's face, smiling as he inquired. Upon hearing her father's question, Su-Yi pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she snapped her fingers and said, "Dad, I remember that a project of Xiao Mama just finished recently. It's a sunny beach, and it should be absolutely wonderful, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhan Zhao's eyes sparkled as she nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, it was completed just yesterday, and the environment is fantastic with mountains and the sea. If sunlight is insufficient, Bulma's artificial sun from a few years ago can still provide summer sunlight during winter." As she spoke, Zhan Xiao couldn't help but feel excited that I think it's feasible. Bulma and La Zili exchanged glances and nodded. The three wives and their darling daughter reached a consensus, turning their gazes towards Su-Yi in response. Sui furrowed his brow and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This sunny beach is by the sea. You all will undoubtedly be wearing bikinis, right?" Of course, Bulma and the others nodded. "No way, we're not going." Sui quickly waved his hands, exclaiming that it was nonsense. How could he allow his beautiful women to be seen by others? Observing Su Ye's resolute demeanor, the women were taken aback, but soon Su Lioli coughed lightly. Knowing her father well, she quickly realized his concerns and said, "Dad, don't worry. Since it just opened, there surely won't be anyone there to sew. The three mothers' bikini outfits will only be seen by you." Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others were first stunned, then burst into laughter, realizing that their father was merely worried about them being seen in their bikinis by other men. Cough, cough. Su Yi abruptly succumbed to an awkward cough, lowering his head to pick at his food. Soon after finishing their meal, the family took a brief respite at home before preparing to embark on their journey. The sun-kissed beach, located in a man-made ocean at the heart of West City, was of course a property owned by the Su family. Entry was strictly forbidden without permission. Presently, Sui had his left arm around Bulma and his right around Lotzi Li, while Junhu Shao and Lu Li walked hand in hand beside them. "Sister Bulma, your bikini style is truly stunning," Sui exclaimed. "Sister Lotzi Li, your bikini design is quite lovely as well." The group soon arrived at the beach, where the girls erupted in joyful cheers. Dashing towards the sea, "Dad, does my bikini look good?" Sui chuckled, shaking his head at the sight of the women behaving like children when his daughter, Su Lu Li, shyly approached, her head bowed. Hearing Lu Li's question, Sui stepped back 2 paces, rubbing his chin as he appraised his daughter. Clad in a pure white bikini, her modesty stood in stark contrast to the more revealing styles worn by Bulma and the others. Of course, he admonished himself internally. "What am I thinking? She's my daughter. It's beautiful, beautiful." Lu Li looks splendid no matter what. Se nodded with a smile, offering his daughter words of praise. Thank you for the compliment. "Dad." The little girl beamed as if she had just tasted honey. The family waded into the water, and after a few minutes of play, Sui excused himself, retreating to a beach chair to relax. "System, I haven't claimed today's gift pack yet. Please deliver it to me now." With nothing else to occupy him, Sui decided to test his luck. An enigmatic gift pack. Could it possibly be another master-level package? Ding! Today's gift pack has been successfully delivered. Please check your package space, host. The system's sweet, melodious voice chimed. Sui nodded, casting a glance at the women still frolicking in the sea, his heart swelling with anticipation. His instincts rarely misled him, and typically, if he felt such excitement, it meant fortune was on his side. Shaking off his thoughts, Sui immersed himself in the system's package space, where he found a white gift pack quietly resting. A white gift pack? I don't recall ever claiming one of these. Sui's eyes brightened, his anticipation intensifying as he hurried to open the description of the white pack. Enigmatic gift pack. Congratulations. Host, on claiming your first enigmatic gift pack. This gift pack requires you to complete a random task from the system to obtain the starter pack. What? Upon reading this description, 3 large question marks appeared above Suye's head. What on earth did this mean? System, come out and explain what this gift pack entails. Suye called out urgently. Judging by the congratulatory wording, he could surmise it was a beneficial gift pack, yet he remained perplexed. Ding! As you have obtained an enigmatic gift pack. The system is now dispatching tasks. First, teach Sun Wukong the first stage method of the ultimate instinct technique. Second, give Vegeta a thorough beating before teaching him the first stage method of the ultimate instinct technique. Third, combine the first and second. With only 3 tasks, Sui couldn't help but chuckled. Oh, this system really knows how to differentiate. Teaching Wukong is straightforward, but for Vegeta, I have to beat him first? Fine, I choose the third option. Upon accepting the task, Sui noticed the white gift pack in the system's package space transform into a colorful one, causing his eyes to widen in surprise, if his memory served him right. A master-level gift pack he had received not long ago bore a similar vibrant appearance. Instantly, Sui became wholly invested in this task. However, glancing back at the women still playing in the sea, he suppressed his eagerness to impart the ultimate instinct technique to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as a man. He understood the importance of keeping promises, and today, he was determined to spend time with his beloved wives and daughter. System, this task shouldn't be urgent, right? Suyi inquired. "It can be completed within today." Upon hearing the system's response, Suyi nodded, confident that the women wouldn't play until midnight, effectively squandering his potentially master-level colorful gift pack. By late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Bulma and the others lost interest in playing, pulling out a capsule to create a changing room before returning home after changing clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Suyi utilized instant transmission to arrive at Baozi Mountain, where he found Sun Wukong, just returning from training, ravenously devouring food. Standing beside him, an aging Chi-Chi rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Sun Wukong with a look of contentment, prompting a knowing smile from Suyi. Brother Suyi." Sun Wukong, having his back turned, didn't see Suyi at first, but Chi-Chi quickly stood to greet him. In this world, due to Suyi's influence, Sun Wukong's family no longer faced financial struggles, leading Chi-Chi, who had always opposed Gohan's training, to embrace it instead. Otherwise, the original Gohan would have remained, and the immensely powerful Gohan would never have existed. Ditto. "Brother Suyi has come," Sun Wukong exclaimed, setting down his enormous ham and turning to greet Suyi with a beaming smile. "Yes, Wukong, finish your meal and come outside for a moment." Suyi smiled back, then noticed Sun Wutian staring at him in astonishment, beckoning the little one over. The boy glanced around, then pointed at himself, his face displaying a look of surprise, as if shocked that Uncle Suyi was calling him. Suyi nodded at him, then stepped out of Sun Wukong's home. "Wuqian, what are you standing there for?" "Uncle Suyi is calling you." Chi-Chi, now aware of Suyi's strength due to Sun Wukong, was eager for her son to train under him. If she could have the little one become even more formidable under brother Suyi's guidance, how wonderful would that be? With this thought in mind, Chi-Chi hurriedly pushed the dazed Sun Wutian out the door. Shortly after, she returned, gleefully sitting across from Sun Wukong and whispering, "Wukong, just now, brother Suyi was teaching Wutian. It seems the little one will soon grow stronger." Sun Wukong continued to eat rapidly, occasionally smiling at Chi-Chi's chatter. Before long, as soon as he finished his meal, Sun Wukong dashed out the door. "Brother Suyi, my goodness, Wuqian, when will you be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly as he emerged, only to find his son, Sun Wutian, had broken through to Super Saiyan 2. Considering the boy's young age, his future potential seemed boundless, filling Sun Wukong with exhilaration. "Oh, Dad," Uncle placed his hand on my head, and then I transformed. Suddenly, I found myself in Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wutian replied. Puzzled. Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned to Suyi, astonished. "Brother Suyi, is this the Elder's ability from Namek to awaken potential?" "Pretty much," Suyi chuckled, then invited Sun Wutian inside. He gestured for Sun Wukong to approach. Eagerly, Sun Wukong complied, but just as he was about to speak, Suyi made a shushing gesture and touched his finger to Wukong's forehead. "I will teach you the first stage of the ultimate instinct technique. You can gradually comprehend it on your own. If you feel you're struggling, I can assist you with the later control methods that Suyi instructed." Sun Wukong was deep in thought, so he didn't have time to respond. But he understood completely. With a subtle smile, he extended his finger to touch his own brow, and then instantaneously transported himself to the courtyard of Vegeta's home. "Vegeta!" Suyi called out. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just finished his training and taken a shower, promptly dressed and rushed outside upon hearing Suyi's voice. "Suyi, how may I assist you?" Vegeta's demeanor towards Suyi was one of utmost reverence. This respectful attitude made Suyi feel somewhat embarrassed about the prospect of giving him a sound thrashing. So he cleared his throat a couple of times and stated his purpose. "You mean I have to get beaten up before you can teach me that so-called Ultra Instinct?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then hastily stepped back 2 paces. Under Suyi's astonished gaze, he immediately crouched down, covering his head with his hands. "Where did you learn that posture for taking a beating?" Seeing Vegeta's actions, Suyi was truly at a loss for words. "The last time I encountered a little thug on the street, he told me that crouching down and covering your head is the wisest choice when getting hit." Vegeta's voice came forth. Suyi's lips twitched. Eager to complete his task, he began to deliver a sound thrashing to Vegeta, ultimately imparting the first stage of Ultra Instinct to him, allowing Vegeta to slowly contemplate it on his own. Suyi excitedly returned to his own home, preparing to open the colorful gift package within his spatial bag. Point 134, the master-level gift package. Meditation technique. Third update. Suyi was impatiently immersing his thoughts into the system's package space. Casting a glance at the colorful gift package, this mesmerizing package had transformed into a master-level gift package. Upon opening, one would receive 100 million exchange points, the meditation technique, and 100,000 Super Saiyan Beans. Another lengthy string of package descriptions ensued, and Suyi casually glanced at it, only to furrow his brow in discontent. To be frank, this master-level gift package was far inferior to the previous one of the same tier. However, this master-level package, born from a mesmerizing gift, was still vastly superior to a mere gold or silver tier package. Let's open it, Suyi thought, not dwelling too much on the contents. 100 million exchange points. The meditation technique and 100,000 Super Saiyan Beans. Wait, what is this meditation technique? Suyi suddenly took notice of the meditation technique in the second position and promptly opened this seemingly mysterious item. Meditation technique. Meditate to enhance mental strength, thereby augmenting one's spiritual power. Note: this serves as the foundation for future cultivation of techniques that condense the soul. Thus, the meditation technique can eventually lead to advancements in such arts. Upon reading the introduction of the meditation technique, Suyi blinked and nearly slapped himself. This meditation technique was indeed a remarkable find. Wow, I almost missed out on this treasure. Suyi smacked his forehead, realizing that at first glance, one might assume the first item was the best in the package. Furthermore, the words meditation technique were rather inconspicuous, which led to this near oversight. Time to learn. Suyi immediately began studying the meditation technique, and soon he sensed his extraordinary transformation in the world of Dragon Ball. The power system is composed of ki, or energy, and the meditation technique allowed him to absorb the ki and energy from the air into his soul. This was what one would call spiritual power. Once spiritual power was strengthened, it could be cultivated into soul power. Currently, Suyi had no plans to cultivate soul power immediately, but slowly enhancing his spiritual power would significantly benefit his future endeavors in soul cultivation. After his study session, as it was self-directed meditation, Suyi did not dwell on it for long, glancing back at the gift package he had just opened. There might be more hidden treasures. However, after scanning through it again, it was indeed only the meditation technique that stood out. The rest were merely trivial items to him at this moment. Balancing work and leisure, Suyi had enjoyed a comfortable day. After finishing his afternoon meal and resting for a while, he entered the training room, activating a time chamber with 100-fold acceleration to begin his training. Currently, his Super Saiyan second form combat power was around 40 trillion, an overwhelmingly terrifying strength. Yet compared to the High Priest with 110 trillion combat power from ancient times and the Dragon God Salama with 120 trillion, he was but a mere amateur. Of course, should he employ the powers of the cosmic laws, the battle's outcome would undoubtedly differ. However, he understood that in life-and-death situations, he would never resort to such power unless absolutely necessary. The days of training flew by, and soon it was the day before the martial arts tournament organized by the Omni King. He was entirely focused on his training, oblivious to the world outside, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta were immersed in their understanding of the first stage of Ultra Instinct, thus sharing a similar state of focus. Naturally, the responsibility of gathering participants fell upon Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, which Suyi had no objections to. After all, with someone like Suyi, who comprehended Ultra Instinct, Beerus need not fear the annihilation of his universe. Indeed, a defeated universe would be eradicated by the Omni King's power. This news had been relayed to them not long ago by the High Priest. However, due to Suyi's engrossed training, he had yet to meet with him successfully. Exiting the training room, Suyi coincidentally encountered his dear daughter, Lu Li, who immediately showered him with affectionate kisses, just as he was about to seek out Beerus. The little girl insisted on accompanying him. This time, I'm going to participate in a martial arts tournament. Are you sure you want to come with me? Suyi knew that this little girl disliked fighting and was particularly averse to transforming into a golden-haired Super Saiyan. So he expressed this in hopes of dissuading her from following him. Absolutely. The girl drew closer, linking her arm with Suyi's, and casually nudged against Suyi, taken aback, asked, aren't you the one who doesn't like fighting? I've been on break lately, and it's so boring. The little girl pouted adorably, her cheeks puffed out, undeniably cute. HMNSU stroked his chin, pondering. Daddy, please let Luli come with you. Su Luli's beautiful eyes twinkled, employing her ever-effective charm offensive. Faced with the little girl's sparkling gaze, Sui felt his heart melt in an instant. It is said that daughters are reincarnated lovers from past lives. How could he refuse such a request from his little darling? He reached out to gently scratch her little nose and nodded, saying, "All right, but you must not wander off." The little girl knew her charm would win her father's approval, and she instantly squinted her eyes, smiling radiantly, her crescent-shaped grin simply exquisite. Mwah, Daddy is so wonderful. I love you the most. With drool dripping from her mouth, the little girl was unabashedly affectionate. Sui wiped his face, removing the drool, and then summoned a vaporous mist before swiftly transporting himself and his daughter to the god of destruction's realm where Beerus resided. Sui, Whis, initially unaware of Suye's presence, only recognized him when he approached, promptly smiling in greeting. Sui nodded with a smile. "Hello, dear little girl," Whis shifted his gaze to Su Luli, revealing a gentle smile. "Hello, Uncle Whis." Su Luli pondered for a moment before addressing him with this title. Upon hearing her call, both Su Yi and Whis were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. At that moment, Beerus, clad in pink pajamas and yawning, emerged from the palace. "Lord Beerus, you have a lady present. Do remember to observe proper etiquette," Whis reminded him with a smile. "Oh, my apologies," clad in a pink pajama set and adorned with a red and white striped nightcap. Beerus rubbed his eyes, and, upon spotting Su Yi and Su Luli, was jolted into awareness. He hastily retreated to his lair to don his customary destroyer attire. Ahem! Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. As a destroyer god, it was indeed a blow to his dignity to be seen in such ludicrous sleepwear. Had it been anyone else, he might have summoned Whis to erase that person's memory. But with Su Yi and his daughter present, even a million times over, he would not dared. In summary, ever since the incident involving Black Goku, Beerus had a nagging feeling that Su Yi had grown significantly stronger than during their previous encounters. With only one day remaining until the tournament commenced, Su Yi inquired, "I assume families are allowed to attend this tournament?" Beerus, uncertain, turned his gaze toward Whis, seeking clarification. "Others may not be permitted, but Su. "You certainly are," Whis replied with a gentle nod and a smile. "Very well, thank you," Su Yi said, ready to take his leave at Su. "Please wait," Whis suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Su Yi inquired. Looking back, Whis smiled and said, "My father wishes to meet you." As the tournament loomed, Whis expressed a desire to see Goku and the others practice. Upon hearing this, Su Yi pondered briefly before shaking his head with a smile, replying, "Tell him I shall see him tomorrow." This declaration, Beerus's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he had witnessed someone dare to decline the invitation of the Grand Minister. "Very well, since the tournament begins tomorrow, I shall convey your message to my father," Whis stated, unfazed, and nodded approvingly. "Then I shall take my leave," Su Yi said, taking Su Luli's hand and teleporting away, only to reappear on Turtle Island. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Beerus stared at Whis in astonishment, asking Whis, "What exactly is Su Yi's identity?" Whis shook his head, indicating he only had a faint suspicion, but was not certain of Su Yi's true nature. "Lord Beerus, regardless, Mr. Su Yi is not someone we can provoke. When I recently mentioned him to my father, I witnessed a look of surprise on his face, an expression I had not seen for many years." Whis remarked with a smile that I understand, Beerus acknowledged, fully aware of whom to avoid provoking. Moreover, in terms of strength, Su Yi far surpassed him. On Earth, at Turtle Island, Su Yi's group had gathered, as the tournament required 10 participants. Su Yi, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Buu, Android 17, Trunks, Goten, and the final member, Krillin. Initially reluctant to participate for fear of being a burden, Krillin was eventually encouraged by Goku, leading to a sudden surge in his battle power. "Since the tournament begins tomorrow, why not let me witness your abilities today?" Su Yi suggested, conjuring a magical formation that transformed Turtle Island into a deserted isle. The group, now accustomed to Su Ye's extraordinary capabilities, glanced around the surroundings and nodded in agreement. Charging toward him, Goten and Trunks will surely defeat Uncle Su Yi. The two young boys exclaimed as they combined their energies and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, racing toward Su Yi in the midst of the ensuing chaos. Su Yi appeared effortlessly composed. Outside the fray, Su Luli watched her father demonstrate his prowess, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Daddy is so cool," she exclaimed, clasping her hands to her heart in a display of pure admiration. In the midst of the battle, Su Yi was struck by a punch from Goku, who had mastered the Ultra Instinct, sending him flying backward. In the process, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his battle power soaring to an astounding 20 trillion. He carefully moderated his strength, mindful not to inadvertently harm his opponents. Though he could revive them using the cosmic laws, it was prudent to restrain his power where possible. With Su Yi now in his Super Saiyan God form, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in his favor. No one could withstand his 20 trillion strength. Not even Vegeta. In essence, Goku and the others appeared as mere weaklings in his eyes before long. The battle concluded, leaving Goku and the others sprawled on the ground, gazing at Su Yi in disbelief. "Brother Su Yi, you're simply too powerful," they exclaimed, still reeling from the display of strength. You must train diligently if you hope to keep pace with me." Su Yi laughed heartily, though this was merely an attempt to encourage them. With his current strength, he would inevitably ascend to unimaginable heights, while Goku and his companions, though talented, would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. "We will definitely train hard," Goku shouted resolutely. Once the practice concluded, the group engaged in a small gathering, and soon Beerus and Whis arrived, drawn by the prospect of a barbecue. This modest celebration lasted several hours before everyone returned home. Upon arriving home, Su Yi shared a delightful conversation with his little girl, teaching her some transformation techniques and practicing with her in the backyard. Su Yi felt a swell of pride, recognizing that his daughter possessed extraordinary potential. When she had initially transformed into Super Saiyan 2, her battle power barely registered in the megatons. Yet after just a few hours of practice with Su Yi, she had soared into the tens of megatons. "Truly my daughter, her potential is boundless," Su Yi applauded, utterly impressed. Of course, his daughter beamed at his praise. "All right, let us rest early tonight. We must rise early tomorrow to attend the tournament," Su Yi said, ruffling her hair. Noticing a change in her hairstyle, he remarked, "Luli, I thought the twin ponytails suited you well. Why have you opted for a single braid?" "Does Daddy prefer me with twin ponytails?" Su Luli questioned, her cheeks flushing as she shyly averted her gaze, her fingers fidgeting. "Luli is Daddy's little princess. I adore you with both styles," Su Yi replied with a gentle smile, ruffling her hair once more before teleporting back to his room. Left behind, Luli gradually lifted her head, determination glimmering in her eyes as she softly declared, "If Daddy likes me with twin ponytails, then I shall wear them from now on." The night swiftly passed, and the following morning, as Su Yi slept soundly, he suddenly felt someone tickling his nose with their hair. "Achoo!" He sneezed, awakening to find his little girl seated before him in a duck-like pose. What time is it?" he mumbled, still groggy. Su Yi stifled a yawn. Last night, he hadn't tormented Bulma and the other girls too late. Rather, it was he who, unable to sleep, had spent the better part of the night engrossed in anime, resulting in a late wake up not doubt. Though this may be an anime world, it certainly does not lack anime. "Father, it's already past 9. You said you would wake up early today. Time to get up." The little girl shook Su Ye's arm with her hand, her twin ponytails bouncing playfully atop her head, exuding a certain charming cuteness. All right. Su Yi threw off the covers and sat up. A piercing scream erupted, followed by the little girl covering her face with both hands, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Yi looked down and immediately slapped his own forehead in realization, hastily using instant transmission to flee the room. Phew. Thud. Left behind in the room, Su Luli, her face still flushed, lowered her hands from her face and blissfully snuggled into Su Ye's blankets, inhaling deeply several times. Afterward dressed and arriving at Kame House to meet with the others. Suyi greeted them before instructing the little girl to wake everyone up. However, despite her calling out, she remained crimson-faced the entire time, causing Suyi to feel quite awkward. The earlier incident was hardly his fault. He had been in a sleepy daze that morning, not thinking much of it. Soon enough, Suyi dismissed the thought and, along with the group, soared through the skies with Weiss towards the venue of the grand event. Approximately half an hour later, Suyi and the others arrived at the planet designated for the tournament. Upon reaching the venue, Suyi observed that this gathering differed significantly from those depicted in the anime he had watched in his previous life. Initially, there had been a preliminary match, but now, it appeared that beings from all the universes had gathered, leading him to suspect that the preliminaries had been scrapped. There were a total of 12 zones, each with its own spectator area. As they approached their designated section, the little girl, linking arms with Suyi, gazed around and whispered, "Father, so many people look so strange." Hearing this, Suyi chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. Naturally, the universe could not consist solely of humans. Just as they had recently seen several werewolves, those beings could indeed be considered a form of humanity, merely a fusion of wolf and human traits. "And father, you can't behave like this morning again. You truly embarrassed Lioli." Lioli bit her lip, her cheek still tinged with shyness as she pinched the soft flesh at Suye's waist. Suyi found himself at a loss for words. It was hardly his fault, as he had merely been in a sleepy haze and had inadvertently overlooked his lack of attire. However, he could only respond, all right, father will remember. Indeed, such embarrassing incidents shall never occur again." Humph. The little girl raised her chin in defiance, her ponytail swaying cutely. Soon, all beings from the various universes took their positions. That moment, a seat-like object descended from the sky, upon which the king of all sat, flanked by 2 guards standing respectfully beside him. All beings from the universes bowed their heads, some kneeling while others prostrated themselves on the ground. Only a few angels, and Suyi and his daughter remained standing. Noticing that the 7th universe had 2 individuals who did not kneel, the angels from other universes and a few gods of destruction turned their astonished gazes upon them. Soon, the expressions of shock transformed into sneers. They had heard of the 7th universe's formidable inhabitants, rumored to be strong enough to vie for the title of the mightiest universe among the 12. Thus, witnessing this individual refuse to kneel brought them joy, as it meant potentially eliminating a rival. The authority of the king of all must not be trifled with. This individual's refusal to kneel, bow, or prostrate himself could incite the king's wrath, leading to the annihilation of the 7th universe. That moment, the grand priest floated gracefully into view, casually glancing over at Suyi, his face instantly breaking into a smile. Suyi met the grand priest's gaze and reciprocated the smile. After a brief nod, they exchanged a silent greeting. The tournament emulating the martial arts competitions of Earth was about to commence. The grand priest's voice resonated throughout the venue, slow and soothing, as if enveloping all in a gentle spring breeze. "Participants, please enter the arena," while the remaining contestants returned to the spectator areas with their respective gods of destruction and angels. Once the grand priest concluded his announcement, everyone gradually rose. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the 7th universe. "Lord Kampa, it's been a long time." Sun Wukong leaned against the spectator railing, laughing heartily and waving at the audience from the 6th universe hovering above. Sun Wukong, Beerus's expression darkened as he turned to scold him, only to find that Wukong had already flown over to greet Kampa. Lord Kampa, and Hit, Jabe, and everyone from the 6th universe. "Foolish creature." Beerus swiftly flew over, grasped Wukong by the neck, and flung him back towards their own seating area in the 7th universe. Afterward, Beerus, drenched in sweat, approached the throne where the king of all sat, bowing respectfully and apologizing. "Your Majesty, Wukong is simply oblivious. Please do not hold it against him." "No worries. Please continue," the king of all replied with a smile, shaking his head lightly. Seeing that the king was unperturbed, Beerus let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then flew back to the 7th universe's seating area. "Wukong, you mustn't be so reckless in the future. Such behavior is unacceptable in this setting. Having caught Wukong, who had already sustained some injuries from the earlier incident, Suyi helped him up and discreetly advised him. I understand, Brother Si. Son Wukong, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, had an unusually bold disposition, if it weren't for being the protagonist. He might have faced death numerous times. Suyi recognized that while Wukong verbally agreed, he would likely remain undeterred in his antics. Next, a preliminary match would take place, and the representatives from the 7th universe and 9th universe were invited to send forth a contestant. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a smile. Respected Grand Priest, I noticed that the individuals from the 7th universe did not kneel. Should there be any repercussions for them? At that moment, a fishman with green skin glanced at Suyi and the little girl in the 7th universe's section, then bowed respectfully to the Grand Priest in the sky and spoke. He was the god of destruction from the 12th universe, Jin, whose power was formidable enough to rank 4th among the 12 gods of destruction according to the system's calculations. Upon hearing Jin's words, all eyes shifted to the 7th universe, their faces revealing mockery. Meanwhile, Beerus and Weiss remained indifferent, showing no signs of alarm. Although they were unaware of Su Ye's true identity, they understood that anyone capable of defying the Grand Priest could not possibly be of low status. Not to mention, he was regarded as a friend by the King of All, so there was no need to speculate that Su Ye's refusal to kneel would lead to any consequences. You are the god of destruction from the 12th universe, Jin, correct? The Grand Priest's voice, warm as spring, filled the venue as he focused his gaze on Jin. Indeed, Grand Priest. Jin immediately bowed. Effective today, you are no longer the god of destruction of the 12th universe. The Grand Priest's words resonated, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Particularly Jin, the god of destruction from the 12th universe, who wore an expression of shock as he struggled to comprehend why he had been stripped of his title. Grand Priest, I, as a guardian, shall expel this individual. The Grand Priest spoke in an exceedingly calm manner. Whoosh! In an instant, 2 formidable guardians emerged, directly dragging the god of destruction from Universe 12, Jin, away. This scene caused the atmosphere to freeze momentarily. As the others shifted their gazes towards Su Yi in the audience of Universe 7, they were intensely curious about the identity of this human, who could stand before the Omni King without bowing, and even prompted the Grand Priest to take action against the god of destruction from Universe 12. It seemed this individual was far more enigmatic than they had anticipated. In the audience of Universe 6, Xiangpa and Batos exchanged glances and began to converse quietly. The competition officially commenced, with Universe 7 sending forth son Wukong, who was eager to showcase his prowess. The representative from Universe 9 was the eldest of the 3 wolves, Red Wolf. Although his strength might be considered formidable within their universe, he appeared exceedingly feeble in comparison to the enhanced son Wukong from the original narrative. It wasn't long before he was defeated. Following that, Universe 9 dispatched 2 more werewolves, who were swiftly vanquished by son Wukong in a single sweep. Securing victory in this preliminary match, son Wukong's might left the spectators from other universes utterly astounded. Observing this, Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a hint of amusement. In the audience of Universe 7, a little girl cheered for Suyi, go daddy, son Wukong, filled with confidence, reassured her, rest assured, my strength stands at the pinnacle of this universe. You must believe in me. He affectionately ruffled her hair and planted a kiss on her forehead before soaring onto the arena. At that moment, the Omni King interjected, wait, isn't the Grand Priest participating as well? Indeed, Your Majesty, he is a contestant from Universe 7. The Grand Priest replied with a smile. Isn't that a tad unfair? The Omni King blinked and suddenly burst into laughter. Taken aback by this comment, the Grand Priest shook his head and chuckled, realizing that with Su Ye's involvement, victory was undoubtedly destined for Universe 7. He was confident that Su Yi understood the true purpose behind this tournament, which extended beyond the Omni King's mere desire for martial spectacle. The people from Universe 7 gathered in a circle. The other universes began their skirmishes. I'm about to make my move. I'm eager to witness the full extent of these other universes' strengths, exclaimed son Wukong, enthusiastically breaking away from the group and charging into the fray. This guy truly lacks an understanding of teamwork, Beerus remarked, grinding his teeth in frustration before shaking his head and laughing. Indeed, while Sun Wukong's strength was formidable, Beerus was well aware of an individual in another universe whose power was nearly on par with his own, not referring to Sun Wukong, but to himself. One could only imagine the strength of someone capable of matching a god of destruction evenly. "Wukong, be cautious," Krillin shouted, his anxiety evident amidst the explosive sound surrounding the arena. "Do not fear. Believe in your own strength. You are exponentially more powerful now than you were before, so go forth and fight." Sun Wukong turned, grinning widely as he encouraged Krillin with a clenched fist. Seeing Sun Wukong smile, Krillin fell silent for a moment, then glanced at the chaotic battle around him, gritted his teeth, and charged towards the nearest opponent. If one lacks dreams, what sets them apart from a salted fish? Krillin had rekindled his former aspirations, striving to follow in Sun Wukong's footsteps. If he did not become stronger, he would forever remain unable to keep pace with him. Observing Krillin's entry into the fray, Piccolo turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, Krillin's strength still pales in comparison to these individuals, so do keep an eye on your Uncle Krillin." Gohan, now only slightly weaker than Vegeta, was exponentially stronger than Piccolo, as he was no longer the Gohan from the original narrative. In his mysterious state, Gohan's power rivaled that of Sun Wukong's perfected Super Saiyan Blue form, suggesting that his combat strength was at least around 80 trillion. Gohan nodded in agreement and followed Krillin into battle. Soon, Krillin engaged in combat, but his prowess was insufficient, and it wasn't long before he was sent flying back. Gohan rushed to catch him and then ventured into the battlefield to engage in combat. The three werewolves from Universe 9 zeroed in on Gohan, slowly approaching him. "Humph, you little brat from Universe 7. Today our trio shall ensure you are thrown off this stage," Red Wolf from Universe 9 sneered arrogantly. In response, Gohan chuckled and transformed into Super Saiyan 1, roaring, "Here I come." Charging towards the three werewolves, he exclaimed, "You're asking for trouble." The trio of werewolves smirked in unison, while one of them might not be powerful. Their combined strength was far from simple. The battle erupted fiercely, with Gohan and the three werewolves exchanging blows that on the surface, it seemed the werewolves were overwhelming Gohan. However, Suyi, closely observing, understood that the three werewolves were no match for Gohan, as he was merely in the first transformation phase of Super Saiyan 1, that if Gohan were to ascend to Super Saiyan 2, he would undoubtedly dispatch them swiftly as anticipated, upon Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. His aura surged, and his combat prowess skyrocketed, swiftly overcoming the three werewolves before returning to his team. "Well done, Gohan. You've truly reached an extraordinarily powerful level now," as the esteemed mentor of Sun Wukong. Piccolo naturally felt an immense sense of pride. Upon hearing Piccolo's commendation, Sun Wukong scratched his head and offered a shy smile, refraining from elaborating further. Suyi, observing from the side, nodded subtly. The current Sun Wukong was no longer the bespectacled figure from the original narrative, lacking any semblance of a warrior's spirit. Now, Sun Wukong exuded an aura and strength that placed him among the elite. Suyi had not instructed Sun Wukong in mastering the Ultra Instinct, for he perceived that this mysterious state represented a unique realm of cultivation for him. The formidable prowess of Sun Wukong in this life brought Suyi great satisfaction, as he was no longer the timid character he had once been. Whether he was the God Wukong or not mattered little, as long as he was not the original timid Wukong. Suyi, a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, found joy in that alone. While the small team from Universe 7 engaged in conversation, individuals from other universes were already racing toward them. "Let us battle, companions of Universe 7. Sun Wukong unleashed his formidable aura, transforming into the state of mysterious Wukong, and charged furiously towards the approaching crowd. The first universe to be eliminated was their target. The remaining universes rallied to fight. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong's excitement, Suyi remained remarkably composed. Such a level of confrontation held little interest for him. Aside from Jiren, who barely warranted his attention, the other competitors were mere passers-by in his eyes. They were simply too weak. Suyi mused, while the others from different universes harbored quite the opposite sentiments. Among them, an individual from Universe 7 stood alone, trembling in fear, perceived as a mere weakling. They contemplated letting him fall off the stage. The god of destruction from Universe 12 had been deposed due to Su Ye's influence, fostering resentment among those allied with him. Consequently, they prepared to eliminate this individual first, ensuring that Su Yi would not have an easy time of it. While there was a clear prohibition against killing, they intended to prevent him from falling off the stage and mercilessly beat him, confident that the Grand Priest would not hold them accountable. As they conspired, numerous competitors from Universe 12 began to approach Su Yi in an orderly fashion. Sensing their footsteps, Su Yi turned his head to glance. Suddenly, a shock wave surged toward him. The sound of an explosion erupted, sending dust flying into the air. Is it possible that this guy could be killed? The competitors from Universe 12 exclaimed, their expressions shifting dramatically. If this individual from Universe 7 truly perished, it would spell disaster for Universe 12. Not only would they be disqualified, but their very lives might also hang in the balance. The competitor from Universe 12 who had attacked Su Yi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He, too, bore the appearance of a fishman, though with deep blue skin. It was evident that he was linked to the recently deposed god of destruction from Universe 12. What do we do? If this guy from Universe 7 dies, we might be implicated as well, one lamented. Battlegrounds are no place for games. A mocking voice echoed in their ears, jolting everyone back to reality. They turned to see a blue energy sphere hurtling toward them, its powerful aura eliciting shock and dismay. Run. This individual from Universe 7 is an undeniable adversary, a terrifying force we cannot provoke. In an instant, they recognized that the supposed trembling weakling was, in fact, a super-powerful being who didn't require allies. However, it was too late for realization. By the time they comprehended the situation, Su Yi had already dispatched them back to the audience seats of Universe 12. With a swift motion, Su Yi executed a wave of instant eliminations, drawing the attention of the remaining competitors nearby, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. Among them, a small circle of individuals donned peculiar red and black outfits. Varying in height and strength, the man at the center, arms crossed, spoke nonchalantly. This individual is exceptionally formidable. Hearing his words, the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Jiren, how does this individual compare to you? Inquired a stout man, his chin obscured by a white beard. The one referred to as Jiren maintained a stoic demeanor. Choosing not to respond to the bald man's query, he took a step forward and kicked the nearest competitor off the stage. Toburo, Jiren's arrogance remains unchanged, remarked a few companions from the same universe with a sigh. Toburo paused, lowering his eyelids, and took a step forward, following Jiren with a steady voice. We are comrades, and that is sufficient. Upon hearing Toburo's statement, the remaining members of Universe 11 exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before shaking their heads and following suit. Beyond the arena, many competitors from various universes have been eliminated. Universe 12 faced total annihilation, being eliminated prematurely. In the sky. The Grand Priest's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Not only the spectators, but also the competitors on the stage heard his announcement. Now, we will commence the erasure. The Grand Priest's expression remained impassive. His tone as soothing as before, yet it struck everyone as profoundly chilling, causing them to tremble involuntarily. No. The audience from Universe 12 erupted in defiant roars of discontent. Witnessing this scene, Beerus and Whis from Universe 7, as well as Kampa and Vados from Universe 6, fell into a heavy silence. Soon, the other gods of destruction returned to their senses, joining the silence. Erasure, as the Grand Priest's voice echoed through the arena. A beam of light descended upon the audience seats of Universe 12. Amidst the anguished cries of the eliminated, Beerus was the first to rise from his seat, followed by Kampa and the other gods of destruction, each bearing expressions of sorrow. Uncertain if they would be the last ones standing that moment, the gods of destruction were united in a shared sense of impending doom. The eliminated universe would undoubtedly face obliteration. Witnessing the fate of Universe 12, the competitors on the stage exchanged solemn glances, a more frigid atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. Only through victory could they ensure survival. Roars of determination erupted on the stage, accompanied by even louder explosions. All competitors cast aside their reservations, fully unleashing their true power. To survive. Let's triumph. My friends, entrust your backs to me. Believe in me, my comrades. Let us fight for our universe. The air was filled with fervent declarations of camaraderie and resolve, each statement echoing the passionate spirit of battle. As an observer, Sui found himself momentarily silenced by the fervor of their declarations, which vastly differed from the original Dragon Ball narrative. To be frank, even he, who was aware of the subsequent plot, felt an overwhelming surge of inspiration. This was a real world, not merely an animated series. Sui gazed at the competitors from various universes who were valiantly battling and let out a heavy sigh that, in the spectator stands, the audience wore solemn expressions as they focused intently on the arena. Among them, Beerus, seated in the stands of Universe 7, appeared slightly more at ease, for he was aware that Sui, a formidable presence, was overseeing the proceedings, thus alleviating his concerns at a glance at the adjacent stands of Universe 6 revealed Kampa, who happened to turn his head at that moment, their eyes locking briefly. Both Beerus and Kampa exchanged haughty snorts, turning their heads away as they settled back into their seats. Witnessing this, Whis and Vados, the sibling duo, shared a knowing glance, smiling and shaking their heads, a flicker of exasperation dancing in their eyes. At this juncture, it was rather disheartening that these two brothers had yet to set aside their mutual grievances. At that moment, numerous competitors began to tumble from the stage, with participants from Universe 6, 5, 11, and 1 falling in abundance. Thankfully, none from Universe 7 had met the same fate. Beerus let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself. Just as his words hung in the air, Trunks and Goten plummeted from the arena, landing squarely in the stands of Universe 7. In response, Beerus's lips twitched in irritation. The slap in the face came rather swiftly. How infuriating! We cannot possibly accept defeat. Goten, let us return to the fray and confront those treacherous foes, Trunks exclaimed defiantly, having landed among the spectators. Hearing Trunks's boisterous outburst, Su Yoli, who had been intently watching her father in the arena, frowned and cast a disapproving glance at the raucous boy. However, possessing a relatively gentle temperament, she chose not to dwell on his loud antics, and simply remarked, "In such circumstances, one should refrain from raising their voice too much. Be cautious, lest other deities take an interest in you." Upon hearing Su Yoli's words, Trunks promptly covered his mouth. Glancing around to find indeed some gods were eyeing him, he immediately recoiled, falling silent, though his eyes still burned with indignation. It was worth noting that ever since he and Goten had fused, they had been relentlessly seeking out adversaries, and indeed, many from various universes have been bested by the Super Saiyan 3 form of Gotenks. This spectacle had drawn considerable attention, with numerous spectators banding together to challenge the more powerful Gotenks. Clearly, the strength of the fusion was formidable, especially in the Super Saiyan 3 state. However, with great power came an inflated ego. Despite their might, they faced a coalition of over a dozen opponents, and while they were indeed strong, their adversaries were not weak either. Surrounded by a multitude, they soon found themselves overwhelmed and defeated by a relentless onslaught. I too wish to regain our honor, but as my father has said, a loss is a loss. There is no point in returning to the stage, Goten lamented, rubbing his head where it had struck during the fall. How infuriating! How infuriating! How infuriating! Trunks, much like Vegeta, possessed the type of pride that refused to accept defeat, and his anger was palpable. "Fear not, you both have demonstrated remarkable skill," was crouched down to engage with the two boys, expressing his admiration for their strength at such a young age, which left even him astonished. "Humph. Of course we are impressive." The two boys beamed with pride at the compliment from someone as esteemed as Whis. "With diligent training, you shall one day stand as the pinnacle of strength in the universe without the need for fusion," Whis encouraged, a faint smile gracing his lips. "We certainly will," the two exclaimed enthusiastically, fists clenched in determination. Meanwhile, Beerus also bore a subtle smile, his hands clasped behind him as he turned his gaze back to the arena. As for the rest of Universe 7, excluding Son Goku, Vegeta, and Su Yi, the remaining members huddled together. "I fear I cannot endure much longer," Krillin admitted with a wry smile, his injury severe enough that further persistence could lead to dire consequences. Son Gohan glanced back at Krillin. Nodding, Uncle Krillin, will you return to the stands, or stay behind us? Krillin's expression turned even more despondent at this inquiry. Shaking his head, if I remain on the stage, you will undoubtedly be distracted by my presence. Thus, I believe it best to return to the stands and cheer for you from there. Very well. Son Gohan responded without perceiving Krillin's choice as cowardice. Were he in Krillin's position, he too would prefer to be deemed cowardly rather than hinder his companions. In short order, Krillin leapt from the stage. Making his way back to the spectator area of Universe 7, Beerus said nothing upon witnessing Krillin's descent, for he understood the gravity of the latter's injuries. Prolonging his stay would only lead to further peril. Uncle Krillin, here are the Super Senzu Beans my father gave me for you, Su Yuli offered, producing a small pouch and handing it to him. Thank you. Krillin expressed his gratitude with a nod, then turned to Trunks and Goten. It seems I'm not entirely alone now that you two have joined me, huh? Upon hearing Krillin's words, Trunks proudly declared, had it not been for those opponents banding together against Goten and me, they would surely have been unable to defeat us, right, Goten? Right. We are indeed formidable. Goten chimed in, having spent ample time with Trunks, their personalities now mirroring each other's competitive spirit. Nevertheless, Krillin found no fault in their bravado. Had he not embraced the challenge of improvement throughout his life, he too might have remained stagnant. Keep fighting. Goku, Krillin thought, glancing towards the arena with an expectant smile. The numbers dwindled. Only a few powerful individuals remained to protect the weaker members of their respective universes. That we cannot falter. We must strive harder. If we cannot defeat the mightiest among them, victory will elude us. Gabe urged within the circle of Universe 6. Hearing Gabe's grave words, the female Saiyan warrior, Kale, scoffed coldly. Gabe, as Saiyans, we fear nothing, especially since we can transform into Super Saiyans. What is there to fear? Once unable to achieve Super Saiyan status, her strength had been formidable, but now that she could transform, her power had only grown, and with minimal opposition faced earlier, her confidence soared. Gabe, you underestimate the strength of the Saiyans from Universe 7. Just the one who taught me to transform into a Super Saiyan could easily sweep aside all but hit among us. Gabe sighed, recognizing the vast gap in strength. That it was crucial to understand that while they could only transform into Super Saiyan 1, Son Goku and his allies could ascend to Super Saiyan 2, 3, or even the terrifying Super Saiyan God. The disparity between transformation states was significant. Gabe may not fully grasp the extent, but he understood that the Saiyans of Universe 7 were undoubtedly superior, their might extending far beyond mere multiples of strength. Overwhelming. It is fair to say they possess an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention that man, Gabe thought, glancing over at Suyi, who appeared to be strolling leisurely. His strength undoubtedly ranking among the very best in the 12 universes. One such individual could easily vanquish their entire universe, leaving them utterly defenseless. Gabe, you are far too timid. I truly wonder how you managed to transform into a Super Saiyan. Kefla, undaunted and unperturbed by the stark disparity between herself and the likes of Sun Wukong, cast a calm glance at the trembling female Saiyan warrior, Caulifla, beside her. With unwavering resolve, she declared, Caulifla, you witnessed the fate that befell Universe 12 just now. If we wish to prevent the annihilation of everyone in our Universe 6, we must vanquish our most formidable adversaries. Caulifla, drenched in perspiration, quaked at the thunderous explosions resonating around her. You still aspire to be that useless Saiyan. Caulifla, Kefla bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and immediately charging towards the nearest group, which included Gohan. Kefla, Caulifla shuddered at the reprimand, only to lift her gaze and catch sight of Gohan, who, in a swift motion, sent her hurtling back with a powerful punch. Witnessing this, Caulifla let out a furious roar, her form suddenly swelling with power as an intense green flame enveloped her. Upon closer inspection, her pupils had vanished, leaving her eyes in a state of whiteness. How extraordinarily powerful! Gabba exclaimed, astonished by Caulifla's transformation. In this state, she appeared to rival the Super Saiyan 3 form of Goku from Universe 7. You dare to injure Kefla? I will obliterate you. Caulifla's current state embodied the legendary Super Saiyan, a transformation of immense strength, akin to the berserk form of Super Saiyan 1's third transformation. However, the legendary Super Saiyan surpassed this in might, as it did not suffer from the sluggishness in speed and reflexes that characterized the latter. What is this transformation? Gohan felt an overwhelming aura and quickly turned his head. Upon witnessing Caulifla's legendary Super Saiyan form, his eyes widened in shock. That is the legendary Super Saiyan. Its power is comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3, yet, in this state, the battle prowess of this female Saiyan will only escalate with her fury. Having sensed the aura of the legendary Super Saiyan earlier, Sui had already approached. Hearing Gohan's exclamation, he strolled over and explained with a light chuckle. "Uncle Sui," Gohan acknowledged. Then, with a note of surprise, added, "Isn't she a Saiyan from Universe 6? Truly formidable. Just now, it seemed a female Saiyan charged at me, but..." He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head that I knock her away with a single punch. Had I realized she was a Saiyan at first glance, I certainly would have held back. Overall, Gohan's demeanor towards foes was decidedly merciless. However, considering that Kefla was also of the Saiyan lineage, and the fact that she bore no ill intent and was a woman, his instinctive reaction was to evade her attack rather than retaliate immediately. Fear not. This legendary Super Saiyan possesses considerable strength. Perhaps you could use her to hone your skills. Sui smiled at Gohan, noting that Universe 6 was merely fodder, with the only genuinely formidable opponent being hit, the assassin. Yet even he was only marginally stronger. With Goku and Vegeta mastering Ultra Instinct, they could easily dispatch him in a heartbeat. In the original anime, power levels were often exaggerated, but one must remember that this was a tangible world. A disparity of even 0.1 billion in power levels was insurmountable. Thus, his prior strength could never match the current Goku, who had attained Ultra Instinct. I understand. Gohan nodded, charging towards Caulifla, now transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan Daha. They leaped simultaneously, roaring as their fists collided, igniting a brilliant flash. Boom! The explosion resonated, a cacophony born from their clash. "Gabba, forward!" Kefla, unwilling to yield, called out to Gabba upon witnessing the formidable strength of her junior, then surged towards Sui and his group. "Kefla, no!" Gabba's expression turned to one of helplessness as he realized Kefla was charging at Sui, fully aware that she could be instantly obliterated by the strongest being in Universe 6. While Kefla had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan and possessed commendable strength, to Sui, a being of his caliber, she was but a mere novice. As expected, Sui, showing no interest in engaging Kefla, merely cast a glance that sent her sprawling back. How extraordinarily powerful! Kefla's face reflected shock, for she believed herself to be immensely strong. Yet here she was, defeated merely by a glance from this man. This humbling realization was difficult for the proud Kefla to bear. "Kefla, I told you, the Saiyans of Universe 7 are simply beyond our reach. Why do you refuse to believe me?" Gabba approached and helped Kefla to her feet, offering a wry smile that in the past, Kefla would have vehemently protested. But now, confronted with Sui's overwhelming strength, she found herself at a loss for words. Rendered silent. Boom! The explosions continued to echo as Jiren and his comrades from Universe 11 began to eliminate the weaker fighters from other universes. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the Grand Minister announced the complete annihilation of Universe 1. Utilizing his powers to erase the entire universe, a hush fell over the crowd as the remaining fighters from several universes summoned their utmost strength. However, against Jiren and Sui's group, their efforts were akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Utterly futile. How overwhelmingly powerful. How overwhelmingly powerful. Outside the arena, the faces of those from other universes who had been eliminated by Universes 11 and 7 paled as they broke into a cold sweat. These individuals were among the top fighters within their respective universes. But stepping into this arena revealed the vast chasm that lay between them and true power. I had thought this power tournament would be a walk in the park. It appears I was nothing more than a frog in a well. A powerful fighter displayed a dejected expression, feeling utterly defeated. To be honest, had he been able to exchange blows with Goku and his comrades, he would not have felt so disheartened. The crux of the matter was that he had been obliterated, crushed, without a shred of resistance. How could one not feel despondent? All fighters from Universe 4 eliminated. Cleared. Zing! A beam of light shot from the Grand Minister's hand, landing in the audience section of Universe 4, resulting in the immediate eradication of all beings, including the God of Destruction, save for the angels. Sighs of lament echoed through the remaining audience, evoking a sense of sorrow for the fallen on the arena. Sui, resembling a humanoid harvester, showed no intention of wasting time, embarking on a mission to cleanse the battlefield of the weaker competitors, deeming them unworthy of his time. Would you prefer I cast you aside, or will you leap off yourself? Sui addressed the defiant Kefla from Universe 6. His tone indifferent. Giggling, this female, Saiyan, gritted her teeth, her face a mask of defiance, as Sui extended his hand, poised to dispose of her. Caulifla, who had been knocked down multiple times by Gohan, rushed back to shield Kefla, glaring fiercely at Sui. Your strength is commendable. Perhaps a few hundred more years of training would serve you well. Sui yawned, casually flicking a fingertip towards the group of Saiyans from Universe 6. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind surged towards them, instantly propelling all of them off the stage. With the Saiyans of the 6th universe no longer obstructing their path, Suye's indifferent gaze shifted forward, meeting the equally apathetic eyes of Jiren from the 11th universe. The battle appeared to be on the brink of eruption. How infuriating. These Saiyans from the 7th universe are truly despicable. Do they consider themselves formidable? They merely transformed into Super Saiyans a tad earlier than us. One day, Caulifla, will prove them wrong. Caulifla, seated in the audience of the 6th universe, began to curse, only for Gabe beside her to suddenly shout in a low, scolding tone, "Coward! What's wrong?" Caulifla turned her head, but was met with a furious slap from Gabe. Slap. You dare hit me! Caulifla was momentarily stunned by the blow, but quickly regained her composure, her face flushing red as she transformed into a Super Saiyan, seemingly ready to retaliate. Enough! The deep voice of Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, echoed in the ears of everyone in the audience. Caulifla, take a good look at the stage, and you will understand why Gabe struck you. Having reached this point, Kampa was no longer as volatile as before. After uttering a solemn remark, he cast a casual glance at Beerus sitting in the audience of the 7th universe, before sulking back into his seat. Hearing this, Caulifla returned to her normal state and turned her gaze to the arena. The decisive battle had officially commenced. Farewell to Ultra Instinct. At this moment, on the stage, the teams from the 7th universe and the 11th universe were engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Jiren had captured one individual. Hit, the last remaining hope of their 6th universe. It's over. Caulifla hadn't grasped the entirety of the situation, but she could see the impending doom for her group. Caulifla, if it weren't for the 7th universe kicking us down, we would have already been completely obliterated. Do you understand? Gabe spoke coldly. Why? Caulifla was utterly confused. Still not understanding. How foolish. Gabe pointed towards the stage, where Jiren had already discarded the half-dead hit aside, continuing, see, it's not just the 7th universe that will kick us off, it's also this 11th universe crew. Caulifla remained baffled, questioning why they should be grateful to the 7th universe if they were all destined to be eliminated. Gabe, exasperated by her ignorance, sighed, shaking his head as he returned to his seat. I could see this moment. Kale began to regain consciousness, looking around in surprise before glancing towards the arena. Upon seeing that their 6th universe still had a glimmer of hope in Hit, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Hit hasn't been eliminated. Otherwise, our 6th universe would truly be finished. Kale patted his chest in awe. Hearing this, Gabe snorted disdainfully. Caulifla's expression shifted, as if she realized something, and she turned her gaze back to the arena, noticing Suyi signaling to son Gohan beside him. Gohan quickly understood and hurriedly retrieved the fallen Hit, positioning him within the protective circle of the 7th universe. Realizing this, Caulifla's face turned crimson with embarrassment, quietly sitting to the side. Gabe sneered, choosing not to say anything further on the stage. The Saiyans of the 7th universe stood strong. You are quite powerful, but this is not our final battle, Jiren stated, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance as he faced Su yawned. He had no interest in Jiren, who was not his match. This level of combat was merely suitable for training with Goku and the others. Uncle Suyi. At this moment, Goku, having finished his antics, returned to the circle, greeting Suyi before setting his sights on Jiren, his face lighting up with excitement. Strong individuals can often sense each other's strength. Goku immediately recognized Jiren's exceptional prowess, and Jiren could likewise discern the explosive power within Goku. "You're strong as well, but you're not my opponent." Jiren glanced at Goku, but before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling blue light erupted from Goku. "Hiya!" With a fierce shout, Goku charged forward. "Uncle Suyi, what should we do?" After ensuring Hit was stable, Gohan approached Suyi. "Pay them no mind. Just clear the surrounding enemies," Suyi said, observing the two engaging in their fated battle, smiling inwardly. Jiren might indeed expedite Goku's growth if he guessed correctly. Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct in the later stages of the original anime should be at the 3rd level. Speaking of this, one cannot help but marvel at Goku, indeed worthy of the title king of hanging. He had spent considerable time perfecting Ultra Instinct, whereas Goku was merely engaging in a fight, rapidly accumulating experience. Comparisons could be quite disheartening. However, on the whole, Suye's unique advantages were sufficiently extraordinary, so he felt little imbalance. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Suyi began to cleanse the stage of the remaining competitors from various universes. In no time, amidst desperate wails, numerous individuals were sent tumbling off the stage. Simultaneously, a vast portion of the audience was also cleared away by the Grand Priest. Soon, only 3 universes remained on the stage: the 7th universe, the 11th universe, and the lone wolf Hit from the 6th universe. Jiren and Goku exchanged blows, while Vegeta engaged in combat with the future destroyer, Toppo. Following suit, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, and Bu joined the fray against the remaining members of the 11th universe. Clearly, the fighters from the 7th universe possessed superior strength over those of the 11th universe, swiftly determining the outcome. "Dad, do you need my help?" After defeating the remaining members of the 11th universe, Gohan called out upon seeing Goku being relentlessly pressured. However, Goku, amidst his fierce battle with Jiren, had no time to respond. "And no need, let them fight." As Suyi strolled around, initially intending to produce some snacks from his capsule. He reconsidered, opting to respect the king of all, and thus quietly settled onto a stone to relax. This moment, Hit from his 6th universe finally awakened from his stupor. You're awake?" Gohan remarked upon seeing Hit regain consciousness. Though the latter displayed no emotion, fixating intently on the fierce battle between Goku and Jiren, his heart a tumult of feelings. It had been years since he felt such a sense of helplessness, especially after attempting to ambush Jiren with his assassination techniques, only to inflict no damage and be swiftly subdued in return. Noticing Hit's indifference, Gohan shrugged it off with a smile, turning his gaze back to the clash of the 2 strongest fighters. Where the aftermath of their battle was terrifyingly overwhelming, He felt as though Dad was not a match for this guy. Son Wukong gazed for quite some time, realizing that in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he was no match for that fellow Jiren. But fear not, for Wukong had yet to unleash a more formidable state. Suyi, standing nearby, offered a reminder before turning his head to another direction. He felt no need to watch the confrontation between Jiren and Son Wukong, as his attention was captivated by Vegeta and Toppo on the other side, but he observed that Vegeta indeed had some impressive transformation, as he was the first to unleash it. Just like now, he didn't even warm up against Toppo, immediately employing the first stage of Ultra Instinct. This led to a fierce initial performance. Yet ultimately he lacked sustained output, resulting in Toppo gradually gaining the upper hand that a few minutes prior, in the remaining 3 audience sections, the gods of destruction and angels from the 7th, 6th, and 11th universes were taken aback at the sight of Vegeta employing the first stage of Ultra Instinct. When did Ultra Instinct become so commonplace? Beerus, a god of destruction who had long struggled to grasp this domain, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Meanwhile, it was understood that it was likely due to Su Ye's influence. Moments later, they began shaking their heads again. Vegeta was on the verge of defeat. Not only Beerus, but even Kampa and the god of destruction from the 11th universe simultaneously shook their heads. Harboring this thought, Vegeta displayed signs of fatigue. Toppo's assault intensified. Ultimately, Toppo seized the opportunity and decisively defeated Vegeta. Observing this, Sui pursed his lips, recognizing Vegeta's evident shortcomings in the original anime. Vegeta had triumphed over Toppo. Yet now, having mastered Ultra Instinct, he should have been even more powerful. However, the fact that he could not overcome Toppo was indeed thought-provoking. This was precisely why Sui had previously remarked that the mysterious Gohan's strength was only slightly inferior to Vegeta's. "Uncle Vegeta!" Son Gohan exclaimed as he witnessed Vegeta being sent flying, hastily soaring over to catch him. However, in midair, Vegeta's eyes suddenly sparkled with a remarkable brilliance, his aura surging once again in a moment of resurgence. "Ah!" Vegeta paused, turning back to glare at Gohan with a cold voice. "Step back. Watch how I deal with this bearded fool. Being sent flying and then requiring assistance from a junior. How humiliating!" With pride as lofty as Vegeta's, he could not afford such disgrace. Although he had often found himself in embarrassing situations in the past. That was then. This was now. Seeing Vegeta's renewed vigor, Gohan halted in his tracks, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Vegeta engaged Toppo once more, showcasing the characteristic resilience of the Saiyan race. The longer Toppo battled Vegeta, the more he found himself at a disadvantage. Not only was he physically suppressed, but he also felt as if every one of his movements was anticipated by Vegeta, rendering him unable to inflict any substantial harm. Conversely, whenever Vegeta struck, he did so with precision, inflicting considerable pain upon Toppo. As time passed, and Toppo began to feel the strain on his body, he resolved to unleash his most powerful strength in a desperate bid. Either Vegeta would fall from the stage, or it would be him. Witnessing this, Sui nodded inwardly, recognizing that at least Vegeta was not foolish. He understood how to leverage his strengths, that he knew the outcome had been decisively determined. Turning his gaze back to Son Wukong and Jiren, he observed Wukong had entered the first stage of Ultra Instinct. Silver flames enveloping him. Though these flames were somewhat faint, they could not conceal the immense power radiating from Wukong. Another wielder of Ultra Instinct had emerged, eliciting astonishment from Kampa, the god of destruction of the 11th universe, and Beerus alike. Just how many of such extraordinary beings had this 7th universe produced? Oh, Jiren, upon witnessing Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct, displayed a flicker of surprise, in contrast to his earlier nonchalance when observing Vegeta's Ultra Instinct. Wukong's presence undeniably exerted pressure upon him. "Come on, let us engage in a battle of the utmost strength." Son Wukong leapt in place, his spirit rejuvenated as he beckoned Jiren with a gesture, adopting an attacking stance. Jiren snickered coldly, immediately intensifying his assault. Bang! 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 The clash between the two ignited once more, this battle fierce and intense, erupting in explosive sounds that shattered the arena floor, debris soaring into the sky. How formidable! Piccolo, watching from the sidelines, was left speechless. Such a level of confrontation was truly a rarity. While Son Wukong and Jiren were locked in combat, Vegeta had concluded his battle, gripping Toppo by the neck and unceremoniously tossing him from the stage. Thus, the 11th universe was left with but one contender, Jiren, who was currently engaged in battle with Son Wukong. Jiren, give it your all. Outside the arena, the audience from the 11th universe, including Toppo and their god of destruction, anxiously watched, fearful that Jiren might not be a match for Son Wukong. However, even if Jiren were to defeat that Saiyan from the 7th universe, there remained several more Saiyans, one of whom appeared even stronger than the current combatant facing Jiren. Just as anticipation filled the air, a voice rang out. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the speaker, a minor member of the 11th universe whose strength was not particularly impressive, but at that moment drew the ire of all. Could you not keep silent? They scolded in unison, initially hopeful that Jiren would unleash his full power and send everyone tumbling from the stage. But now, this individual's words had extinguished their hopes. The individual sheepishly smiled, retracting his neck, and slumped down in his seat. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Son Wukong, now harnessing the first stage of Ultra Instinct, unleashed his combat prowess, beginning to pressure Jiren in return, making it difficult for him to counterattack. Steady, Piccolo chuckled, feeling confident that victory was all but assured. Hearing Piccolo's words, Son Gohan, with a grave expression, shook his head and remarked, "Uncle Piccolo, do not be deceived by the apparent dominance of my father over that fellow. In reality, he has not inflicted any substantial injuries." Upon hearing Son Gohan's analysis, Suyi glanced at him, recognizing his keen insight. Indeed, although Sun Wukong seemed to be overpowering Jiren, he had not caused any significant harm to him. Suyi understood that in the original anime, even with the third stage of Ultra Instinct, Wukong could not decisively defeat Jiren. How then could he hope to conquer him with merely the first stage of Ultra Instinct? Too weak, Kakarot. As one side had already sent the formidable Vegeta tumbling off the stage, he approached with his arms crossed, taking small, labored breaths at this moment. He had returned to his normal state, coldly observing the fierce clash between Goku and Jiren. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Suyi shook his head and chuckled. This fellow truly possessed a talent for subtle pretentiousness, and if Vegeta were to engage Jiren directly, it would likely not take long before he faced defeat. However, Suyi would naturally refrain from uttering such words that might wound Vegeta's pride. He gradually rose from the ground and made his way toward the arena. Are Suyi preparing to take action? At this moment, upon seeing Suyi moving, the eyes of Beerus and Whis in the audience of Universe 7 suddenly sparkled. Yet to their disappointment, Suyi did not attack. Instead, he began to instruct Goku. Gradually, with Suyi's guidance, Goku became increasingly adept at utilizing the first stage of Ultra Instinct. After another clash, Goku roared, raising his head as his aura erupted, the silver flames surrounding him deepening in intensity, and his pupils gradually shifting from black to a faint silver. Goku had successfully activated the second stage of Ultra Instinct. Everyone present felt the powerful aura emanating from Goku, moved by its intensity. Especially Vegeta, whose face displayed profound shock. Having mastered the first stage of Ultra Instinct, he understood just how formidable this realm was, and now that Goku had attained the second stage, his overall strength was likely far beyond his own. Fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto, Goku's fighting power sword, his presence becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Feeling this energy, Jiren's body trembled, not out of fear but excitement. Yes, it was indeed excitement, if the first stage of Ultra Instinct had merely drawn Jiren's attention. The second stage ignited his battle spirit. Universe 7 truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest universe. On the sidelines, in the audience of Universe 11, silence enveloped everyone, each person harboring the same thought: if this is not the strongest warrior, then how terrifying must the true strongest be? They had to believe in Jiren. At that moment, Toppo suddenly spoke up, rising with clenched fists and shouting, "Jiren, you will surely claim victory this time. We may not be able to assist him much, but we can cheer and rally behind him. Jiren, go for it." Seeing Toppo's fervent display, the others widened their eyes and slightly parted their mouths, clearly astonished by his actions. What are you waiting for? Join Toppo in cheering for Jiren. Soon, the god of destruction of Universe 11 snapped back to reality, joining in the shout. "Jiren, go for it." Observing their god of destruction rallying for Jiren, the other competitors from Universe 11 fell silent for a moment before also beginning to cheer for Jiren on the stage. "Go, Jiren, fight on with our hopes. We must ensure the existence of Universe 11. On the other hand, Beerus from Universe 7 and Kampa from Universe 6 frowned at the ruckus from Universe 11's audience, but said nothing. Recognizing that such support was commendable in this moment, in the arena, as if sensing something, Jiren glanced toward the audience of Universe 11, where he saw the crowd cheering for him. Although he could not hear their voices over the din of battle, the expressions and gestures of each individual conveyed their support. In response, Jiren returned his gaze to the fight, momentarily silent. During the battle, distractions were unwelcome. Just then, Goku charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Jiren's face, sending him flying several meters into a pile of rubble. Goku found distractions particularly irksome during combat, as they disrupted the flow of battle and left him feeling quite unsatisfied. Coughing, Jiren rose from the debris, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. After wiping it away, he coughed a couple of times, took a deep breath, and finally revealed a smile. "You cannot defeat me." The 6 words escaped from Jiren's lips, and as soon as he spoke, he vanished from his position. And the next instant, Jiren's fist appeared before Goku's face. Boom! This punch was a return gift. Jiren's cold voice echoed in Goku's ears as he sent him hurtling away. Immediately, with his full power unleashed, Jiren swiftly appeared behind the airborne Goku, relentlessly pummeling him with a flurry of punches. Kakarot remained fixated on the battle, gritting his teeth as a surge of rage welled within him. Boom! Vegeta sprang into action, dashing toward the arena. "Kakarot, if you can't handle it, leave it to me," Vegeta roared, then launched an attack at Jiren, who was assaulting Goku. His fists moved with blinding speed, appearing as mere afterimages to the untrained eye, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible. Upon seeing Vegeta strike, Jiren merely scoffed, abandoning his assault on Goku to counter with a punch directed at Vegeta. The blow sent Vegeta flying, but Goku, having stabilized himself, let out a bellow, his aura swelling even further, and unleashed a Kamehameha wave at Jiren. Engaging Jiren, Vegeta found an opportunity to break away and join forces with Goku. Their combined energy clashed, but did not yield a decisive outcome, resulting in a massive explosion that filled the arena with smoke. "Vegeta, let us fuse!" Goku's furious voice rang out amidst the haze, followed by Vegeta's icy retort. "Kakarot, don't even think about it. I, Vegeta, have vowed never to perform such a disgraceful act again." Upon hearing Vegeta's resolute declaration, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. No need to ponder. This fellow would surely find himself in the realization phase shortly, inevitably calling for Goku to fuse. Goku, too, had no choice. With the unwillingness to fuse, he could only join Vegeta in a dual assault against Jiren. Yet Jiren's power was overwhelmingly terrifying, even with Goku at the second stage of Ultra Instinct and Vegeta at the first. Their combined efforts could not force him back even a step. Instead, Jiren dominated the battlefield, unyieldingly suppressing both warriors. What should we do? Our individual combat abilities cannot match his strength, and even together we cannot contend with this opponent. It appears we have only one choice. We must fuse. Goku spoke again, fully aware that if Suyi were to intervene, he could effortlessly vanquish Jiren. However, he chose not to call upon Suyi's assistance, for he wished to defeat Jiren using his own strength. Though fusing into Vegeta would involve assistance, it was not to be forgotten that his own experiences played a crucial role, greatly enhancing his combat skills and significantly boosting his fighting power. Suyi understood this principle and had no intention of intervening from the outset. Moreover, he was eager to witness whether Vegeta, this extraordinary warrior, could confront Jiren head-on. If one were to inquire who possessed the most formidable single combat ability within the original Dragon Ball anime, who would it be? Surely, it must be the Fusion Warrior. The question of whether Vegeta surpasses Gogeta in strength is a matter of great curiosity for every Dragon Ball enthusiast, including Suyi. It raises an intriguing inquiry. Who is truly more formidable, Vegeta or Gogeta? Suyi's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden eruption of brilliant blue light. Can the undefeated Fusion Warrior Gogeta stand against this formidable foe? Jiren? Suyi is filled with anticipation. Moreover, this is not just any Fusion Warrior Gogeta. It is the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. One cannot help but wonder how intense the battle would be if Gogeta were to clash with the fusion of the earrings. Vegeta, the fusion of his father and Uncle Vegeta, has made an appearance. On the sidelines, Sun Wufan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing Gogeta's arrival, exclaiming in astonishment, "Surely, this must ensure victory." Piccolo and the others began to chuckle with ease. At this moment, every being in the remaining universes outside the arena was deeply moved. The battle power unleashed after the fusion had skyrocketed. Great Priest, how is such a fusion possible? Previously, Gotenks had fused, yet their overall strength was not particularly terrifying, which led others to pay little attention. However, the overwhelming aura radiating from this Fusion Warrior Gogeta has left everyone in awe. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 immediately rose from his seat in the audience, respectfully bowing to the Great Priest above, and then inquired aloud. Upon hearing the words of the Universe 11 God of Destruction, The great priest's gaze flickered momentarily as he pondered for a moment before turning his head to glance at the position of Zeno. At that moment, Zeno's face was aglow with joy, his tiny hands clapping excitedly, clearly thrilled by the emergence of Super Saiyan God. Zeno did not reject the notion, thus confirming the existence of fusion warriors. The great priest turned back, stating calmly. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction from Universe 11's expression changed, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he gazed at the stage. Indeed, Jiren is powerful, but the might of this fusion warrior resonates even more deeply. Can Jiren truly overcome this fusion warrior? Deep down, the god of destruction from Universe 11 harbors doubts that Jiren can prevail against this fusion warrior from Universe 7. With overwhelming power, Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta declares, "I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you." The unchanging catchphrase of the fusion warrior Gogeta echoed through the arena. Huh. Jiren scoffed disdainfully. He was unfazed by whether Gogeta was Goku or Vegeta. "Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of this fusion warrior." As Jiren and Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta charged at one another, their clash ignited a cacophony of explosive sound around them. Ha! Ha! The two engage in a fierce exchange of physical might, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, creating a visually satisfying spectacle as the raw power collided, delivering an intense sensory experience. "Incredible!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. He had believed his own strength had reached impressive heights. Yet witnessing the battle between Gogeta and Jiren caused him to question himself. Am I really that powerful? Indeed, the confrontation between Gogeta and Jiren was terrifying. Not only was Piccolo unable to perceive the true nature of their clash, but even Beerus and the others outside the arena were left bewildered by the blinding flashes of light. Unable to discern the actual battle, as the fight continued, Suyi, unnoticed by anyone, gradually faded into the shadows before reappearing outside the arena. Unbound by the constraints of the laws, he could, if he so desired, restore all the universes previously erased by the Great Priest. Suddenly, a thought from his past life while watching anime flickered in his mind. What if the gods of destruction from the 12 universes were to battle one another? Reflecting on this idea brought a faint smile to Su Ye's lips as he resolved to implement this notion from his former life. He envisioned a grand showdown among the gods of destruction from the 12 universes. Not only that, but Jiren, Hit, Sun Wukong, Goku, Vegeta, and even himself would participate in the battle. As this thought concluded, Suyi felt a surge of excitement. Concealing his presence using the power of cosmic laws, he approached the Great Priest. The Great Priest, unable to discern Su Ye's true identity due to the cosmic laws he employed, sensed a sudden presence beside him. "I ask that you, Mr. Sui." The Great Priest glanced around, noticing Zeno smiling joyfully and looking in his direction. He had a hunch and quietly inquired, "It is I," Suyi replied. "What is it, Mr. Suyi?" The Great Priest asked again. "I have a splendid idea that I believe Zeno will find delightful," Suyi said with a gentle smile. "Oh, please share, Mr. Suyi." The Great Priest's eyes lit up with eagerness. The duel among the top-tier warriors from the 12 universes would surely bring joy to Zeno. Imagine the thrill if the gods of destruction from each universe were to face off. Suyi elaborated what? The Great Priest was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, glancing at Zeno, who was clapping enthusiastically, his face radiating excitement, and fell silent. Soon, he furrowed his brow and said, "This is indeed a marvelous idea. But what if Zeno does not approve? He will undoubtedly love it. After all, the top experts from the 12 universes, after a period of rest, engaging in a pressure-free match," Suyi asserted. This proposal, in his view, was exceedingly splendid. While pressure may indeed foster strength, there are times when battles fought with unrestrained freedom can unleash even greater power. "Then I shall consult Zeno." The Great Priest pondered for a moment before taking flight towards Zeno's elevated seat. Zeno, the Great Priest arrived and respectfully called out. "What is it?" Zeno asked, puzzled. The Great Priest approached Zeno and quietly shared Su Ye's proposal, then inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" After hearing the proposal, Zeno blinked, his eyes sparkling increasingly as the Great Priest, keenly observing Zeno, quickly understood. What a fantastic proposal! Zeno's clear voice rang out as he applauded. I comprehend now. The great priest smiled slightly, bowing to Zeno before returning to his position. Zeno found this proposal to be extraordinary. The great priest's voice resonated, and the concealed Su Yi felt no surprise that in that case, I shall take my leave. Wait. The great priest's gaze flickered, halting Su Yi. Farewell. Su Yi replied without looking back. He was well aware of the great priest's intentions. This individual undoubtedly wished to challenge him. In ancient times, he had been persistently bothered by this figure, who sought to gauge Su Yi's strength. Back then, Su Yi was no match for him, continuously deflecting until he had no choice but to utilize a fraction of the cosmic laws to barely surpass him, thus escaping the great priest's relentless pursuit. Now, after all these years, with the great priest's power having deepened and strengthened, it was only natural that the desire to test his strength against Su Yi would resurface. This fellow truly leaves no opportunity unseized. The high priest's face contorted into a bitter smile, a reminder of the defeat he suffered at the hands of Su Yi many years ago, a memory that lingered in his mind. Now, having grown to an unimaginably powerful state, the thought of facing Su Yi again ignited within him. However, Su Yi offered no opportunity for a rematch, leaving the high priest with no recourse. With a sigh, he turned his gaze back to the arena, where the super blue Goku had rendered Jiren incapable of lifting his head. Wait a moment, perhaps I could feign, the high priest suddenly thought, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. If Su Yi would not grant him a chance to duel, then he would seek it out himself. Clearly, by masquerading as a participant, he could face Su Yi once more. As this notion took hold, the brilliance in the high priest's eyes intensified, and he made a resolute decision. Su Yi returned silently to the arena, observing that the super blue Goku was beginning to show signs of fatigue against Jiren. For reasons unknown, Jiren's offensive had suddenly escalated, and in that moment, the super blue Goku found himself unable to contend with Jiren's might. Ultimately, after Jiren landed a powerful punch that sent the super blue Goku flying, the battle concluded swiftly. Su Yi watched this unfold with a sense of bewilderment. Logically, the super blue form of Goku should not be weaker than Jiren, should it? Suddenly, as he beheld the exposed and tattered state of Jiren, realization struck him. Dragon Ball enthusiasts are well aware that the subsequent plot of Dragon Ball Super showcases the tattered state as the strongest form, and both Jiren and Son Goku exemplify this. Their final clash was nothing short of spectacular. At this moment, it was evident that Jiren had reached this state, making it entirely plausible for him to have overwhelmed the fatigued Super Blue Goku. Boom! As Su Yi reflected, a more potent aura erupted from the position where the Super Blue Goku had been sent flying. This aura elicited a flicker of shock across Su Yi's face. Could it be that the Super Blue Goku was transforming into the Ultra Instinct Goku? The thought invigorated Su Yi. If this truly was the Ultra Instinct Goku, then his power would surely exceed that of the Super Blue Goku by several magnitudes. The strength of the Ultra Instinct Goku was formidable. Jiren struggled to endure. Emerging from the rubble, the Ultra Instinct Goku radiated a silvery flame, and upon closer inspection, his pupils had transformed into a striking silver, exuding an extraordinary presence. Indeed, this was the Ultra Instinct Goku. Su Yi gazed on in astonishment, inwardly inquiring, System, what is the combat power of the Ultra Instinct Goku? Beep, beep, beep. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Host. The combat power of the Ultra Instinct Goku ranges from 18.5 trillion to 20 trillion. Goodness gracious! Truly, he was one of the most powerful singular warriors in the original Dragon Ball lore. Su Yi was taken aback. What did it mean to possess a combat power between 18.5 trillion and 20 trillion? Not only was he far beyond Beerus, but even Whis would not stand a chance against the Ultra Instinct Goku. Furthermore, the current Ultra Instinct Goku had not yet mastered the complete state of Ultra Instinct. He had only attained the second stage. If this individual were to master the third stage, or even the final stage of Ultra Instinct, how formidable would he become? Su Yi felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he was thoroughly exhilarated. Present, his only rivals were the High Priest and the two attendants by the Grand Zeno's side. But without utilizing the power of the cosmic laws, he would stand no chance against them. Thus, such high-tier opponents were not formidable adversaries for him. Regrettably, apart from these individuals, he knew of no others whose combat power could rival his own. The emergence of the Ultra Instinct Goku instilled hope within him, presenting a robust combatant. However, the current stage of the Ultra Instinct Goku was still too weak that it appeared necessary to privately teach them the third stage, and even the ultimate stage of Ultra Instinct in due time. With such a potent opponent, it would be illogical for Su Yi not to cultivate him, as this would significantly enhance his own combat prowess. The Ultra Instinct Goku stepped forward, and Jiren regarded him with a look of shock. In all fairness, in direct combat, he had never encountered such a powerful foe. You are strong. I am no match for you. Jiren understood this truth, yet he would not concede. He still had scores to settle and would not surrender so easily. Nor would he allow the 11th universe to perish alongside him. Jiren surged with renewed vigor, charging toward the Ultra Instinct Goku. Bang! Before Jiren could fully close the distance, the Ultra Instinct Goku had already evaded and unleashed over 100 punches in midair. Each punch felt like a planet crashing down upon him, leaving Jiren in excruciating pain. You are no match for me. Yield that if this continues, you will be left incapacitated for life, declared the Ultra Instinct Goku. I will never concede. Even if it leads to my demise, I will not surrender. Jiren grit his teeth, roaring defiantly as he struck out at the Ultra Instinct Goku. The Ultra Instinct Goku made no attempt to evade, absorbing Jiren's punch head-on. Your strength is too feeble. You cannot even hope to injure me, the Ultra Instinct Goku replied, shaking his head. Damn it all. Jiren roared, unleashing a flurry of punches against the Ultra Instinct Goku. Fueled by a fierce unwillingness to accept his fate, he was filled with resentment. Despite possessing the power to contend with destroyers from across the universe, he found himself utterly helpless against this foe. It felt as though he were facing that long-ago enemy once more. He loathed this feeling, yearning to strike out, yet he lacked the strength to do so. Jiren descended into madness, his voice rising in a furious roar as his aura swelled. To survive, he must secure victory in this match, which necessitated defeating everyone present. Witnessing Jiren's resurgence, Su Yi sighed. In the original anime, he struggled even against a half-damaged Ultra Instinct Goku of the third stage, even though he himself was also in a half-damaged state. However, now he was battling a fused warrior at least at 70% strength while in his own half-damaged state. What could he possibly use to counter this? There was simply no way to contend. As Jiren continued to struggle, the Ultra Instinct Goku had no choice but to strike decisively, rendering the burdened man unconscious and casting him from the arena. It is done. This power tournament has come to a close. Jiren fell into the audience of the 11th universe, and Toppo rushed to support him, looking up at the sky to AT that moment. The High Priest had activated his erasure ability, a radiant light illuminating them as they slowly vanished from existence. The 11th universe has been eliminated, erased. The High Priest's voice echoed throughout the arena, causing the audience of the 6th universe to bow their heads in sorrow. While Beerus in the 7th universe mirrored this gesture, had one been able to see their faces, the glimmer of tears in the eyes of these two destroyers would have been unmistakable. As the outcome became clear, it was evident that Hit from the 6th universe could not possibly contend with the warriors of the 7th universe, sealing the fate of the 6th universe. At this moment on the arena, Hit silently approached the edge of the platform, casting a glance back at Su Yi before leaping down. In that fleeting moment, his voice echoed. Thank you. The survival of the 6th universe for so long without being erased was entirely due to Su Yi. Had it not been for him, the 6th universe would have been cast off the platform by the warriors of the 11th universe long ago, and the High Priest would have erased them without hesitation. As Hit descended from the arena, the High Priest announced the elimination of the 6th universe, proceeding to erase them as well. Toppo. Before the members of the 6th universe could vanish entirely, Beerus from the 7th universe rose from his seat, calling out to them. Farewell. With a smile on his face, Xiangpa waved at Beerus. Gradually, the inhabitants of the 6th universe vanished from sight. The power tournament came to a conclusion with the 7th universe emerging victorious. The voice of the Grand Minister resonated in the ears of all present. Now, I shall summon the Super Dragon Balls to grant wishes to the victors. Raising his hands, 7 Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, ascended into the air. Instead of immediately invoking the Dragon Shinran, the Grand Minister squinted at the 7 Dragon Balls before uttering the incantation to summon the dragon. The Dragon Shinran, identical to the divine being Salama, was conjured by the Grand Minister, its immense size leaving all in attendance awestruck. The dragon summoned from the Super Dragon Balls is indeed colossal, exclaimed Krillin and the others, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Now, please state your wishes, the Grand Minister said, his gaze fixed on Su Yi and his companions, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, everyone turned their attention to Su Yi, eager to see his decision. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Su Yi smiled and raised his head, saying, Grand Minister, please restore all universes that were erased during this power tournament. The words caught Son Gohan and those beside him off guard, while a look of surprise crossed Beerus's face in the 7th universe's audience. Whis, Bardos, and the angels of all universes exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces. Are you certain of this wish? The Grand Minister inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Su Yi nodded. Very well. The Grand Minister looked up and began to make the wish using the divine language. Moments later, a brilliant golden light flickered, and the dragon summoned from the Super Dragon Balls transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, soaring away. The Grand Minister cast a glance at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Simultaneously, the remaining 11 universes, which had been erased, began to reform, with everyone reviving on their respective planets. All were left in a state of shock. But soon comprehension dawned upon them, and gratitude towards the 7th universe blossomed in their hearts. IT is concluded, but I have other matters to address. The voice of the Grand Minister continued, after a 10-day respite. All gods of destruction and the most formidable warriors from each universe shall reconvene in the Void Realm for a friendly power tournament. The Grand Minister's voice echoed in the ears of every individual present, though only the most elite among them could hear his announcement. Upon receiving this news, all who listened were stirred, a wave of anxiety rising within them. Did this imply a second power tournament was on the horizon? Grand Minister, I have a question. Beerus suddenly bowed respectfully and spoke. Proceed, the Grand Minister replied, his gaze now fixed upon him. I end this power tournament. Will the losers face elimination? Beerus asked gravely. No. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd upon hearing the Grand Minister's assurance. The absence of elimination was indeed favorable, alleviating the pressure on all participants. However, the Grand Minister's voice rang out once more. However, the sudden shift in tone reignited tension among those who had just relaxed, their hearts racing anew. The universe with the lowest score must fulfill a request from the universe with the highest score, regardless of the nature of that request, and it must be fulfilled. The Grand Minister's pronouncement once again eased the collective heart. As compared to being erased, such a minor stipulation seemed insignificant. Thus, the question arose. The overall strength of the 7th universe was undoubtedly the best. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure that they did not fall to the bottom rank, was it not? Aside from the members of the 7th universe, others from different universes similarly harbored this thought. We do not seek to be first, but merely to avoid being last. The second power tournament was scheduled to take place in 10 days, allowing for a brief reprieve in the interim. To Su Yi, the outcome seemed inevitable, yet he yearned to fulfill a certain aspiration from his previous life. Upon returning to Earth, Su Yi did not intend to plunge directly into training. Rather, he sought a balance between relaxation and exertion, as the previous tense period warranted a complete unwinding. Initially, Su Yi contemplated imparting the subsequent techniques of the Ultra Instinct to Sun Wukong, yet the latter expressed a desire to master the techniques through his own efforts. Thus, Su Yi had no objections on the first day of the 10-day holiday. Su Yi took his daughter to explore every scenic spot on Earth, not overthinking her affectionate gestures towards him. The following day, upon returning to West City with his daughter, Su Yi still refrained from engaging in training, opting instead to venture into the Dragon Ball GT world for a quick visit. Just then, as he entered the Dragon Ball GT realm, the system's sweet and melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Save the Dragon Ball GT world. Taken aback by this announcement, Su Yi pondered the implications. Did the Dragon Ball GT world truly require his salvation? What could this mean? Glancing at the sudden task, he delved into the system for further details. Save the Dragon Ball GT world. Due to your early instruction of the main character in the Dragon Ball GT world, resulting in a transformation into Super Saiyan 4, a butterfly effect has occurred. Consequently, when contending against the evil dragons, various malevolent entities have mutated, significantly increasing their combat strength. Thus, your intervention is required to rectify the aftermath. The task description was straightforward, yet for Su Yi, who sought a vacation, it felt somewhat frustrating. All right then, my good intentions have backfired, Su Yi sighed, resigned to the necessity of assistance. Thus, without inquiring about the rewards for completing the mission, he accepted the task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the mission, the system chimed. All right, I understand. Now, what is the next step? Su Yi wished to resolve matters promptly. Fortunately, the time flow in the Dragon Ball GT world was considerably slower compared to the primary timeline. Alleviating his concerns about wasting his vacation, eliminate all the evil dragons and restore the original storyline, the system replied. Okay, I would like to inquire whether my powers from the primary universe's laws can be utilized in the Dragon Ball GT world. Su Yi suddenly recalled his abilities, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. No, you may consider the Dragon Ball GT world as a game strategy side quest. Moreover, it exists within a fan-based universe, distinct from the primary timeline. Aside from certain deities that persist, entities such as the Omni King, gods of destruction, angels, and the Grand Minister do not exist in this realm, the system clarified. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's expression sharpened. So, it was true that the Dragon Ball GT world would indeed follow the narrative of the future Dragon Ball fan-made manga. Contemplating this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, eventually breaking into a grin. It could be considered good news, after all. With a second form of Super Saiyan God, a fusion of Super Saiyan 5 and the realm of gods. Alongside the Ultra Instinct, perhaps he could attain the status of Super Saiyan 6, 7, 8, and beyond in this world. The potential for further fusion would pave the way for him to reach Super Saiyan God's third, fourth, and even fifth forms. How powerful might he become then? The prospect was truly unimaginable. Sensing the energies of Sun Wukong and the others, he detected not only Sun Wukong's presence, but also a sinister aura emanating from a nearby, small island. Not far from Kame House. How peculiar. This sensation did not align with the original storyline of the Dragon Ball GT world, did it? Su Yi reflected for a moment, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Logically speaking, the narrative of battling the evil dragon predominantly unfolds within urban settings in the original Dragon Ball GT. Yet here he found himself on a small island. System, what is the current time period? Or rather, in which episode of the original Dragon Ball GT anime does this occur? While swiftly teleporting towards the island, Su Yi inquired within his mind. After a brief silence, the system responded with a hint of exasperation in its tone. Host, is it truly necessary for you to inquire so meticulously? If I do not inquire in detail, how am I to know which dragons I must contend with subsequently? Moreover, is the four-star dragon akin to the original narrative, a benevolent creature? Su Yi pressed on with his questions. Rest assured, the storyline closely mirrors the original, albeit the combat prowess of the most malevolent one-star dragon has been significantly amplified. Ah, I see. Su Yi nodded in realization. That moment, he had already arrived at the island where Sun Wukong resided, and, after a brief moment of sensing, he pinpointed Sun Wukong's exact location. Just as he arrived, Su Yi witnessed the four-star dragon being stealthily ambushed and slain by the one-star dragon, collapsing to the ground. The four-star dragon! In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Sun Wukong was blinded, unable to perceive his surroundings. He could only hear the anguished cries of the four-star dragon as well as the latter's urgent warning. Sun Wukong, flee! The one-star dragon has mutated. It possesses immense power. What? The one-star dragon. Sun Wukong felt the overwhelming, malevolent energy not far from him. Pathetic. Even a wounded monkey cannot be defeated. Four-star dragon, you truly are a source of shame. The sound of footsteps echoed as the one-star dragon emerged from a shadowed corner. casting a cold smirk at the fallen 4-star dragon and the sightless Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, the 1-star dragon extended a finger towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a devastating energy blast. Sun Wukong. Be careful, the 4-star dragon roared, leaping from the ground to intercept the lethal blast meant for Sun Wukong. The 4-star dragon. Although Sun Wukong could not see, he sensed the 4-star dragon's energy waning and could easily deduce what had transpired. Tears streamed from his eyes as he slowly knelt beside the 4-star dragon. Sun Wukong, I truly long for the opportunity to compete with you. The 4-star dragon raised a hand to speak. But then his neck tilted and his body transformed into a radiant light, dissipating into the air, leaving behind a 4-star dragon ball that fell to the ground with a clattered 4-star dragon. Sun Wukong roared, rising from the ground, tears flowing from both eyes, and at that moment, his sight inexplicably returned. I will kill you, 1-star dragon. With a thunderous surge of power, Sun Wukong charged at the 1-star dragon. Meanwhile, Su Yi observed the unperturbed 1-star dragon from atop a nearby mountain. The mutated 1-star dragon's combat power was listed as 10 trillion. Upon seeing this figure, Su Yi could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. It is worth noting that the Super 1-star dragon in the original had only 4.6 trillion in power. This mere mutated 1-star dragon had already reached a combat power of 10 trillion. If it were to transform into a super mutated 1-star dragon, how formidable would its strength become? As Su Yi pondered, Sun Wukong, charging at the mutated 1-star dragon, was suddenly sent flying backwards. Reluctantly, he climbed back to his feet, once more unleashing his power as he charged towards the mutated 1-star dragon. 1-star dragon, the 4-star dragon was your companion. Why did you kill him? Sun Wukong shouted in fury. Ha! Not to mention that the 4-star dragon is utterly useless. His existence in this world serves no purpose. He died to save you. The true culprit is not me. Ha ha! The mutated 1-star dragon laughed heartily. With this revelation, Sun Wukong fell silent. Upon reflection, had it not been for the 4-star dragon intercepting that energy blast, it would have been his demise. Thus, it would not be too far-fetched to say that Sun Wukong had indirectly caused the 4-star dragon's death. Very well. I shall send you down to accompany that useless one. The mutated 1-star dragon cracked his neck with a series of audible pops. Stepping forward, before Sun Wukong could react, he found himself gripped by the throat, lifted effortlessly by the mutated 1-star dragon. Sun Wukong glared at the creature, his face a mask of rage. Boom! 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 The mutated 1-star dragon, amused by Sun Wukong's anger, wore a cruel smile as he unleashed a barrage of punches to Sun Wukong's face, leaving him bloodied and battered. You are far too weak, little monkey. Did you believe your strength was formidable? No. In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Casting a glance at the 4-star dragon ball on the ground, the mutated 1-star dragon inhaled deeply, drawing the 4-star ball into his mouth. Simultaneously, a bright light flickered from his abdomen, revealing a circular formation resembling a roulette with 6 dragon balls encircling it. This sensation is utterly delightful. The mutated 1-star dragon closed his eyes, reveling in the moment, swaying his head in delight. After a brief while, he opened his eyes and glanced at the Sun Wukong he was holding, casually tossing him aside as a powerful energy blast shot from his fingertip. The blast soared toward the airborne Sun Wukong. Boom! The sound of explosions reverberated as the mutated 1-star dragon joyfully danced in place. Ha! A cold chuckle resonated amidst the chaos of explosions. The mutated 1-star dragon paused his jubilant dancing, his brow twitching as he turned his gaze toward the source of the blast, where smoke and dust obscured the view. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, a tall figure emerged. Who are you? The mutated 1-star dragon furrowed his brow, coldly addressing the man standing several dozen meters away. Brother Su Yi. At this moment, Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, lifted his head. Upon recognizing Su Ye's silhouette, he relaxed completely. Calling out before tilting his head and fainting, Su Yi glanced back at the narrow-verted Wukong, shaking his head with a smile before turning his attention to the mutated 1-star dragon, speaking indifferently. I offer you a chance. Evolve quickly. or else this battle shall be exceedingly tedious. For someone of Sun Wukon's caliber, a mutated one-star dragon with a combat power of 10 trillion was incredibly formidable. However, to Su Yi, it was hardly even an appetizer. With merely a finger, he could effortlessly eliminate it. Ha! Arrogant fool. The mutated one-star dragon sneered, not perceiving any threat from the suddenly appeared figure. Shaking his body, he declared, since there is nothing else to do, I shall entertain you. Su Yi smirked slightly, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form at O. So you are merely another dead monkey. Haha. Even if you transform into a red monkey, it shall be of no use. That red monkey behind you is destined to share your fate. The mutated one-star dragon jeered upon seeing Su Yi's transformation. In response, Su Yi simply smiled faintly. His combat power in Super Saiyan 4 form was far superior to that of Sun Wukong. In this state, he boasted an impressive 12.5 trillion in power. To assault a mutated one-star dragon with a combat power of 10 trillion would be as effortless as drinking water. With a serious expression, Su Yi acknowledged, even when hunting a rabbit, one must use their full strength. However, if I go all out, I would find little enjoyment in the fight. Yet he remained cautious, ready to engage with the mutated one-star dragon using the peak of his power. For one could never be too careful, lest the tides turn unexpectedly. Alas, he was left with no time to even contemplate regret. Yes, Su Yi's aura erupted. The mutated one-star dragon's pupils constricted in sudden alarm. A wave of inexplicable dread surging within him. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, the inner turmoil of the mutated one-star dragon was inconsequential. With a sharp reprimand, he charged directly at this foe. Wait, the mutated one-star dragon felt the intensity of his own fear escalating. Sensing a perilous aura, and hastily extended his hand to halt Su Yi, exclaiming, Red monkey, let us speak civilly? Observing the dragon's demeanor, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, several large black question marks hovering above his head. Could it be that this mutated one-star dragon was showing signs of submission? Amusement bubbled within Su Yi. Nevertheless, he had no intention of adhering to the dragon's suggestion. Instead, he quickened his pace, swiftly closing the distance. His fist engulfed in crimson flames as it descended upon the mutated one-star dragon. Bang! With that strike, the dragon was sent hurtling through the air, a jet of blood erupting from his mouth. As Su Yi approached, he noticed that the blood arrow was pitch black. Initially indifferent, he was suddenly taken aback as the mutated one-star dragon halted mid-air, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. The sight of the dragon's mocking smile raised alarms in Su Yi's mind. However, he brushed it aside. In his view, no insidious scheme could rival his absolute invincibility. Regardless of the cunning involved, a single punch would suffice to obliterate it. So simple and straightforward. With that thought, Su Yi chuckled coldly, tilting his head to evade the blood arrow that was hurtling towards him, just as he extended his hand to unleash an energy blast aimed at annihilating this creature. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind whooshed past him, a chilling sense of danger compelling him to turn around. Swoosh! The very blood arrow he had thought he evaded had latched onto his eye, penetrating and melting away, completely invading his vision. His carelessness had led to his downfall, and the agony in his eyes surged, prompting a cry of pain from Su Yi. Your power indeed exudes a formidable pressure, but you monkeys are truly dull. To fall for such trivial tricks is simply pathetic. Witnessing Su Yi's anguished cry, the mutated one-star dragon steadied himself, crossing his arms and descending to the ground, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Hearing the dragon's arrogant taunts, Su Yi's brow furrowed in distress as he attempted to open his eyes, only to find the pain intensifying, sending a jolt of fear through him. System, what is happening? Is this not an injury to my eye? Why has my immortality failed to prevent this? Infuriated yet perplexed, Su Yi pondered. According to his understanding, any injury to the body should swiftly heal. Yet several seconds had passed, and the pain lingered, his vision clouded in a haze, unable to perceive his surroundings. Host, indeed, your immortality is powerful. You can choose to disregard direct attacks from enemies. However, this trickery does not qualify as a direct assault. Rather, it is an invasive ability that has infected your eye from the inside out. The system's voice resonated in Su Ye's mind, deepening his frown. 3.3 So, does this mean that his immortality is not truly invincible? You may view it that way. There are no absolute invincible techniques, the system elaborated. Very well. Gradually, Su Yi calmed himself. After all, this was his first setback since embarking on a journey. Nonetheless, it was an invaluable experience, enhancing his combat wisdom. Caution and vigilance were imperative. The pain soon dissipated, a refreshing coolness enveloping his eye, almost eliciting a sigh of relief from him. What is happening? Suppressing the pleasant sensation, Su Yi inquired. Your immortality is automatically rectifying its flaws. The attack you just endured has been firmly imprinted, ensuring you will not encounter the same situation again. The system's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Clearly taken aback, upon hearing this, Su Ye's expression shifted. His immortality was akin to a bug-level technique. Truly formidable. 148. The relentless pursuit has led to the evolution of the mutated one-star dragon. Third update. Although it seemed as if Su Yi had been conversing with the system for a while. In reality, only a mere second or two had elapsed. This moment, his vision had completely restored, allowing him to perceive the scene before him, extending several dozen meters. However, attempting to focus further resulted in a slight sting in his eyes. In this brief span, a distance of several dozen meters was not too shabby. Thus, Su Yi relied on his instincts and charged towards the mutated one-star dragon. Just a blind man. How formidable could he be? The mutated one-star dragon sneered, summoning a shockwave from his palm, believing Su Yi to be incapacitated and darting to his right to strike. This creature was quite astute, recognizing that Su Ye's strength far surpassed his own, thus attempting to exploit the latter's current disadvantage. Yet was Su Yi truly blind? Not in the slightest. He was acutely aware of the dragon's intentions, merely allowing him to approach while maintaining a cold smile. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds swiftly passed. The cautious mutated one-star dragon lingered in the air, hovering several dozen meters away from Su Yi for 3 seconds before deciding to attack. Su Yi silently commended the dragon for his intelligence and caution. However, no amount of caution would suffice, for Su Yi was merely baiting him. In truth, unleashing his full strength could easily subdue this creature. Yet the mutated one-star dragon, in his arrogance, sought to toy with him. Bang! The dragon lunged forward, launching an assault aimed at Su Yi. Just as Su Yi turned to face him, a cold smile gracing his lips, causing the dragon to momentarily freeze in shock, soon replaced by a look of terror. The mutated one-star dragon barely uttered a word before a dazzling blade of energy reached his face in an instant. Swoosh! The sword forged from the Six Meridians' divine sword cleaved his head from his shoulders. Thud! The dragon's severed head rolled a distance across the ground, while his body remained momentarily animated, attempting to escape. However, Su Yi would not allow him to flee. Launching the energy blade he wielded to pierce the ascending body of the mutated one-star dragon. Plop! The body plummeted to the earth, stirring a cloud of dust. Su Yi glanced over, sensing no further trace of the dragon's presence. He shook his head with a faint smile before approaching the unconscious Sun Wukong, crouching down to feed him a super divine bean. System, the mission has been completed. What rewards do I receive? After administering the super divine bean to Sun Wukong, Su Yi stood up, eager to ascertain the rewards of his latest quest. Yet after several seconds of silence from the system, he was left dumbfounded and immediately delved into the system's task space. Unfinished? Su Ye's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the task marked as unfinished in the system space. He quickly withdrew his mind from the task space and cast his gaze towards the spot where the dragon's corpse had once lay. With a gust of wind, the area was devoid of the mutated one-star dragon's remains. Not only was the body absent, but even the head had vanished. A bitter smile crept across Su Ye's face. This was indeed a harsh lesson, as the reward he thought was within his grasp had slipped away, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Big brother Su Yi. At that moment, having consumed the super magic bean, Sun Wukong awakened, and upon seeing Su Yi, hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "What the one-star dragon?" Escaped, Su Yi sighed, neither deflecting blame nor expressing concern. If that fellow had fled, so be it. Escaped? Sun Wukong gasped, panic evident in his voice. This is dire. That creature possesses infinite potential for growth. If it truly has escaped, by the next encounter, it may have evolved into something exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's apprehensions, Suyi chuckled lightly, dismissing the worry with a wave of his hand. Fear not. With me here, that creature won't stir up any significant turmoil. It is merely a mutated one-star dragon. Even if it successfully evolves, can it really increase its combat power tenfold to reach 100 trillion? I find that hard to believe. Seeing Suya's confidence, Sun Wukong's anxiety subsided, yet he cast a glance back at the spot where the 4-star dragon had fallen. Letting out a heavy sigh, Wukong, I must take my leave now. Rest assured, the 1-star dragon will not escape. With a faint smile, Suyi touched his forehead with his index and middle fingers, utilizing instant transmission to depart the scene. He intended to pursue the 1-star dragon. Despite the creature's adept concealment of its aura, his mastery of meditation granted him remarkable perceptive abilities, allowing him to detect a faint trace of the dragon's malevolent energy. Before long, Suyi followed the sinister trail of the mutated 1-star dragon to an uninhabited island. Suddenly, Suyi sensed an overwhelming wave of malevolence erupting, causing his gaze to sharpen and an inexplicable chill to rise within him. Wait, in the original tale, the 1-star dragon's power surged tenfold after absorbing 6 Dragon Balls. Oh now. A jolt of realization struck Suyi as he recalled the story from Dragon Ball GT. His expression shifting dramatically, he needed to eliminate this creature swiftly to prevent its transformation into a super mutated 1-star dragon. Clenching his teeth, he comprehended the gravity and peril of the situation. Whoosh! Suyi soared to the peak of a grand mountain, landing heavily and causing the summit to fracture and explode. Come forth, he bellowed, transforming into his Super Saiyan God second form, his strength remaining at a formidable 40 trillion. Unchanged, while this power was indeed terrifying, sufficient to easily overpower even a fighter of Whis' caliber. If the super-mutated 1-star dragon's strength truly increased tenfold as depicted, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Boom! The explosive reverberations echoed throughout the island as a shaft of darkness descended from the heavens, revealing the evil dragon leaping skyward. It was the mutated 1-star dragon. You foolish monkey, pursuing me to your doom. As the mutated 1-star dragon ascended, it was enveloped in dazzling black flames, exuding an aura of terror. System, what is this creature's combat power? Suyi narrowed his eyes, posing the question internally. Beep, beep, beep. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Combat power of the mutated 1-star dragon detected. 50 trillion. Note, currently at 50 progress toward transformation into a super mutated 1-star dragon. 50 trillion. And this was before it became a super mutated 1-star dragon. Suyi gasped in astonishment. Thus, his combat power was 10 trillion less than this dragon's, and on the surface, it appeared to be an insurmountable chasm. However, let us not forget that Suyi possessed immortality. In a certain sense, he could engage in a prolonged war of attrition. Thus, if he could swiftly dispatch this creature, he could successfully thwart the 1-star dragon's subsequent transformation. Nonetheless, facing an adversary with 50 trillion combat power, while possessing only 40 trillion was indeed a daunting challenge. This served as yet another lesson. Swift action is paramount, and one must never let their guard down unless certain of an enemy's demise. Chastising himself internally, Suyi surged forward, propelled by fury, toward the mutated 1-star dragon. Dragon subduing 18 palms. The wrath of the dragon. Swiftly, Suyi engaged in combat with a mutated 1-star dragon. Initially, the disparity in their powers was not readily apparent. But as their battle progressed, the 10 trillion difference in combat power became increasingly evident. Despite Suyi's immortality rendering him fearless of injury, he could not withstand the dragon's formidable explosive power. His wounds would heal in an instant, only to be followed by fresh injuries moments later. After a few minutes of this back and forth, Suyi realized that victory through attrition was unlikely. In light of this, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Suyi unleashed an astonishing aura, roaring as he wielded the luminous sword formed from his six veins divine sword technique, charging at the mutated one-star dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The six veins divine sword struck the mutated one-star dragon, igniting bursts of flames and producing sounds akin to metal being forged. Goodness, this evil dragon's physical strength is astounding. Su Yi marveled internally, knowing that his sword, forged from the six veins divine sword technique, could effortlessly slay superlative fighters of 30 or 40 trillion. Yet this malevolent dragon could withstand his sword strikes with sheer physical might. Truly an unimaginable horror. Monkey, I offer you a chance. Transform into the red monkey. Amidst Su Ye's astonishment, the mutated one-star dragon sneered, I believe that the red monkey, synonymous with Super Saiyan 4, surpassed Su Ye's current Super Saiyan God second form. In reality, it failed to recognize its own significant power increase. Hearing the dragon's taunt, Su Ye's expression darkened, interpreting it as a derisive comment on his strength. Huh. Su Yi scoffed, delivering a punch that was merely a distraction, allowing him to retreat several meters. That if you refuse to transform into the red monkey, then I shall eliminate you. The mutated one-star dragon erupted in laughter, charging towards Su Yi. That I shall slay you first. Then Sun Wukong, your kind's potential is far too great. It must be eradicated. As the dragon approached, a cold smile crept across Su Ye's face. He raised a hand, preparing to unleash an attack. Dragon subduing 18 palms. First style, the wrath of the dragon. As Su Ye's roar resonated, a nine-clawed golden dragon erupted from his palm. Roar! The dragon's cry echoed across the island, nearly causing the charging mutated one-star dragon to falter mid-flight. Though the mutated one-star dragon was indeed a dragon, the nine-clawed golden dragon represented the pinnacle of divine dragons in Chinese lore, exerting a suppressive force over lesser dragons. Boom! The nine-clawed golden dragon charged forth, colliding with the mutated one-star dragon and igniting a series of explosive sounds. Without hesitation, Su Yi continued his assault, executing the second, third, and fourth styles of the dragon, subduing 18 palms in rapid succession. Through this combination of techniques, he managed to subdue the mutated one-star dragon with his 40 trillion combat power against its 50 trillion. The might of the dragon subduing 18 palms was indeed formidable, particularly against dragon-type beings, where it exhibited unparalleled suppressive strength. Su Yi felt immense satisfaction with the power of his technique, nodding to himself with a smile. Soon, as the dust from the explosive clash settled, the body of the mutated one-star dragon lay sprawled on the ground. However, as Su Yi did not receive a system notification indicating the completion of his task, he refrained from rushing forward, instead gathering energy to unleash a colossal energy cannon at the fallen creature. Boom! A colossal energy cannon was hurled from Su Ye's hands, racing towards the mutated one-star dragon lying on the ground with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it struck, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions that echoed mightily. Su Yi squinted as a whirlwind of dust and debris enveloped the scene. The task, however, still did not indicate completion. Was this creature's life truly so resilient? Su Yi remained stationary, arms crossed, gazing ahead as the clouds of smoke and earth dissipated to reveal 7 figures. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these 7 silhouettes corresponded to 7 dragons. From left to right, each malevolent dragon radiated an intensely wicked aura. It appeared that the 4-star dragon had already succumbed to corruption, casting his gaze towards the 4-star dragon situated roughly in the center. Su Yi utilized his system to examine its details, confirming it was indeed labeled as an evil 4-star dragon. Thus, should he decide to eliminate this malevolent beast, he would feel no remorse whatsoever. Listen well, you dead monkey. We, the 7 evil dragons, suggest you take your leave. Otherwise, a single energy sphere from us will leave you with nothing. The mutated 1-star dragon roared in fury, though its combat power had diminished from a terrifying 50 jing to a mere 10 jing. The same as before. Indeed, monkey, united as one, we 7 brothers can fuse and transform into a super evil dragon, for which you cannot possibly escape. Here is your chance. Run while you can. Another evil dragon interjected. Su Yi glanced at him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Having learned from prior encounters, he was resolute in not allowing these evil dragons to evade him with a swift strike. In mere moments, all 7 evil dragons were vanquished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to save the Dragon Ball GT world. Ding! Reward for the host are being dispatched. Ding! Congratulations, host. A mission gift pack has been delivered to your system inventory. Please remember to check it. A series of system notifications echoed in Suye's mind. Rather than immediately examining the contents of the gift pack, he knelt before the 7 Dragon Balls formed from the slain evil dragons. He intended to summon the Eternal Dragon to restore the losses incurred during this disaster, but upon reflection, he decided to leave this task to Sun Wukong and his companions. After collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, he sensed Sun Wukong's presence, undetected due to his own aura, and promptly teleported before him on Turtle Island. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and a group of others gathered, anxiously awaiting the outcome. I can't sense Brother Suye's aura at all. I wonder how it turned out, Sun Wukong sighed. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by a familiar figure appeared in the turtle house. Brother Suye. Upon hearing his voice, Sun Wukong turned, and his face brightened with a smile. Suye returned a smile to Gohan and the others, who were somewhat familiar, yet also strangers, then presented the 7 Dragon Balls to Sun Wukong, saying, "Here are the Dragon Balls for you." Sun Wukong cradled the Dragon Balls and, upon spotting the 4-star ball, sighed, "Let us wish to restore the damages from this disaster. As for the 4-star ball, we'll retrieve it a year from now. From now on, let's avoid summoning the Eternal Dragon unless absolutely necessary." Suye smiled subtly, recognizing that the narrative of Dragon Ball GT was nearing its conclusion. Next would be the fan-made Dragon Ball AF. Although Dragon Ball AF exists solely in comic form and has never been adapted into an anime, Suye, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, was well acquainted with its general storyline, leaving him unfazed about the future. Not to mention, when the AF plot unfolds in 5 years, it will involve the invasion of Earth by Sun Wukong's third son, Jaiko, and the West Kaioshin. By then, his power would have escalated beyond mere levels. Thus, Suye felt no sense of urgency. After spending some time in the Dragon Ball GT world, Suye returned to the main timeline. The following day in the main timeline had scarcely passed a few minutes. He continued his training in the time chamber, swiftly reaching the 8th day of the 10-day period. On the 8th day of the 10-day period, Suye emerged from the training room. Unfortunately, the 100-fold time flow had reached its limit. Otherwise, a 200-fold or 300-fold flow would have been delightful. Nevertheless, after a few days of training at 100 times the normal speed, Suye's combat power in his Super Saiyan God second form had risen from 40 Jing to 45 Jing. Do not underestimate this 5 Jing increase in such a short span. Given a few more days, Woon T, it surged another 5 Jing. This was due to the 100-fold time flow and the insights gained from battling the mutated 1-star dragon in the Dragon Ball GT world. Oh, I almost forgot about the mission gift pack from the Dragon Ball GT world. Suye smacked his forehead and delved into his system inventory. Soon, an ordinary, unappealing gift pack appeared before him. Mission gift pack. When converted to the daily gift pack level, it is at least of diamond quality. The outcome depends on the host's luck. Upon reading the description of this mission gift pack, Suye's eyes brightened. Honestly, this gift pack was indeed remarkable, as it was guaranteed to be at least a diamond-level pack, with the potential to reach Master, Grandmaster, or even King-level packs, if luck permitted. Just this fact alone made Suye feel inclined to commend this gift pack. Indeed, this gift pack is quite nice. However, I do not intend to open it just yet, for I suspect today is unlikely to be an exceptionally lucky day. Suye chuckled and stored the gift pack in his system inventory, then requested, "System, please dispatch today's daily gift pack. I wish to test my luck." "Understood. Please hold on a moment, host," the system replied. And after several seconds, it continued, "Ding. Today's gift pack has been dispatched. Please check your inventory." "All right," that Suye acknowledged, immersing himself in thought as he glanced at the contents, only for his lips to twitch to a bronze-level gift pack. Reflecting on it, he mused, how long had it been since he last received a bronze-level gift pack? 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. Regardless, after all these years, this was the first time he had received a bronze-level daily gift pack again. Thus, it was hard to determine whether to consider this good luck or sheer misfortune, that if I recall correctly, bronze-level gift packs can be stored indefinitely. Given that, Why not simply keep this pack in storage for now? Suyi inquired. Indeed, host, the system responded. Very well, I understand it. Suyi dismissed thoughts of the bronze-level gift pack, concluding that the one obtained from the Dragon Ball GT World mission had not been a poor return. At the very least, it was something of diamond-level quality, was it not? With only 2 days remaining until the 10-day period concluded, the second power tournament awaited, where he would finally showcase his full combat prowess. Having spent countless years in the ancient era, he was well aware of the Grand Priest's cunning intentions. He knew that the Grand Priest would undoubtedly disguise himself as one of the contestants to challenge him, a certainty beyond doubt. Arriving at his courtyard and standing for a moment, a little girl rushed over and leapt into his arms. Her twin ponytails brushed against his nose, the sweet scent of her hair and body captivating Suyi. Daddy, you're finally out. I missed you so much. The little girl nuzzled against Suyi, and as she had already begun to grow, it inevitably caused a hint of embarrassment for him as her father. Clearing his throat, Suyi gently set her down and ruffled her hair, asking, Do you want to accompany me to the second power tournament in 2 days? Of course. Wherever you go, Daddy, I shall follow. The little girl approached once more, wrapping her arms around her father's arm and nuzzling against him. You rascal, Suyi chuckled indulgently, taking her hand and leading her into the inner room. Today, Jihu Xiao had chosen not to go to work, and during this respite, he had prepared a sumptuous lunch that, oh, by the way, Xiao, do you have some free time lately? Suyi suddenly remembered something at the dining table and inquired. What's up? Jihu Xiao paused her chopsticks and turned to Suyi. In a few days, our family should go on a trip again. This time, it won't be to our 7th universe, but to another universe, Suyi smiled. After the conclusion of the power conference, he certainly needed to unwind. And the best way to do so was to travel with his loved ones. Their family had already explored all the notable locations within the 7th universe, so if they wished to travel again, it was only logical to venture into other universes. Coincidentally, with this power conference, he could journey alongside the 6th universe, the 11th universe, or even the 1st universe. There were so many universes he couldn't believe there wouldn't be any exciting places to visit. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Jihu Zhao's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Wherever you go, my husband, I shall follow. Ha, splendid. In that case, let us not be too busy for a while in a couple of days. Join me for an event, and after it concludes, we shall set off. Suyi laughed heartily. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, he had not rested, but had taken Bulma and others to Turtle Hermit Island to enjoy some leisure. As for Sun Wukong and the others, since Suyi's arrival at the island, he hadn't seen any of their activities. It seemed they were diligently training for the upcoming power conference. One day, Whis and Beerus arrived, and simultaneously, Sun Wukong and his companions halted their training to gather at Turtle Hermit Island. Upon their meeting, they headed together to the Void Realm, returning to the familiar place from 10 days prior. With expressions of nostalgia on many faces, the members of the 7th universe appeared, and the other universes cast grateful glances their way, had it not been for their wishes to restore all vanished universes. They surely would not be present among them now. Beerus and Kampa exchanged a glance, both puffing out their chests in a proud display before turning their heads away. In response, members from the 2 universes chuckled. Suyi surveyed the gathered individuals, noting that while many expressed gratitude, a significant portion also displayed a hint of trepidation. This was due to the overwhelming strength of the 7th universe, which clearly outmatched them in combat capabilities. Indeed, in the face of competitive clashes among the top tiers of various universes, it was undeniable that the gap between them and the 7th universe was considerable. Before long, the Grand Minister arrived, and with him, the Grand Priest also made his entrance. Upon seeing the Grand Priest, he and Suyi exchanged a brief yet meaningful glance, both displaying faint smiles and nodding in acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, the second power conference of the 12 universes is about to commence. I shall now prepare the arena. Please get ready to enter. The Grand Priest's melodious voice resonated in the ears of all present. He then waved his right hand, and a larger arena than before rose into the air. The second power conference officially began. As the Grand Priest's voice faded, the gods of destruction from the 12 universes, alongside the top-tier experts from their respective realms, entered the arena, positioning themselves with vigilance as they surveyed their surroundings. The pressure emanating from the seventh universe was undeniable that on the arena, hardly any universe dared to cast their gaze toward them first. For if they were to challenge and fail, they would inevitably be the first universe to be eliminated. Naturally, being the first eliminated would also mean finishing last, leading to a considerable reduction in pressure for the rest. Thus, it was only logical that no one would willingly provoke the might of the seventh universe. After a few minutes of tense silence, during which no one made a move, it was ultimately Beerus from the sixth universe who soared over to the seventh universe's side. Beckoning to Beerus with a finger and then motioning toward the side, clearly indicating a desire for a duel, Beerus, not one to easily back down from a challenge, stepped forward and began to engage in combat with the fellow warrior. With the brothers' lead, others soon followed suit, inviting battles, ensuring that no universe would be eliminated in an instant. Truth be told, whether or not one finished last was of little consequence. What truly mattered was avoiding the embarrassment of being the first eliminated. Sui found a pile of stones to sit upon, surveying the scene around him, pondering when the Grand Priest would come to seek him out for a duel. However, after waiting for a considerable time, without anyone approaching him, he grew increasingly puzzled. After a while, Sui rose from the stone pile and made his way into the arena, where the onlookers parted to clear a path for him, and those engaged in combat paused to allow him through. As he moved, he occasionally glanced upward, furrowing his brow upon noticing that the Grand Priest remained aloft. He mused, could it be that Kalen has become timid? Yet, upon further reflection, he recognized that the Grand Priest was immensely powerful. It was unlikely he would simply shy away, as it did not align with his nature. Having spent such a lengthy period in the ancient era, Su Yi understood that while the Grand Priest appeared gentle and seemingly indifferent to everything, he possessed an intense unwillingness to accept defeat whenever he faced a setback. Hence, he found it hard to believe that the Grand Priest would pass up such a prime opportunity for battle. Around him, the clashes erupted into chaos. The sounds of explosions ringing in his ears, he inadvertently glanced over to find Sun Wukong engaged in combat with Jiren. Both warriors represented the pinnacle of their respective universes, and their fierce exchanges created a wide berth around them, as the shockwaves from their battle could obliterate weaker opponents, with no one daring to challenge him. Su Yi returned to another stone pile, observing the duel between Jiren and Sun Wukong, nodding in quiet approval. Over the course of 10 days, he surmised that these two had not ceased their training and had made significant progress. Their combat prowess was now closely matched, indicating just how formidable Sun Wukong had become. After all, Jiren had previously been able to dominate Sun Wukong with ease, yet now, their states were comparable, with neither able to gain the upper hand. To Su Yi, this evenly matched duel was the most captivating aspect of the conference. Originally, he had looked forward to this power conference, but the Grand Priest's reluctance to engage left him feeling rather bored, as even the most elite gods of destruction could hardly withstand a single exchange with him. Could you perhaps offer me some guidance? At that moment, a voice echoed from behind Su Yi. Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Su Ye's face as he swiftly turned to see who had called out. Expecting to find the Grand Priest, he was met instead by the face of Saiyan from the sixth universe, named Gabe, which brought a flicker of disappointment to his countenance. Mr. Saiyan from the seventh universe. I am Gabe. Though my strength is quite lacking, I aspire to become stronger in order to protect those I cherish. Thus, I humbly request your guidance. Gabe from the sixth universe spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with anticipation and trepidation. Seeing the sincerity etched on Gabe's face, Su Yi furrowed his brow for a moment, then nodded, saying, very well, transform into your strongest state and allow me to assess your capabilities. After all, being of the same kind, albeit from different universes, so he could certainly provide some guidance, especially considering his current state of profound boredom. Thank you. Thank you very much. Upon hearing Sui's agreement, Gabe was filled with exhilaration, repeatedly bowing in gratitude towards Sui for a considerable time. Finally, Gabe straightened up, locked eyes with Sui, and let out a fierce roar. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 1.it was rather unremarkable. Sui merely cast a glance and immediately formed a judgment in his mind that Gabe's Super Saiyan 1 was nothing more than an ordinary Super Saiyan 1 in its initial stage, lacking any remarkable attributes. However, Just as Sui deemed Gabe's transformation to be mundane and unexceptional, Gabe roared again, his aura surging with far greater intensity than before. Sensing the energy radiating from Gabe at that moment, Sui's eyes widened. Goodness, this kid had previously been in a standard Super Saiyan 1 state, yet upon unleashing his power, he was truly astonishing. Originally, a Super Saiyan 1 possessed a mere 50-fold increase in strength. But this lad had somehow achieved a 60-fold increase. Do not underestimate this seemingly minor 10-fold enhancement. When one considers that Sui and his companion Super Saiyan 1 forms were confined to a 50-fold increase. Gabe's breakthrough to a 60-fold enhancement was revolutionary. Indeed, this lad from the 6th universe, Gabe, had shattered the conventional limits of Super Saiyan 1's expected 50-fold battle power increase. How on earth did you accomplish this? Sui inquired with genuine curiosity. I am not entirely sure. All I know is that I was unable to break through to Super Saiyan 2, so I continued training in the Super Saiyan 1 state. Gradually, I discovered that my battle power increase had grown 10-fold. Gabe scratched his head, answering bashfully. Upon hearing this, Sui fell into contemplation. Could it be that maintaining the Super Saiyan 1 state during training allows for a numerical enhancement? As he pondered, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Truth be told, he had never experienced such a phenomenon himself. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, it wasn't too long before he could become Super Saiyan 2. However, Gabe's predicament was that he could never break through to Super Saiyan 2, thus deepening his mastery of Super Saiyan 1. Could that be the reason for his transformation? Yet, upon further reflection, Sui found this reasoning somewhat flawed. After all, neither Goku nor Vegeta, who had both achieved Super Saiyan 2, could have possibly trained less than Gabe, and they had not seen a 10-fold increase in battle power. Therefore, Sui concluded that the root cause lay within Gabe's own physical constitution. All right, I understand now. Sui nodded, extending his hand. Possessing the ability to unlock potential akin to that of the Grand Elder and the Old Kaioshin, he was prepared to awaken Gabe's latent abilities if Gabe could transform into Super Saiyan 2, and similarly achieve an additional 10-fold increase beyond the expected 100-fold boost. Then this boy's physique was indeed extraordinary. Despite Gabe's uncertainty about Sui's intentions, he cautiously stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" Gabe respectfully inquired. "I shall awaken a portion of your potential. I am keen to see if your Super Saiyan 2 will have a battle power increase exceeding that of our Super Saiyan 2 by 10-fold. Sui smiled warmly. Upon hearing this, Gabe's eyes lit up, his face radiating with joyous. Sui placed his hand gently upon Gabe's head. A radiant spectrum of light began to shimmer from his palm. Capturing the attention of those nearby, Gabe, the Saiyan warrior Caulifla from the 6th universe, observed Gabe before Sui, as if undergoing some form of purification, and her brow furrowed in concern that "let's go and see." After a moment's deliberation, this female Saiyan warrior gritted her teeth and pulled Kale towards him. In her eyes, Sui's formidable strength was irksome to the inhabitants of Universe 6, yet his overwhelming power could not be denied. Now, seeing Gabe seemingly receiving something beneficial, she couldn't help but entertain her own thoughts. What if she could also gain some opportunity? After all, she had been stuck in the Super Saiyan 1 state for quite some time. And if she could ascend to Super Saiyan 2, her strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. Thus, with this thought igniting her ambition, Caulifla hurriedly approached Sui and Gabe, her gaze fixed upon Sui in the stands. Bulma noticed two women surrounding her husband and immediately stood up, rolling up her sleeves with a displeased expression. "Who are these two women? Why are they staring at my husband?" In her indignation, Bulma attempted to leap over the barrier, intending to rush towards the arena. "Bulma, wait!" Lazuli, witnessing her actions, wore a wry smile and quickly embraced her, whispering, "Sister, please don't embarrass your husband. After all, there are so many gods nearby. If they see how jealous we are of our extraordinary husband, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating?" Hearing Lazuli's words, Bulma, who had been clutching the railing, furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before loosening her grip. As she turned back, her peripheral vision caught sight of several angels and other Kaioshins from various universes staring in her direction. Instantly, Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she coughed awkwardly a couple of times before returning to her seat in the stands. Observing Bulma's irritated yet embarrassed demeanor, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, who were not participating in the tournament, burst into laughter. What is so funny? Is there something amusing? Upon hearing their laughter, Bulma's cheeks reddened again. She huffed softly, shooting them an annoyed glance before refocusing her attention on the arena. After a brief moment, perhaps due to her personality, she waved her hand and shouted, "Go dear! Knock all these women who want to flirt with you away." "Oh!" Bulma exclaimed excitedly, her spirits soaring. Witnessing her genuine display of emotion, Whis chuckled softly, turning his gaze back to the arena like a tea that moment. So he had successfully awakened a fraction of Gabe's potential, and the latter's aura began to surge dramatically. With Gabe's potential fully unleashed, he let out a mighty roar, and the once unremarkable golden flames enveloping him began to swell. Subsequently, bolts of lightning crackled around his golden flames, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. "Wow, that's incredible!" Caulifla exclaimed, her face reflecting utter astonishment at Gabe's transformation. Being a little delinquent from Universe 6, she couldn't help but let out an expletive. Hearing Caulifla's outburst, Sui shot her a sidelong glance. Noticing the awe etched across her face, when their eyes met, the shock on Caulifla's face swiftly morphed into a flattering smile, and she hurriedly trotted over to Sui, rubbing her hands together eagerly. Nervously kicking a small stone at her feet, and inquired, "Esteemed Scion from Universe 7, could you please share how you enabled Gabe to transform into Super Saiyan 2? In the face of the temptation to enhance her power?" Caulifla exhibited not a trace of indignation, much like a dying person who, when confronted with the prospect of survival, possesses no semblance of dignity or temper, as ye observe this female Saiyan warrior from the 6th universe. She wore a sycophantic smile, yet her gaze bore a profound sincerity, primarily reflecting her yearning for strength, which elicited no feelings of aversion, as he pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Caulifla, undeterred, gazed at him with eager anticipation. Refraining from pressing him, she understood that she was the one in need, and any display of arrogance would only lead to her own downfall. Moreover, considering Su Ye's formidable power and the fact that he had played a role in their resurrection during the previous strength tournament, she found it impossible to maintain any arrogance in his presence. Boom! Just as Su Yi was about to speak, a sudden surge of powerful energy erupted from the nearby Gabe. Goodness, this fellow's strength had once again skyrocketed. Caulifla, who had been waiting for Su Yi to speak, felt Gabe's overwhelming aura, and her eyes widened in shock, accompanied by bursts of exclamations. In contrast to Caulifla's astonishment, while this aura was indeed powerful, it was merely passable in Su Ye's eyes. What surprised him was that Gabe's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 represented an increase far beyond a mere 100-fold in combat power. However, it was not just a 110-fold increase, but rather a staggering 120-fold enhancement. What immense power! Is this the strength of Super Saiyan 2? Once Gabe completed his transformation, he clenched his fists, his face displaying a look of what he hurriedly approached Su Yi, deeply bowing as he expressed, "Without your assistance, sir, I would never have achieved this transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Your strength is remarkable, and while I may not be able to assist you with significant matters, should you have any commands, I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." Hearing this, Su Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head in dismissal, about to say it was nothing. However, he soon remembered his intention to take Bulma and the others to explore other universes. Thus, it would indeed be fitting to have Gabe guide them to the more enjoyable locations within the 6th universe. With this thought, Sui nodded inwardly, deciding that their first travel destination would be the 6th universe. Sir, Caulifla exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she saw Gabe receiving such immense benefits. "Come here." Sui beckoned her forward with a gesture. Without hesitation, Caulifla complied, leaping to stand before him as Sui placed his hand atop her head, awakening a portion of her latent potential. This was not due to any reluctance on Su Ye's part to fully unleash their potential. Rather, he believed that a gradual approach was wiser. Moreover, unleashing all their potential at once would truly be detrimental to them. After all, the Saiyan race possesses boundless potential for those capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, and prematurely activating all their potential would mean capping their growth at their weakest moment. This principle was exemplified in the original Dragon Ball series, where Gohan was first awakened by the Grand Elder on Namek and later again by the Old Kai during the Majin Buu saga. A single awakening yields benefits for years. This saying is far from mere rhetoric. Before long, Caulifla's potential was fully awakened. Her transformation into Super Saiyan 2 unfolded, and her combat power increased in a manner consistent with the Super Saiyan 2 transformations in the 7th universe, boasting a 100-fold enhancement. Finally, Suyi similarly activated a portion of Kale's legendary Super Saiyan potential. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden Easter egg task. Saiyan Mentor, just as Suyi withdrew his hand. A notification from the system echoed in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. What does this mean? Suyi inquired after a brief pause. Host, this task belongs to the category of hidden Easter egg tasks. It can only be triggered by inadvertently fulfilling certain criteria related to the task, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Suyi contemplated briefly, then realization dawned upon him. It appeared he had previously guided the majority of the Saiyans he was close to, such as Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Now, with the addition of Gabe, Caulifla, and Kale from the 6th universe, he had indeed completed this hidden Easter egg task. Exactly, the system confirmed. Alright then, let me see what this hidden Easter egg task grants me. Suyi smiled, directing his thoughts into the system's task space. Soon, a golden exclamation mark caught his eye. Upon opening the task, Suyi glanced at the description, which aligned with his expectations, and then scrolled down to view the rewards. Upon seeing the reward for completing this task, 3 large question marks appeared on Suyi's forehead. What in the world? Just a title. Saiyan Mentor. A title granted for having taught more than 6 Saiyans. Its specific function is to aid the mentor in further enhancing the potential of their students. After reading the title's description, a series of question marks manifested above Suyi's head. What kind of reward is this? System, we need to talk. To be fair, had there been no reward for the task, he would have felt little discontent. However, the existence of this task reward left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Host, did you not read the subsequent introduction of this Saiyan Mentor title? After a moment of silence, the system's sweet voice suddenly resonated in Suyi's mind. Upon hearing this, Suyi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly pursed his lips, delving back into his thoughts to review the subsequent introduction of the Saiyan Mentor title. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! 3 seconds later, after finishing the subsequent introduction of the Saiyan Mentor title, Suyi couldn't help but exclaim 3 times in disbelief that, you still think this title is useless? The system teased, causing Suyi's face to flush with embarrassment. After clearing his throat to regain composure, Suyi glanced once more at the subsequent introduction of the Saiyan Mentor title, Saiyan Mentor, having taught more than 6 individuals. Its specific function is to assist the students in their training, while the title automatically converts some of the combat power gained from their training back to the mentor. How terrifying. Truly terrifying. This title, to be honest, the ability to gain some of the results from a student's training means he wouldn't be training alone. Rather, it would be akin to several individuals assisting him in his training simultaneously. Such an extraordinary title almost slipped through his fingers, and now he genuinely felt like giving himself a couple of slaps. Had he lost it, it would have been a grave waste. Do I need to wear it? Suyi inquired, his heart racing with excitement. With the buff from a North Sea divine skill enhancing his training speed, the time flow rate of the time chamber being 100 times faster, and now the acquisition of some training result from his students, his training effectiveness would undoubtedly exceed simple arithmetic. You must wear it, the system replied. That Suyi nodded, just as he prepared to don the title. Suddenly, a deafening explosion nearby jolted him back to reality that a figure had been sent flying beside him. Who else could it be but Goku? Boom! Once again, a devastating energy blast surged forth, and Suyi raised his gaze. This time, the rules of the power tournament were less stringent than before, allowing for flight. Thus, in the sky, Jiren unleashed a relentless barrage upon the position where Sun Wukong had fallen below, observing coldly. Suyi had no intention of aiding Sun Wukong. Firstly, he believed that Sun Wukong possessed the strength to evade the onslaught. Secondly, Should he fail to do so, it would serve as a valuable trial for him. Therefore, no matter the circumstance, Suyi remained resolute in his refusal to intervene. As the dust settled after a while, a silvery light erupted from the spot where Sun Wukong, once L.O.Y.Sui, scrutinized the scene and suddenly felt a faint, gratifying smile tug at the corners of his mouth. This fellow truly surprised him. Indeed, Sun Wukong had broken through to the third stage of the Ultra Instinct. I could see that moment. He was enveloped in a silvery glow. With a pop akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle, the silvery aura surrounding Sun Wukong shattered like glass, revealing his form. Kakarot, that guy. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Toppo from Universe 11, suddenly changed his expression, glancing towards Sun Wukong. Upon sensing the immense aura emanating from him, his previously aggressive demeanor abruptly diminished. Sun Wukong. In the sky, Jiren fixed his gaze on the ground where Sun Wukong stood, gritting his teeth as he called out his name. Jiren. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky, a smile gracing his lips. As he shouted Jiren's name, he soared into the air, instantly reaching Jiren's front. Hiya! Sun Wukong bellowed as he delivered a powerful punch that in the original text, Sun Wukong in this state was on par with Jiren, but let us not forget that his strength was slightly greater than that of his original counterpart. One should not underestimate such intensity, for it was enough to elevate Sun Wukong to another level on the ground. Suyi assessed Sun Wukong's current combat power, 12.5 trillion. As for Jiren, he stood at 12.1 trillion. The disparity in their strength appeared minimal. Yet a mere 0.4 trillion in power was sufficient for Sun Wukong to dominate Jiren repeatedly. What followed was entirely Sun Wukong's time to retaliate. Jiren was no match for him, and soon Jiren was utterly defeated. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong chose not to simply toss Jiren off the stage, as he desired for this opponent to recover, preparing for another bout. An invaluable adversary, Sun Wukong was reluctant to let Jiren depart the stage so swiftly that Suyi, big brother, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state and flew before Suyi, grinning widely as he called out. Indeed, your current strength is now capable of contending with Beerus, Suyi remarked, nodding with satisfaction that it was not long ago that Sun Wukong was merely at 70% of Beerus's power, yet now he had surpassed it, truly a remarkable rate of growth. Upon hearing Suyi's praise, Sun Wukong bashfully chuckled, scratching his head as he glanced towards Vegeta, who, witnessing his breakthrough, had fallen into a frenzied state, mercilessly pummeling Toppo, who was already no match for him. This breakthrough of yours has certainly provoked Vegeta, Suyi noted, also glancing at Vegeta, shaking his head with a smile, that I believe Vegeta will surely break through to the third stage of Ultra Instinct as well. Sun Wukong asserted with conviction that Suyi chuckled softly. Currently, Vegeta had yet to grasp even the second stage of Ultra Instinct, and he was already contemplating the third. By that time, Sun Wukong would likely have fully mastered Ultra Instinct, and only then could Vegeta hope to comprehend the second stage, if at all. Perhaps he could create an opportunity for Vegeta, feigning to impart knowledge casually. Suyi pondered, not out of reluctance to teach, but due to Vegeta's pride. He feared that Vegeta might not accept such a gesture, leading to an awkward situation. After all, this was unlike the first importation. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta started from the same line, and Vegeta had willingly accepted the initial teachings. The second stage of Ultra Instinct was achieved without external assistance. If Vegeta were to have Suyi teach him, it would undoubtedly leave a lingering resentment within him, making him feel perpetually overshadowed by Sun Wukong. Yes, Suyi continued to contemplate. He dismissed the idea of imparting the second stage of Ultra Instinct to Vegeta. Several universes had already seen their participants eliminated from the stage. Yet none had been entirely ousted thus far. Casting another glance at the Supreme Kai of Time high above, Suyi noticed that the Supreme Kai was also gazing at him, a faint smile gracing his lips, which prompted a glimmer in Suyi's eyes, accompanied by a slight smirk that it seemed that Colin had something planned and no longer waiting. Suyi launched into action, transforming once more into a relentless harvesting machine, sending opponents flying off the stage with each step he took. In no time, the first universe to be eliminated emerged. Universe 12 that this was the very universe that had previously maliciously reported Su Yi and conspired against him. The god of destruction, Jin, once again participated in this power tournament, but after this encounter, he would truly lose his position as a god of destruction. Following closely, Universe 1, Universe 2, and Universe 3 were all swiftly eradicated by Su Yi single-handedly. Soon, only a few universes remained. Universe 6, Universe 7, and Universe 11 were all that was left. Just like the first power tournament, these 3 universes remained. The only difference in numbers was that Universe 11 had only Jiren remaining. While the entirety of Universe 7 and Universe 6 still stood strong, in truth, had Sun Wukong not wished to continue battling Jiren, he too would have likely seen Jiren ousted from the stage. Universe 7 continued to engage with the fighters from Universe 6, while Jiren resumed his confrontation with Sun Wukong. As for Su Yi, he merely observed the spectacle, feeling as though this match bore little relevance to him. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Time in the sky noted that the roster of fighters on the stage was nearly complete and turned to fly toward the throne of the Omni King. Omni King, I wish to descend and challenge him, or Su Yi. What do you think? The Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation as he inquired, "Oh, the Supreme Kai wishes to spar with Su Yi." The Omni King's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the seemingly bored Su Yi on the stage. Pursing his lips before nodding, "Very well. However, do not harm him." Hearing the Omni King's words, the Supreme Kai smiled in agreement and gradually made his way to the stage. Observing the Supreme Kai's approach, the eliminated contestants from the other universes froze momentarily. What was the Supreme Kai heading to the stage for? Could it be that the Supreme Kai was itching for a fight? One individual jested, drawing laughter from the crowd. Swish, 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 as the jest left his lips. All eyes turned toward him. You truly are courting disaster, aren't you? Do you realize that by speaking such words, you're mocking the esteemed Supreme Kai? A frog-like being stepped forward, casting a cold glare at the jesting individual. Indeed, given the Supreme Kai's status and prowess, would he ever engage in such a battle? Another voice interjected, pointing at the one who had spoken earlier. In an instant, the jesting individual found himself the target of collective disdain, unable to lift his head in shame as he crouched down, trembling in fear. Humph. The various beings from the universes that had chastised the jesting individual scoffed, redirecting their focus toward the stage. In that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens! Gasps of shock echoed throughout the audience of every universe. Each being, including the angels within them, rendered speechless, for they bore witness to the unthinkable, the Supreme Kai, who they believed would never engage in such a duel, had indeed descended to issue a challenge to Su Yi. In the audience of the 7th universe, the expression on Whis' face was one of sheer astonishment as he incredulously exclaimed, "Why on earth would they invite Mr. Sui to engage in a duel?" The enchanting gaze of Beerus shimmered with an unusual light. To be frank, she was equally taken aback. In her eyes, only the Grand Priest, possessing absolute strength, could be regarded as a true deity. And now, an invincible god was extending a challenge to a mere human. The thought alone was utterly breathless. Beerus shook her head in disbelief. Having completely forgotten how many years had passed since she last witnessed her father in action, I could see that moment. On the arena stage, Sui finally made his appearance. With a cheerful smile, he gazed at the Grand Priest hovering in midair and spoke. The onlookers around him wore expressions of shock. The Grand Priest was, astonishingly, challenging Sui to combat. Particularly, the combatants Kampa and Beerus, who were in the midst of their own battle, immediately halted their clash, laying flat on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances as they failed to comprehend why such a prominent figure had chosen to confront Sui. "Here I am," the Grand Priest stated succinctly, casting a glance at the vacant space nearby before soaring over to it. Sui understood perfectly and likewise flew to the designated area. Witnessing this, Jiren and Goku, along with the other combatants still engaged in their fierce battles, all ceased their actions and retreated to their respective corners. The confrontation between Uncle Sui and the Grand Priest was bound to be intensely fierce. It was an unprecedented superlative duel. Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement, shedding his previous persona as Goku's son and fully unleashing the combative essence of his Saiyan lineage. exhilarated beyond measure. Jiren, let's resume our fight later. Goku clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before retreating to find a front-row seat to witness the duel between Sui and the Grand Priest. Soon, individuals from the 7th and 6th universes gathered, their intense gazes fixed upon the two motionless figures in the arena. My battle power is merely 50 trillion, Kalen. Do exercise some restraint, Sui proclaimed with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing Sui's words, the Grand Priest furrowed his brow, perplexed by such a modest display of power. However, despite his confusion, the Grand Priest nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the underlying implications. A battle power of 50 trillion, in the hands of someone of the Grand Priest caliber, would manifest far beyond mere numbers. Of course, the Grand Priest refrained from offering clarification, confident that Sui comprehended this principle. Since Sui was confident enough to engage with a battle power of 50 trillion, he would not deliberately diminish his strength to cause Sui discontent. A silvery glimmer flickered in Sui's eyes as his pupils. Hair, and the flames surrounding him transformed into a shimmering silver hue. This was his Super Saiyan God, second form. The ultimate phase. The Grand Priest observed Sui's transformation with an unchanging expression, remaining remarkably composed. At his level, he regarded these so-called transformations as mere external embellishments. True strength, in his view, emanated from within. Him, Sui's current state appeared as nothing more than superficial might. Nevertheless, this perception of weakness was purely subjective. In reality, Sui's current battle power could still rank him among the notable figures in the 12 universes. Come, let me witness the strength of the one who once defeated me, the Grand Priest declared without a hint of anger, engaging Sui in a duel as he spoke. This proclamation stirred the entire arena, particularly causing Beerus and Kampa, the two destroyers, to experience an uncontrollable surge of adrenaline. Ancient legend spoke of an invincible Saiyan. Could this be the very individual they were witnessing now? This thought sent tremors through their minds, leaving them astonished. Their first instinct was to dismiss this notion, yet what other explanation could there be? Shock waves coursed through the crowd. How could Sui possess such immense strength? While Beerus maintained a sense of composure, Kampa was drenched in sweat, profoundly relieved that he had not underestimated Mr. Sui back then. Otherwise, he might have found himself on the run now. Fortunately, indeed fortunate, as the 6th universe's destroyer, Kampa was experiencing a sense of vitality like never before. In the arena, Sui had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Grand Priest. Boom! A shockwave struck the Grand Priest's face from close range. At such proximity and with such speed, even an average person, let alone a master of the destroyer level, might not have been able to react. However, for the Grand Priest, merely tilting his head allowed him to effortlessly evade Sui's close-range shockwave. In response, he raised a finger and pointed at Sui's hand. Bang! In an instant, an explosion resonated as Sui was sent hurtling backward. Gasp! With a single strike, the formidable Sui, a figure of terror, was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, those present on the sidelines exchanged astonished glances, a wave of shock rising from within. Was this the true power of the Grand Priest? Sui's might have been so deeply ingrained in their minds, akin to a humanoid reaper, casting aside everyone in his path without a chance to retaliate. Yet even such a powerful individual could not withstand the seemingly casual strike from the Grand Priest. Too powerful. Goku wore a wry smile, finally realizing the vast chasm that separated him from the pinnacle of strength. It was indeed monumental. Nevertheless, he resolved to train diligently, striving to catch up with both Sui and the Grand Priest. The greater their strength, the more fervent his own fighting spirit surged from deep within. Meanwhile, Sui steadied himself mid-air after being knocked back. "What do you think of my strength?" he inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he asked the question. If anyone else had displayed such a demeanor, Sui would certainly have felt displeased. However, on the face of the Grand Priest, he found it entirely respectable that a true strongman must carry themselves with the poise befitting their power. Clearly, the Grand Priest was not merely an ordinary powerhouse, but one of the elite few standing atop the pyramid among the 12 universes. Moreover, Sui had a fair understanding of this individual. The Grand Priest's expressions were inherently sparse. Not bad. You are worthy to be my opponent, Sui replied, chuckling as he wiped away a small trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His fighting spirit igniting anew, his aura erupting in tandem. Undoubtedly, at Sui's level, encountering a worthy adversary was a rare occurrence. Now, with the Grand Priest, an individual of terrifying experience and strength, willing to be his sparring partner. Sui had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away. In this battle, Sui sensed the potential to surpass his own limits. Kalen, with your current battle power of 50 trillion, do not hold back, Sui declared, excitement coursing through him as his aura fully unleashed. Coupled with the terrifying regenerative abilities bestowed by his immortality, he recovered in an instant, even stronger than before. However, that slight increase still fell short and did not elevate his battle power to 50. 1 trillion. Upon hearing Sui's words, the Grand Priest raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. This fellow piqued his interest. Very well, as you wish. Just as the Grand Priest's words fell, he discovered that Sui's figure had vanished from mid-air. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows flitted past him. Just as the Grand Priest believed he had discerned Sui's whereabouts and prepared to unleash a punch, he was suddenly struck from behind. Despite his astonishing reflexes, having instinctively tilted his head upon sensing the punch's wind, he still could not evade entirely. A solid blow landed on his shoulder. Boom! With that single strike, the Grand Priest was sent flying by Sui. Kalen, focus! Sui's indifferent voice resonated in the ears of the Grand Priest, causing a momentary daze to wash over him. Apart from the time he was trampled underfoot by Salama and narrowly lost to Sui, he had completely forgotten how many years had passed since someone had struck his body. Now, experiencing that sensation once more, it was undeniable that the Grand Priest was suddenly ignited with a fighting spirit. As you wish, the Grand Priest fully entered the fray, excitement illuminating his countenance. Ha ha! Come on! Sui, brimming with battle intent, resolved to surpass his own limits in this confrontation. Why must the third form of Super Saiyan be accessed through Super Saiyan 6? Boom! 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 The two launched into action simultaneously, clashing in the skies above. Not to mention the spectators outside the arena who were utterly unable to discern the details of the battle. Even the closest observers like Sun Wukong were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to grasp the reality of the fierce combat unfolding before them. It was utterly terrifying. Beside them, Beerus wore a look of shock throughout, unable to fathom that someone could engage in such a prolonged battle with a master of the Grand Priest caliber. While he was aware that both fighters were suppressing their powers to 50 trillion, he could guarantee that any other individual with the same fighting power who dared to engage either of them would undoubtedly be obliterated in mere moments, with no room for doubt. Meanwhile, in the stands of the 7th universe, the angel Bados from the 6th universe had taken her seat among the audience. Pray tell, who exactly is this Mr.Sui? A peculiar light flickered in Bados's beautiful eyes. Such a formidable man had never crossed her ears before, piquing her curiosity immensely. Why do you ask? Bulma initially brushed aside the question, but upon turning to see such a stunning beauty inquiring about her husband's identity, her tone soured. My husband is simply my husband. What more is there to say? Puffed. Hearing Bulma's highly possessive statement, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle. However, upon sensing several disapproving glares directed his way, he quickly retracted his neck, awkwardly chuckling before hastily covering his mouth and sitting down beside Master Roshi in a more subdued manner. Bados narrowed her eyes. Her temperament was not as amiable as Whiss's, despite her outward respect for the 6th universe's god of destruction. Kampa, she had not refrained from humiliating him on numerous occasions. Most importantly, there were times when she could indeed lose her temper, inducing fear even in Kampa. Sister Bulma, at that moment, Lazuli gently tugged at Bulma's arm, whispering, she's an angel, stronger than a god of destruction. Oh, what if she's an angel? I couldn't care less about what you say. Bulma maintained her haughty demeanor, but upon realizing the gravity of the situation, her eyes widened in shock. Lazuli sighed and reiterated her prior statement, causing Bulma to weaken slightly, gulping as beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Despite having trained in her youth and possessing decent martial talent, she had long since diverted her focus from martial arts to pursue scientific endeavors, much like her character in the original story. Thus, her current combat power barely exceeded a mere 10,000. This minuscule power was utterly inadequate against Bados, who was above the level of a god of destruction, leaving Bulma feeling undeniably flustered in that moment. Oh, not worry. I would never lay a hand on a defenseless human woman. Bados remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Bulma. It wasn't merely Bulma's weakness that deterred her. The fact that she was Su Ye's partner made Bados hesitant to act unfavorably towards her. Therefore, although she felt a tinge of displeasure, she kept it buried within, revealing little of her true emotions. That I apologize. My sister speaks her mind too freely, thinking you harbor intentions towards our husband, Lazuli interjected. With a more amiable demeanor, Lazuli's words elicited a slight smile from Bados, who replied, "Rest assured, I have no intentions toward your husband whatsoever." Upon uttering this, Bados felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, as if she would pay a price for her words in the future. However, the thought quickly faded, and she dismissed it. Boom! Just as Bados was about to pose another question, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the arena, capturing everyone's attention. That moment, on the stage, the area where Su Yi and the Grand Priest were battling was engulfed in mushroom clouds formed by the explosions. Smoke billowing and scattering everywhere, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Ha! Laughter echoed within the mushroom clouds, unmistakably belonging to Su Yi. Your strength is genuinely impressive, remarked the Grand Priest, his tone tinged with admiration. Hearing his voice, Sun Wukong and the others craned their necks to gaze into the arena as the smoke began to clear, revealing two figures. Moments later, as the haze dissipated entirely, Su Yi and the Grand Priest emerged from the remnants of the battle. Su Yi was covered in dust, his clothing somewhat tattered, yet he bore no injuries. In contrast, the Grand Priest had several traces of blood on his face, and his divine attire was similarly torn, appearing quite disheveled. The Grand Priest had indeed found himself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Beerus's eyes widened at this sight, but he had anticipated that after the Grand Priest's earlier strike had caused Su Yi to cough up blood, the ensuing battle would be overwhelmingly one-sided. But now it seemed far from that simple. Yi was truly capable of contending with the Grand Priest, the pinnacle of strength among the 12 universes. However, upon reflection, if Su Yi were entirely devoid of skill, how could the Grand Priest have deigned to challenge him? I believe your strength exceeds 50 trillion. I think I need to elevate my own power, the Grand Priest declared, snapping his fingers. That a greenish light enveloped him for a couple of seconds, and as it faded, both his divine attire and injuries were restored. You make it sound as if you hadn't just enhanced your strength. Su Yi shot him a glare. The destruction caused by the Grand Priest's earlier blow was not something a mere 50 trillion combat power could withstand. Even if this 50 trillion combat power belonged to the Grand Priest himself, he would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. Ahem. The Grand Priest coughed lightly, his gaze wandering as he caught sight of Sun Wukong and the others observing their battle, frowning slightly before raising his hand to wave gently through the air, casting a sound isolation barrier. Seeing this barrier, a smile crept onto Su Ye's lips. If he was not mistaken, this sound isolation barrier was a little trinket he had given the Grand Priest back in the day. Noticing the smile on Su Ye's lips, the Grand Priest chuckled as well before suddenly unleashing a burst of power. 51 trillion combat power, 52 trillion combat power, 53 trillion combat power. Soon, as his strength escalated to 60 trillion, the Grand Priest's power finally stabilized. Are you a demon? Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment at the Grand Priest's sudden surge in power, which had jumped by a staggering 10 trillion. It was crucial note that while their earlier clash had indeed elevated Su Ye's power slightly, it had only reached 50.5 trillion. Goodness, the Grand Priest's increase surpassed us by 9.5 trillion. This is simply bullying. No, I am an angel. The High Priest smiled faintly, denying that he was a devil. Upon hearing this, Su Yi, who had been silently mocking the High Priest in his heart, couldn't help but chuckle. After laughing, Su Yi stretched his limbs in mid-air and once again transformed into the second form of Super Saiyan God. This was currently his most powerful form, a fusion of Super Saiyan 5 and the Divine Realm, combined with a perfected Ultra Instinct technique, Previously, he had envisioned that the next transformation, the third form of Super Saiyan God, would be a combination of Super Saiyan 6, the Divine Realm, and perfected Ultra Instinct. However, he had cast this thought aside, that he recalled a saying from the ancient era of Karen, as mentioned by the High Priest. Humans are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. True gods achieve unity of spirit and flesh, indistinguishable from one another. To be honest, he had found this concept quite difficult to comprehend until now. After practicing meditation techniques, he felt that this statement had become quite clear. Ordinary humans cultivate external strength, while true gods practice both the external and the internal. In simpler terms, it meant that the body and soul must be cultivated simultaneously. Thus, Suyi pondered whether his ideal third form of Super Saiyan God would indeed be a fusion of physical and spiritual power. This line of thought was abruptly interrupted by an attack from the High Priest. The High Priest, possessing a combat power of 60 billion, was not merely 10 billion stronger than Suyi's previous 50 billion. Suyi could feel the difference from this very attack. The immense power he faced was comparable to an attack released by someone with 80 billion combat power. This old chap certainly held nothing back. Suyi silently criticized the High Priest's fighting spirit, yet he refocused his thoughts and prepared to engage in battle once more. This fight felt somewhat overwhelming for Suyi, as he had no means to retaliate. Were it not for his exceptionally robust immortality, he would have been injured in an instant, only to heal just as quickly. Fortunately, with each wound healed, his strength incrementally increased, even if it was just a slight boost. Feeling his power grow gradually made Suyi believe that all of this was worthwhile. 5 minutes passed, and Suyi continued to endure the High Priest's relentless blows. At this point, he had lost count of how many punches he had taken. Each strike, if landed on an opponent of equal caliber, would likely incapacitate them as if they were merely children. The High Priest went from bewilderment to astonishment, then to shock, ultimately becoming numb. He realized that his 60 billion combat power, which was supposed to exceed Suyi's 80 billion, seemed to have no effect on this individual, instead seemingly fostering his growth instead. In just a few short minutes, Suyi's combat power skyrocketed from 55 billion to 55.5 billion, an increase of 1 billion combat power per minute. Wasn't that utterly abnormal? Enough, enough, enough. The High Priest unleashed one final punch, only to see Suyi's combat power rise again. Reaching 56 billion, which utterly shattered his composure, he retreated several dozen meters, shaking his head in disbelief. If we continue this, I shall have to unleash over 100 billion of my strength. Hearing this, Suyi inwardly cursed the old man. Indeed, if the old fellow were to engage him with under 100 billion combat power, it would be utterly futile, causing no substantial harm to Suyi. However, what the High Priest did not realize was just how extraordinary Suyi's immortality truly was, as long as his soul remained unharmed. Suyi was in a state of absolute invincibility. I hope you can fully unleash your power at this stage. 100 billion, Suyi said with a faint smile, not opposing the High Priest's words. For him, the High Priest's 100 billion combat power would only inflict a bit more physical pain. Conversely, the more pain he endured, the faster his combat power would grow, making it seem like a favorable situation. Seeing Suyi's unwavering agreement, the High Priest was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? I'm talking about 100 billion of my strength. Can you truly withstand my attacks? The High Priest was somewhat uncertain, as he valued their relationship and did not wish to accidentally cause Suyi's demise. Moreover, such an incident would be difficult to explain to the Omni King. Although the Omni King could revive Suyi in this universe, actually killing him would create an insurmountable rift between them. Karen, worry not. Unleash all your strength, but do remember that all of it must remain within the limits of 100 billion. Suyi replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned that in truth, he could withstand power exceeding 100 billion, but the real reason was that it would undoubtedly hurt terribly. The stronger the attack, the more unbearable the pain. Very well, then be cautious, the High Priest bellowed, unleashing his aura and elevating his combat power to 100 billion. Come forth. Suyi's lips curled into a smile. While enduring the blows, he was also passively cultivating his strength. presenting a perfect opportunity to engage in combat with someone of such superior power. A disparity of 44 billion in combat power was enough to instill despair in many. Yet, Su Yi felt no despair. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement. Yes, he was exceedingly thrilled. Su Yi roared in response, his wounds already mended, and his condition had greatly improved. His aura surged, and silver flames danced around him that a closer look would reveal subtle changes in his transformation. The silver flames occasionally revealed hints of golden light. This was not the golden glow of Super Saiyan 1, 2, or 3, but rather a grand golden radiance, albeit faint and flickering. Su Yi remained oblivious to the changes. And so did everyone else. 57 billion. Feeling his strength, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. In the brief passage of time, he had once again gained an increase of 1 billion in power. What was happening? Had he broken through yet again? Su Yi found it perplexing, as he had not sensed any unusual changes within himself. However, after pondering for a moment and failing to discern anything, he chose to dismiss the thought and focused intently on the high priest. With a thought, he utilized his instant transmission ability to appear behind him. Kamehameha! Without needing to gather energy, Su Yi unleashed a Kamehameha wave at the high priest. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated. Cough, cough. A cough emerged from the black smoke generated by the explosion, unmistakably belonging to the high priest. As the smoke dissipated, the high priest's figure became visible. Your ordinary attack carried a hint of spiritual assault, which truly caught me off guard, the high priest remarked. Although he appeared uninjured, his mental state was noticeably worse than before. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, initially failing to grasp what he meant by a hint of spiritual assault. After a brief moment, it dawned on him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Karen, are you saying that my previous attack contained a trace of spiritual assault?" The news left him somewhat astonished. If it were true that his ordinary attacks bore even the faintest trace of soul-inflicted damage, then he could indeed manifest the initial phase of the third form of Super Saiyan God. Indeed, there was a slight essence of soul attack, while it posed no substantial threat to me. I suspect that, should you encounter others, it would effortlessly incapacitate their nerves. A smile graced the high priest's face. Su Ye's prowess exceeded his expectations. What he had presumed to be the extent of Su Ye's abilities had continually surprised him. Kalen, if that is the case, please wait a moment. He believed in the high priest's words. Thus Su Yi prepared to fully attempt the realization of his envisioned third form of Super Saiyan God. The high priest regarded Su Yi with a hint of confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening, his hands clasped behind him, curiously observing Su Yi, who seemed to be gathering some form of energy. Initially, the high priest sensed nothing unusual. However, the aura emanating from Su Yi soon captured his attention. This presence was unlike the previous surge of volatility. It radiated a calm and steady demeanor, if the prior energy could be likened to that of a youth. Then Su Yi's current aura embodied the steadiness of a mature young man. Although this composed energy remained somewhat unstable, it commanded significantly more respect than before. The high priest began to applaud with a smile, exclaiming, "Your strength may not be overwhelmingly formidable, but the potential you possess is truly boundless." From a prior measurement of 50 gene, his combat power had now surged to approximately 58 gene. Such rapid growth left the high priest in awe. Meanwhile, the golden light amidst the silver flames enveloping Su Yi had now completely manifested. Witnessing this spectacle, Sun Wukong and the others were visibly taken aback. Has Brother Su Yi once again transcended his limits? Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling the pressure of this newfound power weighing heavily upon his bloodline. Although the distance between them was not great, the mere sensation of this aura made him instinctively want to kneel. This was not merely due to Su Ye's terrifying strength. Rather, it stemmed from the ancestral pressure that compelled a sense of reverence. It was not just Sun Wukong who felt this way. Vegeta, Son Gohan, and several Saiyans from Universe 6 experienced similar sensations. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who was in the midst of his transformation, wore a smile, realizing that his aspirations were indeed correct, and his direction was unerring. The Super Saiyan God's second form, Super Saiyan 5, the realm of divinity, combined with the perfect mastery of ultra instinct and meditation techniques. And to this moment, he had preliminarily stepped into the third form of Super Saiyan God. Although the change was subtle, his ordinary attacks should now incorporate an assault on the enemy's soul. Sui sensed that his actual combat power had not dramatically escalated. However, he understood that his strength was far more profound than mere appearances suggested. He speculated that with a combat power of 58 gene, he could effortlessly unleash a force comparable to 100 JIND, not question his confidence. It was derived from the strength he now possessed. 158 in unequivocal battle awaits. He declared, preparing for the next challenge. Kalen, brace yourself for my onslaught. Yi fixed his gaze on the high priest, smiling as he suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before the high priest, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The speed was so astonishing that even the high priest could not react in time. The punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying. This sight left not only Sun Wukong, but all spectators in the arena utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Although Sui had previously launched a successful attack against the high priest, witnessing the latter being struck again, especially after having enhanced his own combat abilities, was nothing short of shocking. How has your speed increased so dramatically? The high priest was taken aback by Su Ye's velocity. In their previous encounter, he had managed to respond. Now, however, he found himself struck before he could even process the situation. Guess. Su Yi chuckled, unleashing another punch. Yet the vigilant high priest was determined not to be struck again. However, his caution proved futile. For one must remember, Su Ye's ordinary attacks carried the effect of soul-inflicted damage. This time, the effect was one of paralysis. Given the high priest's formidable strength, he would not be incapacitated for long. Yet a delay of 1 or 2 seconds was still feasible. The 1-second delay was ample for Su Yi to easily defeat the high priest, let alone 2 seconds. Thus, with flames trailing his fist, Su Yi launched another strike. Bang! This punch landed solidly on the high priest's face, once again sending him hurtling away. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yi, relentless, surged forward, delivering a series of punishing blows to the high priest. The expressions of all witnesses were difficult to articulate, particularly among the angels and deities present, who stood frozen in disbelief, utterly shocked by the display. Stop! Enough! Cease this at once! The high priest, unable to maintain his composure under the relentless barrage, found his dignity in tatters, particularly as the majority of the blows landed squarely on his face, causing him great discomfort. Did the high priest possess no sense of shame or pride? Upon hearing the high priest's plea, Sui chuckled but complied. Halting his assault, the greenish-blue light flickered around the high priest, swiftly restoring him to normalcy. Clearing his throat and sensing the gazes of those around him, he declared, this time, I concede that I know. Sui nodded. How could I possibly lose if I were to suppress my strength? The high priest scoffed at, in truth, I must confess a secret. I too have been restraining my own power. Sui glanced around, leaning in to speak softly. The high priest's forehead was instantly adorned with a multitude of dark question marks. Ha! Sui erupted in laughter, pondering how the being who wielded the power to govern the laws of the universe could possibly consider his restraint a mere triviality. As the climactic events concluded, Sun Wukong and the others returned to their own battles. Before long, Jiren was defeated, followed by the others from Universe 6, leading to a resounding victory for Universe 7. Upon returning to the spectator area of Universe 7, Su Ye's entourage welcomed him with enthusiasm, offering massages and assistance. Meanwhile, his beloved daughter fanned him with a small handheld fan, her sweet smile evoking a flutter in his heart. Ahem! Once seated, the sound of the high priest's cough echoed through the air, followed by his voice. The second power tournament has been successfully concluded. Thank you all for your participation. His speech lasted approximately 2 minutes. With the departure of the high priest and the Omni King, the power tournament officially came to an end. Yi paid little heed to the subsequent rewards. He intended to visit the spectator area of Universe 6 and request Gaby to act as his guide. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Good day, Mr. Sui. The fragrant breeze wafted into Su Ye's nostrils, prompting him to turn and behold the angel of Universe 6, Beerus. Upon seeing her, Su Ye's eyes brightened. To be honest, If he were to travel to Universe 6, Gaby might not be the most suitable guide, as she too had her training to attend to and might not be well acquainted with the various tourist destinations within Universe 6. With Beerus's arrival, Suyi felt a glimmer of opportunity. "Hello, Beerus." Suyi greeted her with a warm and friendly smile. "Might we have a word?" Bardos cast a glance at the group of Bulma and her companions surrounding Suyi, a faint smile gracing her lips. After a moment of contemplation, Suyi shook his head and replied, "If there's something to discuss, let's do so here." "Humph." Upon hearing Suyi's words, Bulma immediately lifted her chin and snorted. Clearing her throat twice, Bardos spoke. "My father has informed me that he wishes to invite you for a gathering soon. When might you find the time to visit?" Taken aback, Suyi wondered why the high priest hadn't directly notified him earlier. However, as Bardos was the daughter of the high priest, he chose not to dwell on it. After pondering for a moment and estimating the time, he replied, "It should take a year or two. Once this power tournament concludes, I intend to travel across various universes with my wife and others." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Bardos's eyes. She then inquired, "Might I ask which universe you plan to visit first?" "The 6th universe," Suyi replied decisively, as this was the first decision he had made. After all, the 6th universe and the 7th universe were akin to brother universes, sharing many similarities. That's so? Bardos's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, and she nodded, elongating her words with a smile. "How about I serve as your guide?" "If that's the case, I thank you," Suyi responded, having already contemplated how to request Bardos's assistance as a guide. Since she had proposed it herself, he was more than pleased that, of course, Bulma and the others did not oppose Suyi's decision. Following him, they stepped into a glowing portal, and the group departed. Within the portal, Suyi curiously asked, "Aren't angels supposed to serve the gods of destruction? If you leave, are you certain nothing untoward will occur?" Bardos smiled and explained, "The god of destruction of Universe 9 is about to take office. And during this period, I am free, so there is no issue to..." Suyi nodded in understanding and ceased conversing with Bardos, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Bulma and the others. After about 10 minutes, as they had yet to reach the 6th universe, Suyi began to grow impatient. He stood up and gently patted Bardos on the shoulder. To his astonishment, despite his light touch, the angel's body inexplicably softened, and her skin flushed a deep red under Suyi's shocked gaze. "What on earth is happening?" Suyi exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Bardos bit her lip, glancing back at Suyi with a dazed expression. As a woman of the angelic race, she was never meant to be touched by a man. For angels who embodied purity, if a female angel were to be touched by a man, she would inevitably become weak and would inexplicably fall in love with him. It was now evident that Bardos, gazing at Suyi with increasingly dreamy eyes, had succumbed to his allure. Seeing Bardos in such a state left Suyi utterly flabbergasted, unsure of what had transpired. "Bardos, are you all right?" Suyi crouched down, realizing that without harnessing the power of cosmic laws to maintain their spatial leap, they would have undoubtedly been caught in spatial turbulence. He crouched, preparing to assist her. His touch once again caused Bardos to tremble, biting her lip and gazing at him with an alluring intensity. Noticing this, Suyi's face displayed an odd expression, although he couldn't comprehend Bardos's condition. Her demeanor inevitably reminded him of Bulma and her companions in moments of passion. "Ahem, Bardos," Suyi coughed awkwardly, hastily retracting his hand from Bardos's shoulder. "Darling, what's wrong?" At that moment, Bulma, who had been chatting with Lazuli and Jinhu, turned to see Suyi and Bardos crouched on the ground, looking quite peculiar, and immediately inquired as she spoke. Bulma stood up and slowly approached them. Hearing Bulma's footsteps, Suyi inwardly cursed, to be honest. He found it challenging to explain the situation in a moment of urgency. Suyi snapped his fingers, utilizing the power of cosmic laws to temporarily freeze the nearby flow of time in that instant. The portal continued its journey towards the 6th universe, yet Bulma, Lazuli, Jinhu, and the little girl were all suspended in time. "Bardos, what is going on?" Suyi frowned, observing the beautiful angel before him, whose face glowed with a radiance surpassing her usual charm. In all honesty, any man who beheld her in such a state would find it hard to resist. As a man who had tasted the pleasures of life, Suyi couldn't help but swallow hard several times. I. Bardos was now in a state of confusion, desperately needing a man's intervention to return to her senses. Witnessing Bardos in such a condition left Suyi increasingly speechless, prompting him to inquire in his mind. System. What is happening? How can I help this woman regain her composure? After a few seconds, the system finally responded. Upon hearing the system's reply, Suyi furrowed his brow and glanced back at Bulma and the others, who remained frozen in time. You mean to say that I must engage in intimate acts with Bardos in front of my wives and daughters? System, is there any other method to alleviate this woman's current state? Looking at Bardos, who was now completely dazed and reaching for him, Suyi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. To be honest, if Bulma and her companions were not present, he might have succumbed to temptation. However, given the current circumstances, even though Bulma and the others were frozen in time, he still felt an unsettling sense of wickedness. The system informed him that there existed a medicinal pill within the system's store that could resolve Bardos's state. Yet the affection she felt for him would remain unchanged. After a moment of silence, the system continued. Hearing this, Suyi refrained from further discussion, delving into the system's store to search for the remedy, and eventually exchanged for a pill that asked for Bardos's feelings. He chose not to dwell on them. If such an extraordinary situation were to arise again, he vowed not to play the role of the virtuous man, provided Bulma and her companions were absent. After all, in Suye's worldview, a man's desires were natural. Taking action according to one's principles, rather than hesitating and shrinking back, was the only way to achieve greatness. He administered the pill to Bardos, pressing it against her lips, and soon, the flush on her skin and her fervent heart began to subside. In no time, she fainted. Suyi let out a sigh of relief and prepared to rise, only to catch a glimpse of Bardos's divine attire, which had become slightly damp from perspiration, revealing her exquisite figure. He couldn't help but swallow again. From a man's perspective, Bardos's physique was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, given her divine attire, it evoked a sense of cosplay in Suyi. To this point, it should be clarified that the cosplay Suyi envisioned was far removed from the simplistic portrayal seen at conventions in his previous life. Ahem. Suyi's thoughts abruptly halted, and he decided not to dwell on anything further. What was meant to transpire would eventually unfold. Thus, after clearing his throat, he waved his hand through the air, restoring Bardos's divine attire to its original form. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he released the time freeze on Bulma and the others. The sound of footsteps resumed, and Bulma, oblivious to any irregularities, arrived to see Bardos lying on the ground. Exclaiming in surprise, "Darling, what happened to her?" "I don't know," Suyi replied. Shaking his head, he turned to Bulma and asked, "Do you have any capsules with medicine on you? Please check." Upon hearing Suyi's words, Bulma was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly checked to see if she had brought any capsules with her. Before long, she produced one from her belongings. "Bulma, my dear, Bardos belongs to the angelic race, which is fundamentally different from humans. The medications suitable for humans may not suffice, correct?" Zhan Huxiao approached, expressing his thoughts with a hint of exasperation. "In my view, we can only allow her to awaken naturally." Her eyelids just fluttered. With Zhan Huxiao's exclamation, Bardos slowly opened her eyes, letting out a faint groan. The first thing Bardos saw upon opening her eyes was Suyi. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of her heartbeat. Naturally, Suyi, who was closest to her, could hear the rhythm of this woman's heart. Meeting her tender gaze, he couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure wash over him. "As long as you're awake. That's all that matters," Suyi said, suppressing the turmoil within him. The intensity of her gaze felt almost intoxicating, stirring an undeniable fire within him. He genuinely feared that if he maintained eye contact for even a moment longer, he might unwittingly act upon his desires right in front of his wives and daughter. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting. He was not overly confident in his self-control, but was acutely aware of the boundaries of propriety. "Suyi," Bardos softly called as she gradually rose. Suyi turned to face her, smiling as he awaited her next words. Bardos touched her lips gently, then bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir." Observing Bardos's gesture, Suyi raised an eyebrow. Realizing that although she had been somewhat delirious earlier, she still remembered him administering the medicine. This realization rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Yi rubbed his nose, turning away with a faint, embarrassed smile that lasted only a fleeting moment before it transformed into a gentle expression. Accompanied by his reassuring voice, "It's nothing." Bulma and Jun Huxiao returned, unaware of any underlying tension. Bardos turned away, her mind filled with images of Suyi. The toxins in her body had been neutralized by the elixir he provided. However, the emotional poison she harbored was deeply entrenched. As she resumed her control over space-time jumps, Bardos managed to suppress her own fluttering heart and focused intently. Soon, the pace slowed, and a shimmering portal appeared before them. Crossing through that portal would lead them to the sixth universe. Bardos turned back, her smile radiant. Now enchanted by Suyi, she regarded Bulma and the others as future sisters. Thus her demeanor had drastically shifted compared to before. "Wow, look at my dad. He's so handsome." Entering the portal to the sixth universe appeared deceptively close, yet it took approximately 7 to 8 minutes before they finally crossed through. Oh my, is this truly the sixth universe? Upon entering the portal, Bulma gasped in awe as she scanned her surroundings. Hearing her exclamation, Zhan Huxiao and Lazili also stood up to survey the area. In the vastness of space, countless stars floated about. Some gleamed red, others blue, and yet others purple or brown. The myriad colors intertwined, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Sui glanced around casually, but found nothing particularly intriguing, quickly shifting his gaze to the little girl beside him, who was fixated on him. "Lioli, why are you staring at your father?" Upon feeling her father's attention suddenly directed at her, the little girl panicked, her cheeks flushing inexplicably. "Nothing," she stammered, her voice barely audible, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito's wings. Had it not been for Su Ye's extraordinary hearing, he would have missed it entirely. "You little one," he chuckled, ruffling her hair before moving closer to Bardos. Meanwhile, Su Lioli pouted, watching her father's retreating figure. She puffed out her cheeks and approached Bulma, wrapping her arms around her to gaze at the starry sky of the sixth universe. "Bardos, are there any fun planets to explore in the sixth universe?" Su Yi inquired, his gaze penetrating as it roamed over Bardos's graceful form. Gulp. Bardos instinctively swallowed hard, feeling the intense warmth of Su Ye's gaze. Blushing deeply, she shyly glanced at her beloved and replied softly, "There are far too many planets suitable for travel in the sixth universe. More than you could ever imagine. After all, being a universe teeming with life." The abundance of habitable planets was staggering. "All right, then choose one and take us on an adventure." Su Yi leaned slightly closer, breathing softly into Bardos's ear. Hiss! The breath sent a shiver down Bardos's spine. Her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, her earlobes becoming as translucent and vivid as emeralds. "Simply exquisite." Please don't do that," Bardos stammered, her embarrassment genuine. The angelic race was indeed imbued with an innate purity when it came to such matters. "Ha ha!" Sui laughed heartily, then moved to Bulma's side, embracing her with one arm while the other encircled the little girl. Originally, the spot beside him was reserved for Zhan Huxiao, yet it had been overtaken by the little girl. Sui fell helpless in the face of this, as it left him only the left side to indulge in his enjoyment. As for what enjoyment that entailed, those in the know would understand. Before long, Bardos had concluded the space jump, bringing them to a new planet. As they approached, Sui cast a casual glance around, noting the azure hue of the planet, which bore a resemblance to Earth. However, he was well aware that while the sixth and seventh universes were akin to sibling realms, they undoubtedly possessed distinct characteristics. Thus, this azure planet in the sixth universe could only be deemed a counterpart to Earth. The portal beneath their feet vanished, and they floated effortlessly in mid-air, surveying the landscape below. Given their relatively low altitude and the fact that the little girl was donned in a princess dress, Sui cradled her in his arms to prevent any potential mishaps. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck, nestled comfortably against him, a look of sheer happiness gracing her face. This scene elicited playful teasing from Bulma and the others. "Lioli, you're already this big, yet you still cling to your dad like that?" "Humph. Lioli just loves being in her daddy's embrace," the little girl retorted, prompting another round of laughter among the women, who paid no mind to it. After all, It was perfectly normal for a daughter to be affectionate towards her father. This planet is called Blue Star, the central sphere of the sixth universe. Rich in resources, and the travel destinations you desire are simply marvelous. Bardos began to elaborate, her staff gently tapping in midair, causing a burst of light to erupt. Before long, a mirror appeared, displaying a series of breathtaking scenes. Indeed, the environments were stunning. Su nodded in approval and, glancing down at the little girl, asked, "Lioli, which place do you like? You can decide, and Daddy and the mamas will follow your lead." Hearing Suye's words, the little girl raised her head slightly to glance at the mirror conjured by Bardos. As various scenes flashed by, none managed to elicit a response from her. Finally, after 2 minutes of viewing, she spotted a beach-like locale, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "This one! This one!" Suyi glanced over and saw a beach, his brows immediately furrowing. Such a place is typically bustling with crowds, and one can be certain that there will be individuals clad in bikinis. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to him. In his world, he could tolerate witnessing other men as wives and daughters in bikinis. But the thought of others desiring to gaze upon his wife and daughter in similar attire was intolerable. Without a doubt, he would swiftly eliminate anyone harboring such thoughts. This location was not akin to the Earth of the seventh universe, where they could reserve the area for themselves. Suyi politely declined, but just then, Bados interjected with a smile. "Mr. Suyi, please rest assured, I will handle these matters in the sixth universe. The position of a god of destruction is indeed esteemed, yet the angels hold even greater status. This blue star also possesses deities who oversee the order of the mortal realm, and deities, much like those in the seventh universe, instill fear in all who encounter the formidable Beerus." Upon hearing Bados' words, Suyi pondered for a moment, captivated by the sparkling beauty of the little girl's twinkling eyes. Naturally, his heart melted, and he could not bring himself to oppose her. However, he was indeed surprised by her fervent desire to frolic on the beach. Soon, the group arrived at the beach that the little girl wished to play upon. "Everyone, please wait a moment," Bados said with a gentle smile, lightly tapping her staff in the air. Like ripples caused by a stone thrown into water, waves spread outwards, and her figure vanished from view. Moments later, she reappeared in her previous position. "That we will commence the cleanup immediately. Everyone will be dispersed," Bados announced with a smile. Just then, the little girl frowned and shook her head, saying, "Never mind. This place is too dirty." Originally, Su Lioli was quite fond of the beach environment, but when she casually glanced downwards and noticed the litter in the sea, her cleanliness obsession compelled her to refuse to stay. Hearing the little girl's words, Suyi gently tapped her forehead and playfully chided, "You're such a fuss." "Very well, since Liuli dislikes it. We shall relocate. However, this time, I will let Aunt Bados choose for you, and you are not to argue." Upon hearing her father's words, the little girl did not protest this time. Instead, she pouted, cheeks puffed out. Gazing up at Suyi's chin from her angle, her beautiful eyes shimmering like starlight, "My father is truly handsome." Ultimately, the group was led by Bados to a culinary paradise in the sixth universe as Blue Star. Here, Suyi and the others indulged to their heart's content. However, this nation truly lived up to its reputation as a gastronomic haven, leaving Suyi with a desire for more. "Let us remember this place. Next time we travel, we must return," he said, licking his lips as he spoke with lingering satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the women rolled their eyes in unison to them. It was evident that after today, they would likely gain several pounds. While a man's weight gain may go unnoticed, for women, even a few pounds could feel like a terrifying increase of a dozen. In any case, by the time they departed the culinary paradise, night had fully fallen. Naturally, they needed to find accommodations, and after some searching, they finally settled into a hotel. Bados proved to be exceptionally accommodating, not only providing meals but also lodging, giving the impression of a truly excellent host. In the stillness of the night, after completing his business, Suyi stepped out onto the balcony. Glancing up at the night sky, he noticed that the view of the stars from this blue star was not significantly different from that of the Earth in the seventh universe. "Well, after all, it is a brother universe," Suyi mused with a smile. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before him, followed by two more figures darting past, prompting him to rub his chin thoughtfully. after a few moments of contemplation. He turned back to the inner room and swiftly followed. With Suyi's strength, the individuals he followed were completely unaware of his presence as he trailed them until they finally stopped at a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city. "Come out," said the solitary figure in the building, their voice calm, yet commanding, as he knew the person was not addressing him, so he remained concealed. "You have the courage to follow, but lack the audacity to reveal yourself?" At that moment, the figure stepped into the light, revealing a youth who appeared to be quite young. However, Suyi sensed a depth of experience emanating from him. Clearly, this boy was not as simple as he appeared. Without the aid of the system, Suyi scrutinized the boy and sensed his battle power .1000. It had been a while since he encountered someone so weak. Suyi chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, the quiet of the dilapidated building was interrupted by the sound of footsteps as two individuals emerged from the shadows, one in front of the other. "I didn't expect your senses to be so sharp," said the person in front, a woman's voice filled with an alluring charm. As she appeared, Suyi raised an eyebrow, surprise evident on his face. Such a level of allure had no effect on him. He was entirely immune. However, he was astonished to find that the woman who spoke was a member of the demon race. He had seen many demons from that lineage in ancient times and had slain countless of them as well. Just like Frieza and his kind, they belonged to the Frozen Demon Clan, which was indeed part of the demon race. Moreover, they were part of a ruling faction within that clan. Nevertheless, Suyi considered that this was the 6th universe, a brother universe to the 7th. So the presence of unique species from the 7th universe was not entirely unexpected. "Charming demon, it is absolutely impossible for you to thwart my efforts to seal the Demon King. It will be best for you to abandon that notion," the youth said, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent yet filled with pride, clearly confident in his own strength. "Tian Wuzi, I am aware that you are the guardian of Blue Star and possess formidable power. With you around, our demon realm's invasion of the mortal realm becomes exceedingly difficult." The charming demon swayed her body gracefully, slowly approaching the youth named Tian Wuzi, leaning against him and whispering softly in his ear. In an instant, Tian Wuzi raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch, a surge of energy enveloping his fist. The charming demon was obliterated in an instant. After dispatching the charming demon, Tian Wuzi focused his gaze forward. She was merely an appetizer, while the figure lurking in the shadows was what truly warranted his attention. How boring! Suyi, concealed in the darkness, stifled a yawn and prepared to depart. Just then, a bluish light flickered behind him, a familiar aura catching his attention, causing him to pause and slowly turn around. Is that the Kamehameha wave? Suyi stared in astonishment at the youth named Tian Wuzi, who had adopted a crouching stance. Hand at his waist in the familiar pose, combined with the recently recognized blue light, it could only be the Kamehameha wave. The battle in the dilapidated building had concluded, and Suyi swiftly appeared before Tian Wuzi. The sudden appearance of a person startled Tian Wuzi, causing him to stagger back several steps, his forehead beaded with sweat as he gazed at Suyi in shock. "Who are you?" This statement was not posed by Tian Wuzi, but rather by Suyi. If the Kamehameha wave were indeed akin to that in the original Dragon Ball, it would undoubtedly be a technique conceived by Master Roshi. Yet how perplexing it is that this individual can wield the very techniques of Master Roshi. If this were the 7th universe, it might be more understandable. However, we are in the 6th universe. Even if they are brother universes, to have identical techniques seems excessively suspicious. I am Tian Wuzi. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Aware of his own limitations against the person before him, and noting that Suyi did not exhibit any malice, Tian Wuzi maintained a cordial demeanor and clasped his hands in greeting. "How is it that you can use the Kamehameha wave?" Suyi did not respond immediately, but rather inquired nonchalantly. The Kamehameha wave? Upon hearing Suyi's question, Tian Wuzi blinked, then crouched slightly, placing his hands at his waist in a pose reminiscent of a flower bud, and replied, "Are you referring to the technique I just employed?" "Indeed." Suyi nodded. "Oh, it seems you know my master." Tian Wuzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly approached, casting a glance at Suyi. Upon noticing the tail wrapped around his waist, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, exclaiming, You are also a Saiyan?" "I'm also a Saiyan." Suyi was momentarily taken aback. Earlier that afternoon, he had learned from Bardos about the planet inhabited by the scions of the sixth universe, which is exceedingly distant from this blue planet. Thus, it is inconceivable that a person from this blue planet could be familiar with the Saiyan race. Moreover, what is of utmost significance? It is that this fellow, Tian Wuzi, can execute the Kamehameha Wave, a signature move of Master Roshi from the Earth of the seventh universe. How did you come to know of the Saiyan race? Sui squinted, sensing he had stumbled upon a pivotal point in the narrative that diverged from the original plot. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Tian Wuzi's eyes widened, and a smile spread across his face as he declared, "Because my master is a Saiyan." At this revelation, Su Ye's eyes narrowed. A Saiyan, capable of the Kamehameha Wave. That sounds rather implausible. What is your master's name? Sui casually inquired. Tian Wuzi pondered for a moment, before his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "My master told me his name is Bardock." "What? Bardock?" Upon hearing this, Sui was initially stunned. Then his eyes widened in astonishment, that if the one who taught this Tian Wuzi the Kamehameha Wave is indeed Bardock, that is truly astonishing. For if all goes as expected, Bardock is someone who traversed from this era to ancient times. Hence, what kind of terrifying power must a being who has survived from ancient times possess? Indeed, my master is called Bardock, Tian Wuzi affirmed with a nod. He had encountered Bardock by chance during his childhood, and recalling Bardock's name after several hundred years is quite impressive. Understood. Hesuyi glanced at him and refrained from asking further questions. He recognized that this Tian Wuzi was merely a fortunate individual, truly becoming Bardock's disciple. That is inconceivable. Suyi turned and departed, initially believing he had uncovered a pivotal point in the original narrative. However, upon reflection, it became clear that this was not a pivotal point at all, as it deviated entirely from the rhythm of the original work. Nevertheless, concerning the trajectory of the Tournament of Power from Dragon Ball Super, he himself was uncertain. Prior to his crossing over, he had heard rumors that the subsequent plot involved battling the Saiyan ancestor, Yamoshi. Yet, as the rumors circulated, several unofficial short animations emerged, which he found rather disappointing after watching a preview in an episode. It was terribly low quality. Indeed, while the unofficial characters were somewhat well-crafted, the subtitles and plot left much to be desired, making it rather cringeworthy to watch. As for the next steps, he was entirely in the dark, which perhaps added an element of thrill. Upon teleporting back to the hotel balcony, Sui gazed once more at the starry sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured softly. After lingering on the balcony for a while longer, he finally returned indoors and collapsed onto his bed to sleep. The following morning, his internal biological clock awakened him. After a yawn, he slowly rose and proceeded to freshen up in the bathroom. Before long, Sui emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Bulma and her companions fast asleep, their expressions amusingly comical, which brought a smile to his face, as he reached the doorway, preparing to step out for a bite to eat. He unexpectedly found a door from an adjacent room opening simultaneously. "Good morning, Daddy." The little girl greeted him with a cheerful smile, leaning against the doorframe and waving at Sui. "Good morning," Sui replied with a smile, but then noticed the dark circles under her eyes, which caused him to pause slightly. "How do you have dark circles at such a young age?" "What? Dark circles?" Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the little girl's eyes widened, and she quickly pulled out a small mirror to inspect her reflection. A high-pitched shriek erupted, followed by her hurried retreat to her room. Bang! The door slammed shut behind her. In response, Suyi shook his head, a fond smile lingering as he observed the closed door. This girl certainly possesses a character reminiscent of Bulma, placing great importance on her appearance. After leaving the hotel, Suyi grabbed a quick bite and returned with some breakfast. The women had awakened, and after enjoying their meal, they began a new day of exploration. Thus, a month passed, and they had nearly traversed all the notable locations on this blue planet, before Bardos led them to the next celestial body. The second month, the third month, the fourth month, soon an entire year had slipped by. Over the course of a year, Bardos had guided Su Yi and the others through the entirety of the sixth universe. One day, as Su Yi prepared to venture to the next universe, Bardos' staff suddenly radiated with light. "Whis, is there something amiss?" "This is the communication method of the angelic race," Bardos inquired nonchalantly. "Sister, Is Mr. with you? Wiss's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Bardos's expression shifted momentarily as she handed the staff to Su Yi, saying, Wiss is looking for you. Su Yi nodded, accepting the staff, and was about to ask what was needed when Wiss spoke first. Earth is under invasion, and for reasons unknown, Lord Beerus and I are unable to access Earth. Hence we are notifying you. Sir, I understand that Su nodded, acknowledging the information succinctly before disconnecting the communication and returning the staff to Bardos, asking, Bardos, do you wish to accompany me back to the 7th universe? Over the course of a year, the two had not had many opportunities for solitude together. Although their relationship had developed positively, they had yet to take that final step. Speaking of which, Bulma's initial wariness towards Bardos had transformed into a sisterly camaraderie, which had genuinely surprised Su Yi that if the two women were to have some exchanges, he would find it quite normal. However, over the past year, he had not observed any interactions between them, yet their relationship had improved, which struck him as rather peculiar. Nonetheless, a positive relationship between the two was undoubtedly a good thing, so Su Yi chose not to dwell on it, hinting at Bardos with his question upon hearing Su Ye's words. The astute Bardos discerned the underlying meaning, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she nodded. I would be delighted. Excellent. I shall handle matters with the Grand Priest on your behalf. I refuse to believe that among your angelic race, you are the sole survivor. Su Yi grasped Bardos's hand, drawing her into his embrace as his gaze fell upon Bulma, who was brimming with a playful mockery, seemingly having anticipated their intimate entanglement. As for the young girl, Liuli, who had merely begun to blossom before, now at the age of 1 year older, she had fully unfurled into a breathtaking beauty. I could see that moment, her enchanting eyes fixated on Bardos. Cradled in her father's arms, a hint of envy dancing across her features. 2 minutes later, in the 7th universe, on Earth, Bardos, nestled in Su Ye's embrace, was taken aback by the sudden change in surroundings. Just a moment ago, they were in the 6th universe, and now they had arrived in the 7th universe. Everything the angel race can do, I can as well. In fact, many of these abilities were imparted to your father by me, Su Yi remarked with a smile, showcasing his prowess in teleportation, spatial leaps, and time manipulation. These formidable skills were bestowed upon the Grand Minister in ancient times, which explained the profound respect the Grand Minister held for Su Yi. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Bardos's expression turned to one of astonishment. First, let us address the calamity plaguing Earth. A golden light enveloped Su Ye's feet, and in an instant, the scene shifted, revealing that Bulma and her companions had found themselves on Kame House. Uncle Su Yi has returned. The younger generation, including Son Gohan and others on Kame House, rushed forward to greet him upon his sudden appearance. Why are only you here? Where are Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo? Su Yi scanned the area, noting that aside from Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks, the remaining Z fighters, Tin, Yamcha, and Krillin, lacked significant fighting prowess. My father, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo are training the universe and have been away for too long. We cannot reach them, Son Gohan replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Tell me what transpired, Su Yi urged, his brow furrowing. By all accounts, the Son Gohan from the original narrative was not weak. It was inconceivable for him to falter against an invading enemy. On a serious note, Uncle Su Yi, our current adversary is Frieza, whom you dispatched, and he has been resurrected once more. His power is exceedingly formidable. Moreover, he is accompanied by a powerful Saiyan, capable of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza has returned again, and he has an ally capable of achieving the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. So, is a joint invasion by Frieza and Broly? What is their strength? Su Yi inquired. Very strong. Individually, neither of them would pose a threat to me, but together, I am utterly outmatched, Son Gohan confessed. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Su Yi fell into contemplation, just as a thunderous explosion echoed from outside Kame House. They're here. Son Gohan's face hardened. These two have been harassing us near Kame House for the past few days. Then let us eliminate them, Su Yi replied coldly, stepping outside to gaze at the sky where Broly and Frieza hovered, their eyes glinting with hatred as they looked down upon them. Frieza, Do you crave the thrill of death, resurrected only to meet your demise again? Suyi taunted as he swiftly appeared before Frieza, seizing him by the neck and coldly inquiring that Suyi. Frieza was caught off guard by Su Ye's blinding speed. He had no time to transform before being ensnared. Boom! As Suyi tightened his grip, Broly roared in rage, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Emerald flames swirling around him. Suyi glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. He had initially thought that Broly, who had remained hidden, would be easily dispatched upon his return. However, it was evident that Broly, with a combat power of 9.5 trillion, was standing at the pinnacle of the 7th universe. As for Frieza, he was merely a minor character in this unfolding drama. Frieza, seeking death time and again, was almost pitiful in his persistence. "Let go of me. Let us engage in a fair fight," Frieza stammered, a flicker of panic in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. With a swift motion, Suyi delivered a punch to Frieza's head, sending him reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Seeking death, Broly, infuriated by Su Ye's disregard, charged at him to go back to where you came from. Suyi dismissed Broly with a casual slap, sending him crashing into the sea. What immense strength! Frieza, still in Su Ye's grip, felt a surge of terror as he realized the disparity between their powers. It was as if he was witnessing his own impending demise. "Die," Suyi remarked, glancing at Frieza before crushing him in his grasp, unleashing an energy blast that reduced his remains to ash. It was almost tragic how Frieza, with every resurrection, sought to instigate trouble on Earth, never enjoying a moment of peace before meeting his end again. There's a certain irony in the pitiable nature of such individuals. Suyi mused with a faint smile, glancing down to see Broly had fled, having understood the chasm between their strengths. So that is why this Broly is far more powerful than in the original tale. He has learned to control his consciousness. Suyi rubbed his smooth chin, a subtle smile gracing his face, that a legendary Super Saiyan capable of controlling his consciousness. Such power was indeed formidable. It was no wonder that Broly's strength had surged to a level comparable to that of a god of destruction. Before long, a streak of light darted across the sky. It was Broly's spaceship making its escape. Suyi raised his hand, preparing to obliterate it, but a sudden realization halted him. "Very well, I shall spare you this time." This decision to let Broly live was calculated. With his newfound ability to control his consciousness and Frieza's resurrection, Suyi suspected there were unseen forces at play, that he intended to fish for the truth behind the alliance of Broly and Frieza. Perhaps uncovering the mastermind orchestrating this chaos, he surmised that it would not be long before Frieza returned once more. Yet, even with that return, it would be futile. With Su Ye's strength, he could effortlessly crush any opposition. Regardless of their numbers, it was worth noting that a year had passed since the conclusion of the second power tournament, during which his combat power had reached an astonishing 60 trillion. Bearing the title of mentor to the Saiyans, his combat power grew by hundreds of billions daily. He had meticulously calculated the strengths of his disciples, including Son Goku and Vegeta from the Dragon Ball GT universe, as well as their counterparts from the main timeline and the 3 Saiyans from the 6th universe. Not to mention the most formidable of all, the ancient Saiyan Yamoshi, whom he had once trained. Indeed, this ancient Saiyan still exists in the world, growing exponentially stronger with each passing day. He possesses the remarkable ability to increase his combat power by several hundred trillion daily, largely thanks to the contributions of this Amoxi. After a year, bolstered by self-enhanced abilities and diligent training, he has now reached a staggering combat power of 80 quintillion. While this might not seem particularly high, in his transformed state as a Super Saiyan God in its 3rd form, he can effortlessly overpower individuals with combat power ranging from 100 to 120 quintillion, or even higher. Upon returning to Kame House, the immediate crisis has been averted, and Suyi does not fear that Broly will invade again in the near future. "Uncle Suyi, I owe you my gratitude," Son Gohan expressed sincerely, acknowledging that without Su Ye's timely return, their lives might have been in jeopardy. After all, his own strength was limited to self-defense. Replicating Son Goku's ability to vanquish formidable foes each time was indeed a challenge. The Suyi family lingered at Kame House for a short while before heading back to West City. Badass has fully integrated into Su Ye's circle of companions, although they have yet to take the final step in their relationship. They have engaged in intimate gestures that, even if witnessed by Bulma and the others, do not feel awkward. That very evening, Bulma, Zheng Hushao, Lazi Li, and Badass collaborated in a theatrical performance, attending to Su Ye's every need with utmost devotion. After a night of indulgence, Su Ye rose early the next morning, and after a light meal, he made his way to the training room, subsequently entering the Dragon Ball GT universe, if his memory served him correctly. The subsequent storyline of Dragon Ball GT, known as Dragon Ball AF, was about to unfold. He recalled that Dragon Ball AF takes place 5 years after the event of Dragon Ball GT, featuring Goku's third son, Jaiko, who was created through the West Kaioshin's theft of Goku's genetic material, alongside the invasion of Earth by the West Kaioshin in the comics. Jaiko's power exuded an overwhelming sense of invincibility on Earth, rendering fighters like Son Gohan unable to lift their heads in combat. The realm of Dragon Ball GT could no longer be referred to as such. It was now more aptly termed Dragon Ball AF. Upon arriving on Earth, Su Ye sensed the absence of Goku's energy, likely mirroring the original narrative where the dragon left Earth for the Dragon King's realm to train. Upon reaching the Dragon King's realm, Goku could not forcibly exit, which explains his absence during Jaiko and the West Kaioshin's invasion. In no time, Su Ye teleported to Kame House, essentially the stronghold of the Dragon Ball warriors. Upon arrival, he looked down to find Kame House reduced to rubble. No. Rather, the surrounding seas had been completely flattened. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions echoed from afar, drawing Su Ye's attention. Moments later, he arrived at the source of the explosive sounds, where he observed a man and a woman unleashing energy blasts upon a small island below. Ha! Pathetically weak. Mother, you claimed these Saiyans were formidable, yet they appear so feeble to me. The man in the sky paused his onslaught and inquired of the woman beside him. They are indeed powerful, but my son, you are even more so. The woman laughed in response. This man and woman were none other than Jaiko and his mother, the West Kaioshin, Layla. Suddenly, their gazes shifted to the sky, where they spotted a Saiyan coldly observing them. Who is this Saiyan? Jaiko pondered, feeling an immense pressure emanating from Su Ye. Layla furrowed her brow, rifling through her memories, and shook her head, stating, I do not know him. I have never seen this individual before. He must merely be an insignificant figure. In Layla's estimation, had this Saiyan been genuinely powerful, she would have noticed him. She had no recollection of Su Ye, as she disregarded those who lacked strength. Thus she did not perceive him as formidable. Mother, this is an extraordinarily powerful individual. Your intelligence is flawed. Jaiko narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of trepidation. He had never experienced such an inexplicable pressure before and feared that even with his full might, he would not stand a chance against this man. What? Layla exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. That is impossible. Among the Saiyan race, only Son Goku possesses such immense potential and strength. If any other Saiyan were stronger, I would certainly have taken note. Indeed, Son Goku's potential and strength were terrifying. It was for this reason that she had deliberately approached him, stealing his genetic material to bring forth Jaiko. Jaiko was born from the fusion of divine and Saiyan bloodlines, possessing potential that surpassed even Goku's, essentially a divine Saiyan. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Jaiko, with divine lineage, would embody the essence of a Super Saiyan God. Su Ye had similarly conceived his own Super Saiyan God forms through a series of transformations. Mother, do not doubt my judgment. My strength is substantial, and few can compel me to be on high alert. This being indeed exudes an overwhelming might, Jaiko stated gravely, astonished by Su Ye's power, as he had only comprehended Goku's strength until now. And this encounter revealed that his understanding was far from complete. Upon hearing Jaiko's words, Layla clenched her teeth, fully aware of her son's capabilities. He could easily sweep aside all deities across the universe. Years ago, the so-called Majin Buu was nothing more than a trivial adversary in the face of her son. Yet for Jaiko, so powerful, to express such sentiments upon witnessing Su Ye indicated the latter's extraordinary strength. Had she stolen this man's genetic material back then, Her son would be an unparalleled force now. But Layla's gaze fixed on Suyi, her heart filled with regret. The crux was that she had never heard of or encountered him. Had she known, she would have prepared for contingencies. What to do? Jaiko. Layla was beginning to panic. Her mission on Earth was to conquer all Saiyans, believing them to be a terrifying race that must be subdued or annihilated. Mother, we must flee. This individual's power is beyond my capacity to contend with. Jaiko's expression revealed his fear. He did not wish to perish, yearning instead to grow more formidable, a trait inherited from Goku. However, he also inherited the cunning and patience of the West Kaishin, unlike Goku's reckless nature to fight even against overwhelming odds. Esteemed Saiyan, greetings to you, Jaiko called out to Suyi from a distance. But before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. What was this? Instantaneous movement akin to Goku's, with the cunning of the West Kaishin Layla and various traits. Jaiko naturally prioritized his escape. Unwilling to carry a burden, Jaiko, my son, Layla shouted in despair. Yet it was futile. With Jaiko's power, he could traverse the distance of a planet in the blink of an eye. You need not grieve overly. For he cannot escape. Suyi gracefully descended before the woman, a faint smile gracing his lips. He harbored no intention of sparing the West Realm God, Layla, nor could he overlook this Jaiko. Having learned from the previous incident involving the mutated one-star dragon, he now understood the wisdom of eradicating the root of the problem, lest it resurface like grass in spring. Upon hearing Suye's words, West Realm God Layla was momentarily taken aback, almost immediately. Under her astonished gaze, Suyi reached out into the void and grasped a figure with white hair. It was none other than Jaiko. What ability did you employ? Why can I not escape Earth? No matter how I teleport. Jaiko's face was etched with terror, and he was clearly gripped by fear. Suyi merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Upon his arrival, he had already enveloped the entire Earth in a magical array. Without his permission, who could take even a half step beyond this planet? Please, let me go. I can be your loyal servant. My strength is formidable. As he observed that Suyi was ignoring him, Jaiko's complexion grew increasingly pale, and he began to plead for mercy. Suyi continued to disregard him, turning his attention to West Realm God Layla, a woman who had been slain by Majin Buu in his primary time-space. However, he was aware that in the narrative of Dragon Ball AF, she had been gravely injured and had drifted through the cosmos for quite some time. Moreover, in that storyline, Frieza was her son. Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of you, nor seen you before? West Realm God Layla gazed at Suyi with a pale face, her expression fraught with anxiety. I wish to inquire about Jaiko's subsequent advancement. How should he progress? Suyi asked, his tone merely probing that if he could glean some relevant points from her, it might assist him in his own future advancements. If not, it was of no consequence. He had already begun to refine his Super Saiyan God third form, awaiting the opportune moment or a flash of inspiration to discover the method for advancing to the fourth form. Upon hearing Suye's question, West Realm God Layla's gaze flickered. Though she was terrified for her life, her intelligence was unquestionable. From Suye's words, she could surmise that he might possess a similar advancement method to Jaiko. Do not kill me. I will divulge everything I know. That a sense of inexplicable calm washed over Layla as she spoke. Provide me with what I desire, and I shall not harm you, Suyi responded with a faint smile. Then turned to regard Jaiko, who was glaring at him with resentment, and with a surge of strength, he swiftly extinguished Jaiko's life. That in the confines of the training chamber, Suyi sat casually in a chair, his legs crossed and arms folded, coolly observing Layla, who knelt before him. Tell me everything you know. If it proves useful, I shall spare your life. However, should you reveal anything of little value, then you understand the consequences. Suyi held little mercy for such a woman. Give me what I seek, and I may consider leaving you intact. Deceive me, and I shall show you no mercy, erasing you from existence. That I need time to contemplate and organize the information I possess. Layla spoke softly, her head lowered. Hearing this, Suyi narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, Very well, I shall grant you 3 days if, after 3 days, you fail to provide me with what I seek. He rose, leaving his words hanging in the air, confident that she understood the implication. This training chamber was a space only Suyi could enter, so he had no fears of little Yoli or Bulma intruding, let alone Layla escaping. 3 days. In that span, he would ascertain whether this woman held the desired knowledge within her mind. Exiting the training chamber, Suyi glanced at the time, still early, with Layla occupying his training space. He decided to pause his cultivation and indulge in a leisurely existence for the next 3 days. However, a sudden surge of powerful energy made his eyelids flutter. After a moment of contemplation, Suyi teleported to the source of the formidable aura, which was situated on Kame House that instant. He arrived at Kame House just as someone exclaimed, "Everyone listen! Trunks has vanished." Upon his arrival, Suyi's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a hidden figure in the void. And before he could focus on it, a cry drew his attention to Kame House. "Who are you?" Goku was absent, but Gohan was present and stepped forward to address a woman approaching them with a furrowed brow. "I am Xiao Wu, the beloved of Trunks from the future." The woman, breathless and seemingly out of place, looked at Gohan as she spoke. "What?" Gohan was taken aback, and at that moment, he noticed Suyi descending from the sky. "Uncle Suyi, this woman. What she says is true. She is indeed the beloved of Trunks from the future," Suyi confirmed, nodding. He then cast a glance at Trunks, who stood wide-eyed, and remarked, "What? She is my beloved from the future." Upon hearing Suyi's affirmation, Trunks gasped in astonishment. The future Xiao Wu, upon catching a glimpse of him, confirmed his identity but realized he was not the same person. The Xiao Wu from the future had affections for the future Trunks, and this version of Trunks paled in comparison. Thus, she swiftly averted her gaze. "You are Xiao Wu, correct? May I inquire as to what has transpired with future Trunks?" Gohan asked, stepping forward as the strongest among the Z fighters present. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, a man with purple skin, short white hair, and glasses appeared, hands behind his back, descending from the sky. With a smile directed at Suyi, he addressed the group. "Allow me to enlighten you. My name is Fu, and I am a friend of Trunks." Huh. The sudden appearance of this individual caused all eyes to shift toward him. Suyi scrutinized the newcomer, sensing an oddity about him, and for some reason, he felt a peculiar resemblance between this individual and Gohan, as Trunks' friend. "Do you know what predicament he is currently facing?" Gohan promptly inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Trunks is currently imprisoned on Prison Planet," Fu replied calmly. "Prison Planet?" Everyone was taken aback, having never heard of such a place. "How do you know about this prison planet?" Suyi stepped forward, coldly regarding Fu. His imposing presence caused beads of sweat to form on Fu's forehead. Earlier, he had noticed the man hidden in the void, and this was indeed Fu. The mere fact that he had concealed himself raised Suyi's suspicions. "Please do not wear such a fearsome expression. Trunks is my friend, and when a friend is in danger, it is only natural for me to investigate." Fu spread his hands, a faint smile on his lips, and continued, "Prison Planet is a terrifying place where cosmic beings are confined, a repository for many nefarious individuals." Upon hearing this, Suyi and the others furrowed their brows, realizing that Prison Planet was akin to a cosmic prison filled with the most vicious beings. "So, what grave offense has Trunks committed to end up in such a place? You know its location, do you not?" Suyi pressed on. "Of course, but you will need to seek it out yourselves," Fu replied. With a faint smile, Fu swiftly vanished from his original position after uttering those words. This fellow, Son Gohan, clenched his teeth, expressing his displeasure. He claims to be Trunks' friend, yet he knows precisely why he didn't bring us along. "It's of no consequence." Suyi waved his hand dismissively and remarked with a casual air, "This prison planet is likely situated in the future world. Knowing the approximate target makes the search considerably more manageable. However, this individual named Fu should not be trusted too readily." "Understood." Son Gohan nodded in agreement. "I should be familiar with that prison planet." That moment, the petite figure of Xiao suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Suyi turned his gaze towards her, astonished. "How do you know about it?" "Fu took me there secretly, so I have a general idea of its location," Xiao hurriedly replied. "Very well. But there's no need to rush. I will bring back Vegeta and Goku, and together we shall venture to that prison planet in the future world." Suyi closed his eyes, extending his sensory abilities. And soon he sensed the positions of Son Goku and Vegeta, who were training on 2 separate planets in the 7th universe. With a whoosh, Sui's figure vanished from the spot, and the people on Turtle Island barely waited a few seconds before he reappeared, flanked by Son Goku and Vegeta. Let us proceed. With a wave of his right hand, a temporal tunnel materialized before them, and he stepped into the tunnel first, as Son Gohan and the others intended to follow. Son Goku urged them to remain on Earth, entrusting the matters of the future world to them. Very well, Father, Uncle Vegeta, please be cautious. Son Gohan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Haha, fear not. After more than a year of training, I have become significantly stronger. Son Goku chuckled heartily as he entered the temporal tunnel. Humph, Kakarot, do you think my year-long training has been in vain? I shall surely astonish you. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and then followed suit into the temporal tunnel in the future world. On the prison planet, Sui, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Xiao had arrived on this celestial body. Such formidable locks on the ground. Son Goku gazed upward, noticing numerous chains intertwined in the sky, creating a spectacular sight. Hey, what is this energy? Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing an extraordinarily powerful aura. This aura. Sui, Xiao, Son Goku, and Vegeta collectively turn around, only to see a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku flying towards them, their faces instantly reflecting shock. How is this possible? Sui's eyes widened. This individual not only looked identical to Son Goku, but also possessed an aura that was strikingly similar, which was the most astonishing aspect. Soon, the skyward Goku descended, landing before the group. Kakarot. Vegeta stared at the man in disbelief, noting the Rui bang on his back, clad in a red outer garment with a black short-sleeved shirt beneath, a blue belt, and his piercing gaze, evoking a sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness. As everyone's attention centered on this Goku, he suddenly spoke coldly. At last, I have found you. Hearing this, Sui and the others were left bewildered. Boom! This Goku suddenly erupted with energy, a circle of red flames bursting forth around him. Sui's expression turned astonished. This Goku had transformed into the Red Monkey, also known as Super Saiyan 4. No way, is this Goku from Dragon Ball GT? Sui was utterly shocked at a loss for words, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. However, he sensed something amiss. If this fellow were indeed Goku from the Dragon Ball GT world, he would surely recognize him. Moreover, this individual's aura was indeed exceedingly powerful, surpassing that of both the current Goku and Vegeta by a considerable margin, provided that the two had not entered the state of Ultra Instinct, in which case this Red Monkey would outmatch them. The Red Monkey Goku gritted his teeth and charged forward. Witnessing this, Son Goku hastily transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, delivering a punch in retaliation. Bang! Their fists collided, generating waves of shock, both warriors being propelled backward several meters. Oh, that's it. You are another version of me from a different timeline. The Red Monkey Goku regarded Son Goku with a look of realization. Upon hearing this, Sui's eyes narrowed once more, and at that moment, a familiar aura emerged from behind him, prompting him to glance back. It was the enigmatic Fu, who had previously claimed to be Trunks' friend in the main timeline. Who exactly are you? Vegeta turned to face him, his icy gaze fixed on this individual as he inquired. Vegeta, you need not ask who I am. I merely wish to inform you that I have been waiting for you for far too long. Fu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression shrouded in gloom, exuding the unmistakable demeanor of a sinister character. Vegeta's fury erupted as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, launching himself at Fu with great force. Bang! Mere seconds later, Vegeta was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Remarkable! Xiao's face displayed astonishment. She had some recollection of Vegeta's strength, and this individual named Fu had effortlessly dispatched someone as formidable as Vegeta with a single strike. Just how powerful could this Fu be? Xiao, you should retreat and find Trunks. Meanwhile, the Red Monkey Goku and Son Goku were locked in an intense battle. With Vegeta swiftly defeated, Sui immediately instructed Xiao to tend to her own matters. Very well, Xiao, upon hearing Sui's words, hesitated momentarily. Although she was unfamiliar with him, she understood that her capabilities would be of no assistance in such a dire situation. Therefore, her only course of action was to seek out reinforcements. namely Trunks. All right, you may go. Sui waved his hand, transforming into Super Saiyan 1, and charged into the sky, launching a punch at Fu that I am aware of your formidable strength, yet I currently have no interest in battling you. Fu effortlessly sidestepped Sui's attack, smiling as he did so. Sui raised an eyebrow, finding this individual exceedingly infuriating. System. What is this fellow's combat power? Retreating a few paces, Sui focused on Fu and mentally inquired the system. Beep, beep, beep. A series of sounds echoed in his mind, followed by the system's melodious voice. Host, this individual's strength is extremely formidable. Though, just how much combat power does he possess? Sui asked with an expressionless face. Though he was secretly astonished that, host, this individual's combat power stands at 150 trillion. Please note, this is his base strength. The system responded gravely. Upon hearing this, several large black question marks appeared above Sui's head. Is this even human? In this iteration of the future world, a being with a combat power of 150 trillion has emerged. Moreover, this is merely his base strength. How terrifying would he be in a powered-up state? Or if he were to transform? At that moment, Fu cast a casual glance at Sui, then smiled before vanishing from his sight entirely. Sui raised his hand, stroking his smooth chin, and a sudden smile broke out on his previously grave face. Quite the challenge, wouldn't you agree? Sui broke into a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The high priest was no match for him. After all, he would never allow himself to be caught in a life-and-death duel. Meanwhile, this brooding figure Fu, at least on the surface, appeared to be a formidable adversary, possibly a villain of great caliber. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, yanking Sui back to reality as he turned his gaze towards the source of the thunderous noise. Red Monkey Wukong and Sun Wukong were engaged in a fierce exchange. Since Sun Wukong had not entered the Ultra Instinct state, he found himself at a slight disadvantage. Hey, Wukong, don't waste any more time. Sui called out. With Fu's intentions unclear, it was imperative to locate Trunks first. Otherwise, who knew what other monstrous beings might emerge? After all, with the combined strength of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks participating in such a confrontation, it was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Hearing Su Ye's voice, Sun Wukong tilted his head and chuckled, then retreated a couple of steps before unleashing a powerful aura, entering the Ultra Instinct state, in this form. He could not maintain the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Thus, aside from the flames surrounding him and his slightly silvery eyes, he appeared much like his normal state. What realm is this? Red Monkey Wukong observed Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct with astonishment, sensing not only a formidable aura, but also an overwhelming pressure emanating from his bloodline. This realization left Red Monkey Wukong thoroughly stunned. This is Ultra Instinct, a truly powerful state, Sun Wukong explained to Red Monkey Wukong, stepping forward and instantly closing the distance between them, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! So swift was the attack that Red Monkey Wukong had no time to react, being sent flying by Sun Wukong's strike. Whoosh! As Red Monkey Wukong soared backward, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, lunging forward once more, and struck down heavily with both fists to his abdomen. Boom! Red Monkey Wukong crashed to the ground, causing a tremor. The overwhelming force of Ultra Instinct Sun Wukong was indeed terrifying. Sui, brother, I completed my task flawlessly, Sun Wukong exclaimed in midair after noticing that Red Monkey Wukong had not charged back in. With a kind heart, he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He turned to Sui with a goofy smile, scratching the back of his head. Quite well done, Sui acknowledged with a nod, glancing at the large crater where Red Monkey Wukong had fallen. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken the time to critique the battle, but presently, time was of the essence. He nodded and swiftly moved to where Vegeta lay unconscious after being struck down by Fu, squatting beside him. After feeding him a Super Saiyan bean, Vegeta quickly regained consciousness. His face was flushed with embarrassment at having been defeated once more. Do not dwell on it. That individual named Fu is exceedingly powerful. For me, even at full strength, without resorting to other powers, I could only match him at his base level. Sui stated solemnly that Fu's strength warranted utmost vigilance, especially considering Vegeta was significantly weaker. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Vegeta's initial reaction was disbelief, assuming it was a mere consolation. However, upon seeing Su Ye's serious expression, he fell silent. He had never witnessed such gravity on Su Ye's face, indicating that this was no empty reassurance, but a stark reality. Is that individual named Fu truly that strong? Sun Wukong inquired. His interest piqued, his face lighting up with combat enthusiasm. It seemed he was eager to face Fu, even though he understood he might be swiftly defeated. Patience, you both possess the strength to contend with him, Su Yi remarked with a smile. This was not mere consolation. He had 2 Patera earrings, and if they fused into Vegeto, they would undoubtedly be able to engage Fu in a meaningful battle. The battle power of the fused Super Warrior Vegeto was the product of their combined strengths. Therefore, if Vegeto were to emerge, he would certainly be capable of challenging Fu. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took Su Ye's words as comfort. Not giving them much thought, as they departed from the area, Red Monkey Wukong suddenly soared out of the deep pit. Remarkably, this fellow's strength was astonishingly formidable. Red Monkey Wukong furrowed his brow. Ultra Instincts Wukong possessed the power to easily crush 2 of him. No, even 3 of him would likely prove no match. This realization brought a sense of self-awareness to Red Monkey Wukong that he decided to follow, sensing that this individual had not pursued total annihilation, leading him to believe they were not aligned with the menacing figure he had imagined. With a flicker of his gaze, Red Monkey Wukong hastily pursued Sun Wukong and the others. Before long, he caught up, observing Su Yi and the others confronting a figure. That figure belonged to the Frost Demon race, none other than Guldo, whom Su Yi had previously defeated twice. However, this version of Guldo did not recognize Su Yi. You are Guldo? Sun Wukong, recalling him, frowned and inquired. Sun Wukong. Guldo crossed his arms, casting a dispassionate glance at Su Yi and the others before fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Seeing this smile, Su Yi narrowed his eyes that he did not mind eliminating this fellow for a 3rd time, despite the fact that these 2 Guldos hailed from different timelines. From another timeline, at that moment, Red Monkey Wukong shouted from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yi, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta turned to see Red Monkey Wukong approaching. Time Patroller. Guldo's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Red Monkey Wukong. How did a Time Patroller end up imprisoned on this planet? I did not end up here by capture. I voluntarily came to seek out the one disturbing the timeline, Red Monkey Wukong replied coldly as he approached the group. In contrast to the gentler demeanor of Sun Wukong from the main timeline and the one from Dragon Ball GT, this Time Patroller Wukong exhibited a notably more volatile temperament, the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. By the way, what exactly is a Time Patroller? Sun Wukong asked, scratching his head. The Time Patroller Wukong stepped forward and replied calmly, I am you from a different timeline, tasked with combating those who disrupt the timeline. Hence the title Time Patroller. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked in surprise. That's so. You're the good guy. Of course, I'm a good guy, the Time Patroller Wukong affirmed with a nod. Then, do you know what this prison planet truly is? I've heard that it houses some of the most vile criminals in the universe. Is that true? Vegeta interjected with a question. I cannot say for certain, the Time Patroller Wukong replied, shaking his head. A cold laugh emanated from Ghoul Dude. Oh, you know then. Sun Wukong immediately shifted his gaze to Guldo, asking, This is a testing ground for a powerful individual who revels in combat. However, this battle is not fought by him alone. Rather, he possesses a profound fascination for witnessing the struggles of others, particularly those decisive confrontations between life and death. Gula began to speak, his eyes filled with trepidation. This individual has summoned formidable warriors from various timelines to this place. Once they arrive on this prison planet, they shall be compelled to engage in combat indefinitely. What if they die? Sui furrowed his brow and inquired, sensing from the implication of his words that perhaps this individual possesses the ability to manipulate corpses, compelling them to continue fighting even in death. Death is simply death. If one survives, they will fight on without end. Gula cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi and replied in a nonchalant manner. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a figure materialized in the sky, the same one who had appeared several times before. Fu. Who exactly are you? Where's Trunks? Upon seeing Fu, Vegeta bellowed urgently. Fu gestured for Vegeta to be silent, then sat cross-legged in midair, propping his chin with his hand as he gazed down at the gathered individuals, chuckling. You will soon discover Trunks' whereabouts, but before that, I hope you can put on a spectacular duel for me. You are the one disrupting the timelines? Son Goku frowned as he scrutinized Fu in the sky, speaking coldly. It appears you are the villain here. No, I'm not a villain. I am merely an exceptionally powerful individual. Fu waved his finger with a grin, then gradually rose from the air, declaring, if you wish to leave this place, you must gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. I possess 1 Dragon Ball, given to me by this fellow. At that moment, the Time Patrolman Goku produced a Dragon Ball, revealing to be a 1-star ball. Su Yi glanced back, only to hear Fu's voice echoing from above. There are 6 more Dragon Balls within this prison planet, each held by 6 extraordinarily powerful individuals. Leave this place. You must defeat these 6 and acquire the remaining Dragon Balls. So, please, entertain me with an extraordinary showdown. Whoosh! With that, Fu vanished without a trace. Hey! Son Goku shouted, cupping his hand around his mouth. Su Yi's brow knitted in concentration. Yet simultaneously, a surge of excitement welled within him. Following this exhilaration, however, Su Yi felt a wave of displeasure. Truth be told, he had considered employing the cosmic laws to teach this character Fu a lesson, but after some contemplation, he refrained from unleashing that power. But if one is to engage in a brawl, it must be with one's own strength for it to be truly satisfying. The malevolent Saiyan Kamba vs. Su Yi, an epic duel. Su Yi and the others began to move, with Gula trailing behind, understanding that the combined strength of several individuals far surpassed that of a solitary warrior. Thus he willingly joined Su Yi and the others. After a short while, an intensely sinister aura surged forth, leaving everyone astonished. What an evil presence! And it appears to be a Saiyan. Su Yi's brow furrowed, just as a furious roar erupted from the right, followed by a figure cloaked in black and crimson flames descending upon a nearby mountain peak. That individual's energy is astonishingly powerful. Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, fixated on the figure enveloped in the black and crimson flames, crossed his arms, gritting his teeth, his gaze flickering as he contemplated something. Roar, boom! Accompanied by a furious roar, the person atop the mountain peak unleashed a tremendous aura, causing the black and crimson flames surrounding him to explode outward. This overwhelming force sent slicing winds barreling towards Su Yi and the others. They easily dodged, while explosions echoed nearby. This guy, also a Saiyan? Such an evil presence is a first for me. He is truly formidable. Gula gulped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Astonished, from the aura, it was indeed unmistakably a Saiyan. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, sensing the energy, and nodded. Moreover, he inquired of the system and discovered that this individual was not only a Saiyan, but also possessed immense power, with a base battle strength exceeding 100 trillion. The powerful individual Fu mentioned must be him. Thus, he surely possesses a Dragon Ball. Vegeta, let us go. Son Goku's face radiated excitement. He had never feared a formidable foe, as he saw each challenge as an opportunity to surpass his limits. Who needs your encouragement? Boom! Vegeta erupted with a powerful aura, not transforming into Super Saiyan Blue this time, but directly unleashing the second stage of Ultra Instinct. Oh, Vegeta, you've mastered the second stage of Ultra Instinct as well. Son Goku glanced at him, astonished. Don't think you're the only one improving. I'm the prince of the Saiyan race, after all. Boom! While Vegeta spoke, Son Goku unleashed an even mightier aura, entering the third stage of Ultra Instinct. Feeling this overwhelming force, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he ceased speaking, turning his gaze toward the figure radiating a sinister aura atop the mountain, ready to unleash his pent-up fury upon him. However, when he charged forward, he found the figure had suddenly vanished. Before Vegeta could react, a thunderous voice boomed in his ear, followed by a fist the size of a cauldron crashing into his face. Boom! With a single blow, Vegeta was sent flying. Instant kill. Once again, it was an instant kill. Su Yi watched in disbelief. wondering if this fellow could not coordinate with Son Goku. However, to be honest, having Vegeta team up with Son Goku was indeed a challenge, as this individual was far too prideful, believing he could defeat the enemy on his own. Yet more often than not, he was the first to be overpowered by his foes. Yes, Suye's internal monologue came to an end. He cast a glance at the airborne Vegeta, contemplated briefly, and decided to ignore him, instead joining forces with Son Goku and the Time Patrolman Goku to ascend into the sky. The three of them unleashed their auras simultaneously, causing Gula below to display a look of shock. The Time Patrolman Goku's aura was formidable, while Son Goku's was slightly stronger. However, it was Suye's aura that transformed Gula's expression entirely. In their initial encounter, he had greatly underestimated this seemingly ordinary individual who appeared incapable of sensing energy. Yet, it turned out that this unassuming character possessed the most formidable strength. This realization brought a sense of relief. He was fortunate not to have provoked this individual, for had a conflict arisen earlier, this person could have effortlessly defeated him. Yes, Suye and his companions engaged in fierce combat, with the Saiyan radiating an evil aura. Fu was in a small room somewhere on the prison planet, watching their battle in real-time. Two Saiyans, Son Goku, along with an unknown Saiyan and the nefarious Saiyan Kamba. TSK. What a spectacular internal conflict. Fu adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, his face alight with excitement. Fight! Let me see which side is truly stronger. Returning to the scene, Suye had transformed into Super Saiyan God third form. His battle strength now around 80 trillion. The terrifying aura and immense pressure compelled Son Goku and the Time Patrolman to instinctively yield their positions, quietly observing Suye as he battled the evil Saiyan Kamba. Brother Suye's strength remains astonishing. Son Goku marveled, recalling how the three of them had previously attacked Kamba, with Suye leading the charge. Had it been just him and the Time Patrolman Goku facing this foe, it would have been an unequivocal rout. Furthermore, it was evident that Suye's aura was still considerably different from that of the evil Saiyan, yet his overwhelming battle strength had effectively narrowed the gap, even surpassing him. Boom! As Sun Wukong pondered, the sky above him erupted with the fierce onslaught of Suye, who unleashed a barrage of punches upon the malevolent Saiyan Kamba, causing the latter to roar in fury. Consumed by rage, there is no doubt about the immense power of the Grand Priest. It is certainly at least above 1,000 trillion. Even with his own strength of around 100 trillion, Kamba found himself utterly incapacitated by Suye's relentless assault, let alone the combat prowess of Kamba at his level of 100 trillion. Let us not forget that each of Suye's ordinary attacks bore the effects of soul-shattering or paralysis. Such a dual assault was beyond the capacity of this brute to withstand. Before long, the outcome of the battle became evident. As Suye effortlessly pinned Kamba beneath his foot, he had anticipated some sort of transformation from Kamba, yet was met with profound disappointment. This brute was nothing more than a mindless savage, mindlessly charging and attacking without strategy, utterly outclassed in speed by Suye. Just then, a full moon rose into the sky from an unknown source, and upon seeing this moon, Kamba instantly succumbed to a frenzied state. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a colossal ape. Suye glanced up at the moon. Now, he possessed the self-control to resist its allure and refrain from being compelled to transform into a giant ape himself. Thus, he took a moment to admire the moon before shifting his gaze back to Kamba. Now understanding what the system meant by Kamba's regular strength being 100 trillion, it seemed that upon transforming into a giant ape, Kamba's combat power surged tenfold, reaching an astounding 1,000 trillion. The mere thought of this caused Suye to draw in a sharp breath, and he quickly turned to Sun Wukong, shouting, "You all must flee. Once this brute transforms into a giant ape, he will be beyond our capacity to contend with." With Suye's warning scarcely out, a thunderous roar echoed through the arena, followed by torrents of black-red flames raining down from the sky like meteorites, charging towards everyone. This was dire. Escape was impossible. Suye's eyes narrowed, and just as he prepared to harness the powers of the cosmic laws, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, obliterating the full moon, followed by a piercing horn that assaulted their ears. Suye looked up to see the giant ape, now transformed from the evil Saiyan Kamba, halting its attack. only to then clutch its head and roar in anger, gradually shrinking back to its original form. The one blowing the horn was none other than Fu, who cast a fleeting glance at Sui before whisking Kamba away into the sky. Big Brother Sui. What does this mean? Sun Wukong approached, his brows furrowed in curiosity. I am uncertain, but this evil Saiyan seems to be a pawn of Fu. Testing our strength, he likely has gained some insight into our abilities. And I fear our next opponent may be of a certain caliber, Sui mused after a moment of contemplation. Moreover, he deduced that Fu appeared to be aware of the Saiyan's trait of growing stronger with each battle. Was he cultivating them to become even more formidable? The thought caused Sui's eyes to narrow, a sense of displeasure rising within him. Super Saiyan God, third form. Berserk state. Subscription needed. To be honest, it had been many years since Sui had felt such a continuous wave of discontent. You wish to flee? Very well. If you can escape, then I shall concede your victory. With that, Sui's eyes narrowed. At that moment, his Super Saiyan God, third form, had reverted to normal. He resolved to no longer suppress himself. For ultimately, all the flags raised by everyone would succumb to the inevitable allure of true power. After all, he had previously declared his intent to use his strength to overwhelm Fu. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this ambition was currently quite challenging to realize. After all, if he could not defeat one evil Saiyan, how could he possibly contend with this apparent final boss, Fu, Big Brother Sui? Does Fu's power not seem overwhelmingly formidable? Sun Wukong approached, but as he began to speak, he suddenly noticed Sui's aura beginning to swell. He initially expected Sui's energy to surge, but instead, it peaked before deflating like a punctured balloon. Sui blinked in confusion. What does this mean? Just as he prepared to wield the cosmic laws, he found his power inexplicably diminishing. System, could it be that I can no longer control the cosmic laws? Sui pondered, perplexed. Host, this is not the primary time-space world. The system's voice rang out, leaving Sui momentarily dumbfounded. How could this future world not be the primary time-space? When you arrived, it was indeed the primary time-space. But have you forgotten Fu's identity? He's a notorious criminal specializing in temporal offenses. The system continued, leaving Sui speechless, unsure of how to respond. This was exceedingly vexing. That's so. You mean to say that I must lay low for the time being? Sui's mouth twitched. He had assumed he still had a trump card, yet it appeared that his greatest asset was rendered ineffective, leaving only his own strength to rely upon. No. The time-space surrounding the prison planet is in constant flux. The specifics of its rotation remain undetermined for now. However, should it rotate back to the primary time-space, the system will promptly inform you. Hearing this, Sui made a sound of frustration. Was he truly expected to remain passive? Host, it would be prudent to lay low. The system believes it will soon revert to the primary time-space. The system advised, fearing Sui's typically unyielding temperament might lead him to recklessly charge in, potentially leading to his demise. At that moment, a terrifying and malevolent presence surged once again, and Sui turned to see Kamba, the evil Saiyan, approaching once more. There is no possibility of retreat. A true man charges forth undaunted. Sui soared into the sky, his Super Saiyan God, third form erupting with explosive power. Big Brother Sui's aura is far more terrifying than before, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock. Meanwhile, the time-space patroller, also named Wukong, was at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that despite being considered powerful in their own time, he felt so insignificant in this alternate reality. Hey, how have you all become so strong? The time-space patroller could no longer restrain himself and inquired of his counterpart from this alternate world. Upon hearing the question, Sun Wukong turned and smiled. Without Big Brother Sui, there would be no strength in me. The implication was abundantly clear. His entire prowess was cultivated under Sui's guidance. Indeed, Sui had taught Sun Wukong countless lessons, and while they addressed each other as brothers, Sun Wukong viewed Sui as a master in his heart. Hearing this, the time-space patroller's eyes lit up as he gazed up at the sky, grappling with the incomprehensible strength of this man. Moreover, he now noticed that Sui's transformation bore a striking resemblance to that of his own Super Saiyan 4 form. Did this man possess knowledge of subsequent transformations beyond Super Saiyan 4? As this thought crossed his mind, the time-space patroller's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Suddenly, a figure was sent crashing down from the sky. Both Wukongs turned to see Kamba being hurled away, in the heavens. Sui enveloped himself in a silvery blaze that appeared almost tangible, shimmering with golden hues that in this state. Big Brother Sui exuded an aura of unparalleled ferocity. As Sun Wukong gazed, his eyes widened in astonishment. Since he first encountered Sui, he had always perceived him as a big brother figure. Although he occasionally exhibited a hint of sharpness, witnessing such an explosive display of aggression was a first for him. Meanwhile, somewhere on the prison planet, Fu was observing the live battle, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Suye's current state. This Saiyan possesses pure divine power within him, and his realm is a remarkable amalgamation of various elements. Truly a prodigy. Fu had traversed countless times, spaces, and universes, having encountered numerous Saiyans, some of whom were exceptionally powerful with immense potential. However, he had never witnessed such a well-rounded Saiyan before. Powerful, limitless potential, and remarkably intelligent. Perhaps he was the one worthy of my full effort. Excitement flickered in Fu's eyes as he murmured that on Suye's side, he descended slowly from the sky, casting his gaze down upon the malevolent Saiyan, Kanba, who was ensnared beneath the earth. The fact that this individual had withstood his assault and remained alive spoke volumes of his formidable strength. Fight, power, a deep, resonant voice emanated from a pit, followed by a surge of black-red light. An aura even more potent than before. As Su Yi stepped forward for a closer look, his eyes narrowed. He discovered that Li Qian Zhao, this individual's combat power had reached 200 billion, a state of normal explosive power that doubled his strength. Sui, Big Brother, Vegeta has awakened. How about I merge with him to defeat this guy together? Sun Wukong approached, with Vegeta standing silently behind him. A scowl etched on his face, clearly displeased, an own need for fusion. You two simply wear these earrings and merge through them, Su Yi said, retrieving a pair of earrings from his system storage and tossing them to Sun Wukong. Earrings? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta paused in surprise upon seeing the earrings, then cautiously donned them. With a brilliant flash of golden light, a figure emerged, none other than the Super Saiyan Blue Fusion Warrior. Vegeto .170 to Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegeto. The appearance of the merged Super Saiyan Vegeto prompted a contemplative expression from Su Yi, who honestly felt that the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto appeared slightly more impressive than the Super Saiyan Blue variant. I believe I can grow even stronger, though I don't think I need to exert too much effort against this evil Saiyan, Vegeto remarked, turning his head towards the malevolent Saiyan Kamba, who was surrounded by black-red flames, speaking with a haughty demeanor. Observing Kamba's arrogance, Su Yi chuckled, recognizing that Vegeto was indeed much more inflated than the fused warrior Gogeta, with a resounding crash. Just as he pondered this, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto charged towards Kamba. The fusion from earrings meant their combat powers multiplied, one standing at 15.5 and the other at 1.3, the one in the state of Mastered Ultra Instinct. Their strength was significantly amplified. Sui estimated that Kamba's combat power was around 203 billion. He speculated that under the enhancement of Mastered Ultra Instinct, Vegeto's strength would reach an astonishing level. With Vegeto's emergence, Su Yi felt relieved and prepared to reflect on his earlier transformation into the Super Saiyan God's third form. In that state, he realized his temperament had become exceedingly violent, akin to a transformation into a mighty ape. The name itself suggested a similarity to Cell's rampaging state, as well as Trunks and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 rampage from the future world. Yet, the effects were worlds apart. In the Super Saiyan God's third form, his speed had not only remained unchanged, but had increased considerably. That feeling was difficult to articulate. Su Yi rubbed his chin, reflecting on how he had entered that state, finally realizing it stemmed from a mix of anger and frustration. With this in mind, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, where Vegeto's arrogance was justified, as he effortlessly dominated the 200 billion combat power of the evil Saiyan Kamba with his own 203 billion. 2 weak. Can you be any stronger? Super Blue Vegeto exclaimed, sending Kamba flying with a single punch before appearing atop his head. Speaking nonchalantly, roar. Kamba, visibly irked by Vegeta's arrogance, bellowed in fury, his black-red flames surging as his combat power soared from 200 billion to 250 billion. This formidable power made even Su Yi feel somewhat apprehensive about being a match for it. However, with Super Blue Vegeta holding the fort, he was confident that the mastered Ultra Instinct Vegeta could easily crush this evil Saiyan. Thus, Sui found a spot to settle down and began to cultivate and reflect. He understood that if he could successfully master the rampaging state of the Super Saiyan God's third form, his strength would ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, on the prison planet, Trunks from the future and might dash swiftly, ascending into the sky after leaving a small city. Did you say there are two Uncle Wukongs? Trunks said gravely. Indeed, the other Uncle Wukong is also extremely powerful, consistently overpowering the Super Blue Wukong in battle. Mai responded, her face alight with astonishment. She had departed earlier, thus only witnessing the scene of Super Blue Wukong being suppressed. I wonder if that Uncle Wukong is good or evil. Concern weighed heavily on Trunks' heart. As this time, the future world had not faced any calamities. It was merely his being kidnapped to this planet that complicated matters. The two flew swiftly, soon sensing the powerful aura emanating from the battlefield where Super Blue Vegeta and the evil Saiyan Kamba clashed. Cooler, Trunks caught a glimpse of the fierce battle between Vegeta and Kamba. Initially failing to recognize this as a different fusion warrior than Gogeta, his attention drawn instead to another figure, a golden-skinned member of the Frost Demon clan. He recognized him as Cooler, Frieza's brother. Another Saiyan. I wonder how strong this one is. Cooler, having noticed Trunks arriving, cast a brief glance in his direction before returning his focus to the battlefield at that moment. Super Blue Vegeta was gradually being pressed down, ultimately entering the realm of mastered Ultra Instinct and reversing the tide of battle. Too weak. Vegeta's strength surpassed merely 203 billion. It had soared to 406 billion. Of course, Vegeta himself was unaware of the exact measure of his combat power, but he comprehended that he was extraordinarily powerful at that moment. The fierce battle resumed, or rather, the overwhelming assault commenced anew. As the mastered Ultra Instinct Vegeta swept through the evil Saiyan Kamba with ease, rendering him incapable of retaliation. What incredible strength! Is this the fusion warrior Gogeta, combining my father and Uncle Wukong? Yet it doesn't quite feel right, Trunks murmured to himself. With a series of footsteps, the Time Patrol Wukong arrived beside Trunks, casting a curious glance at him, a hybrid Saiyan of human and Saiyan blood. Your potential seems remarkably high. From Trunks, he sensed not the ordinary combat power of a Saiyan, but rather an underlying, terrifying explosiveness, indicating that this young man's strength was anything but trivial. Uncle Wukong? Trunks turned to see the Time Patrol Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 state, exclaiming in surprise, "No, you must be another version of Uncle Wukong from a different timeline. Your transformation is quite peculiar." Indeed, it is rather peculiar. However, one cannot deny that Trunks perceives this transformation to be significantly more powerful than the Super Saiyan Blue state. This is Super Saiyan 4, a realm that diverges from your pursuit of divine status following Super Saiyan 3. Our path adheres to the ancient Saiyan bloodline, gradually refining and strengthening our essence. The Time Patrol member Goku remarked with a smile that, that's so. Trunks' eyes brightened with sudden intrigue as he inquired, "Might I ask how one achieves this transformation into Super Saiyan 4? It is quite simple. One must first transform into the Great Ape form, and then retain mental control to achieve Super Saiyan 4. However, before this, you must accumulate sufficient energy to reach the threshold for this transformation." Goku explained after a moment of contemplation that Trunks' gaze flickered, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Truth be told, he felt that, given his current abilities, this transformation would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, the thought of attempting it intrigued him. Perhaps he might succeed after all. Wait, you lack a tail? Goku suddenly noticed a detail and furrowed his brow. Realizing that Trunks was indeed without a tail, that if you do not possess a tail, not only will you be unable to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, but even achieving the Great Ape form will be exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression changed. He indeed lacked a tail. Unlike Gohan and Goten during their childhood, Trunks had never possessed one. So, does this mean I have no opportunity? Trunks sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Boom! At that moment, a cacophony of explosions erupted, drawing the attention of the onlookers, who beheld the evil Saiyan Kamba being utterly decimated by the Ultra Instinct Vegeta, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Pathetically weak. Is there truly no worthy opponent to face me? Ultra Instinct Vegeta remarked, hands on his hips, shaking his head in disdain at Kamba's pitiful state. 171. Danger. The mightiest warrior, Vegeta, has been infected. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by his audacity. Were it not for his overwhelming power, his insufferable demeanor would surely have earned him a thorough beating from anyone formidable. That moment, a familiar aura wafted toward Trunks, prompting him to turn and see another Time Patrol member, Vegeta, from the same timeline as Goku. Vegeta! Father! The voices of Goku and Trunks echoed simultaneously. Upon hearing Trunks refer to Vegeta as father, Goku was momentarily taken aback. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Did you just call Vegeta what?" "Father," Trunks echoed, equally perplexed by his Uncle Goku's inquiry. Could it be? Is the child of that timeline's father not him? As this thought crossed his mind, Trunks felt an awkward expression creep onto his face. If it truly were not him, he would be at a loss for how to address the Time Patrol Vegeta. Huh. Upon hearing Trunks call out father once more, Goku burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. What in the world is happening? Is the other timeline's Vegeta not my father? Trunks questioned, feeling utterly conflicted about how to address the Time Patrol Vegeta. Huh. Goku laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears from mirth that moment. Time Patrol Vegeta approached, his gaze fixed on Goku, voice laced with disdain. Kakarot, where have you been? I see you have found a splendid planet to hone your strength all alone. Vegeta, did you not hear that voice? Goku ceased his laughter, his expression turning serious as he addressed Vegeta. What voice? Oh, it seems someone called out father. Vegeta blinked, furrowing his brow as his gaze suddenly fell upon Trunks, whose expression was somewhat peculiar. His demeanor shifted instantly. Who are you? Why do I sense an eerily familiar aura from you, and inexplicably feel a sense of closeness, as a prince of the Saiyan race from another timeline? Vegeta's pride and strength were formidable. He regarded Goku with newfound respect due to his prowess. Moreover, he typically held a contemptuous stance toward any Saiyan, including his own father, King Vegeta. In his eyes, strength was paramount. Without it, one held no right to status. Now, discovering an inexplicable affinity for a hybrid Saiyan he had only just encountered left him utterly stunned. Vegeta, this is Trunks. He is your son from another timeline. Witnessing Vegeta's astonishment, Goku could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, explaining the situation to Vegeta. Soon, after a thorough explanation, Vegeta cast a glance at Trunks, snorting derisively. I never imagined that my counterpart from another timeline would have such poor taste. Settling for an ordinary Earth woman, it was evident from his words that Vegeta held a certain disdain for the main timeline's Vegeta and Trunks' mother, Bulma. Hearing this, Trunks stepped forward, exuding an intense aura as he transformed into his own full-power Super Saiyan 2 state. Though you are my father's counterpart from another timeline, I cannot tolerate your slander against my parents. Trunks' expression was icy. He did not care that this individual was another timeline's Vegeta, seeing Trunks' energy. Vegeta's eyes briefly widened in surprise before a playful smile graced his features. Well, you possess the noblest blood of the Saiyan race. Your name is Trunks, is it? Let me witness your strength. Boom. As soon as Vegeta's words left his lips, he unleashed a tremendous energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Observing Vegeta's transformation, Trunks remained undaunted, drawing forth his divine sword and charging at Time Patrol Vegeta, under the guidance of Su Yi in the main timeline. He had acquired a top-tier sword technique, the Pure Yang sword technique. To comprehend, this Pure Yang sword technique is renowned as the signature martial art of El Dong Bin, one of the legendary 8 immortals. And its formidable power is self-evident. The clash between the two combatants was exceedingly intense, with the Time Patrol officer Wukong returning to his normal form, observing the battle from the sidelines. Simultaneously, as Trunks and the Time Patrol officer Vegeta engaged in ferocious combat. On the other side, the malevolent Saiyan rose once more from the ground, succumbing to a state of frenzy and commencing a brawl with the Gong Vegeto in an instant. The fierce confrontation among four individuals captivated the attention of Gula, Xiaowu, and the Time Patrol Officer Wukong, their gazes flitting back and forth. In a secluded corner, Su Yi, immersed in the overwhelming state of Super Saiyan God's third form, entered a peculiar realm that he felt as though time had momentarily halted, inexplicably spending what seemed like several years in this state. From the very first day, he approached his training from an emotional perspective, gradually mastering the three emotions of joy, anger, and sorrow that owe him. Human emotions naturally divided into 8 categories: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, worry, and despair. He also categorized these 8 emotions into 2 stages: the initial stage encompassing joy, anger, and sorrow, and the final stage encompassing worry and despair. After years of dedication, he had merely grasped the initial 3 emotions, yet he discovered that his cultivation had deepened significantly. This newfound state did not yield a tangible increase in combat power, but rather an elusive and profound understanding. He believed that if he could master the emotion of anger and wield it with finesse, he could effortlessly re-enter the overwhelmed state of Super Saiyan God's third form. Su Yi was acutely aware of this, so he took a brief moment to rest before continuing his introspection. At this juncture, the battle between the Time Patrol officers Vegeta and Trunks had concluded, with Trunks emerging as the defeated. Nevertheless, he had managed to draw out 50% of the Time Patrol officer Vegeta's power, which alone earned him admiration from the Time Patrol officer Wukong. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and before anyone could engage in conversation, a malevolent and immensely powerful aura enveloped them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The previously invincible Vegeto, now emanating a dark red blaze, bore an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent Saiyan Kamba. "This is dire. The fused warrior has been tainted by that malevolent Saiyan," the Time Patrol officer Wukong exclaimed in alarm. "It seems so," the Time Patrol officer Vegeta remarked, noticing that the gaze of the fused warrior Vegeto was directed towards them, an oppressive glare that rendered their faces pale. "Vegeta, what should we do?" The Time Patrol officer Wukong's expression turned grave. In a one-on-one confrontation, they were no match, especially considering he was a fused warrior. They had fused using earrings and could only maintain that form for an hour. Thus, they had likely been fused for some time already. That if they could merely outlast them, perhaps they could triumph, the Time Patrol officer Vegeta suggested. However, upon hearing his words, a bitter smile crept onto the Time Patrol officer Wukong's face, just as he was about to shake his head and express his thoughts. He saw the Time Patrol officer Vegeta produce 2 earrings from his pocket, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. "Are those Patera earrings?" the Time Patrol officer Wukong gasped. "Indeed, Kakarot, let us witness the might of the fused warrior from another dimension," the Time Patrol officer Vegeta exclaimed with palpable excitement. Very well. The 2 adorned themselves with the Patera earrings. In a flash of golden light, they were drawn together, ultimately merging into a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto. Trunks and Xiaowu, witnessing the birth of yet another fused Super Warrior Vegeto, stared wide-eyed. The spectacle of 2 fused warriors clashing was a rare sight indeed. Gula approached, arms crossed, having returned to his normal state, his face reflecting astonishment as he spoke. "Who will emerge victorious?" Xiaowu pondered momentarily before inquiring. "That I am uncertain, but judging by the intensity of the aura, the fused warrior from another dimension does not seem as formidable as the one born from my father and Uncle Wukong." Trunks squinted at the scene, where Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto was already entangled in combat with Gong Vegeto. Five-finger energy blast in the sky. Both Vegetos unleashed the same technique, resulting in a series of explosive detonations echoing through the air. How terrifying! Below, Trunks and the others paled as the residual shockwaves from the recent clash obliterated several nearby mountains. Furthermore, Gula observed that some chains in the sky had been shattered by the aftermath of their fierce battle, igniting a glimmer of hope for escape. If they could exert even more force, Perhaps they could shatter all these chains, marking the moment of liberation from this prison planet. Gula silently roared within. As the two combatants continued to engage, they abandoned ranged attacks in favor of close-quarters combat. However, a comparison between the drenched with sweat Super Saiyan 4 Vegito and the seemingly relaxed Gong Vegito made it evident which was superior. How infuriating! This Vegito from another dimension is unbelievably strong. With a single blow, both were sent flying apart. Super Saiyan 4 Vegito, drenched in sweat, was left astonished at the strength of Zai Ge Gong Vegito. As a fellow fused warrior Vegito, he felt like a mere shadow compared to this being, who truly deserved the title of Super Vegito. The two Vegitos resumed their battle, but this time, Zai Ge Gong Vegito ceased holding back and swiftly obliterated Super Saiyan 4 Vegito. Ultimately, Zai Ge Gong Vegito's power had reached over 400 trillion, far surpassing Super Saiyan 4 Vegito, so his instant defeat was entirely plausible. Witnessing Super Saiyan 4 Vegito's fall, Trunks and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment. They believed that he was the only one capable of contending with Zai Ge Gong Vegito. And now, with Super Saiyan 4 Vegito vanquished, who could possibly stand against Zai Ge Gong Vegito? Wait, isn't that Uncle Su Yi? How could I have forgotten him? Trunks exclaimed, spotting Su Yi, who was deep in meditation. Him. This uncle was immensely powerful and could surely turn the tides, defeating the tainted Zai Ge Gong Vegito. He appears to be in deep training. It seems he has been at it for quite some time, Gulen noted. What shall we do? It seems our only option is to confront the tainted Vegito ourselves. Trunks replied with a wry smile. Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted in the sky, the unmistakable aura of Zai Ge Gong Vegito. He is preparing to strike again. How infuriating. Trunks and Gula hissed in low voices, unleashing their strongest powers and soaring into the sky. Trunks, be careful, Xiaowu cried out anxiously. Hearing her worried voice, Trunks glanced back at her, offering a faint smile before unleashing his might and charging at Zai Gong Vegito. While Gula and Trunks possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to Zai Gong Vegito. Within mere seconds, both were sent hurtling back, severely injured and on the brink of death. Trunks! Tears streamed down Xiaowu's face as she rushed towards Trunks.